Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Hopefully, you can hear me. I'm wearing Bluetooth earbuds again. um, the name of tomorrow night's show is "Be Yourself, and You Will Not Be Like Anyone Else." Uh, and I'll expand on that point as we go along. Um, Want to start out the show talking about the H-1B stuff, the MAGA quote Civil War, and H-1B visas, the woke right. Just some stuff that's kind of been on my mind the past few days, and we go from there. We're going to start out with Aramiose Frimpong, and I'm going to skip through part of this video. There's another video that he does after this. Probably wind up skipping through that, and we'll see where we're at after that. Hit the link if anyone wants to, but I want to be very tight in what we talk about tonight, and we'll see how this goes.
Immigration, but they were just about immigration in
Yep, let's start this again.
America. My name is Amiose Frimpong, and I will tell you, I did not pick the emergence of the woke right on my 2025 bingo card. I did not understand that to be the case, but I think it's going to be very important because remember, MAGA wasn't always about illegal immigration. They said they were always about illegal immigration, but they were just about immigration in general. And one reason why you're against illegal immigration is because you don't want open borders. You want to be able to check everybody who comes into your democracy according to the checklist of your choosing. But um, you don't want people to of themselves choose to be in your country. You want to be able to choose to govern who is in your country. So the problem with illegal immigration wasn't just legal versus illegal. It was about who gets to choose who gets to be here. And so that's why it's also going to be a matter for legal immigration. Illegal immigration was just low hanging fruit. The real battle is going to be about immigration and who we let in our country, because once you're a member of our country, it's not a place for second class citizenship, really. You become a factor in our lives. You become a factor in our property holdings insofar as you might inflate or deflate our property value. You become a factor in our high schools insofar as you might lower the scores of our high school, or you might take the valedictory spot that would have gone to some other kid. Like, you become a factor in American lives in a way that it's not just about one aspect of your being. It's not just that you come here as a worker. Depending on who you talk to, you become a draw on our resources. So immigration was always about Americans deciding who gets to be an American based on American values or through an American process. Now, the question is, do companies get to decide who gets to be an American based on what companies need? And let's defend companies. Let me steel man, as the phrase goes, the argument. Markets are institutions of freedom. And as I run a firm, if I am to run a firm in a free nation, I should be able to run the firm as I see fit. And as I see fit means using the property and technology I see fit. So I don't want government telling me which technology I should use. That means using the processes I see fit. That means using the employees I see fit. If I am to be free, I should have the right to use employees as I see fit. And I happen to like those employees over there. So if you tell me that I can't use my employees for my business who happen to have been born over there, you're abridging my freedom. If you're saying I have to pick from this narrow pool of employees, the American employees, that is abridging my freedom.
One point I want to, one thing I want to define, and I like this definition. Freedom, as Aramiyose Frimpong defines it, is being able to make plans and realize those plans. That's about the best definition of what freedom is that I have probably ever heard. Freedom is the ability to make plans and realize those plans. That is going to be, my working definition going forward.
as a market actor, as a capitalist, and you're just being a communist, saying you're narrowing my pool of people I can pick to run the business as I see fit, because part of what it is for me to be free is for me to run the business as I see fit. Right? So that's the strong argument for employers, American employers, getting to pick which employees they use and being able to deploy them as the employers see fit. Right? Because the blessings of liberty in the Constitution are supposed to include all of our freedoms, and that includes the freedom to run my business as I see fit. So I hope that was clear. The problem is that is not the only freedom America provides, and it's not even the biggest one. And what I mean by that is that our market freedoms have to support our other qualities of freedom. For example, our freedom to own property, which is different than market freedom, because you can own property without like being able to exchange it on the market. For example, passports and some land. There is so there are lots of varieties of property that you are not fit for market consumption or not commodious, right? But they are still mine, right? So we are still owners of our own property, insofar as we get to dispose of it as we feel. Freedom in families, we get to organize our families as we see fit. That is not a market freedom. But if market freedoms then impinge upon the way like the struggles people have in order to secure their family as they see fit, you can see how the market becomes parasitic upon families. Or if the market freedom wants you to work 80 hours a week, and so far as and that like disturbs how you do your family, and you have an example of the market then over determining your family life. So these are mutually reinforcing institutions of freedom that have to work together. Same with political freedom, right? One of the reasons I personally like the Iowa caucus, but people don't like the Iowa caucus, is you have to vote in front of your boss. Right? So, I think in a well-ordered democracy, people would do more things in public. So you would have public arguments and public voting, and like they would be like the Iowa and Nevada caucuses. But people don't want those kind of caucuses for a few reasons. One of them is they don't want to have to vote in front of their boss because they're worried about their political behavior affecting their civil behavior. So we have the secret ballot instead, and I'm a few minds of it, but that's the idea of how we need all of these different kinds of freedom, both political freedom and civil freedom. The boss has to be free to promote or fire you at will or as they see fit, including for your political whatever. But you need to be free to have political opinions and voice those political opinions without worrying about civil repercussions in an untoward way. So like we try to balance these out in a kind of thoughtful manner, right? So our different varieties of freedom we try to balance out in a thoughtful manner. So when a capitalist says, and as a matter of their freedom, they have the right to say, I want to run my business as I see fit, and I want to run it for who I think can do this job the best, and that person's in Calcutta, or that person's in Jakarta, or that person's in Seoul, and I want to bring them over here, and part of my American freedom is to be able to run my business as I see fit. So you should respect me being able to bring them here. That's a good argument until you could say that them bringing that person here causes problems for other aspects of other people's freedom. So how could that person, that engineer who comes to the United States with their family, become a problem for American freedom? And not just a good thing Tesla's company, right? So that person comes here, they're not just a worker. They're also now an American. And since we don't believe in second class citizenship, they're now also, well, we shouldn't believe in second class citizenship. They're also now an American, which means they have the right to organize their family as they see fit. And they have the right to use all of our public institutions as they see fit. And that means now their kids, their souped up turbocharged kids are now competing against your kids, which means you have to now adjust your culture to make sure that your kids can compete with their kids in a way that's, depending on the people in Northern California, there are people moving away from, places where the Asians in Northern California reside, right? There was at the Fremont Union School District now is losing people because all of these H-1B high-performing Asian recent immigrants are moving in, and now the basic suburban white kids cannot compete, so they're moving to like Atherton or other places because they can't compete. And that's not the fault of the new Asians moving in, but for those people who don't want to have to move out or get out competed in their own hometown because of new people coming in, they might feel some sort of way about the H-1B program. They don't want to get out competed in their hometown. If someone was the valedictorian of their high school and they thought that they were setting up their kid to be the valedictorian of the high school and they stayed in the same high school, but now for some reason that high school has become a tech hub and all of these people who have a different culture and, depending on who you talk to, a more aggressive one, come here and they'll eat your kid's lunch, you could feel some sort of way about that. And maybe you are a little bit resentful that the nation's policy did not have your aspirations for your family in mind when when they thought about this policy, right? When they decide who your neighbors are and who's going to share your institutions and compete with you in your institutions and be a part of your institutions. Now, there's a lot at stake because the people coming in here are not just workers. They are also property owners. So now you have to talk about how housing values might inflate because of the communities of upper generation of high earning, highly skilled laborers who now come in and work. You could talk about how it's harder to organize unions, because I actually think computer programmers need a guild system in a way that is not really tested for. It need a guild system and could actually profit from something like the AMA. Going into a computer program, but I'm going to need someone either in the chat or in the comments to talk more about that, because I haven't done quite enough research in it. But I do know that when Elon Musk takes his best and brightest from wherever he gets them from, he's not going to import union organizers among them. Like that's not something he's testing for, which would be a quality that if I'm going to design immigration policy, I don't want to bring in people who score well on tests but are anti-union. I don't think that's particularly good for the American culture, and it's consistent with our American values, because we do have a tradition, an American tradition of labor organizing. It's not great, but it is definitely American. It is definitely American. And if you're not testing for those, and at least as old as our tradition of standardized tests. So if you're testing, if you're deciding American values based on someone's test, but not American values and their fitness for this nation based on their penchant towards labor organizing, then you are your immigration policy is not consistent with our values in a way that I find unbecoming. Right? So
I want to make a quick point that freedoms and values and all those nice words. A democracy in pretty much any form of you know um, society, government, um, all those things are competing. Values, freedoms, etc., are all competing. Individual values, individual freedoms are all competing constantly. Literally, that's what life in America is, competing values.
This idea that it's benign to just bring over workers because they're just workers. No, they are not just workers. They are people, people with family, people who have institutions of their own, and people who then now we have to share, either share institutions, share culture. And it's not just delicious food, but also we have to share opportunities with them and their kid. And we now have to have a culture that's organized around their culture, like in defense of their culture, because there's a reason why he went to, you know, Calcutta and not Ohio. It's because the people in Calcutta had the culture that would, solve the problem that he wanted solved, and that in a way that would, be cheaper and easier for him. And that means that we now have to have an quality of culture that can compete with that culture. And I'm not sure that's a great American culture. I don't know. I don't want to work 80 hours a week and have my family. I want to be with my family. I want that to be part of my American culture. So we need to think about how we need to think about what it means to be an American and have our immigration policy be sensitive to that. Right? So the woke right, it's funny because they want meritocracy anytime whites have a strategic advantage, especially over black people, but they do not want meritocracy when other cultures have a strategic advantage over the whites, because there are other cultures who have a strategic advantage over the whites, especially white liberals. White liberals, like, they don't even, I'm always shocked when I find one who's good at anything, anything hard, because anything hard takes a family input, and white liberals are such bad parents that, like, anytime I find a white liberal, like, excellent classical musician, or a white liberal excellent mathematician or something, I'm always a little bit surprised, because that kind of excellence takes family, and they don't really believe in families in the way that they should, and takes hard work and a quality of discipline that's not really of the white liberal set. But we need to understand that you can't just have meritocracy without thinking about what it means to be an American, because that should define merit, not necessarily what one private firm needs for its own bottom line. That doesn't define merit. That might define merit for that firm, but that doesn't define merit for American immigration policy, because that is only one aspect of freedom, and we have to look at how those workers impact other Americans and in their participation in America and freedom, right? So, I mean, the great synthesis of this is, like, look, American culture is not as serious as it should be about these fundamental issues in the new tech economy. So we need to build American institutions so that they meet these needs, and we can work with the titans of tech in order to make that happen. I think Georgia Tech has a pretty good job, does a pretty good job at this, but we just need to make it more of a national project to grow the engineers that we need. So we can admit that American culture isn't quite as serious at math and science as it should be, in a way that's productive of our technological economy, and also say that we solve that problem not by going outside, but by, like, recommitting to our institutions with the help of private enterprise here. And Yeah, and then we have to get serious about like, look, our engineers are not going to be like those other engineers. Our engineers are going to be unionized. Our engineers are going to be in a guild. Our engineers are going to be just as creative or whatever, but they're also going to have time with their family. And they're not going to have to decide whether to have time with their family or be in the guild or be an engineer.
This is an excellent point that he makes. Um, Even if we move towards limiting H-1B visas and bringing in foreign engineers, etc., American engineers are not going to be, or homegrown engineers are not going to be, um, you know, um, tied to their companies like H-1B visa type engineers are. H-1B visas have been compared to indentured servitude by people like Steve Bannon. Yep, let's go ahead and um, concentrate on getting homegrown American born engineers, but they are not going to be indentured servants. They are going to have the rights, the freedoms, the values that are American, and working 90 hours a week. Um, the competing value is going to be having engineers that are creative and smart, but at the same time, we are, starting to, recognize that family is important. The natalists want more babies. Um, the fundamentalists want nuclear families. Um, I personally fuss about, family being important, and we're not doing family well. To do family well, you need to spend time with your family. So that's something that needs to be borne in mind by the Steve Bannons of the world. I also want to add that highly educated engineers generally won't be populists.
Right. So we need to understand that American workers are American workers and they're American first in all of the ways. And that's the same thing where we're talking about H-1Bs or two, the seasonal laborers. I think Americans can do that job. We can pick stuff too, but you just have to pay us. You're just going to have to pay us. And that's just something we're going to have to work out as a nation about like wage subsidies or like, once again, union organizing is going to be very important. So like all of these real labor issues need to be solved in-house because it's just as irresponsible to have an economy that depends on South Asian and East Asian programmers as it is to have an economy that depends on Saudi oil. And until we understand that, because there's a lot of like creative decisions and like capacities we need to build in home, and until we understand that and take that seriously, we're going to get run over by the fascists who just want to confuse their private firms' aims with America's aims. So yeah. So when is the call-in show? Look, you guys need to give me more money for a call-in show. You get me after dark. And this year I'm going to I made a resolution with myself. I'm going to up my thumbnail game. So I learned how to do thumbnails, and I will try to, I'll try to up my game a little bit. But everything takes time, and you need to pay me if you want time. You want my time and my quality of mind. All right. So once again, to reiterate the argument in general, markets are institutions of freedom. So the ability to hire and pick the talent I want for my firm is my ability to realize myself in the world, in existence, is ability to express myself and as self-determined and to be free. It's very important. I should be able to hire who I want to fit my needs as a matter of freedom. However, the people I hire are also Americans. Or the people I hire and bring here in America also become Americans and may impinge in their way of life on other Americans, right? They may raise property values, so it impinges on everyone else's right to be a property owner. They may suck up opportunities in our civil society. So, and since I believe if you watch this show, you should know that if you can't earn money, if you can't work in America, you're not really free. You're not free unless you have like a real job or a stream of income. So if America created enough jobs for Americans and trained Americans to do the jobs that America needed done, then I would be a little bit more sanguine. I'd be a little bit okay with immigration and more open borders. But as it stands, what both on the low end and the high end, our globalist ethic produces is a lot of confusions about what we need in order to thrive in America as a sovereign nation. And I say the low end and the high end because I'm from California, and I swear I didn't see a white person mow a lawn until I was like 23, and I moved to the Midwest. So it's just confused about what we need as a nation to be sovereign and self-sufficient. And I'll say it again, it's just as unbecoming to be dependent on both illegal Latin American labor and legal but still dicey East Asian and South Asian labor as it is to be dependent on Saudi oil. Like, we could go over there, see what they do in their culture, come back here and reform our institutions in a way that produce the same product, but in a way that was consistent with American values. And that means American values as a sovereign nation. And, like I said, labor organizing and unions, and like I said, a guild structure and all of these other forms of the American identity that and now so we get the same quality of engineering insight with an American sensibility, which I think is probably the best of both worlds, and it strengthens our nation, which we want. Someone says, Georgia Tech turned down my niece who received over $10 million in scholarships. She is now at Southern University, HBCU. She blew the ACT out of the water with highest score. So if she had a perfect score on the ACT, she would have gotten into Georgia Tech. I'll tell you right now. So the thing is, what you think of as blowing it out of the water is not that. Georgia Tech's a very competitive school. It's a good school. It's a very competitive school. I think more people should go on the Georgia Tech model. Like, other states should look at that and how Georgia built out its tech sector with schools like Georgia Tech, and especially with the Hope Scholarship and the Zell Scholarship. But if I'll tell you right now, if your niece really scored perfect on the ACT, she would be there. She would have gotten in. She did not score perfect on the ACT.
To reiterate, my son got into Georgia Tech. So, and he did not, he didn't score a perfect SAT, but he did well enough.
And so she is fine. But I think this is one thing that, and I'll say this, Negro to Negro, those who were watching, Black people get confused. We think we value education, and because we care a lot about education, we know that it's a secret, but we don't know enough to value education. We don't even know what that means. If I'll tell you two stories. One story is, and I've told this story before, but it's a very good story, so I'm going to say it again in this podcast. I was talking to a professor a few years ago, and we were both like strategizing about our kids, and the professor was lamenting. The professor has 3 sons, and he was like, yeah, I know. The professor is also an Orthodox Jew. Orthodox Jewish professor. We were talking, Jew to Jew. I'm not Jewish, but you know what I mean. We were talking, and he was lamenting about his kids, and he was like, yeah, 2 of my boys did fine, but then one never finished his education. um, and and I was always sad about that. And I was like, oh, that's too bad. And because I was talking about my kids, and I spent a lot of time. I pretty much teach my kids everything that they.
Quick point, corn pop. But you got a juices running. Um, Bomb cherry. Um, yeah, she's interesting, but she's not up to speed. She can be confrontational all she wants. You actually have to be confrontational and know what you're talking about. I wasn't impressed.
Should know, which is what I think you should do. But I've talked about that in other videos. Um, and my kids are now at 12, 10, and 7. And I spend a lot of time with them, and I'm always working on them, and always working with math, and I'm always working with them. So I was talking with him, and he was lamenting his adult son. One of them didn't finish his education. So in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, that poor kid probably dropped out of high school. Um, you know, not that big
I'm
of
going to
a deal.
skip
I
over
mean,
this
that's too
part. He's
bad.
always
The
telling
poor
this
this poor
story, and I
guy,
find it
kid didn't finish his
horribly
education,
boring.
dropped out of high school. And they talk about serious about education. It's two different things. You would never call your child who has 2 degrees but is all but finished with their dissertation someone who never completed their on about how their white son got a 1450 SAT and should put him in the first percentile, 90 some odd percentile of SAT takers, and they didn't even get into the University of California engineering program. And now I went to the University of California, Berkeley, and I know a lot of engineers there. I know 4 of them who got perfect SATs. And this was back in the 90s, right? And so UC Berkeley has not gotten less competitive, and UC Berkeley's engineering program has not gotten less competitive. So if you got a 1450, whatever, that just means you got a 750 math and a 700 verbal. Like, you're not getting in. Like, or if you can't get in, you can't be surprised when you don't get in, because the Berkeley engineering program, they're going to get people with 720 verbals and 780 maths. In fact, like for a lot of schools, if you don't get a perfect math, they wonder if you even know math for a lot of the competitive schools.
Yeah, I actually laughed at that last comment. This is what folks are not understanding, and the only reason I know this stuff is I have a very recent college student. This is my son's second semester at Georgia Tech. Folks are not realizing, and part of it, um, life has gotten way more competitive since I was in college. Um, And especially now that affirmative action for college admissions has pretty much gone away, um, people think I'm crazy when I say that Black people need to scrap this dealing or working up to second best. When I say we need to work to an Asian standard, I mean Asian American standard, where if you want to go somewhere like a Harvard or an MIT or Berkeley or any of these elite schools, um, making 750 math is mediocre depending on where you're going. Complaining that, oh shit, I made a 1450 on an SAT and I didn't get to where I want to go. Baby, someone in the chat mentioned competitiveness. I think it was DiCapriono. Oh, it's competitive out there. And parents need to be preparing their children. They need to be dead serious with their children and upfront, working hard. If you're not treading water with the best students out there, you need to work harder. Okay. If you have a goal of getting into a Harvard, then you need to be working up to a Harvard standard. And your high school may not be preparing you for it, depending on where you're going to high school. In my opinion, if you know what your kids' goals are as a parent, you need to be preparing your kids and keeping up with your kids to meet whatever goals they may be setting. And if the kid's goal is an unreasonable goal, then you need to level set your kid. Okay, this pie in the sky bullshit, time is over for that. Um, Getting rid of H-1B visas or trimming back the program, because we're not going to get rid of it, folks. Trimming it back, opening up slots for American students in STEM, that's not going to be good enough. The competition's not going away. It's not going to get easier. We need to work harder. Kids need to work harder. Parents need to work harder. We, in general, need to work harder. And, moving away like they did in Johns Creek, Georgia, when the competition gets too tough, ain't going to cut it. And the sooner we realize that, the better off we'll be. Vivek Ramaswamy is on point, and I never agree with Vivek Ramaswamy. It might be the only thing I have ever agreed with Ramaswamy on. This veneration of mediocrity ain't gonna cut it.
Schools, so it's like a numbers game, and you have to understand that, like, you don't even know what excellent is, and you can talk and you could tell. And you could tell, yeah, they just don't know how competitive these schools are now, and they don't know what other families are like. All right, so Black people, I'll tell you, I had to backwards engineer how to raise my kids, not from how I was raised. I was raised by a single nurse mom who did very well, but did not know what she did not know. I had to backwards engineer how to raise my kids from the kids I met at college, because the difference in households is monstrous. What my kids can do and know at their age and their capacity is ridiculous relative to my own, because I backwards engineered what a household should look like based on who I met at college at Berkeley, right? Not because I did like what my mom did to me. Like, my kids are not raised like I was raised, not in any way, barely. And my mom cared about it. It's just that, she was a product of a culture that told her the best thing she could do was work hard, take that extra shift, and then take that extra shift. But that left me being raised by television. So I learned a lot about what to do on watching The Fall Guy and MacGyver and all of that stuff. So that is what it is, but it's not, working with me, teaching me calculus in 8th grade, like that. But that is what's happening in other households in the households that win. And I'm just telling you that caring a lot isn't the same as replicating that culture, as replicating the quality of culture. You just don't know what you don't know. So the person who thinks that the 1450 SAT score is high, it might be high in a different major. You might be able to get into a UC in a different major, in an arts major, or an humanities major, but in an engineering program, a 1450 is just like, I mean, it's good, but it's not, yeah. I mean, it's not great. All right, so someone asked, I mean, is half African, very important. I am, which like saved me, because what I didn't get from backwards engineering my colleagues, I had to get from like remembering my African dad who got kicked out because he was too strict got kicked out of our house because like my mom disagreed about how to parent us because he was too strict, right? So, what are your thoughts about the discrepancies between African and Black immigrants' educational outcomes? It seems upper class Nigerians have cracked the code to some degree. Well, you got to watch that, because if they're coming here and they're upper class Nigerian, my dad was an upper class Ghanaian. If they're coming here, they don't have the same kind of trauma and legacy of degradation as Black Americans. And then what you face here in America isn't the same. The big difference is lineage and family culture. The big difference is lineage and family, and what Jim Crow and then liberalism after that did to African American descendants of slaves' family culture. Jim Crow overdetermined Black family life, although we don't talk about it like that, but it did. And then after the civil rights movement, you're thrown into liberalism, with and liberalism and feminism that overdetermined Black family life in a way that, and market society in general, which told people that they could solve all of their problems by making more money. And you can't solve family problems by making more money. Like, institutions don't teach Black kids. Black parents teach Black kids. The village does not teach Black kids. The village is made up of families, and families teach Black kids. So if you want Black kids to do well, you want Black families to do well. And so all of this kind of market-based was sold to well-meaning Black people who didn't know any better or weren't allowed to learn any better in Jim Crow, and then didn't know any better afterwards. And so, like, they thought institutions would do things that institutions don't do. School is not going to teach your kids how to read. You need to teach your kids how to read, Black people. School is not going to teach your kids how to do math.
DiCapriono, I will take it on the chin that I'm not being very specific. I thought I have on occasion, but sometimes I just kind of throw out things, assuming everybody kind of understands where I'm going. The question is, or the statement is, I'm referring to when you claim Black Americans should replicate Asian people. I am not claiming that Black people should replicate Asian people. I specifically mean Asian Americans. I specifically mean there are certain things that Asian culture has transferred to first and second generation American Asian kids. One of those things is taking education seriously. Taking education seriously means that you study a lot, that you take school seriously. I don't think America takes education seriously. America has always had a largely anti intellectual streak running through its culture. Black people need to take education seriously. While bearing in mind that not everyone is cut out to go to college, not everyone can be an engineer, not everyone can be like, an academic. However, it is incumbent upon parents to know their children well enough to know what their kids' strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and to figure out and help plan kids' life once they have left the nest. Don't replicate Asians. Don't be like Asians. Adopt some of the positive aspects of the imported Asian culture. One of it is a culture of excellence. Take shit seriously. Take your school seriously. Take your hobbies seriously. Excellence. It should be the standard, or at least the best you can do. That's what I mean.
Math, not in a way that competes with the people in Calcutta, you need to teach your kid how to do math. Now, if you don't know how to do math, you need to learn also while you teach your kids how to do math. That's fine, but you need to understand. You need to understand that you're fighting families. You're fighting families. Every time you see an Indian valedictorian or an Indian coder or whatever, you're fighting a 2,000 years of Brahmins. You're fighting a caste system that like train that kid how to step on other people and be comfortable doing it. You need to understand that that's what you're fighting. When you go against my kids, and if you go against my kids in anything, you're probably going to lose because my kids have been trained by me. And yeah, but you're not just going against them. You might just see them, but you're really going against like my whole mind that I've trained in putting it into them. So it's not an individual work ethic or individual merit that wins these things. It's you're fighting families. You're fighting families. And that's what neoliberalism actually doesn't talk to you about. It doesn't take away the government from the market. What it does is empower families to rule under the guise of individualism. Right? So Black families are a bit of a disaster until we admit that. That's a problem. But they're not a bit of a disaster because we don't care enough, or they're a bit of a disaster because they were targeted. And that's one reason why, we're owed reparations. But that's a different that's a different topic, right? So you answered your own question. Upper class Nigerians have the same resources, insider info, and class status to succeed in American academia. That's true. That's true. It is true. It's a little bit weird because they still feel out of place in a way. Because like you go to Berkeley and you're East Asian, you're gonna find like a lot of East Asians, right? So like it's a little bit 1 foot, 1 out if you're an up.
Just so you know, Berkeley, for instance, University of California, Berkeley, it's if you look at its student body demographics, majority Asian. Georgia Tech, I did not know this until maybe a month ago. I just got curious, looked at Georgia Tech in Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia Tech. Look at the student body, majority Asian. So, I make the joke that I raised my son to an Asian standard. It's a half joke, but he got into an engineering school that is majority Asian. Um, um, he had the grade point average. In my opinion, his SATs were a little on the low side, but they were middle of the road. Um, so, and we need to, I want to remind you, there is no more affirmative action. He got in on merit. He got in a meritocratic manner. He fit the bill. As a matter of fact, he fit the bill enough to get a full ride.
1 foot in, 1 foot out if you're an upper class African or African. But you're not dealing with the same sort of family degradation, family confusion. No one, like if you think, like I said, the confusion with thinking that a 33 is killing the ACT. A 33 is a good score. 36 is killing the ACT. 35 is doing very well. But if you have lower than a 35, you probably shouldn't talk about your ACT score. like you don't know. You think you did well, but unless you have a 35 or a 36, you did not do well. You just took the test and you need to just kind of keep your mind out. But like, if you don't have that kind of sensibility, then you're confused. If you didn't get over a 1500 on your SAT, you did not do very well on the SAT. You did pretty well. After 1550, you can start like bringing up your SAT scores. But if you didn't get over 1500, you're not entitled to get in anywhere. You just quietly get in where you get in, and it'll be good, and are happy about that. But you don't know that if everyone around you got a 1200. You only know that if you're around enough MIT engineers and you realize everybody in this room got a 1550. Right? So, like, it's not that Black people or even Americans don't want to be excellent or don't care about excellence. And you don't know what excellence is. Like, you don't know it. Like, it's a matter of knowledge, and not even a matter of hard work. Right? So if like you go to a spelling bee, if your kid's in a spelling bee and your kid like likes to spell and they're good at spellers, and then they walk into a spelling bee and get creamed by this Indian American family, you're just thinking, oh, this Indian American kid, you're just thinking, oh, that kid is a better speller than my kid. You don't know that it's an entire family project for that kid. And there are entire junior networks of spelling bee minor leagues that kid has been fighting through for the last 2 years to get to your kid. You just think that everybody is like your kid and just kind of plays and just kind of likes doing it and worked hard and practiced on their own. And so you think everyone else is like that, but they're not. They're not like that, right? It's actually like the rec league fundamental basketball is actually a pretty good analogy. A lot of the NBA players now are second generation players because you have to have a lot of fundamental habits, from footwork to shooting form. There's a lot of things that you profit from being the child of a professional football player, not just genetically, but also just in terms of habits and footwork and practicing and aspirations, right? So you can be a very athletic, work hard. You got these YouTube videos of like these Africans like tying tires to their back and doing all this hard work, but they're still not going to make it because they don't have the fundamentals. It's not going to be about hard work. It's going to be about direction, coaching, and that everyday thing that an NBA dad can do for you that the lack of an NBA dad isn't going to do for you. And so you're getting a lot of second generation NBA players, not because they love the game more, but they just have the family that's built for being a professional athlete in a way that other people don't have the family that's built for them being a professional athlete. So I hope it makes it clear that American culture shouldn't have to compete with non-American culture. We should learn from non-American culture and then incorporate the aspects of non-American culture that we need in America into like all of the other aspects of freedom that are in America. But the idea that you want a borderless meritocracy so that people can run their firms as they see fit is a narrow understanding of what freedom means and what even meritocracy means, because you're talking about bringing in the best Americans. You're not talking about bringing in the best engineers. You're talking about bringing in the best Americans. So if that's what we're talking about, we need to have the hard conversation about what it is to merit being the best American. And that doesn't necessarily mean being the best coder. Because if you're going to be a coder but then anti-union, you could keep your ass back in Seoul, like because you are a defective American, even if you are a very good, worker for Hyundai or whatever. But so that's what we need to talk about, like what constitutes the best. And the woke right at least gets this in some way, because they understand that they shouldn't have to compete with non-Americans, and also we can grow American talent here, and that there is American talent here, and that the American talent here is American talent, not just good, narrow soul talent, right? So if you want a meritocracy, you can have a meritocracy or you can have a political democracy that upholds freedom in all of its forms. But I'm not convinced you can have both. Because if you want a meritocracy without borders, you want a market meritocracy without borders, you have to let any American company hire anyone they want and then bring them over here and then hope.
DiCapriono, help me out here. Black Americans can aspire to be and be excellent with or without themselves or others imposing mediocrity on them. I'm lost. Who is imposing mediocrity on Black Americans? Um, Be Brave talks about the bigotry of low expectations or something like that. And so does Solid Snake for that matter. That means nothing. It's just a saying. Um, Mediocrity, in my opinion, can't be imposed on a group of people, outside of law. I mean, now maybe back in the days of Jim Crow or slavery or something, by law, Black Americans were only allowed to do certain things. You couldn't teach slaves to read, that sort of thing. But this is 2025. No one is imposing mediocrity on groups of people. Quite frankly, by law, society isn't imposing mediocrity on individuals outside of expectations. And between a family and the individual, um, um, no one's imposing mediocrity on anybody. So I'm kind of lost with that statement. And, if you would just kind of expand on it, maybe there's something I'm missing. Disagree that words are as powerful as law. Again, don't understand what that means. Can you expand on that?
Hope that doesn't screw up merit. Because first of all, you have to understand that, like in terms of meritocracy, some of these Latin American pickers of berries are that's a skill, and that's a skill that I don't have. I don't pick as fast as I would need to. So if you're just trying to peg merit
Fred,
to the needs of a
agree.
private corporation and then extend visas based on merit without any other consideration, like you need to let in
Agree, Fred.
a lot of like Latin American pickers and pretty much all of the people, like not all the people, but you need to let in the people we think of as unskilled and illegal labor, and then slap a visa on them because it turns out that they're very skilled. Because I can't do what they do. Um, so,
Roger
or we
that,
could just
Fred. It's good to see you.
reorganize our economy so that we can pay those people to pick up the skills. You can pay me to pick out in the fields, and you can talk about wage subsidies for certain industries and all of these other things that'll pay people.
DiCapriono, well, you know me, I'm not really into, conspiracy theories and stuff. Now, I could just be a fool. I'm not going to say, that there are no such things as conspiracies. Of course, there are. I tend to think that individuals have a lot more power over their lives than they may realize. And again, people call me foolish or just naive all the time. I'm not going to say I know every damn thing, but I mean, I know my own life. I know what I've been able to do with my son. And, I'm not some powerful motherfucker, with a lot of money or a lot of power. But I've been able to do it. And quite frankly, if an idiot like me can do it, someone who is smarter or tougher or more inspired can do it. So, I think A lot of what Irony says, I disagree with. This whole thing that he's talked about this last hour or so, I agree with them almost 100%. Black people in particular should not be limited by the bullshit that of someone like, well, fucking anybody. Black people determine their own shit. And, you know, Be Brave doesn't do it. P. Diddy doesn't do it. No fucking body does it except, you know, the black family and how they raise their kids. And sorry, I'm just a little pissy today. I'm a little annoyed, not in anyone, you know, in the chat, just kind of generally annoyed. I guess I'm being a cantankerous old man. Again, what truth? Who's conspiring? Don't really get where you're going with this. DiCapriono, hit the link and come up. You know, it might be easier just to explain what you're saying. And I promise I'll be gentle. You never come up.
People for um, doing the jobs that we think we need to hire out of Americans, out of America to do. Right. So if you appreciate what I'm saying, which I think you should, go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, because I think, like I said, with Trump being president, and the right is full of ideas. The right is full of ideas, good and bad. And if we let the right have all of the ideas, then like all political talk will like just start drifting more and more right, and we're looking at a GOP majority forever, which may not be good, but I want a more robust politics than that. And so you're going to need the quality of ideas that I'm producing rather regularly. Because I'll tell you this right now, the civil war between the tech MAGA and the ethno-nationalist MAGA, that's good for the GOP. That's good for the GOP because it brings everyone over to their side, especially if the Dems like are thin about the issue. And when I say thin about the issue, they'll say something like open borders, or of course, obviously there's no problem with H-1B visas. So it's going to be like Roe v. Wade, where like the GOP comes up with a compromise, and the Democrats are just left out. So we need to say that, look, we need to actually think about merit. What does merit mean in America? Because if you're talking about importing foreigners into America, we need to talk about merit not necessarily as a private factor as a private function for a firm with their particular interest. We need to talk about merit as Americans. So are we bringing in the best Americans? And the best Americans may grow our GDP, but the best Americans may not grow our GDP. They may grow our culture. And we don't want to bring in Americans who may grow our GDP, but also screw up our culture, because we don't eat GDP. GDP isn't in my bank account. We're like, people don't live on aggregate. So we need to bring in Americans who are best Americans, not just best in their narrow particular field that might be good for the private interest of an Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy. Right. So like we need to have like that conversation about bringing in people based on merit. We need to talk about their merit as Americans, not just their merit as, engineers. So, and that's a conversation we can have, but we don't want to cede that conversation over to the right as we give some sort of, vacuous kind of pablum about how, well, we open our borders to everyone and immigrants built this country. Well, yes and no. There's some people who came over on boats who might have something to say about that, and who still haven't been made right. Because like I said, I don't care how well you code, if you come here and then talk about how we need to get rid of affirmative action or anything, or like black people don't deserve reparations, and they just need to work harder, then you need to get your ass back to wherever you came from. Like, I don't like, like, you need to get rid of that. So I did see something interesting that one of the woke right wrote about how his grandfather served in World War II and should, and so, you know, that should mean something with respect to his kids getting a job over, you know, someone from, you know, Calcutta. And, you know, that actually should, in a way, it should mean something because he fought for World War II for a better country for his grandkids. He didn't fight for World War II for his grandkids to get outcompeted by someone who doesn't have to deal with American issues. Right. So the woke right actually like backdoors in lineage concerns. And I think the best way towards from here to reparations is going to go through lineage, not race, because race gets confused with a lot of other issues. It should go through lineage because I think there are specific harms that have been done to Black American descendants of slaves. And it's realized in them not having the quality of parenting that they should have had. So their families are not what they should be because their families were targeted as a matter of both slavery and Jim Crow. And for the most part, Black people, Black parents have never been able to dictate and determine what their children will be. During Jim Crow, it was always a fear of like, well, you know, if I give my children too many ideas, they might go off and get lynched. Or they might go off to fight a war and then come back with too many ideas, so I have to worry about that. Black people have never had control of their family lives. You know, in the way that like, you know, the stereotypical white mom was at home with her kids, stereotypical Black mom, instead of being at home with her kids, was cleaning up the white woman's house, right? So Black women have always worked. So we've never had the family that we were supposed to have. And don't let anybody romanticize Jim Crow about the Black family. Yeah, they were married, but they were still overdetermined in ways that are horrifying. The book Trouble in Mind goes over this, not on purpose, but it just kind of goes over about how, you know, Black families wanted aspirations for their kids and did everything right, but then some external factor, and that external factor usually wore a hood, would screw up the dreams. And actually, Paul Laurence Dunbar's book, Sport of the Gods, it's a nice little novel written in 1903, but it's beautiful prose and it's short, it's like 90 pages, goes through this very well. Yeah. We have to actually talk about, a lot of people get flattered, and a lot of Black people get flattered into pretending that our families are not as screwed up as they are, or that we got the parenting that we deserved. Everybody Black deserves the quality of parenting I give my kids. That's one of the reasons why I do this. I mean, you can go like, everyone Black deserves the quality of parenting I give my kids. Very few people Black get the quality of parenting I get my kid. I deserve my kids. The median, you know, recent Indian immigrant parent is like doing a pretty good job because the median recent Indian immigrant parent only got here, you know, half generation ago when we fixed America after the civil rights movement, like did a good job fixing America. And like, so like, we just need to understand that Black people in the United States don't have the families that they deserve because they were targeted. And if you're not going to, admit that, then that's a problem. Some women were cleaning houses too. What color was the bunch? Alice didn't have kids. Alice didn't have. I don't think you understand. Like Black women have always worked. When white women like aspired to the work optional life, Black women just knew that like they would always work. Right. So, thank you for your time. If you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com. The woke right is saying that you can have a meritocracy within America because they know that whites have a strategic advantage within America. But if they actually believed in meritocracy, there'd be meritocracy without borders. But meritocracy without borders isn't actually consistent with democracy and both self-government and a constitutional democracy where all of the blessings of freedom are supposed to be sustained, because a meritocracy without borders isn't even consistent with, freedom of the family, because a meritocracy without borders will bring in low wage workers or workers who will work forever, and if you have to compete with them in civil society, that means you're not spending the quality of family time that we need. So a meritocracy.
I like how he, takes meritocracy and points out the problems with it. The meritocracy has never actually existed. In my opinion, it's always been more an idea than in actuality. So I think this is an excellent video, frankly. Probably one of the better, he's done in quite some time.
Meritocracy without borders is going to screw up your property holdings because it may either artificially depress or artificially inflate like property values. It's going to screw up your family because a meritocracy without borders screws up.
All right. Time to move on to the next one. This is somewhat shorter. And I again think this we might have to listen to all of it. Again, this is more or less about parenting, and a lot of things here that I agree with. Oops. Would help if I could get the volume on.
That's open because I haven't. My name is Amio. So Frimpong, I come to you every probably twice a week. And today we're going to talk about some parenting questions with respect to schools and religion, a little bit of race, stuff like that, and money. And I'll explain to you kind of my thinking about some of these issues, but in a way that's open because I haven't settled it all, and I might be making a mistake. I mean, I don't think so. Or I would do the other thing that's not a mistake, but I will just go. For example, schools, right? In my mind, and I think a fact that's been attested to is I can teach my kids all of the academic stuff. My kids know how to read, write, and do arithmetic. I'm a rather involved father. I don't have to worry about the knowledge side of the ball with respect to my kids, except school isn't necessarily for that. It's also for dealing with people in a kind of objective way, to deal with them in a non-partial way, and to deal with kind of authority in a non-partial way, and to deal with both knowledge and inequality in, I think, a just and non-partial way, and get them ready for other aspects of civil society. So what I look for in school is a healthy social environment where they get to test what I teach them at home, and not just get it necessarily easily reinforced, but to be tested in a responsible way. So hopefully when it works out best is I teach them something at home. They think, well, I don't know why my dad's doing this. Well, I guess it makes sense that my dad's doing this. And then they go to school and they see kids whose dad didn't do this. And they're like, wow, my dad knows what's going on. And then when that happens, that's like the perfect storm, because then they are more attentive when I'm teaching them at home, and they get to go and be shining stars and examples at their schools. And that's why I pick, why I do the school the way I do the schools. I send my kids to the local public school, and public school is shot through with a lot of poor Black kids, and smattering of white kids and some professors' kids, and some Latinos, and I think it's a decent fit for my school. Now, Academically, I have to do a lot of filling in, but socially, I think it's actually really healthy for my kids. And I'm not one of those parents who believes that the school with the highest scores, if it's got, a bunch of rich white kids, the ice is colder, right? Because they'll get the academic aspect in school, so I would have to supplement that less at home. But actually, supplementing that isn't that hard. What's harder to supplement is the social and cultural awareness and to deal with the kind of anxiety about being the only Black person around a bunch of whites who are and high functioning, middle functioning and high functioning, but they all have money and stuff. And it's going to be hard for the kids not to get some sort of inferiority complex because the institution's going to be catered to them. So I'd rather my kids be at a place that's actually either catered to everybody or at least upholds them, rather than them have to be in a different place that's not for them, where they could kind of get a collateral benefit of a decent education, but the whole institution is not for them. It's not for them. There'll be resentment if they start succeeding as much as too high. I don't want that. I don't want my kids to have to fit in to a white dominated space if they don't have the standing to actually dominate it on their own right. But that's an awful lot of responsibility to put on a kid's shoulders, right? So I'd rather them go to a regular Black public school that's close, that I can just get them in and out, and I can have a good relationship with the school, and it's just right there, and I don't have to deal with any white nonsense, then send them to a good school where I won't have to supplement their education as much at home, but I'll have to deal with some other types of social and emotional anxiety around race and class that I would rather not deal with. And because I might not be as fit. It's easier to teach long division than it is to teach kids that white ice isn't colder if that machine has a better ice machine. Right. So I think it's easier for me. And the good thing about going to school with a bunch of Black kids is that nobody treats Black kids like they are, everyone treats Black kids like they're just regular kids, who, in a way that mediocre white kids still get treated like they're something special. And that's not particularly, I think that's very confusing. That's very confusing, especially for girls, because there aren't as many kind of objective determinations for girls. They're except maybe in sports and a few other things, there aren't as many like objective, culturally supported activities where like women are expected to do the thing, and nobody cares if you can't do the thing. You just get punished if you can't do the thing. You got to do the thing, and that's just what it is. And so there's just more subjective, like more kind of not touchy feely, but just kind of more subjective judgments that go on in the girl's maturation. And I don't want I don't want my daughters to be around those kind of subjective judgments around a bunch of white girls, because I know how the authority at those schools is going to favor those girls, favor the white girls. So I just get that all out of the way, and I just send my kids to the local public school where I don't have to worry about the system too bad upholding white mediocrity all around my girls, because white mediocrity isn't all around my girls. There isn't enough white kids for that to be all around my girls. Whereas at a public school, I think it'd be, my kids' lives would be more confusing if they went to a fancy private school full of white kids than it is now.
I like that he uses the term white mediocrity,
because there would be more kids faking it in ways
white mediocrity is basically what someone
so that's kind of how I think about the issue, and I just know what I can supplement at home, and I can supplement America, the academics at home. Now, a lot of parents, it turns out, don't want to be very good parents, and Now, I was going to talk about this before. I do a whole show about this, that they think these institutions will actually raise your kids. And it turns out that there was no substitute for actually working with your kids. Nobody, especially Black people, nobody's going to work with your kids towards excellence the way you are. Nobody can, and nobody is disposed to do it, and nobody's incentivized to do it except for you. So that's just part of the job. So I've said it before, and I'll probably say it almost every show. From 3 to 14, when you have kids, everything else is a hobby. It doesn't really matter how, there are so many people. And even I'll name some baby boomer Black baby boomers who screwed this up, who think that the money game is the only game, and if they got more money, they would be better parenting and better parents. And then they spent all of their time getting money, and it turns out their kids are not great because they spent all of their time on the job, and they abandoned their kids to the market in a way that was not healthy. Or just I thought, well, I'll get money and send them to the best schools, and that will raise my kids. And Black people, that doesn't work out. That doesn't work out. You have to raise your children. These United States is not organized for the institutions to raise your children in your stead. You have to do it. And, I'm sorry I have to break that to you. And some people might, take that some sort of way, but it is nevertheless the case that you have to raise your children. And you have to teach them everything they need to know. And
Red Wine, oddly enough, you should ask that question. He literally just landed the plane. You have to raise your kids and you have to teach them all they know. That's landing a plane very neatly. If you Now he's going to expand on the point, I guess.
and so I worry. All right, so so why I don't homeschool all the time? I want my kids to be around other kids and actually work with other kids, and not other homeschool kids, because other homeschool kids are weird. Right.
DiCapriono, I'm sure you're kidding here, but if raising your kids, you have to teach your kids what they know, is stop the presses, then why is it not happening? Why is America having all these issues with education, crime, etc.? I don't think it's as stop the presses as a lot of people might believe. Yeah, it's a lot more boring than the balloon videos for sure, Red Wine. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been concerned about this. To me, it's existential. I hear all these people like Be Brave talking about what's destroying America and all this stuff. And what's destroying America is the lack of parenting and the shitty parenting. Pretty much everything I can think of stems back to parenting not being of the quality it should be. So forgive me for being so, humorless about it, but I think he's right. I think I'm right. We suck as parents.
I want my kids to be around. I want my kids to grow up to be good citizens and ethical people. So I want them to be around other kids
Not
and
your
work with other
comment,
kids and
Capriona.
see the thought processes of other kids. And honestly, if
The
they
girl
are only
catching
around
the
other
fish
homeschool
and
kids,
cooking it.
other
Well,
homeschool parents
yeah,
are not
we can watch some more
a
of that at some point.
particularly
It'll be a
diverse
little
and
bit.
wise
I
bunch.
want to finish
So
this
I
video
like it'll
because I
it's I
actually
just
think this is the
generational
crux of
weirdos.
America's
Yeah, so it's
problems:
at homeschool
parenting
generational weirdos. I don't know if it's that, but
and education.
I
But
don't I don't
education starts
I
with
don't
parenting.
I'm wary. I am wary of my kids around a bunch of other homeschool kids if all I do is homeschool my kids. And around the whites, it's funny because a lot of the homeschool kids are just kids on the spectrum, and they're on the spectrum because they have bad parents. They might be biological antecedents, but like it's often the case that they have parents who don't really know what exactly they're.
Hey, I don't want to do fishing every night, Red Wine. Tonight, I want to kind of be serious, with some stuff. I literally, and a lot of it has to do with Portia's show. So, forgive me. I'm untypically humorous, humorless. Kind of been humorless all day. Um, I think America is, we can do better.
They're doing in a way that they should. So that's a problem. You want to come say hi to the people? Come say hi to people. My kid just got home. Hi.
Clarence, he's working on his PhD. Last I checked, he does teach philosophy at the University of Georgia, but he's an instructor. He's not a professor yet. But he's working on his PhD and has been for quite some time. According to him, he's all but there's a term, all but PhD or whatever the term is. ABD, all but degree.
Hi, people. Hi, people. Say hi, people. Hi, people. How's your day? Good. Good. What's up? I'll be up in a second. Let me knock out the show, and I'll come talk to you. What do you get? A journal. A journal. Okay. Well, it's a locking journal. I could see it's a locking journal. Very good. All right, give me a kiss on my forehead. Kiss on my bald spot. All right.
Ugh, that's gay.
I'll see you. Let me finish my show. I'll be right up, and we'll talk about lunch or food. Okay. Okay. Right. So, yeah, I could teach her everything academically she needs to know at home, and that's fine. But I want her to be around regular kids, and then come home and tell me about it, and then we talk about it, and then she goes and spreads the wisdom I give to her out to the people, and we're making the quality of.
No, actually, Wale did not piss me off, Virgo. Everyone else did. Um, but I'll get over it.
Of family that I think and culture that I want my kid to live in. All right, we're making it here and then exporting it out and controlling.
You know what, Red Wine? That's a good question.
We actually
Portia can shoot, therefore I'm sure she can fish. I mean, she's from Texas. I'm pretty sure she can fish.
We tried to go to a few different churches in town. In general, I want my kids to have a spiritual education, lest they turn out to be mercenaries. So,
yeah, I don't blame you, but you know what? I'm not
going
a few
different churches in town, except all the.
I'm not going to criticize a man for being affectionate with his kids.
We tried. Shot full of bad parents and like obnoxious.
But
kids,
I wouldn't do it.
Right. And I didn't want that for my kids. I don't want. It's one thing to get that at school and then come home and we kind of interrogate it, but it's another thing. Or
Portia's not married, but she is. She isn't in a relationship, and she's young, so we all like Portia. She's like a daughter to me.
It's kind of vacuous theology. It's all just kind of really vacuous. I wish there was a better church community full of competent parents, but there's a lot of incompetent parenting going on. And when they go to
incompetent parenting, a lot of it.
Either conservative and you got conservative incompetent parents who raise vacuous kids, and the different kind of vacuous liberal incompetent parenting, and their kids are awful. And everyone's got money, so you can't really tell them that they're awful parents. And then they're going to end up using that money to bail out their kids in vacuousness. And so I just didn't want to deal with that with my kids. So we ended up doing seminary at home. kind of a catechism at home, and we talk about spiritual matters that way. But just because I don't really like
Okay, Virgo, talk to you later. Sleep well.
some of it's really dicey theology, but if it's not dicey theology, it'll be just lackluster children. And I don't want my kids to have that kind of like deep, meaningful spiritual time
Red
around
Wing
family
simping. What
and
is Red
lackluster children.
Wing?
I don't need that because they
Red
might
Wing simp?
confuse that for the right way to be, because
You
it
mean
seems to
like
be
the
sanctioned by their
boots?
family. At school, it won't be as sanctioned by family. And, kids can deal with a lot of things outside of the home as long as it's not sanctioned by family. But as soon as it gets sanctioned by family, it becomes a different thing. So you have to be very careful about what you let inside of the home and what we do as a family when that is sanctioned by family. And that
Red
goes all
Wine
the way
is a
down to eating,
Calvinist.
right?
Calvinists
Like
don't
they could be
simp.
tempted by all sorts of bad food
They're
outside, but
very serious people.
inside the home, they have good eating habits, and that pretty much dominates their life. And there's a reason, and there's reason given for their eating habits, and that dominates their life. So they take that out. So they can be surrounded by marketing and junk food outside, but as long as it's inside, as long as it's not inside, it's a problem. Now, if it came inside, that
Hey,
would be a
Red
problem,
Wing,
right?
Red
If it
Wine.
came
Question
inside,
for you:
that would be a problem.
do you know who Marilyn Robinson is? Speaking of Calvinists and Calvinism, do you know who Marilyn Robinson is? If you don't, you should. She's a novelist. I can talk about her if you don't know who she is.
Problem.
Just an
So I
excellent
think
novelist.
just police your family habits, and that'll do a lot of work. And police the people that you sanction your kids to be around, that you pick your kids to be around. Because if you sanction them to be around awful kids, then they're going to think that it's okay to adopt that awfulness. If they just happen to meet awful kids, it's not going to seem as okay and appropriate and proper. Right? So just be very careful about what the kind of behavior you sanction in your house or with
No, I don't,
family,
Red Wine.
because that's the stuff they're going to
But
take seriously.
we can trade
Right, so
writers.
I have a weakness for the sober religions, except the theology is a little bit dicey with them. Right? So I met this really kind of pretty hip not Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist family. They seem pretty cool, and the kids seem pretty good. And so, and I like sober, and I'm a teetotaler myself. I don't think people should mess with their mind. So yeah, I'm supportive of religions that take the no drinking, no drugs seriously, and think that whatever divine power is at play would not want you screwing with your mind in that way. So I'm a fan of the sober religions. I grew up around a bunch of Mormons. Went to high school around a bunch of Mormons, and they don't drink or smoke. Also vaguely white supremacists, so that's a problem. But they don't drink, they don't smoke. And who else? I think the Jehovah's Witnesses do it, but like temperately. I feel like the Catholics do everything. So I'm a fan of the sober religions, insofar as they take the spiritual side and your mind seriously. You can't just mouth things, but you have to actually take like your organ, this mind and its relationship to itself very seriously. So I appreciate that. And in some ways, especially in some varieties of Judaism, it's community basis in terms of like dialectical. Not only do you take the organ seriously as in don't pollute it, but you also have to engage it in certain ways. And there's some things to be said about Islam for the same reasons. So still kind of hunting for a church in terms of spiritual growth of my children, lest that all fall to me. But I would need someplace where the kids are actually good role models for my kids, actually impressive people and not just kind of lame burnouts, and where the parents are actually thoughtful people and not just like liberals are the worst parents in the United States, but conservatives aren't much better because it's still like a thoughtlessness that goes with it. And they're just trying to raise little little rule followers, which isn't necessarily going to be where I want my kids to fall. So I'm still kind of shopping around. Maybe I'll try this 7-day Adventist church.
I really like that he thinks about parenting. So, he reminds me of me. All intoxicants are haram unless it's for a medical reason. Oh, Clarice, you make me feel guilty, man.
Church, but I have a feeling it'll be a little bit too square for my liking. And I'd like someone a little bit more
How you doing there, Clarice, by the
open with
way?
the gaze and all of that stuff.
Oh, and
But
Phoenix. Hello.
I do have a weakness for the sober religions because at least they take the mental organs seriously,
Hit the link, y'all.
which I
I
appreciate.
am getting bored. I will
As opposed to
be
people who just
doing
say,
a
"Oh,
pop the
just kind of have
balloon here
fun."
unless I find something better to do. Uh, in an hour, maybe, well, probably more like 2 hours. I do have a bunch of news stories, and again, I've kind of inverted the way I want to do things. Portia pretty much, thinks, and I agree with her that doing news stories when a lot of people are getting up and preparing for their day is a better use of the news stories. So I get to kind of think about and do what I want to think about um, at the beginning, and we'll mess around with pop the balloon and fishing and hunting and just like hobby stuff towards the middle, and then get more serious towards the end. And by the way, if you all have suggestions, show topics, um, you know, constructive criticism for improving the show, I hope I don't, you know, make you all think you can't. I welcome, because I'm not a showman. So, if y'all want to see something or want to talk about something, um, email me or you know, drop a suggestion in the chat, however you want to do it. And I do have an email that's associated with the show. I'll remember it and drop it in the link right quick, in the chat right quick.
And be spiritual, and here's some drugs if you want to, and that's fine. Um, so I would like uh, um, so that's kind of how I think about this. I send my kids to a local school because, one, I like it's close, and I'm kind of allergic to commutes. I don't like commutes. I like
Interesting.
just being able to just reach out and get them, and I like them to come home, and I want them to be
Well, I
like
don't know if I can make
regular
up
kids,
that
and I
kind of
don't want them
video.
to be in a
Do you
school
know of
that's
a video of
organized.
Californians being serious about fire prevention?
And I don't want it to be a school that's organized for the whites, by and for the whites. I don't want it to be in that kind of school directly. Um, Arguably, some HBCUs are organized by and for the whites, except they
Man,
just
I
do
have,
it on the other side.
it's kind of funny,
Uh,
Clarice.
but
I,
that's fodder for
oops,
another podcast.
I have always been a fan of Dante because, it always struck me the virtuous pagans in the Inferno. Right at the beginning of the Inferno, they talk about Virgil and uh, um, all the virtuous pagans, people who were pre Christian, didn't know about Jesus Christ, but they were good people. So they were well, they were basically in purgatory. I say, purgatorio is what I'm talking about. Inferno, and then Paradiso. Dante's Divine Comedy is in three parts, and Virgil, is pretty much the guide. But Purgatorio has always been kind of the most interesting because you got all these virtuous pagans, a lot of the Greek philosophers, that sort of thing. So, you know, being the sinner that I am, I hope I'm good enough to at least be a virtuous pagan. And I was raised Catholic, but virtuous pagan probably is the best I'll be able to do.
The podcast. But I don't want a school that's organized by and for the whites where my kids are just kind of like hangers on and
In the
exceptions.
Catholic world, it does,
I don't think
red
that's
wine.
particularly healthy. I'd rather, even if the test scores are higher and I don't have to supplement as much math education at home and reading and all that stuff, I'd rather supplement that stuff at home because I'm pretty good at teaching that stuff. I'm pretty good at teaching in general. I'm pretty good at teaching that stuff. And I find that easier to teach than having to teach my kids not to be anxious in an institution that's obviously not organized for them. And like right now, my kids don't spend their days trying to make white kids comfortable. Like that's great. I don't think my kids do not spend their days trying to make white kids comfortable.
Kind of like me
And
as an
anxious about why
adult.
they don't. In an
I don't try
institution
to make the
that
B
also
Braves
wants white kids
comfortable.
to be comfortable at the expense of my kids. So I like that's why I send them to the schools where I send them. Because I don't want them to kind of
Yeah, I
always have
understand.
to be
I
thinking
understand your
about,
point there, red wine. But I
sucking
mean,
up to
I'm
the whites.
literally a cradle Catholic. It's the way I
So
think.
that's why I do it. And test scores not that great at the school. My kids' test scores are
Probably
great just
I'm
because, like I
so
said, I can
such
supplement
a
that. That I can supplement.
technical
The other thing,
liberal.
I don't know
Not
if I can
liberal
depend on
as
it
in
in the
hippie
same
liberal,
way
but liberal
about that
as
kind of
in
anxiety.
like Thomas
So
Jefferson
that's kind of how I think
liberal.
about schools and why I send my kids to schools. I send them to. They're actually wonderful kids.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I should have mentioned that if you haven't heard the correct message of Islam without propaganda, then your test on the day of judgment is different than ours, and you still can go to heaven. It's funny, Clarice, years ago when I got out of the Navy, oddly enough, I almost applied to Princeton because they had a Middle Eastern, oh, it's kind of like a Middle Eastern studies program that I wanted to do. I seriously thought about becoming at the time it was called, um, well, basically, I've always had an interest in Persian culture and the Middle Eastern studies or whatever. I really thought seriously about it. I don't know that I've ever regretted not going or applying, but I thought seriously about it. I've always wanted to go to Iran. Um, Tehran, I've seen videos and all that stuff. I love Persian food. maybe, maybe it was the food that got me, but I've always wanted to do that. I don't have a particular affinity for Islam, but you know, definitely interested. In the Middle East, I liked in general.
The one you met is like this close, not this close. She's about 30 seconds away from breaking the state record
Red
in
one,
the
I know
3K,
you are right. You
3
you seem
kilometers.
like a great
She's
great
at
person.
12:29, and the state record's 11:59. She's got 3 weeks, but her trajectory is good in her age range. She's 9. Um, uh, so I think that's kind of exciting for at
Interesting.
least me. I don't know. Some people would be so excited. They'd be so busy at the job that they wouldn't know that their kid um, is on the cusp of breaking the state record for her age group in the 3K, or their kid wouldn't be because they'd be so busy at the job that they wouldn't have time to train with them. Me, I'm not so busy at the job. I train with my kids, which is why the younger two are like might break the state records this year for their age group, which I think is exciting for at least one of us. It's exciting for them. It's exciting for me. And I don't know. People screw up, man. People screw up. They spend so much time on the job that they don't take the parenting seriously, and then your job does not care about you. You're not doing that good a job, and there's so many problems.
Hey Tom, how you doing? Tom Gully, folks. It's I was about to say that as I've gotten older, I'm getting close to 60. Irony makes a very good case um, for he's making the point that your job doesn't care about you. You should make every effort to spend as much time with your kids and family as you can. And I think you know probably won't be even the midterm, maybe long term. America, if America's serious about families, building better families, that sort of thing, um, parents having to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet is not pro family. And I'm not even sure how we get around that in the short term. But I've been thinking a lot about that. You know, we're not going to be able to build families or better families, solid families, if we are having to work 80 hours a week. So, um, and I'm not a communist. I'm just saying, we can do better. And smarter people than me need to figure it out. So, again, what I'm asking for is if you folks have thoughts on it or suggestions or just, want to talk about it, hit the link or put something in the chat. Um, again, I'm being a cantankerous old man, so I do realize this. And folks, we have a bona fide celebrity in our chat, Mr. Tom Gully, smartest man on YouTube that I know of, anyway. So good to have you, Tom. And Tom's show, the Tom Gully Show, is definitely worth every minute you get to spend listening to him. He's a delight and very, very informative, very smart. So that's my plug for you, Tom. I always enjoy your show. So we'll get back to irony, and it's almost done.
Problems that money cannot solve with respect to family and relationships. Maybe I'll do a whole show on that. All of the problems that it turns out money can't solve.
Oh, come on,
All
Clarice.
of all of the meaningful problems in your life that money.
Clarice, I'm not really, I don't know Islam so well that I really get into all the factions and stuff. I'm really more into the culture, and if I had to choose my time, as haram as it might be, I'm looking back, pre pre 1979 Iran.
That money can't solve. Yeah, yeah. That's maybe I'll do that show on Thursday. All right. Thank you for your time. Peace. Oh, if you appreciate what I'm doing, and I think you should appreciate what I'm doing, go ahead and go over to www.forgetacademic.com and kick in $15 or $50 a month.
Hey, what's
Um,
up, Ignat?
for just to, just
What's
to
up?
say that.
Oh, nothing much. Just finishing up my harangue about parenting and American culture. About to move into something more fun.
I'm a
How
little
you
tilt.
been? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, I just left a retirement party.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, I'm a little tipsy. I didn't retire, but I left a retirement party.
Well, you're too young
For
to retire, so I
40,
didn't think you were retired.
45 years, Mr.
Oh,
Stanley.
really? Oh,
Not
wow.
me, the person that retired. 45 years.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
almost like a military. Was it a military guy or
It was
woman?
government. It was good. It wasn't military, but it was government.
I see.
Yeah, government.
Yeah,
Cool
my
dude. Cool, cool. He actually taught me a lot. Like he
mhm,
taught me a lot. Like
mhm.
he was a
Is he
very
still fairly young? It's
huh?
possible to. Is he still fairly young? What is he, about 70?
He's 66. He's 66.
Oh, wow. My Lord.
So he started, he got it, he had the government pay for his masters.
Oh,
Um,
really?
yeah, very humble dude. He tried to teach
Is he a
everybody.
teacher?
No, he's not a teacher. No, he worked for
Huh.
this government.
Well, I
So
mean, teachers are state government.
yeah, they did. But no, not he's not an educator. He's government though. He's government.
Hmm. Hmm.
So his wife, he was telling me while we were drinking, his wife made him retire. His wife retired. His wife
So
retired
wait,
two
hold
terms.
it. So
Yeah,
hold it.
his wife
45
retired.
years. 45
His
years, and his wife had to make him. What is
yeah, his
he?
wife
Yeah,
retired.
he's a glutton for punishment, or he must have
Yeah,
loved his job.
he loved his job. Like his
Wow.
wife retired 4 years ago, so he was supposed to retire, but he stuck around.
Hmm.
And he came in one day. He like, yeah, my wife told me I have to retire, bro. Why are you still here? Y'all don't need no money. Y'all
Right.
grandparents, like y'all don't need no money. Why are you still working? He loved his
Hmm.
job. Like he
Wow.
loved. Yeah, wow. That's what I said, bro. He he loved his job.
He must have had a hell of a honey-do list.
I used to every time I used to work, I used to tell him like, bro, why are you still here? Like your kids are in their 30s. Like, why are you still here? He loved his job.
Does he have grandkids yet?
Yeah, he got 3.
Interesting.
And his wife told he came in one day. He said, my wife
Hmm.
told me I have to retire. Bro, you should have retired like 2 years ago. Why are you still here? Like, you're good. Your social security, your pension, you you don't spend no money. You cheat. I used to tell him, like, why are you still? I used to tell him all the time, why are you still here? He loved his job. Like, when we don't hear people say that often nowadays, Mr. Stanley, I
Hmm.
would say, dude loved his job. He loved it. He actually loved his job. His wife had to literally tell him, you got to retire.
Well, I mean, it's nice that people can still enjoy that sort of thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. It's rare. Like he had a cushion post. He was he taught the new people that came in, and he loved his job. But I he should have been
Okay.
retired. I'm like, bro, like why are you still like just find another hobby? Like just chill out. Go relax. Like you good. Like I told him, like you pay your dues. You was in the military. Like you gave everything. Like you did. Like just retire. It's
Oh, so he has. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oddly enough, get retiring from the military and working another job.
yeah.
Man, that is just, man. I've known people. My father wanted me to, do the military, and then go into the FBI. So you get like,
They get up, yeah, you get 2
yeah,
pensions.
yeah, but I just didn't want to do the FBI.
I understand. I understand. This he did 20 years in the military, and then he
Mhm.
did like 30 years working for the government where we at. I'm like, I used to tell him all the time, bro, you not hurt for money. You don't spend money. Your kids are grown. They graduated from college. You got 2 grandkids. Bro, go home, relax. You collect the social
Well,
you collect the social security. He didn't know, he literally did not know how to relax. Like, yo, relax.
yeah, but I don't know that that's a bad thing.
What?
You gotta know. Uh, you know what? I'm kind of the same way. I mean,
You
shit.
kind of
I'm
I can see that,
I'm
Stanley. I
I'm
can see that.
retired, and I'm doing a YouTube show. You know,
I get,
at
but
two
Mr. Stanley,
in the
I
middle of
get
the
the
night.
YouTube
By the
show.
way.
He would come in at 5 a.m. and work till like 4 p.m.
Hmm.
And I was like, retire, go. Like, what are you doing? You Why are you still here? I used to tell him that. Why are
Yeah,
you still here? When he see me here, like, I know you're gonna ask me why you still here. Bro, you got grandkids, relax. Your pension, social security, you don't have to work a day in your life. Plus the VA, you're good.
yeah, but if you're lucky enough in life to find something you actually like
He
doing.
liked it. He liked it. He liked it. I can say that, Mr. Stanley. He liked it.
Mhm. Now,
He
I
ain't
didn't
do
have this priest in high school. He kind of had a reputation. He was a language
mm-hmm.
teacher. He knew several languages, a Benedictine priest. And his thing was, he had a jobby. You know, he loved his job. He loved teaching languages, and languages were his hobby. So, it's his jobby. So, there are people who are lucky enough to find something they love doing and just want to do it.
I get that what it is, Mr. Stanley. So, I should have backed off because he did love his job. Like,
Oh, you didn't have to back off. You were his buddy.
yeah, we was cool. Like, he mentored me. He mentored me. He
Hmm.
mentored me. He seen when I came, man, and he mentored me. He gave me the do's and don'ts. Like, he mentored me.
Hmm.
But at one point, I was like, "Your daughter just had a baby, bro. Just leave." Like, he was
Well,
like, "Yeah,
that's her husband's deal.
yeah, I get that." But he will always talk about his grandkids. So I would say, like, you don't have to work anymore between the VA, the pension, the military pension, the government pension, and Social Security, bro. You don't have to work no more. Like, just go relax. Just relax. He told me he didn't know how to relax. He said he didn't know how to relax until his wife told him he had to retire. And that's the only reason he retired. So I asked him if Sherland didn't tell you to make you retire, would you still be working? He said, yeah. He said he would have worked till he died. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, bruh, like his wife made him retire.
Well, let
And
me
I'm
ask
like,
you a weird question, and it's not
go
that
ahead.
much of a change of topic. How do you like your job?
It pays the bill. I got 9 more years, Mr. Stanley, and then
And stop calling me Mr. Stanley. I'm not that old.
I res- I respect my elders.
Well, I appreciate it.
I respect you, Mr. Stanley. You was in the military. You're older than me, so I'm gonna call you Mister. So it is what it is. You're not my peers. You're not my peers. I can't put you as my peer.
All
That's
right.
disrespectful.
Well, I certainly appreciate that.
Yeah. So that I can't call you. I'm gonna put a Mister in your name in front of your name because I don't know you, but I do know you were born before me and you was in the military, and I gotta give you your respect.
Well, I appreciate it. So,
I
what are your plans? You got 9 more years. Do you have something you want to do after those 9 years?
nope. I'm gonna
Fish on the beach.
yeah, I'm gonna retire at age 56, 57.
Nice.
Um,
See, that's perfect.
yeah, I'm gonna Oh no, I had one coworker. He started at age 18 because his daddy was a big time government worker, so he got in at 18.
Hmm.
He's gonna retire at like 49, 48. He got his two kids. He said he's gonna wait till they graduate, and he's gonna retire. And he's not working a day he's not working a day no more.
Right.
I'm gonna do. I got 9 more years. I'm gonna do 9 more years. I'm just gonna travel the world because I grew up. I grew up in a single parent household. I
Hmm.
never left the state of Florida until I went off to college. And when I went off to college and came back home, I started traveling. And I just want to see as much of the world as I can. That's my goal.
That is admirable. I
So,
had my wife's aunt who wasn't. She's probably. I'm trying to remember. She's not 10 years older, than
okay,
we were. When she retired from the post office, she was still in her 50s,
she get
and she literally,
she getting
yeah,
about
she
5,000,
literally,
getting about four
yeah,
thousand dollars a month.
she literally did a world tour. She
Yeah.
went everywhere, and when she came back, she bought an RV, and now she travels the country. So,
Listen, Mr.
now
Stanley,
she never
once
got married. Well, she actually was married, but they divorced young, and she doesn't have kids. So it's really just her and her dog.
Mr. Stanley, let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Once I started traveling,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I told you this, once I started traveling throughout the world, I stopped complaining.
Yeah,
I stopped
yeah,
complaining about the foolishness that we complain about in America. Like we complain about politics. In a lot of countries they complain about not getting enough funding to feed the family. So I just stopped complaining. I just stopped complaining in general.
Atlanta's heart of the arts. Right.
So I don't complain anymore since I started traveling. So even if I start complaining, I have to remind myself, hey, you remember when you went to this place and they didn't have drinking water or they didn't have a stove, they didn't have this. I have to shut the fuck up and I have to remind myself, yeah, shut the fuck up. Stop complaining. What are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? And I have to humble
Yeah.
myself.
Um.
And
I
you was in the military. I was in the military, so I know you seen some. I know you seen some shit. I
Not as much shit as you might think. I caught the last
go
part
for it.
of Desert Storm.
Do it. Desert Storm. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so
so
I got first tour. I only did two deployments. So
okay.
first one was in the Persian Gulf, and
Hmm.
yeah, I have some stories, but
Yeah, I know you got
none of
stories.
them
All right.
are
Yeah.
like none of them. It's really more just life stuff. Day to day stuff that um, just old people have good stories in general.
So that's why I call. That's why I call you Mr. Stanley. I have to respect you, sir. You telling me not to call you Mr. Stanley? I can't not call you Mr. Stanley. I have to call you Mr. Stanley. I cannot call you Stanley. You're not my peer. You're older than me. You served in the
Well,
military.
yeah, but
I did not serve in the military. You served in the military. You squared away. You're educated. You're not my peer.
yeah,
I
but
can't say, hey, what's up, bro? That's disrespectful. You probably got
oh,
kids
you
my
know what?
age. You got kids
that,
my age.
that reminds me of my. No, I don't have kids your age. My only child is 18.
Oh
But
wow.
you
Oh, you had your
reminded me
child
of a
late.
time.
You had your child late.
What was it? What did he say? He said he must have been about 16, and he went like he went something like, what are you talking about, bro? And I looked at him, and
Bruh, I
I
can't
am
call.
not. Don't
I,
you? I
yeah,
am not your friend. I'm
yeah,
your father.
yeah.
There is a distinct difference, and I don't
Different.
even want to be your friend. I want to be your father.
Exactly.
So,
There's a big difference, and that's why I
and,
say,
and you know what? Fathers can be friendly, but let's not confuse those relationships.
yeah, and Mr. Stanley, and that's the same point I was saying. You're not my friend. You're not my peer. I respect you. When I see you, I'm going to respect you. It's going to be Mr. Stanley or Mr.
Right.
Cross.
Well, I'm
Typically,
going to try and live up to that.
if I see you in person, if I ever see you in person, like we on the internet, so it'd be Stanley, Mr. Stanley, Mr. Stanley. But if I see you in person and go, hey, Mr. Cross, I'm gonna put that Mr. in front.
Well,
You're
that
not
that
my
is so nice.
you're not my peer. Like
We need
you're
more.
like
We need more young people like you.
I'm 43. I'm 43, going on 44. I'm gonna be 44 in January 26th. So I wouldn't consider myself
It's a good
young.
age.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself young, but I
Mhm.
consider myself old enough to know that I respect my elders. Like I
Well,
respect my elders.
you 40, 45 is like the perfect age.
Yeah. I'm, you know, I'm gonna be a good age because I keep myself up. I'm gonna be a good age to retire. I'm gonna be all right.
Good for you.
Yeah, it'll be a good
Well, you
age.
want to watch the Atlanta channel? I did not
I
know
never heard
it
of it in
was
the
it.
channel.
I
I,
didn't. I literally it just popped up in my algorithm,
if I
and
fall asleep on you, I apologize, Mr. Stanley.
no, it's all right. I will. I will respect you and mute. I'm not going to
Because
do a.
everybody say I
I'm not
snore.
going to
Do
do
I
a
snore? Do
portion.
I snore?
No, not bad. I promise not to abuse you like Portia did.
Yeah, she had me on. She had me snoring
Shoot,
through her.
she made commercials out of it, and I need to remind her to play those commercials.
I
It was
can't
it
get
was
up.
actually pretty cute.
Yeah, I can't get upset with Miss Portia. Miss Portia is very respectful. She a classy lady. She an
Oh yeah.
educator. So I
You
don't.
know she's going to the inauguration, right?
uh, She deserved to go. She's
Yeah.
very elegant. She pronunciates her words. She doesn't get ghetto. She she will she will slap back, but very educational.
Right.
And she's a lady. She's a lady. I'm surprised she ain't married. She probably got a pit.
Oh, she's still in her 20s.
I didn't know that because she
Oh
kept
yeah. Oh, you
when
didn't
she
know?
told
Oh
me
no,
when
no.
she
She's
told me when she told me she was in her 20s. I was shocked because she
mhm.
carried herself like a older, mature woman.
Well,
So I
she's got good parents. Um,
yeah. She always talk about her parents. So she
yeah.
carried herself like she's a 40-year-old, a 30-year-old. So when she said when she was in her 20s, I'm like, you in your 20s acting like this? Like, wow, like you're very mature. Like,
Well, I
so
tell you what, if I had a daughter,
I would want my
if
daughter
I
to be
would
like
want
Portia.
her,
You'll
yeah,
be like Portia.
exactly.
Yes. I will. She carried herself like a lady. I can't even get upset with her. And I didn't know she was still in her 20s. Didn't it make sense? it actually makes sense because now that I look at it, because I'm like, yo, she don't look old, but she act old. She probably drink her water and mind her business, but actually, she actually just a young. She actually young and is very mature. She got an old. She what we call an old soul. Like,
Right. Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah. So it's somebody young, and we see we'll say that person got an old soul. Like they just carry themselves as an old soul. So she's one of them people that I just look at her and say they carry themselves like an old soul. Like so,
Right.
yes. But I would want my daughter to be like her, Miss T. You know, like women like that. They carry themselves very elegantly. If Miss T, you listen to YOLO, you only live once. That's what that means.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see what this is about. I
Yeah,
think
let's
it
see.
loops,
My brother
but
is
I
I have a
haven't.
brother that's an Atlanta police officer. So let me see what it's
Oh
about.
really? Oh wow.
Yes, he married. He actually married to one of the district attorneys.
Nice.
I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, that's all right. Shoot, I live outside Atlanta, and
Oh, you live in Atlanta?
I
Yeah, mom.
yeah, I live about 40 miles out.
He's an Atlanta police officer, and his wife a lawyer.
Nice.
We all grew up in a single parent
A
household. Not
vibrant,
one of us
sexy
been
neighborhood
arrested.
bustling with art and energy.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying, go ahead.
Well, I kind of get jealous these days. My son goes to Georgia Tech, and it's Midtown
That's cool.
Atlanta.
That's a big time.
Oh
That's a
my
big
lord!
deal. That is a big deal.
Yeah, he worked hard to get in. I have to give him credit, but
That is a
he's
big
in the
deal.
heart of Atlanta, and I get jealous. It's like, damn, the only time I ever, wish I was young again is when I go to see him on the campus.
Mr.
Midtown
Stanley,
is home to the classics.
Yes, sir.
you should not be jealous because
Oh, I'm
your
kidding.
son. I know you're kidding. Your son is a reflection of you. So I already know you good people. Your son is a
Well, I
reflection of
went
you.
to the University of Georgia, so
I mean,
I didn't.
you pronounced it. You're very elegant. You know, you don't sound like me. You know, I kind
Oh,
of
my
sound
mother
kind.
was an English teacher.
Oh, okay. You,
She insisted.
yeah. So that's good. Like you don't sound like me. I sound kind of rough. I have my bachelor's, but
No, no.
I
I'm
sound kind of rough.
afraid. I'm afraid you're not giving yourself credit.
Everybody says that.
You sound
Everybody says that.
southern. You just sound like
I'm from the
southern.
I'm very southern. Yeah, but I'm not
Yeah,
really southern.
nothing wrong with that.
My people Bahamian. I'm not southern. And my people are Bahamian. But I grew
Oh,
up
you
in the south.
sound southern though,
Yeah, I'm southern. Yeah, I'm southern.
and not an elegant southern. Like there's southern like up in the
Elegant. I know. I sound rough
yeah.
southern. I know. It is
No,
what it is.
not really. I wouldn't say so.
Okay. Okay. That's the first. That's
To
good.
dynamic new works and art with an edge. Midtown is always on the move. Buckhead, a destination within a destination. Also known as the Beverly Hills of the East and Atlanta's most affluent neighborhood. Visitors will find the trendiest fashions and mingle with the who's who of the city. It mixes the right ingredients for a memorable night on the town. Atlanta's East Side, where tattooed locals, funky street art, and community food halls come together. It's an eclectic mix of trendy hotspots and storied history. The West Side will feed all of your senses, where industrial embraces art. It's where artists come together to create a rich and diverse tapestry of experiential opportunities, and where you can savor some of the best dining in the South. Atlanta. Come explore our neighborhoods and discover something unexpected.
I wanna buy you a drink, maybe one for this whole town. I don't know why everybody wanna die rich. Diamonds, champagne, work your way down.
It's a bunch of tourist commercials, apparently. You know what? I'm. Hold on a sec here. I'm from Georgia. I'm from Savannah, which
Okay.
is even better. Which is even better than Atlanta.
Georgia got a good
um,
education system.
Dude, I went to Benedictine military school. I was trained by the Benedictines, and one of these days I'll tell you. I tested into the school. I shocked everybody. About 500 kids took the test to get into my high school, and I scored 10th in the city. I was hot shit back then.
You were
So
squared away, Mr. Stanley. That's what
no,
I'm saying.
it's
You don't
all,
give
dude.
yourself
It's all
credit,
my
Mr. Stanley. You don't
no.
give yourself credit.
Hey, it's all my parents.
Okay.
I don't have heroes. Honestly, I don't have heroes, but I do have my parents, and I have Frederick Douglass. Those
Okay.
are, they, those are my people. But Savannah's, it is so weird. I lived, I've lived outside of Georgia forever, but I'm so happy to be back in Georgia. And I spent 2 weeks in Savannah over Christmas, and into New Year's. I I guess I may wind up moving back to Savannah. I was born there. I guess might die there. I love Savannah, and didn't know how much I missed it until my son and I were walking around downtown Savannah. The squares and stuff. Savannah's awesome, and Atlanta's awesome too, but Savannah's better.
That's dope. So you grew up with both parents.
Yeah, as a matter
That's
of
a
fact,
blessing.
my mother died a year ago.
Oh,
My
sorry for
parents
that.
were, yeah, but you know, we knew it was coming. But my father's still alive. My parents were married for 59 years.
That's
So
dope. That's a blessing, bro.
well, yeah, 59. You know, so it was a good life. They were awesome parents, and I didn't think so when I was a teenager. But time
Nah,
has time has taught me.
yeah, I can tell you. I can tell just talking to you, like your wisdom, your knowledge, the way you
Oh,
speak.
my,
That
my
I can
father
tell that
doesn't
you
think
grew
I'm
up.
so smart.
I can tell you grew up in a good household, and I already know that if you had kids, all of them going to go to college and just be
Well,
successful.
no, I do have a kid. I have one.
Yeah, he's at Georgia Tech. That's a
Yep.
big deal, bro.
It he
Most black men are not going to Georgia Tech, bro. That's like 1%,
I have to
2%,
give him
3%.
praise. My son knew what he wanted to do, and he fucking did it. Dude has intestinal fortitude. I have to give him that. I actually wanted him to be. I wanted him to go to the Naval Academy. He
Oh, okay.
he would
He
be,
did.
he would be a great naval officer. He's
Nah, he
smart.
made the right choice. Every black man don't have to go to the military if they
Well,
smart.
don't worry about it. Georgia Tech has Navy ROTC. He can still choose a better path. But it's funny because some of the best officers I knew in the Navy were Georgia Tech graduates. So he still has an avenue, but he's a good kid. And I promise I'm gonna stop watching this, but Soul Phonics.
So how did you get into soul music?
I've always been into music in general, but once I heard Aretha Franklin, really that was it for me. It's like the number one music that my heart wants me to make. My parents are both born in India. I have that heritage, and I might be the only East Indian soul singer, but we'll see. I'm sure there's more out there. Atlanta to me has become home, and I think it's because of
Oh, hey,
people's reverence for
by
creativity.
the way, on the way back from Savannah, we caught the tail end of Jimmy Carter's funeral
Oh
motorcade.
yeah, he's buried in Georgia.
Plains, yep.
Yeah, Plain
Plains,
Georgia. That's a big deal. With under his wife on their
yep,
property,
yep,
right?
yep,
Under their on their property, right? Yeah.
yep. Uh, so I remember, I was 11 when he was elected president. So,
Hmm.
yeah, good memories of Jimmy Carter.
He lived to be
There's like a
100.
feeling
That's
here
what's
that
up.
if
Yep,
you're a part of art in the
he's a good
community,
man.
that you're doing something
Yeah,
special.
he seemed like he got very character. He got character. I don't
Important
think
for us.
I don't mean to cut the video off
No,
or
no, no,
whatever.
don't. Hell, we're just hanging
With
out.
I don't think a president should have character because you're gonna have to do things that
It's
and
funny you say that.
because he had too much character. I'm like, yo, this dude was the president. He wasn't meant to be a president. He meant to serve, to be a pastor, to teach and stuff like that. But he's
Well,
not meant to
you
lead
knew, he
the.
went to the Naval Academy, right?
I get that. I get that, Stanley. But
He was the man who is credited with being the father of the nuclear navy. Jimmy Carter was his flag lieutenant. Jimmy Carter was like some very high level nuclear. Well, I think he was a mechanical engineer, but
I
he
get that.
he had a
But
he had a hand in building the nuclear navy. This dude, this dude was like part of history that had nothing to do with being president, and he doesn't get enough credit for that.
I get that, Mr. Stanley. What I'm saying is, Jimmy
Oh, I
Carter
know what
got,
you mean.
yeah, he got too much character. Like, as a
Right.
president of the United States, you might have to blow some shit up. And if you somebody like Jimmy Carter,
He was in
you
the
got,
navy though,
yeah. What I'm saying
so
is,
he knows how to blow some shit up.
yeah, if you have to blow some shit up and somebody tell you, it's kids there, he might say, no, we can't do it because there might be
No,
one baby
I'm
there.
afraid not. That's not what the Navy teaches you.
I know it's not what the Navy teaches you, but I'm just saying, Jimmy Carter comes off as that character guy that is like, okay, yeah.
Well, the wonderful thing about military guys
Go
is
ahead.
probably the biggest people. Like when I hear America might go to war, your veterans are going to be the most scared people and the most anti-war people because we know what the
Mm.
shit's like. And no fucking human being should ever you people who love war and want to kill people and all that shit, they're fucked up. No human being should ever want to do that. You got to do it. It might be your job to do it, but like loving it, no, that's abnormal.
Mm.
And my buddy Fred, you know yep, Fred, you're right, it's bullshit. But it happens, has always happened, will happen again. And you know old men are the most anti-war you'll ever, or old veterans.
Yeah, I believe that. Mr.
Hey
Stanley,
Fred.
Mr. Stanley, always enjoy talking to you, brother. Uh,
Sir, me too.
uh, I have a brother in Atlanta. I have a sister-in-law in Atlanta. I have a sister in Atlanta. I have a brother-in-law in Atlanta. I have a niece
Mhm.
in Atlanta. I have a nephew in Atlanta. Anytime I'm in the Atlanta area,
Dude, you better
no,
you better let me know. I literally
yes.
live
So, so,
less
so
than an
I
hour.
was on the Sharon Bracey show. So we was talking about like meeting people, like when a man meet a woman, like as an adult. I said for the most part, when a man approach a woman, for the most part, he's he's interested in her to date her or whatever, whatever. I said as a grown man, most people are not looking for new friends. as a grown person. I said, what this platform has done, these social media platforms, it paved the way that I it's people that I talk to on these platforms that I was like, yo, I would like to have lunch with this person. Male, female, like I would like to get to know this person. Like I put them in the friend zone. Like outside of like people I have worked with as an adult, I'm not looking for new friends. Now, if I work with you 5 days a week and we actually become good friends and we vibing, that's normal. But I said what these platforms has done, it is people on these platforms. And I'm like, yo, I wouldn't mind having lunch with Stanley, like to get to know the brother, or have lunch with Miss T, or what's the dude name that's from Detroit that drive trucks? That's always on this panel.
HB.
HB, Chaotic, uh, Portia, Miss T's sister. Like, I wouldn't mind eating lunch with you guys or having dinner with you guys because I'm like, yo, like, I consider you guys, you
Well,
guys are genuinely good
funny,
people.
funny you should say that. Portia, the John Galt channel, and it actually is. Other channels have done it and
Yeah,
still do it, but we're
yeah.
talking about a meetup at some point, probably in Texas.
Yeah, I said I'm coming to Texas next year when a giant. I go to Texas every year. I didn't go. 2024, but
Mhm.
every year when the Giants play the Cowboys, I go because Dallas is one of my favorite cities, and I'm looking for new
Mhm.
cities for retirement. Dallas is one of my cities I like to go to.
Savannah,
Like,
go to Savannah.
I don't like Georgia for some reason.
What?
My siblings been trying to get me to come to Georgia for years. I'm like, I don't like Georgia. Give me Arizona, give me Phoenix, give me Tampa, give me Orlando, and give me Dallas. Those are cities I can relate. I just feel like okay,
Well, you
I
want
can
to be
visit
in a city.
Dallas, Phoenix,
Yeah, those are big cities.
Tucson,
Savannah
Tampa,
is not a
Orlando.
big city.
No, 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 no. I like big, small cities if that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense.
So I like cities that big, but they're small because I grew
Mhm.
up in the South Florida area,
Right,
and it's big, like it's big. It's between three counties. It's cluttered down here. So I
right.
kind of want to move, and I'm looking for different cities to move to. To be honest with you, but like I said, you're one of the guys that like, I wouldn't mind having lunch with you. I treat buy lunch or whatever, like Miss T,
Yeah, well, you know
sister,
what? Next time
AP,
you're up in
chaotic.
Atlanta,
Like there are people that I don't see on these podcasts. Like, okay, they're not knuckleheads. I got good intuition that these guys or females are not knuckleheads. Like I don't have to worry about when I go out to lunch a pistol is behind my back or whatever. Like these guys and women are genuinely like everyday people. They 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 chilling. So you're one of the guys like okay, Mr. Stanley. Okay, he seems
well,
like he's from away.
all I have to say is the next time you're visiting your family,
Mm-hmm.
I live less
Oh,
than an
I'm
hour
gonna
away.
hit you. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna get your email because y'all don't give out numbers here, but I get your email and
No, I'll put it in the back.
no, I get
The
your
back to
okay, and I get your number when I'm in Atlanta. We could have lunch. Cause I know I'm gonna meet up with Miss T and supposedly HB, and there's another guy that's on these paddles that's always on Miss T channel that we supposed to meet up net well this year, and we supposed to go out for in Dallas. It's supposed to be a meetup in Dallas. So I said I'm definitely
Yeah,
coming.
it's kind of funny because years ago I almost married a woman and moved to Dallas. So
Oh, okay.
it's irony now.
And I would definitely treat, you know, I treat lunch, drinks. I treat.
We figure it out.
No, there's no need to figure
What
out.
we need
It's
to
no
do
fact.
is get you on Pop the Balloon, Dallas.
Oh no. I'm not doing that bullshit. Like it's entertainment. I don't have no issues finding women. I don't have no issues with
Yeah, it'd just
women.
be fun to see what happens.
I know everybody complain about the dating market. I have no complaint. Now I might get my balloon popped because of my height. That's about it, bro. I'm not. It's not that deep. It's entertainment. But I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna go, Mr. Stanley. Nice talking to you. I'm gonna
All
get
right.
some
Well,
sleep.
no, I'm glad you stopped by, man. You should
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it more
yeah.
often.
Anytime I be drinking, I come home. I see who's online. I try.
Well, that's the best time to do it.
Yeah, I come by and say what's up and all the other good stuff. Like, bless. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too. What's up, Fred?
Hey, what's up? Am I
I
muted?
am honored that you're here.
Yeah, I got a few minutes before I go do some shopping. Thought I'd drop in.
Okay, how you been?
Great, man. I'm good.
Good.
Yeah,
I
just
am just sitting here, just kind of hanging out, looking. I had no clue there was an Atlanta channel on YouTube.
a what? Oh, a news
Well,
channel,
there's an
Atlanta news.
Atlanta channel on YouTube. Obviously, a bunch of tourist videos, but it just finally got into my algorithm. But what's going on? I am on a tirade with this family thing, and
Uh,
so what are your high level thoughts? I know you want to talk about something serious.
no, I just I was just listening to y'all, man. I just dropped in. I didn't have
No, I'm
anything
glad you did.
specifically to talk about. Um,
No, I am. You know what? I think I'm just tired and crotchety. It's so funny because you and I have known each other for a while, and I'm just on this weird tirade about America's going down the toilet based because the families suck, and you specifically and Anon, and I've kind of I think I've been negligent because maybe I was a little too liberal. Not as liberal as y'all think, but
mm,
the older I get, I have finally focused on honestly, Fred, my son, going off to college. He picked the college and he got in. Now it wasn't MIT or anywhere, but he had a goal, and you have to fine tune the kids. You have to remind them. But my son picked where he went, and
mhm,
I hear all this bullshit, um, and it's not bullshit, but it does strike me as weird that people are just fucking going on about all this stuff that's so wrong, and actually nothing's wrong. It's mostly people letting it be wrong and not controlling their environments, not being disciplined.
mhm.
And I guess I'm just noticing it now.
Yeah, well, welcome to the party. um,
Well,
better
I
late
guess
than
I've
never.
been a dilettante all these years.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an opinion. I've always thought that the family structure in America was messed up since growing up, just looking at my
Mhm.
family, how it was fractured,
Right.
and the families around. And yeah, that's why I didn't want to, I initially never wanted a family because I thought I would be living in America.
Really?
So it's like I'm never having kids, and if I was going to stay there, just because I
Well,
believe that
now I'm curious.
the
What
environment is
did
toxic.
you meet the right woman? And it's like, oh shit, I want to do this. Because oddly enough, that's what happened to me.
Yeah, that's what happened. I met right woman, and she
Mhm.
didn't want to live in America. She was open to the idea
Really?
of not living there because I didn't want to live
Mhm.
in America. You know,
Mhm.
if I was going to have a family, and
Mhm.
my wife is German, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
yeah, so she
remember
was
all
like,
that.
yeah, I want to come back, to Germany. I was like, well, okay.
And
That's
you
a
didn't have a problem with it?
No, I was leaving. I was going to leave America anyway.
Right. Well, no, the reason I ask you these questions is, believe it or not, Fred, you are a strange motherfucker on this channel, and in the best possible ways.
Okay.
I think some of honestly, and people kind of people think I'm an asshole, but I think most of the people on this channel are fucking lost sheep.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I listen. I'd be what they call it when I listen, most of the day when I'll be busy in the early
Mm-hmm.
mornings. So I
Mm-hmm.
just be listening in there, and then yeah, some of the takes are elementary. I just say that.
Elementary. Well,
Yeah, I
see,
was
you're being
listening to
kind.
last night.
I don't have to be so kind. Some of this shit is just retarded.
Yeah, okay. Not the advanced classes in elementary, let's say that. I was listening there last night to John, the guy from Alabama. Y'all was talking about
Yeah, yeah.
music, and I
Well,
was
he
like,
owns the channel. You
okay,
know, I work for John technically.
okay. Do they pay you guys? I
Oh,
don't want to get into
don't
that.
worry about hell no. I don't. I do it for free because he lets
Okay,
me kind of be me, and I get to do the overnight show, and I get sniped at a lot, but the bottom line is John's a good guy. He is nothing else if not open minded. Now he has his framing for politics and culture. I pretty much don't agree with anything. However, he is a Southerner. And you know what? He and I, and you probably, fuck, we could sit here and just bullshit about football or, whatever the topic is. And in my opinion, that's a Southern thing.
right.
You may disagree on your politics, as you and I often do, but
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't
um,
supposed to agree. Totally don't. I
right.
don't
But
believe in
outside of
agreeing anyway.
politics, yeah, outside of politics,
I
whatever.
don't agree with my mom's politics, and see the dad we sit in. So yeah, that's
But
that's no problem.
John's a good guy. But this is, I think Glenn Lowry, and I think Thomas Sowell, maybe more Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell has wrought. He has warped the black conservative mind. Now you may disagree with it, and you'll shit on me for the way I think about that sort of thing. But I honestly believe that, and I've watched Thomas Sowell not live, but his old stuff. Um, Thomas Sowell was an odd bird. Um, Clarence Thomas is an odd bird. Um, Black conservatives in general are an odd lot.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
don't
think of
disagree.
any.
I don't
Yeah,
disagree. But
why? I mean, in theory,
they
they should be like in the vanguard.
yeah, they take people like Thomas Sowell and you know, the Glenn Lowry's, they just take their analysis and run with it um
Right.
without further analysis of their own. They just take it like we were saying earlier that they hear these talking points and then they just run with it. They don't study further to try to understand how they reach their
Oh my
conclusion.
lord.
So they just take it. So, but there's conservatives like Colin Powell. I like those kind of
Oh,
conservatives. I'm not a
Colin.
conservative,
See,
but
that is the weird thing. Condoleezza Rice.
Condoleezza Rice, yeah,
Condoleezza Rice said, I am Condoleezza Rice and I'm running for president, I would vote for shit.
I'll vote for her in a second.
I would work
Without a
on
second
her
thought.
campaign to the utmost of my ability.
Yeah, without a second thought. She's from Birmingham too, you know.
Yeah, no. Oh no. I've read her biography. She,
Yeah,
I
okay.
think it was either an autobiography or a biography. You know, she went to she went to was it University of Denver? Oddly enough, they have a really good international studies program. She was an acolyte of Madeleine Albright, but Condoleezza Rice. Oh man, she is just an awesome person. So we don't have enough Condoleezza Rices. We don't have enough Colin Powells. And I'm not going to go much farther than that. And oddly enough, I was going to ask you where are their progeny? You know, not. I mean, where are the people? Where are those types of black conservatives? I
Uh,
cannot think of one. Certainly not someone like a Candace Owens. I mean, Candace Owens is retarded, and for good reasons, by the way. You know, I'm not
she's not the
gonna.
smartest. Can you hear me now? I froze for a second.
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
You tell me because you know more about this stuff than I do. Actually, who are the heirs of someone like a Condoleezza Rice? I can't think of any young people, young black, women or men.
Smart. There's a kid, what's his name? Um, Black guy. Sometimes he's a Carmichael. What's his name? Carmichael? Shermichael or something like that. I
Haven't
gotta think
heard
of
of
his
him,
name.
but
He used to co-host with Karen Hunter. I think his name
I
is
don't know either of them.
Shermichael. You
Well,
know Karen
let
Hunter.
me ask you a favor. If there's someone like
I need
that, send me a link or something because I honestly, I'm always going to be kind of like a Frederick Douglass person. Um, but where are the Frederick Douglasses?
I'm gonna text you this guy.
Um,
Shermichael Singleton is his name.
Sure, Michael with an SH.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the back chat. So
Okay.
I'll put two. So it's a YouTube link in the back chat too, but it's funny. It's like
Well,
it's a
that's
cart.
even
It's
better.
called Cart Before the Horse, and there was a transgender guy. Anyway, so Shermichael Singleton, he's a commentator that he be on Fox every now and then, and CNN also.
Hmm.
And I
So
think
he's
he
on
used to
Fox.
co-host. Yeah, I think he used to co-host with Karen Hunter. Um,
Oh, absolutely, man! Subscribe to her. What is it? I can't even think of it now.
oh, you talking about what's it called? Anyway, I used to have Sirius XM, and I used to listen to her every morning. And the Eagle, the Black Eagle, man, whatever
Well,
his name, he
I
passed away.
still I'm still a subscriber to Nubia.
Nubia, yeah, that's it.
That's I mean, she literally has her own like um, social media thing.
Yeah.
It's
Hmm.
Nubia. It's independent. She streams to YouTube, but she
Hmm.
like when Nubia was formed for like the first 2 or 3 years, she didn't stream anywhere outside of that, and then I guess someone convinced her to stream to YouTube. But she is literally, basically she has her own streaming service,
Right. Yeah, yeah, I know.
and it's what $20 a month, and I'm thinking about unsubscribing to it. It's because I never watch it. Yeah, she and Dr. Carr stream to YouTube. So,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
spending like $22 a month, and I usually watch it on YouTube. So, might have to let that go.
yeah. I never, no, I'm not paying for that shit. But when
Yeah,
I
well,
had Sirius, I used to listen to her and Joe Madison all the time, and
mhm.
the white guy that worked for Trump. Damn, what's his name? He just got out of jail.
Oh, Bannon. Well,
Bannon,
yeah,
Steve Bannon.
Steve
Yeah, I used
Bannon.
to
Yeah,
listen to those three on
he was a
Sirius.
naval officer. He was a JO like me.
Oh, okay,
You know,
yeah, I know, yeah.
he got out after 5 years or something like that as a '03 as well.
Okay, yeah, I know he was an officer. Yeah, I know about that. I think that's why I
Yeah,
understand
but
his thinking because of the military.
yeah.
I kind of understand where
Um,
he's how he thinks.
well, I understand how he thinks, with the full court, and it's a little too much for me. Um, but I don't know. It's I'm surprised you like Karen Hunter. You know what? If Karen Hunter, if
I
I
don't.
was, yeah, I think she's gorgeous.
Yeah, I think she's like 6'5".
No,
Anyway, I
she's
don't
not that
see.
tall. She's about 6 feet.
Yeah, I agree with her about 40% of the time.
Hmm.
Most of the time I disagree. She's too
Yeah.
caught up with she agree. I'm not a big race person, so she understands that
Well,
race
no,
is a
she
social
goes too
construct,
far with
but
that shit.
yeah,
And,
but she
funny
digs.
enough, I used to be a big fan of, I'm still a fan of Dr. Carr, but I don't know. I think, funny enough, it becomes repetitive and old. Um,
Right.
you
Mm.
can only hear about John Henrik, Clark, so
Yeah,
much.
so much. Like, okay, let them stay there, and
Right.
let's advance the analysis. Let's try to take it somewhere else.
100%, Fred. And, there are a lot of things you were right and I was wrong about, by the way. Um,
Yeah, it's not about being right or wrong, but it's trying to push
yeah,
thoughts. It's
I
trying to
see a
push.
lot of your points. I'm still me, but,
Yeah, we
Wolf
know.
actually made a compliment I wasn't expecting. Um, he thinks I've calmed down and I explain points better, which, I kind of find funny, you know, but maybe is right. Um,
Cool.
I think I think having a child in college, and I've got an empty nest now. Um, it has made a change. It's so funny. You're gonna love this when your kids grow up and they're
Mm.
out of the house. I was in Savannah for 2 weeks with my son, so we get back home, and he packs off his stuff and he heads back to Georgia Tech. And so I come back from Georgia Tech, and like that first 2 days, I was fucking miserable. I'm like, I'm like,
Oh man.
well, I kind of miss him. God damn it. I spent 2 weeks fussing at him, but god damn it, it's boring now.
It's
And
18. So it's
man,
18 years, man. Y'all was living together.
yeah.
So yeah.
Well, not 18, about 11. His mother
Oh,
was
okay.
with him, but you know, we built a life,
Right.
for better or for worse. And you know what? It's funny because when he went off, this is his second semester. When he left in August, it was fine because I'd been with him, all summer. So it was fine. But then I did an empty nest for a semester, then went to Savannah for 2 weeks, and then come back. And it you will miss your kids. Now I don't miss him right now. I he'll be back in the spring, but kids, you got young kids, so you're getting the good stuff. Teenagehood is a little different, but once they go, god damn it, you know. And no,
Imagine.
I'm it after about a week I'm back to where I was, but you never stop being a parent, and it does surprise me because I'm a late parent, but you never stop worrying about them.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you'll be there.
I'm not. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday, actually, the oldest. She turned 10 yesterday.
Oh, really? What'd you do? Anything
Yeah.
special?
No, we just went out to eat with the in-laws and had cake and coffee, stuff like that. Gave her some,
Hmm.
she got gifts.
Hmm.
Nothing
Well,
special.
Fred, one of these days you need to come up, and I know you're kind of a private person, but you ought to talk about, hey, your life. I mean, dude, you you have kind of a typical American life, and you have done well. And some of the folks on
Probably have to.
here would definitely benefit from knowing, you know, it's more than just listening to Be Brave talk about dumb motherfucking shit. Some of
Who is?
you know
Who is that?
I go kind of weird with this. We are buying into second best, and I haven't even asked you, but if we're going to talk about something about a Booker T. Washington point, the white people or the white culture we want to assimilate into will not be a Be Brave culture. If you know who he is, this motherfucker's stolen valor. It annoys me when people like that are extolling the benefits of, hey, you're not in Africa and all this stuff, and, Western civilization and white people invented, all this technology. My question these days is, motherfucker, you literally are not part of that culture of excellence.
We
Your
talking about
ass.
somebody? It's a person.
Well, it's a person, but it's bigger than a person. Most of the people who want to talk about how great white culture is aren't contributing to it.
White culture.
Well,
um.
you're not the race man I am. I realize that, but like in Amy Wax, for instance, you know who she is, right?
Yeah.
So, she will talk, or better than that, what's her name? Heather McDonald. She and Glenn have talked about, you sit and you talk about Homer and, all the great things that Western civilization has brought to America and the world in general. And there's a strain of thought that, hey, you know, African slavery, American slavery kind of in Thomas Sowell is particularly annoying about this, and consequently so is Candace Owens. Everybody had slavery. Slav is a European word, and all this stuff.
Mhm.
So, um, Black Americans, African Americans are lucky to be in America. Otherwise, you'd be in Africa living in a hut. I hear Black people talk about, hey, if it wasn't for us being in America, we would still be living in mud huts. I hear this fucking all the time.
um.
What I'm saying is, a lot of the white people who make these arguments,
Mhm.
shit, a lot of the Black people making these arguments, what are you contributing to that culture of excellence? Not a motherfucking thing.
And
You're not designing new technology. You're not writing literature. You don't know half the literature like a Heather McDonald. She's a Yale trained lawyer. But my point is most people aren't Yale trained lawyers. They're not contributing to the culture they want to glom onto.
what does a Yale trained lawyer contribute?
Yale Law School. Now,
Yeah, I mean, what does
okay.
she
Well,
contribute to the
you think,
culture? I mean, what is she? What,
well,
like,
she's at the Manhattan Institute. In theory, you know, in theory, she is at a think tank, you know, writing lofty thoughts about policy.
just not, yeah. Um,
Well, you don't think, but you're not you don't see it because you're a normal person. But what I'm saying is, at least she's on YouTube talking to Glenn Lowry. At least she's putting ideas out
she's
into the
putting ideas
ether.
out. Okay, that's what I was looking for. She's
You
putting
know, at
ideas out.
least she's
Yeah,
at, I
yeah,
mean, think tanks do stuff. You know, they
right.
write legislation, they propose ideas. Most
Okay, yeah, yeah, I
motherfuckers
get that.
aren't doing that.
Right, yeah.
And I
But
know
as
you
far
think
as
it's a weird argument. I know, you know,
no,
you,
I get it. I get it. I
dude,
mean, as
I'm
far
just
as
kind
we
of
could be in
out there
Africa, I
sometimes.
mean, we could be better off in Africa. So who's to say that we'd
Well,
be
see,
like?
but
There's
you know
only
what? I think the same way. You know, people who will go, well, if y'all weren't in America, you know, sitting here drinking a latte in Starbucks, your asses would be back in a mud hut in Africa. And that's the first thing I think. Well, are people living in mud huts
right,
out on the savannah that bad off? You can't
right,
miss what you never had or know.
right. And then if they didn't bring the Africans over here, they wouldn't have a lot of their culture because they stole it
and,
from
and, and
the
but
Africans.
Fred, these are what people don't. They're not smart enough to suss out. You know, when you make an argument by counterfactual or woulda, coulda, shoulda, it really the arguments never make sense. You know, don't tell me if you hadn't been here, if it weren't for slavery, Stanley wouldn't be on this computer talking to Fred. Well, um, how does that work? I
Yeah,
am
how do you
here.
know that? Yeah, how do yeah.
The
It's a
suffering,
weird argument. It's a dumb argument. Somebody saying
oh,
Nigeria's electricity cuts off every day
well,
it's,
probably does. I've been in
yeah, so
Egypt.
what? So
Yeah,
what?
we don't live there. Who cares?
Yeah, we don't live. And then did my ancestors come from Nigeria? I don't know. They probably came from. What if they came from Rwanda?
But the point I'm trying to make is you hear these types of arguments in black conservative spaces all the time.
They're dumb. I don't like. There's one guy, some white guy that be wearing shades on this thing. Like when he gets to talking, I just
Well, that's
turn off
be
the.
brave.
Okay, so I turn off the stream. I go watch
70% and 3%.
73. What is
Well,
that?
no, what he's saying is that 3%, this is the dude with the safari hat on, right?
Yeah, the little costume he'd have on every time.
Yeah,
But
he comes
I
up
turn
in the
off.
morning.
Yeah.
He's in that wood looking shack thing. And actually, it's actually a nice house, believe it or not.
Mhm.
But his argument is that black culture is what is destroying America. And in the black culture, there's 3% committing the crime, you know, black on black, you know, black on white, just 3% of the, um, and I'm going to call it heritage black American population. 70% of that, of black Americans are doing okay, but they are making excuses for that 3%. You know, essentially they're harboring, you know, the criminals. And there are black people on the John Galt channel who go, well, Brave is right. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Number one, the numbers,
Don't add it up.
he just made up the numbers. If you go and ask him to support those numbers, he'll go, I don't have to. Everyone knows I'm right. Well,
What about the other 27%?
I heard John Galt go, well, Brave is right. You know, and what John meant is Brave is right in sentiment. And I wish these people could fucking think.
What's the sentiment that the 3% only
Well,
the crime part?
essentially the sentiment is most black people make excuses for the inner city. Like Stanley will make excuses every time there's a drive-by shooting in Chicago.
What
And
is it considered an excuse? Like you
well,
explaining?
you just explain it away, or you say, oh, it's because they're poor. You know, poverty leads to, inner city crime. Essentially what he's saying is most black people are liberals. The kind of liberal argument that justifies crime. It's a correlation between poverty and crime. Now, there is
He
a
thinks.
correlation, but that's not
Wait,
the same thing as excusing it.
yeah, he thinks most black people say that most black people
Oh,
don't explain away drive-by shootings. We say it's some
oh,
bullshit, or they try to fix it.
okay.
Do he know any black people
This
besides
dude
the
has
ones he talks
based
to on the YouTube?
this Be Brave has based whole shows around it. There are black people conservatives who literally go, Be Brave is right, and they will entertain the argument. Like CT is like on board with this shit. Now, there's always there's a kernel of truth in every, theory like this, but it's unsupported. And, I'm a firm believer in that if you're going to make an argument, you need to be above the argument. Like when Glenn Lowry talks about family values, I fucking laugh.
Like
It's
they
like
divorced or something, and he got kids out of
you are
wedlock.
not the best messenger, Mr. First. Glenn Lowry was the first tenured black economics professor at Harvard, and he fucking did drugs and had a child out of wedlock. And his
Yeah.
wife was a tenured economics professor at Boston University. He blew up
Mhm.
a totally perfect life. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to listen to him talk about marriage and kids out of wedlock.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, this guy. I don't know anybody that besides talking heads on the internet and theorists that try to explain away drive-by shootings with poverty. People that live in those neighborhoods, the regular people, they don't explain away drive-by shootings. They see it as a problem,
Well,
and they and they and
he's
they.
basically, well, Be Brave. And you know what? I'm not going to, make his argument for him. But basically, what he's saying is that black culture is destroying America. That's literally like black America's going to hell because of black people.
And it
And
has nothing to do
it's
with them
three
going around the
percent.
world.
It's 3% committing the murders and the drive-by shootings and ruining their neighborhoods, and then there's 70% excusing it. So
Mm.
you got 73% between the excusers and the crime. Uh, the criminals. 73% of the black population, they are why America is going down the tubes.
And that's been very long. Where does he get these numbers from?
He he made them
Made
up.
them up. Uh, well, it can't be taken serious.
Well, the problem is obviously they can't be taken serious, but you have a John Galt who often says, well, be brave is right.
Mm,
Not on the numbers, but the sentiment.
mm.
You know who
And what?
CT is,
No.
and I'm just not about that. If the numbers are wrong, the sentiment is wrong. I'm kind of an absolutist like that.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think
bullshit.
I don't think 13 or now it's down to, 12, 12 and a half. I don't think black people are America's biggest problem.
No,
Parenting.
no, far from it. America is well, yeah, parenting as a whole, but the country is the world's bully, and that's
Well,
it's
I
chickens
mean,
coming home to roost.
that's part of it too. The deal is America has always been going down the tubes.
Right. Yeah.
It's been literally going down the tube since 1776, and somehow or
Right.
another. Now here's the pro-America part, which you may or may not agree with. We're creative. We figure out problems. We figure out how to snatch you know failure from victory from the jaws of defeat. We just have a talent for that. So,
Americans.
America will fail one day, but I don't think it's going to be soon. And Fred, I think I'm crying on your shoulder. I just fucking hate idiots. And I have just run into my fill in the last 48 hours. Just
Maybe I should just
bad
listen
arguments.
to that guy. The guy with the shades. So I hear 2 minutes, and this argument is so dumb that I can't. I don't subject myself to that type of stupidity. So I just leave. I might just try to listen to him in full one day.
Well, he's got a whole channel.
I'm not interested in this channel. I come here because I support John from Alabama, and then you.
No, it's a good channel. In all honesty, they kind of let me, do what I do overnight, and they fucking think I'm old and crazy. Liberal is their term, but I'm okay. Um,
Yeah, I
and
saw that
quite
debate.
frankly,
This guy talking about a debate in the chat. I keep looking at the chat, man. My bad. Go ahead.
EAE,
Yeah, I saw that Lord Jamal
EAE.
debate. The guy debate Lord Jamal was pretty funny.
Well, do you know EAE?
No, I'm just reading the chat. I don't know these people, bro.
Oh no. I'll look at EAE. I've known him for a bit. He's cool. DiCapriono is definitely cool.
These damn names are weird to me. It's funny.
eh.
EAE, be brave.
you
That shit is
you live a
weird. Just use your
normal
name, bro.
life.
Yeah. Are you on the run or
Let's
something?
face it. But I'm shit. I don't have much to do all day, and I honestly get to watch Irony and get to expound on it. I get to read books and talk about them. It's almost the perfect life. So these young people, I'm generally the most ancient person in this space, and you know they let me be a crank.
Do they
So
read? Did you guys? Did you make them read anything? Like y'all should have a
I suggest.
study group or something. Like just have them read a
No,
Thomas
there's
Sowell
some
book, and
smart.
then y'all
There's some smart.
actually analyze it.
Well, let me put it to you this way: there are a couple smart motherfuckers in this space too. Portia's one of them. Portia's drop dead smart. Like
Mm.
I wish I I wish I had her as a daughter. Then I could be a successful black man. I'd have a daughter at Harvard
Yeah.
and a boy at Georgia Tech. John John is smart. John is drop dead smart. He's actually smart. I think he's just misguided. But who we got? Blacks Who Defy. Blacks Who Defy is like this
That's a name
dude.
or a group? What is it? That's an organization.
It's a person. You need.
Uh,
You know what? You and Blacks Who Defy. Y'all would be bosom buddies, dude. Dude is so far right, but if there's a Negro, and I use that term loosely, if there's a black man in America or that I've ever met who is literally classically trained, like literally knows his shit better than I do, and you know me, I don't think any motherfucker's smarter than I am. There's a
mm,
motherfucker who's smarter than I am and who knows more. It would be Blacks Who Defy. This dude, um, I don't even understand. I can keep up with him, but I have to work to do it. And
mm.
as a matter of fact, this dude is worth knowing. Seriously.
Yeah, he has a time slot on this channel, or
No, he drops in and out because he's got like, 6 kids, and dude just has
damn,
a life. Oh, no, 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 no. This dude might have a daughter who's like in the Olympics as an equestrian. That motherfucker's busy.
he a Pookie, like a Pookie 6 kids, or he's married with 6 kids?
No, 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 no. Pookie, motherfucker. Oh, that's disrespect. No, this dude is the if I
No, is he
had
married?
asked.
Does he have
Oh
6 kids
shit,
from one
yeah.
woman?
Oh shit,
Okay,
yeah. He's
okay.
all 6, I think. Portia tutors them. This motherfucker is the Black Waltons, except he's smart.
The
No,
black one.
blacks who
It's
de-
not a crime.
blacks who def- Fred, I don't respect many black men other than you, and Blacks Who Defy is the other family men. To make no Blacks Who Defy is better than fucking anybody I know as a father, as a family man. That motherfucker is the Waltons, except better.
6 kids. Yeah, 6 kids. He doing it. Chuck, man, you respect Chuck.
Motherfucker, better than
Charles
that. Better than that. They are like his oldest daughter fucking
Huxtables.
can afford horses. Oh, he's not renting horses. They're his horses.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, we have
really? That
horses.
motherfucker that motherfucker is successful.
My mother had horses. Well, she sold them though. But I gotta go, man. I
Well,
have to
all
go.
I have to say is I fawn over Blacks Who Defy because either I can't afford them or I just don't have that kind of will or care. But he's actually a good man and can afford to be a good man. He's
Okay.
he's living equestrian life.
Hmm. Okay. I have to go shopping
You
though,
you
man.
don't get the joke. He
No, I don't.
this
I don't know. I
motherfucker's
don't
the
know.
horsey set.
Say it again.
He's the horsey set.
The horse he set. Oh, he is the horse. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
Okay, you don't get it's a
no, I don't know. I don't get it.
you know these rich white like Mayflower descendants, and the girls are horsey. you know
Like
like
Angela Davis.
their daddies are rich enough that at like 5 they'll fall in love with their horse, and oh daddy, I want a pony.
Hmm.
That
He's like that, but black.
blacks who defy is that rich.
Oh, okay. You know Angela
He
Davis.
when his kid when his daughter says, "Oh, daddy, I want a pony," he'll buy her two, teach him teach her how to ride them, then put her in the Olympics.
Mm. You don't have to be rich to do that, but okay.
Well, no, all I'm saying is I admire him. I might be embellishing a bit. But I don't fawn over any motherfuckers.
I don't think you
But
should
I
fawn
fawn.
over a man. You know?
No, dude, I wish I were his level of father. It's not
Well,
the
you got a
man,
son in charge of tech.
it's the fatherhood.
Okay. So you, yeah,
Oh, come on,
I
indulge
get
me,
it.
Fred. I'm just,
Yeah,
I don't.
I know you taking a piss, as they say in England.
No, he's a good guy though.
Oh, cool. I gotta go though, man.
All right.
I have some work to
Yeah, I
do.
know you, but dude, I'm just glad you came up. So,
You know,
I
I come
always
up.
appreciate.
There's other times I'd be wanting to jump on to defend the
Well,
passport bros.
any damn dude.
I can't
Let
stand
me.
the slander.
You have carte blanche. You consider yourself an honored guest anytime you want.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I want to come on because when they go in their passport bro slander, but it's not worth the
Well,
effort if
you
they
ought to cut, dude.
insist
You
on
could do whole
misunderstanding.
shows. I don't understand
I'm
any
not
of that
that
stuff.
invested.
Anytime you want to talk about something, let me know and we'll do a show. I'll do all the work. You just come up and dispense the wisdom.
Yeah, this guy wants you to play the Lord Jamal debate.
You know what? I haven't even fucking looked at the chat. See, that's the
Oh,
other
the
thing I
chat,
don't
it's
do.
just one person. It's like a bunch of people.
No, they're he's
uh,
probably just taking a piss. But you know what? Um, guess what's not gonna happen? I can fucking turn off this computer right now,
I know,
and
right? There's a
John
video
Galt,
that I
John Galt,
put in
John does kind of let me be old weird Stanley. So you can't fuss at that.
I put something funny in a. I don't know if you heard of the cart before the horse. They do
Oh
like
yeah,
dating. They do like
not the
dating.
show.
No, it's a show. They do dating reactions to Kendra
Well,
G.
no, you put it in the back. I haven't brought it up yet, but
Yeah, I put
definitely
it in the
plan on
back.
watching it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And this guy wants you to let me find this large Jamal thing. I was watching that yesterday. It was pretty funny.
Oh, I see you brought up Zara has Impossible WAP. Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, that
I
yes,
didn't
that
see
one
the video, but I saw it in the Discord. Is it
is
worth? Can I
hilarious.
watch it? Can I watch it here?
Yeah, so it's a I don't know how the rules are, but it's
Well, I'll
just a
do it.
reaction
But
show.
as long as
It's
it
two
doesn't,
guys.
as long as it doesn't piss off YouTube, it can be shown
Oh no,
here.
yeah, yeah. It's a YouTube channel, so they show it. So I guess you can show it.
Oh, you'd be surprised at what YouTube gets pissed off at YouTube channels. Believe it or not.
Oh, word. Oh, okay.
But I can certainly show it. Let's see. Single by choices.
Yeah, I watched this show just to laugh. They react to Kendra G and these other female searching for men
Oh,
dating
they're gonna beat
shows.
up. Really?
It's two guys. They're hilarious, but
Kind of like in your Facebook comments. What's your name, baby? I'm Zara. Zara, where you calling me from? I'm from Chicago, but I live in New York. Okay, Chicago, but you live in New York. How old are you? I'm 34. You're 34. Okay, 34. What do you do for a living? I'm a scientist. Okay, scientist. You have any children? I don't have any children. And what's your zodiac sign? I'm a Cancer. And scientists, okay, have you ever been married? I have never been married, no. So we have Zara, New York, 34, Cancer, a scientist, no kids, never married. What kind of man you looking for, girl? I am transgender, so you bitches can stop coming for me. It's no shade, because that other side will come out. Wait, pause, I need a moment. I didn't know. Yeah, they're trying me in the comments, Kendra, calling me a dude and saying that I'm trans and all of that. So I'm just letting them bitches know, the cousins know, get it correct. Okay, don't even try it. Okay, I've had people who I really couldn't tell, and I did not tell with you. So I want to be respectful, but you were born a man. I was born a male. And then when did you transition, if you don't mind me asking? So I've been
Uh-oh.
transitioning probably like
Let's
since I
see
was
how long it
16.
takes for this
So I've
chat to
been
blow
transitioning
up.
for like a long time. Okay. So you were
Oh man, this is just
These
the
mother.
beginning, man. This gets crazy, man. This,
Oh shit.
Here we are. Here we are.
Love
Dating
be a
market.
lady.
God bless y'all out there.
Oh,
Godspeed.
DiCaprio, that's
All right.
funny.
That means you got a wild journey ahead of you. All right, man.
Yeah, wild journey. All right, like Monty Python, one of them journeys, old Monty Python style. Oh my goodness, I was really shocked. Like I've been married too long. I've been gave y'all my disclaimer. I'll be a little gullible. I'm not quick to just look at somebody and just make egregious accusations, but a lot of what y'all be saying don't be accusations. Y'all are knowledgeable about the dating market. Kudos to y'all. But I feel for y'all, like Gavin said. I can't imagine some good for the group nerdy brother come across this ninja here, and he like, oh, you're a scientist. Let me get to know you. You're strapping, sister. You're strong around the shoulders, aren't you? And then he talking to her, and he think, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I mean, that's a real thing. So she come up with the bust down wig. We're gonna cook. We're gonna cook. We're gonna get into
Sorry to I just need to say fuck you, EAE.
it. Y'all know how
doing the
we do.
infomercial. Huh?
So equal opportunity over here.
This is the dating market.
okay. So they know you? I didn't know it. So do people know you? That's why they were saying that you're trans. I'm pretty famous,
It's
Kendra. So
good
I have
natured
about like
ribbon.
500,000. I got about 500,000 followers on Facebook. So I'm pretty
So this
popular.
is
So
really
people know me a
Kendra
little
G?
bit. You could say that. Okay, what do you do to have 500,000 followers on Facebook?
Yeah, the lady doing the interview is Kendra G.
Well, know who she is. That's actually a trans, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's
The
the
woman.
he she. Yeah, that's a trans. That's a man.
Well, you know, it's funny. This happened on a Pop the Balloon episode, not one with Arlette, but it happened on one of the offshoots.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, it was. Oh, it actually upset me. I'm like, what kind of bullshit? You know, there's a certain quality control. It was
Mhm.
oh, but I know what it was. It was Pop the Balloon Atlanta. And
Of
I
course.
kind of got upset with that bullshit. And I don't know whether it was scripted, but the way it was scripted, if it was, is it seemed like they didn't tell the male contestants that this dude was a woman. And I had huge problems with that. You know, if you're going to do some bullshit like that, you know, you need to be much more transparent at the beginning.
Hmm.
So it could have been scripted. So I'm not going to, you know, lose a gasket. But, you know, the way it was presented was troubling. So anyway.
Like a blogger, something similar to you, but like I guess like when I was growing up, I've told kind of like a lot of my story of being trans and stuff like that on Facebook, and people have saw me, you know, go through homelessness, and then I obtained a doctorate degree and all these different things. And I mean, I'm from Inglewood, right, on the south side of Chicago, so I think people kind of like admire that. You get some haters, you know, but then you'll get some people that want to see you win in that light. So I think people celebrate me in that capacity. So that's kind of why a lot of people follow me. Okay. Someone's asking, and I didn't ask you to elaborate, but what kind of scientist are you? What do you do as a scientist? So just basically working in the research lab right now. We're working on a lot of different things. So I'm working basically to find a cure right now for cancer. which is one of the projects that we've been working on. So like laboratory stuff.
Okay. This might be sensitive, and I guess you don't have to answer. But I'm going to ask the question just for clarity. In the transition, did you transition body parts?
I did. Yes, I'm fully transitioned. Okay. Yeah.
I bet he is.
Done been to the chop shop. Been down to the guillotine. Here we are. My God.
I got jokes for years on this one.
Here we go. Let them keep going. Hit the like button.
Now I'm wondering, how is this clever analysis or anything interesting?
It's funny. It's not anything. It's funny.
Yeah,
You just
okay.
gotta play. Just gotta keep going. This is joking. You see the title?
All right, Fred.
Impossible
All right.
Walk.
Okay.
Transition. So let's get to it. She was very honest. She's a trans woman. I mean, the comment section said it first, but then you just co-signed it. She's in New York, 34, cancer, a scientist, no kids, never married. What kind of man are you looking for?
I'm looking for someone who is down to earth, someone who is honest, someone who has a pretty decent personality, and someone that like knows what they want in life.
Okay. What are your deal breakers?
I think my deal breakers would be like a liar, a cheater, someone who's not like comfortable with themselves. I will be honest, like when I go in public, I don't think people know I'm trans or whatever, but
The audacity of this
to know
dude,
that
man.
I'm trans and that I'm really tall. I know I'm gonna do the Kendra Cameron in a minute. So, just being comfortable with yourself, I think is really important.
Oh my God, we're crying, bro.
Honestly, this dude is an idiot. The trans dude, he's a fucking idiot. I do agree with the conservative point that you should not expect everyone to be resoundingly in favor of your difference.
Mm-hmm.
This is a phenotype or a way of being, an aesthetic that you can control. You have choice. You can't have a choice in being black or white or male or female, but you do have choices in how you present yourself. And this dude, in my opinion, it's disrespectful of everyone else in essentially saying everyone has to accept me no matter what. And that is a huge. Why can't people just fucking present the philosophical argument? America, if America has freedoms and all that stuff, accept me no matter what is not a democratic idea.
Yeah, this dude, you gonna move
Especially
out.
in a way that he has a choice or she has a choice. Trans her has a choice. And people have a choice to accept or not, but why going to lengths, doing major alterations, and then go, oh, look who I am? That's undemocratic.
Yeah, this dude, you gonna roll out. You don't have to force yourself on other people. That's the idea of yourself on other people.
Well, you know what? Being trans is part of an American problem. It comes under dishonesty. So,
yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Well, I'm full of them.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna listen and I'm gonna be listening while I gotta go to the store.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, y'all have fun. I'll be in the back. I might be in the chat.
All right. On the show, I guess I'm curious, when you meet men in life, how How soon do you reveal that you're a trans
I think like so I feel like I don't like necessarily like tell them like right away just because you really don't know where that's going. So like in the beginning, I feel like a lot of people don't even pass that interview process with me. So I don't really tell in the beginning. It's not anything that I'm embarrassed about. I've been trans all my life. This is a part of who I am. And so it's not like I am embarrassed, but I mean, I kind of see where it's going first. Like if they're like, hey, can I take you out on a date? And then I'm like, okay, I'll tell you that I'm trans.
Okay, got you. Okay, so I asked you your wants, and I asked you your deal breakers too.
Yes.
Okay, should the guy look a certain way?
I want my man to be tall, bitch. Don't say that. I want him to be tall. Girl. I want to be tall. Light skin or dark skin is totally fine. I just like a tall man. Mm-hmm.
A tall man.
Because I'm tall.
A tall man, okay. Should he
Yeah, it might be a little too much. Damn it. It's only 4:45.
make a certain amount of money?
Just to be able to take care of yourself, because I ain't taking care of no niggas.
So, man. Mike said it long ago. All right. Listen, it keeps going. It's like Tourette syndrome.
Only gonna watch a little
Double
bit more of this.
personality, schizo, whatever y'all want to call it.
Too disturbing for
Act
me.
like a woman and then it go big, yelling, acting wild. I don't know what this is.
We need to balance that out.
You know what? Actually, disturbing topic. Dumb motherfuckers making the analysis makes for something that's unwatchable. What I will do is put the link in the chat. Y'all can watch it on your own. Yeah, okay, Fred. I'm old. All right, folks, there's the link. You can watch it on your own time. Let's see. What else does Fred have to shock an old man? Hmm.
Many of you saw my recent reaction video where I drank whiskey while laughing at a rapping flat earther named Lord Jamar, who was proudly
My Lord. So from trans to flat earth analysis. Fred, what are you doing to me? Yeah, we'll watch oh, this dude has like 3.5 million viewers. Not sure we can do this. These big guys tend to hammer us. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna do this too. So this is Professor Dave. Okay, there's the Professor Dave thing too. We're going to transition. And fuss at my comfort zone if you must.
Hello and welcome to Pop the Balloon or Find Love, Love Mountain Edition. I'm your host, Deshae Shelton.
EAE, thank you for the invitation. Um, yes, Lolo needs to see this. Lolo does not need me on her Discord. Quite frankly, to be honest, and it will piss some people off, I turned down Ben Thorpe, and I'll leave it at that.
And with me, I have a lineup of single gentlemen. Hello, guys. Hi, good. Okay, let's bring out our single lady. Hello. Okay. Start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Diamond. I'm 36, and I own a mobile grocery store. And it's not Instacart. Okay, it's an actual mobile grocery store.
Okay, good stuff. All right, well, you have no pop balloons, and you may ask them a question.
Okay, so I'm a mom of 3, 1 baby daddy. Okay. Well, my kids and I are a package deal.
Okay, you can finish your question.
Oh, so that was my question. Like, was kids a deal breaker? Okay. But obviously, kids are a deal breaker.
Okay, and you have some pop balloons. Let's find out why they didn't pop. Hello, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yeah, what's going on? My name is Vic. I'm 33. I do business accounting work for an oil and petroleum company. I don't have any kids yet, so I kind of want to start fresh with a woman who don't have kids, but kids are beautiful though, big ups.
Okay, and why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I just want to hear her out, you know what I mean? You definitely don't want to just pop so soon. I mean, she's a very pretty girl too, so just want to hear her out.
Okay. Hello,
How you doing today?
can I get your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name's Eddie. I'm 32. I work in IT and healthcare, and that's pretty much what I got going on right now.
Okay, Eddie, and why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Mostly on the children part. I'm trying to start my own, but already got some existing and just trying to start fresh and no other things going on.
Okay, and why did you have your balloon unpopped? Why wasn't it popped?
Basically that's
Attraction, she's attracted.
Oh, by the way, I have to mention this. This hostess in that blue dress, my God, this woman is a treasure.
Attractive. Don't get me wrong, you're a good person. I mean, it's just the kids part. That's it. You're a good person though.
Okay. Let me say, my kids are older too.
How old are they?
They 15, 14, and 9. And I'm open to have more kids.
Okay.
So
Can we get your name, your age, and your occupation?
Greg, 36. I'm a chemical specialist transporter.
Okay. And why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Because I wanted to see what she was going to talk about, but she had 3 kids, and that's a lot of kids. So.
And I assume you don't have any children?
And I got 1. 3 is a lot. One is just
How old is your one?
15.
Okay.
He said three's a lot. I mean, I can't help the fact I got 3 kids. They ain't going nowhere.
Hello. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Jacorian. I'm Jay the Negotiator on Instagram. I am a realtor and mortgage lender, and I'm 30 years old.
Okay. And why did you have your balloon on pop?
I just wanted to hear what she had to say, and I popped the balloon because I do have 1 kid, but 3 is too many. So
Okay. And is she your type?
she's very pretty in the face, but just overall,
Got you. Okay. Hi, could you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Jay, and I'm 25, and I am currently a fleet manager.
Okay. And why did you have your balloon on pop?
Because she attractive, but like deal breaking stuff was the kids though. So yeah.
And you don't have any children?
Nah, I don't.
Okay. Now you do have 2 unpopped balloons. You may ask them a question.
Okay, so what is your views on finances and how do you manage your finances?
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Tommy. I'm 30 and I'm an entrepreneur.
And when you say entrepreneur, can you elaborate on that, please?
I'm a producer, artist, and I have a clothing line.
Okay. And what was your question again?
Your views on finances and how do you manage them?
My views on finance. Well, that's a broad question, but I mean,
Do you save money? Do you spend a lot of money? You don't have no savings account? You don't
I
have
do
no
both
plan?
actually. So I spend and I save, but I believe her question is like, how do you handle your money? So I try to save and then spend and invest. It just depends on what's going on.
Okay. Can we get your name, your age, and your occupation?
Devontae Davis, and I work at I'm a plant operator. And yeah, I save. I let my mama do all that though. I let her take care of that because I end up sometimes I get a little crazy. She, nah, don't do. You know what I'm saying? So she like my little manager, you could say.
Oh, okay. So your mama be in your business?
You can say that.
Oh,
Mama
no.
good. It is what it is.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and ask her a question.
So you're in a relationship, your dude, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, what's a turn off? Like if he like real, is he real bubbly and then you like always serious? Like, is that a turn off or some shit?
No, I'm a naturally bubbly, goofy. I prefer my man to be just as goofy and touchy feely as me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Okay. And your question to her?
What's your views on communication?
Open, we can have a dialogue, we can talk. Honesty is important.
So nothing's off limits or personal or
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now you have to pop 1 balloon.
Can I do both?
Go for it.
Oh, okay.
And why did you pop these gentlemen balloons?
I popped yours because you came here with slides on.
Oh yeah, I just got done working, so I had time to change.
Okay, well, yeah, you just didn't come prepared. Other than that, that's why I popped.
Is
And
she your
then-
type?
She cool, she cute, yeah.
Thank you. Then I popped you because you say you a mama's boy. I don't, man who finds a wife finds a good thing. He don't bring his mama.
No, that's good. I
So-
appreciate it.
Okay.
Is Diamond your type?
Nah, she beautiful and I respect her hustle, but I was gonna pop and give it to my boy anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but he,
I was gonna do the same thing for you.
word.
Oh my goodness, that is so funny.
It's all good.
Okay. Alrighty. Unfortunately, all balloons have been popped.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring out our next single lady.
Hey, chat and everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Share and subscribe if you're new to the channel. So I am going to take a quick 5-minute break. So I'll press play. Be right back.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, let's start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Victoria. I'm 31 and I work in real estate.
Okay. And you have no pop balloons, so you can ask the men a question.
Oh shit, she's been on here.
Do anyone have?
She was on the last episode. This woman is weird. The only difference, she's not wearing glasses. She wore the same dress. She is weird. And when I say she's weird, you know, that's a serious accusation.
Have kids? And what is your take on having kids in the future?
You have kids?
Yeah, my name is Vic. Short for Victor. That's pretty dope. You know, I'm Victor and Victoria. 33. No, I don't have no kids. Pertaining to the future, I definitely want kids in the future with my wife.
And what do you do for a living?
I do business to business, like collections, accounting work for an oil and petroleum company. Yeah.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name's Edward. I'm in IT, and I'm 32.
Do you have any kids?
I don't have any kids, and my views on future kids is I would want some because I would want to give them what I didn't have. So that's why, and also future leaders of tomorrow.
Hello. Good. Can I have your name, your age, and your occupation?
Tommy, 30, entrepreneur.
And do you have kids?
I have no kids. And I do want some kids, a lot of kids. And I would say the same thing like my boy, I want like successful kids.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Devontae Davis, 31. I work at a plant. Yeah, I got 2 kids, 2 beautiful daughters in my world, but I don't want no more. So
How old are your children?
they babies, 3 and 1. Well, she finna be 2 coming up on January 11th. So
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Jacorian. I'm a realtor and mortgage lender. I'm 30 years old, and I do have one daughter. She's 5, and would like to have more kids, but definitely after marriage.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Jay, I'm 25 and I'm a fleet manager. I do not have kids, but I do want kids and stuff in the future after I get married.
Alrighty. Okay, and you only have one popped balloon. Let's find out why he popped. Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Greg. I'm 36. I'm a chemical transport specialist.
Okay. And Greg, why did you pop your balloon?
Because she asked that I want kids. I really don't. So I will, but I don't.
You don't want right now?
You gotta be special to get me to get another kid.
But do you have one?
I got one.
How old?
15.
Okay. And why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I wanted to see what she's gonna ask. She pretty though. I wanted to see what she's gonna ask.
Okay. Okay, you have 6 unpopped balloons. You can pop 2. Yes.
You good?
It's not gonna come.
Okay. And why did you pop this gentleman's balloon?
I really just want someone that doesn't already have kids. I want it to be our first experience for everything, if that was the thing, baby showers, the whole ordeal. It's kind of somebody already took that piece of the pie, so it wouldn't be your first, to be mine. So,
Okay, and why did you pop this gentleman's balloon?
oh, it was the same.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, now you have 4 unpopped balloons, and you can ask them a question.
What would you consider is your toxic trait?
We'll come back to you.
That's kind of hard to answer, mostly because I don't do the whole toxic thing. I just work and be at home chilling and repeat for the next day. So I believe in friendship type thing, relationship. It's a relationship, but it's still a friendship. And good things.
Okay.
I kind of feel like my boy again, but if I had to say something, I feel like I'm overcaring.
So overcaring is your toxic trait.
Yeah, because like you can care for someone, and then they can just show you that like their efforts are going to use are useless. So it's like you're kind of wasting your time overcaring. And then some people don't like that. They feel like they're doing too much because you're overcaring.
Okay. What's your toxic trait?
Can't really.
Over caring? Really?
I don't really have like a toxic trait. I'm big on like the communication and getting like to know like my partner and everything like that. And like I'm pretty I like just chill and I like stuff like that, you know. So I can't really pinpoint like a toxic trait that I have, but like I do care a lot though. But yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have any toxic traits?
I've went to therapy and I've cleared all mine up. So that's what I was asking. Because I
Okay.
do believe in therapy and working out any triggers and things that you may have, because you don't want to take what was old into something that's
Mhm.
new. So that's why I asked.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Now you have 3 unpop balloons. You do have to pop 1.
I have to pop 1.
Yes.
Solidly.
Okay. And why'd you pop this gentleman's balloon?
It doesn't look like you were dressed for the.
Yeah, I had a lot going on today, so I couldn't really change.
Gotcha.
And I'm like a cozy kind of person too, unless like it's church or like formal. I'm really chill.
So you do know how to, dress up.
Oh yeah, I clean up nicely for sure. So.
I guess I won't be able to see.
Yeah. Okay. Now you have 2 unpop balloons. I'm going to let the gentleman ask you a question.
What would you say like your new year is looking like? How are you bringing in the new year? What are some goals you have to be completed? Like, what do you want out of a relationship? Things like that?
It's like 2 to 3 different questions. Could you narrow it down?
I'm sorry. All right.
Are you asking for the new year? What do you want out of a relationship?
Yeah. How would you your view on the new year? Like, what is your new year plan?
My new year plan in general, or as far as
Yeah, in
relationship?
general.
Okay, in general. I said I want to travel a lot more this year. I said I'm going to take at least 2 to 3 vacations. Haven't figured out quite the time, but really taking some time out for me instead of just always working. So that's one of my goals for this year.
That's a good goal to have. What's your question?
All right. Let's see. What is one of your flaws or one of like the red flags that you like just know about yourself?
I tend to people please, and that's something that I've worked through, that I no longer do. But
People
every now,
please.
once and again, I'll find myself trying to
Jesus.
do that, and just kind of have to journal or do the process and not do. But it could be a red flag depending on how you look at it.
Okay. Can you provide like example?
Like, I'll people please beyond my own comfort. So if it makes you happy, I'll do what makes you happy. But even though it'll go to the detriment of myself, that's what I mean.
Okay. All right, cool. And my last question is,
What she needs
what
to
are
do is
your
go to the
short-term
gym.
goals, like your
This is
2 to 3
ridiculous.
type year goals?
Why are guys
What do you mean?
accepting
Like
this?
within like your career?
Within my career, really just hitting the ground running and trying to get my numbers up as fast as I can for Q1. So.
All right, cool.
Okay. Okay, now you may pop one balloon.
Pop one balloon.
Okay, and why did you pop his balloon?
I would say it's just the attraction isn't there necessarily. So that's why I popped the balloon.
Okay.
It sounds like you're dope though.
Okay. Okay. You have one unpopped balloon. Would you like to ask him a question? Or would you like to? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, why did you pop his balloon?
Again, just the attraction isn't there.
Okay. I do have a question. Why did you pop your balloon?
I popped my balloon because she asked about the toxic trait, and I'm just perfect. No, I'm playing. But no, I mean, I really try not to focus on things of the past, too much. Of course, I do. I go to counseling. I try to do my healing, and yesterday's me ain't today's me. So I don't think I still got that toxic trait. Well, I mean, I know I don't. Ask my therapist, but that's the reason why I popped it. I mean, I ain't focusing on the old Vic.
Okay, is
Okay, I don't like to be hypercritical, but look at Leopard Skin's profile. She can do better. She needs to go home.
he your type?
He would have been, but he popped his balloon. Yeah.
Is she your type?
Womp, womp, womp.
She's a pretty girl. I mean, I'll talk to her.
So the toxic trait was the reason for you to pop the toxic question.
I mean, yeah, because it isn't just all about looks and things like that. I mean, of course, I like, the questions, how she's set up. She's very articulate, but I'm certain things I'm not trying to revisit, so and that toxic past, I'm not trying to revisit.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, all balloons have been popped.
I know. I guess I gotta go back to the drawing board. All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Okay, let's bring out our next single lady. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. Okay, let's start by telling your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Charlize. People call me Char. I'm a supervisor at a lawn care company. It's called Weed Man, and I also have my own lip filler business, and I'm 35.
Okay, sure. You do have a few pop balloons. Let's go find out why they popped. Hello.
Hello.
Tell us your name, your age, and your occupation, please.
My name is Jacorian. I'm a realtor and a mortgage lender. I'm 30 years old. My Instagram tag is JD_negotiator. And the reason why I popped is the overall look. It's just like a little ratchet for me, so just can't do it.
Okay. And is he your type?
No,
What makes him not your type?
he's just short. That's all. Yeah, just a little bit taller. That's all.
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
All right, Jay, 25, and I'm a fleet manager. And I popped just because of the piercings. That's all.
Okay, now is Jay your type?
No, short. He's shorter than you.
That's crazy.
Okay. Okay. Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm 36. My name Greg. I'm a chemical transporter specialist.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon?
Just because of the piercings. She fine. She got that got. But she just the piercings. That's what it is.
Okay, now is he your type?
He's taller. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
She not ugly. Piercings.
And so the height is what makes him your type?
Yeah. And he looks good too. I like the the cut.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Devontae Davis, 31. I work at a plant.
And why did you pop your balloon?
Cause you was going based off height. I feel like that's how God made them. You know what I'm saying? So I feel
I
like
mean,
get to know somebody a little bit more before you just, are you short? Plus I'm like 5'10", so I ain't
but
gonna,
you a little taller though.
I know, but I feel like
Yeah.
also like we shouldn't base off heights and stuff like that. I feel like, yeah, but look, my man, like there you go, look, he's tall now, but
Yeah, I mean,
that's all it was.
yeah.
Can I see your type?
He's handsome. I like the dark features, so yes.
Appreciate
Is she your type?
Yeah, she's very beautiful, put together. I like your outfit too, though.
Thank
Very nice. So yeah, she's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Okay. Alrighty. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name's Edward. I work in IT in the healthcare field, and I'm 32.
Okay. And Edward, why did you pop your balloon?
The piercings, but I still wanted to hear more about you, like find out more about you. But then when it was like the piercings, I was just like, I can't.
It's more piercings too, so you might as well go ahead pop.
I can't bring it back. I mean, like,
it's okay.
you could be. I mean, you're a good person, but it's
Thank
just
you.
like when you got them piercings out there, I can't bring you back home.
It's fine.
Now, is
I'm not
Edward your
everybody's-
type?
No.
Okay.
He's a little shy and like timid. I am shy. Don't get me wrong. I'm shy too. I was, have to, but like once you get to know me, I'm very like outspoken and outgoing. I don't want to no, he's just too shy and timid.
Gotcha.
He's sweet though.
Okay. You have to unpop balloons. You may ask them a question.
So how do you guys feel about kids? Well, kid, I pluraled it, but one child.
Okay.
Do you have a kid, by?
I do have a baby.
Yeah, I want to start fresh.
Yeah.
So.
I understand that. That's why I asked, because a lot of people they want to start fresh. But my baby, she's 14, so I have a big baby.
Yeah.
I got 4 more years and she gone.
Tommy, 30, entrepreneur. I don't mind kids. I mean, I understand stuff happens. Can't judge.
No, my daughter's a blessing. I love
No, I'm not saying like that, but I'm not going like all the guys like to be like, oh, if a girl got kids, like I'm not fucking with her. But I really can't judge that because maybe you was in love with somebody and something happened, cheating, somebody died. You never know what the case may be, so can't judge that.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Do you have a question for her?
You said you have more piercings, like where? No, I'm just. She said it though. She said it though. He said, I'm asking what you mean. You know what? I asked you a different question. I asked you a different question. Do you know how to cook?
I do.
Okay. Do you speak any other languages?
No, I do sign language though, but I don't speak any other language. I guess sign language is a language, but yeah, sign language.
That's dope. Oh, another one?
No. Just making sure you were done with that one. Okay. Do you have a question for him?
What are your long-term goals?
I'm kind of open, but long-term, I mean, that's a big question for me. I ain't gonna lie, because it's a lot of stuff going on. But I'll give you a few. I want to open a business, like have a store, like multiple, like a franchise, my bad. And I want to have like a successful child, like maybe a pastor, musician, somewhere where they get to like showcase their stuff and the family.
Okay. Is he your type?
He's not.
Okay, would you like to pop?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is she your type?
I don't know. I was trying to see. I don't know. I mean, she cool though.
And as far as her aesthetics and everything?
Yeah, she did. She got tattoos, blonde hair. Yeah, she nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
I still want to know where the piercings.
Wait, say what?
I still want to know where the piercings at though. Like, I mean, you said it, you might as well.
It's somewhere you can't see.
We all grown though. Like,
I mean, yeah, but it's like
I don't want to see them. I just want to know where they at though.
Yeah.
I mean, the person that did them saw them, so that's what I'm just.
Yeah, it's his job.
No, I'm just saying, like, where though? Like, dimple,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You said all that?
Yeah.
Did it hurt?
No, my pain tolerance is pretty high.
So you gonna get more piercings?
I want more, yes.
So you like a freak? Like a pain freak.
That don't make me a
Like
freak.
no,
That just me
freak.
getting piercings or tattoos doesn't make me a freak.
No, my mouth. I'm kind of quick. My mouth. Pain freak. You're a pain freak.
No, I'm expressing the way I feel about far as art and beauty, and to me, this is I like it. I'm attracted to that, so that's why I do it to myself. That doesn't make me a freak.
But
and far as
like that's kind of titties too, like everywhere.
Yes.
That's maybe.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring out our next single lady.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Okay, let's start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay, my name is Michaela Zazadi. I am a nail tech, and I have my own. I have my own TV show, streaming in 102 countries, and also on Amazon Prime, and Roku channel, and yeah, born and raised here.
You're Houstonian.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Well, you do have one pop balloon. Let's find out why he popped.
Okay.
Hello. Your name, your age.
I'm Jacorian. I'm a mortgage lender and a real estate agent. I'm 30 years old. My tag on Instagram is JD_negotiator. And I pop because you remind me of my baby mama, and I don't want to have more child support.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, so she's not your type.
Understandable. Understandable.
Not anymore. Okay. Is he your type?
No.
What makes him not your type?
I just he's handsome, but I just don't feel like we would go together. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
36. My name is Greg, chemical transporter specialist.
And Greg, why did you pop your balloon?
Just off the first look, I just don't like them boots. That's the only thing. I don't like the boots.
Okay, but is she your type?
Yeah, without the boots.
Okay. And what makes her your type?
She fine.
Okay. Now, is Greg your type?
No, he's not. Yeah.
Why is he
Can I
not your
be
type?
honest?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm kind of like smelling something. I don't know if it's like your breath,
Damn.
but
My breath thing?
I think
What it smell
so.
like?
It's just bad breath. Yeah.
That's great. We all just had the same gun. That's cool. We just had the same.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you had another balloon popped right here. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Devontae Davis, 31. I work at a plant. What was the question?
Why did you pop your balloon?
Oh, you're very beautiful. It's not my type. So nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Now, is he your type?
No, he's not my type. Yeah, no.
What makes him not your type?
I don't know. You seem sweet. You seem nice.
Yeah.
You seem mature, but I don't know. Maybe you look a little bit too serious.
But nah, that's how you gotta be. I'm serious. I'm a serious person. So that's respectable.
Yeah.
You read well. Okay. You have 4 unpopped balloons. You may ask the gentleman a question.
Okay. Do they want to stay living in Houston their whole life?
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Vic. I do business accounting work for oil and petroleum company. Do I want to stay in Houston for the rest of my life? Well, I mean, God forbid, but at least until my father, passed away. So, I mean, he's not planning on moving, and I help him out quite a bit. So,
Okay.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name Eddie. I'm 32. I work in IT and healthcare, and yeah, I would still want to be in Houston. Houston is just my home. I've been to like other places, and Houston's just the best. And I would also want to build me a slab and do slab things. I listen to chopped and screw music too. I've been a real Houstonian, you know, Texans. I represent Houston, like all the Houston teams, that's me.
Okay.
Okay, okay. All about Houston. You love Houston.
All about H-Town. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Tommy, 30, entrepreneur. I actually just came back to Houston. I was in LA for like 6 years. So I've already lived somewhere, so I guess
And what's your occupation? I'm sorry.
entrepreneur. I do a couple of things like music, clothes, healthcare, just all over the place, honestly.
Okay. And would you like to stay, move?
Well, yeah, like I said, I just came back. I was living in LA for a while, so I kind of want to like move. I mean, I'll probably go like back and forth, honestly, or like have a place here and have a place somewhere else.
Okay.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Jay, I'm 25 and I work in the transportation field. And the question is what again?
Do you want to stay living in Houston?
Yeah, because I just moved here and stuff from Chicago. And I like the city because it's like my family here. And it's like I just like Houston for real.
Oh, okay.
How long you been living in H?
For a month.
For a month?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
month,
You're fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I just got here.
Okay. You don't have family here?
Yeah,
Like all your family's here.
so I got like my people here, and then I got family also in like the Chicago area too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now you have to pop one balloon.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now why did you pop this gentleman's balloon?
I love that you're all about Houston. Everything that you said, I love that you listen to Chop and Screw and you want to create this lab and stuff. You're not my type,
All right.
respectfully.
Thank you.
And what makes him not your type?
Just look wise.
All right.
Yeah.
you.
But personality, yeah, you seem cool. You seem cool.
All right. At least.
Yeah.
What?
All right. I say at least it's rep those things.
Now why did you have your balloon on pop?
Wanted to find out more. I mean, I did like about the streaming. I did like about the Houstonian. But I also kind of do my own streaming sometimes. It's not as big and it's not like what it's on the games right now, but like I'm trying to stream other things on different platforms. I have like all the systems. I have like a whole bunch of laptops and computers at home. So just trying to create different platforms, stream through different things. So I was like thinking could be some team up, or I was just liking that.
Okay. You're sweet.
Alrighty. Now you have 3 unpop balloons and we're gonna let the gentleman ask you a question.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I have one kid.
How old is your kid?
He's 9.
So kids are a deal breaker?
Yeah, definitely. Right now, I don't have any. So like I said, I'm trying to start fresh. Preferably would like to have a child with my future wife. And I kind of want to go through all those experience for the first time with a person going through that for the first time.
Understandable. Yeah, feel that.
Fair enough. And you popped your balloon, why?
It's just a kid thing, for real. It's just a kid thing, but yeah.
Do you have any kids?
No, no, not yet, not yet. But like,
You don't want
I want kids in the future, but like, it's just a kid thing, you know. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, you have 1 unpop balloon. Would you like to ask him a question?
Yes. Let's see. I want to ask him, what is his clothing brand line, and how long has he started? Started it.
Your name of your clothing line.
It's called Icy Smooth Clothing. I actually have it on right now. Just dropped some tracksuits.
Okay, turn around.
That's fine, bro.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I started back in 2013 when I was a freshman in college.
Okay, so you're very passionate about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Okay.
Any other questions?
No. What kind of? You said that you are into music as well.
Yeah, I make music and I produce as well.
Oh, okay, okay. Like odd genres or
Yeah, the ones that I've already have on our platforms are like more hip hop and R&B, but I have a gospel song on the way.
oh, okay. So you're like you have like you're godly a little bit.
Well, I am godly, but my uncle does gospel music and he went to collab, so
Oh, okay.
it'll be interesting.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Do you have any questions?
You speak another language?
Yes.
Like, what's the language?
Spanish.
Oh, okay. And do
Yeah.
you cook?
Yes, I do cook. Yeah. Cook good. Too.
Good?
Yeah, real good.
What's your best dish?
uh, I would say enchiladas or yeah, tostadas.
You should have kept your balloon. Got the enchiladas.
Yeah, that's all I can think about right now.
Okay.
Oh, well, actually, you mentioned like the clothing line thing. Would you mind modeling for me?
Yeah, I would model for you. Yeah, I do. But a price. But yeah.
No, for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any more questions for him?
No, I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with? Or would you like
This
to pop his
gentleman
balloon?
here?
Mhm.
No, I would pop it.
Okay, and why did you pop?
I pop because I do like what you're interested in. It seems, pretty cool, kind of up my alley, but I am not attracted to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Respectfully. Yeah.
Respectfully. All right. All right.
No,
Unfortunately,
you
all
don't
the
have nothing
balloons
nice to
have
say.
been popped. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's bring out our next single lady. Hello. Hi.
Hi. Hi, boys.
Okay, let's start with you telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Samantha. I am 35 and I am a human resources professional.
Okay, Samantha. And you do have one popped balloon. Let's find out why he popped.
Okay.
Hello. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Devontae Davis, I'm 31. I work at a plant. I popped because she said, "Hey boys, we all men." But you're beautiful though. I just that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, is she your type?
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
And is he your type?
Not necessarily, but you do remind me of my brother a lot.
Hey, brother, I don't. I
It makes him remind you of your brother.
It's the look from Houston. You're from Houston, ain't you?
Yeah, born
That's
and
right.
raised H-Town all day.
Yeah, the squinty eye, the chocolate skin. Yeah.
Are you from H-Town?
Of course.
Yeah. I hear it in the accent. I can hear the little accent, H-Town accent.
Okay. All righty. You are welcome to ask the men a question.
Okay.
Just so you know, these women are kind of recycles from the last show. The women that have been doing the choosing were on the line. And this particular woman was the best of the lot, but she is like choosy beyond belief. So it's going to be interesting to see if any of these men on the line are good enough for her.
So I want to know, are you guys a Android user or an iOS user?
Let's start with you. So Android or Apple, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What's going on? My name is Vic. I'm 33. I work business accounting work for an oil and petroleum company. I have a podcast and I got a comic book for Black and brown children, inclusivity. So I use iPhone. Both of my phones are iPhones. So yeah.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name's Edward. I'm 32. I work in IT for the healthcare. I do have an iPhone and I got like some Apple products, but I still like Android. I started with Android and I ended up with Apple, but I would still want to have a merge between I got an iPhone, I got an Android phone, So I like both.
And you're in tech, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Greg. I'm 36 years old. I'm a chemical transporter specialist. I got a blue bubble.
Okay. Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Call me 30 entrepreneur. I got both. I got 2 iPhones and an Android.
Okay. Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Jacorian. I'm 30 years old. I'm a realtor and a mortgage lender. My Instagram tag is JD_negotiator, and I use all Apple products.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Jay, 25, and I'm a fleet manager and everything Apple, from iPhone, Mac, all that.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Let's see yours. You have to pop 2 balloons.
Oh, okay. Help me out, sis. Thank you. Can I
go for it?
You hold that.
2.
Oh, I was on the road. Thank you, brother. He got it.
Okay. Now, why did you pop this gentleman's balloon?
Earlier he said he had a child, right? You have a child. And unfortunately, I just don't want to date a guy with
It's all
children
good.
already.
How old is your child?
15.
Okay. And why'd you pop this gentleman's balloon?
I just think that you're ill prepared and that's okay. But unfortunately tonight it's not gonna cut it for me. And then also just the hair, like I saw the little style in the back. So I'm just like, what? Yeah, come on. You want to cut your hair for me? Sorry.
I wouldn't. I
Yeah.
mean, what you gonna do for me though? It's like
I mean, it depends
you
on
cut your hair for me.
why is that
You just asked me to do
equal?
that for me though.
That's
It's
not
like,
equal.
that is equal. If I cut my hair, you should cut your hair too. Short hair looks fire though. Knee long. You know?
Okay. Short hair, but
It's
not
kind of hypocritical
bald.
though. I didn't say bald.
Okay.
Doja Cat went bald. There's a lot of bald headed girls out here.
I'm not cutting my hair, but thank you.
You can do like bald hair with tattoos too. You can do.
I am not my
carried
hair.
away with it though. But I'm just saying though, you asked me to cut my hair for me, I would. But would you cut yours for me? Is no. So I wouldn't cut my.
No,
Kind of pointless.
it's okay.
But I'm not trying to be like, you know. So I'm just. They gotta make sense, you know.
Okay. Now, why were you going to pop this gentleman's balloon?
It's something about the introduction and the Instagram and it doesn't come off genuine. So maybe not today.
Well, as far as the genuineness in that, I'm always working. I'm always promoting my business.
Yeah.
So that's the genuineness in that.
I appreciate it.
Fair enough. All right. You have 3 unpopped balloons, and you can ask the gentleman a question.
If we were to go on a spontaneous trip anywhere in the world, money is not a variable, rather. Where would we go? Where would you take me?
Let's start down here because we always start here.
Sure.
So I would take you like to Costa Rica, and they have like the zip liner, ATV, and then it's also like a resort and everything like that. So I would just take you there and just have like a fun trip.
Yeah, perfect.
And have like a date night and all that stuff like that.
Pura vida.
You?
Oh, where we the UK and Nigeria. Those are my picks. Mostly Nigeria because it's just fun.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Is that like a hometown? Is it a connection to Nigeria or the UK? Do you have family there?
That's a hometown. In Nigeria, that's a hometown. And somewhat in UK, that's a hometown too. I got family there too, but I like going those places. There's just always something to do. It's fun and you can easily just get around.
Okay.
Yeah.
You?
Well, I'm well traveled. I mean, been to Japan, Cambodia, Denmark, all over. But one place I haven't been that I really want to go is Tahiti, so I can see the black sand.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now you have to pop 1 balloon,
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm gonna pop your balloon.
Yeah, why'd you pop this gentleman's balloon?
Well, because I'm not a fan of like the UK and the travel there. I mean, it's thank you, but I'm sorry.
What about the other place I mentioned, Nigeria?
Nigeria, I mean, no.
What are some of the places that you would find interesting? He
Somewhere
mentioned
with
Japan. Like, would you, if I said Japan, because I mean, that's another
actually,
thing I like.
I would prefer Japan over Nigeria
I
or
would
the
have
So
said
UK.
Japan.
Yeah.
I'm into, I
basically,
like
she
video
wants to go
cards. I like
somewhere
Well, you
where
had a
there
top
are no
choice.
black people.
We only get one option.
those are, that's what I thought of first.
Okay. It's fair. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you have 2 unpop balloons. I'm gonna let the gentleman ask you a question.
Do you have kids?
No.
I don't know if you answered that. I didn't hear. So much going on, but okay, you don't.
No.
Okay.
Why she popped you?
Why she popped me?
Okay. You have a question?
All right. What are one of your flaws or something that you're working on within yourself?
Oh, that's a great question. Personally, and you might not believe it, I'm kind of insecure about my body, so I go to the gym a lot. So I want to work on that. Yeah.
Okay, you have to pop 1 balloon.
Can I ask another question?
Go for it.
I'm not following the rules.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So I do have one question. Would you want to marry a woman who is a career-focused woman or someone who would take care of the home?
That's a good question. Because a lot of women, with y'all having y'all freedom, liberation, more power to that. Y'all could do whatever y'all want to. So I mean, I'm more so going like that. Whatever my woman want to do, I support it. If she want to stay at the crib, I got her. If she wants to, expand on her endeavors, I support that too. So, I mean, it's what my woman wants.
Okay.
In his case,
Can you repeat the question
bullshit.
again?
Sure. Would you want to marry a woman who is career-driven, earning potential, or someone who stays at home to take care of the home?
Like career driven?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's more like just like driven on like the career because like it's 2025. Like we need like income like from both parties and everything like that. And then like if you're goal driven and stuff on your career, and then me too, and then we could just sort of elevate.
Power couple. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now you're gonna have to pop 1 balloon.
Okay. I think I got it.
Okay. And why'd you pop this gentleman's balloon?
Well, because I don't plan to work for much longer. So,
Okay.
sorry.
So can you explain like
I'm just not interested in work or career.
so like a stay at home?
I would be a stay-at-home.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. All right, cool.
But you got a problem with me promoting my business?
No, I don't have a problem with you promoting your business.
Well, you said it didn't sound genuine.
On introduction. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now you can ask him a question.
Victor? Oh, what do you like to be called?
Vic.
Vic. Okay, sorry about that.
That's all good.
I get to ask a question. Okay. If I had a flat tire, would you A, help me fix it? Like come out, help me fix it. B, buy me a new car. Or C, call someone else and help ask them, call someone else to come and fix it.
I know how to fix a tire in a car. I know how to fix a lot of different things. So, I mean, I will go out there and, check to see if you got a spare in your trunk. If you don't, then I'll go buy a tire and then I'll change it myself. That doesn't call for buying your whole new car. If you want a whole new car, just say that. You know what I mean? Then we can work on that. We get that going. But yeah, I could just change a flat tire.
Okay. Perfect.
Do you have a question for her?
Yeah, you say you're 35, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to have kids?
Yes. If my husband wants to have kids, I'll have his baby.
Okay.
That's a very huge difference. And it's marriage.
Okay. Okay, so now, do you like what you see? Are you interested?
You can be honest.
It's the hair. It's not totally turn off, but if you want to cut it, if you want to style it in a different way, it's not too long, but it's no, I don't like hair. I don't like a lot of hair on a
But
man.
everything else you
But
are.
yes, you look like you're in the gym, tall, dark, handsome. Yeah.
So he is your type.
Occupation, all those things. Yeah, yeah. Great answers.
Is she your type?
Yeah, she's a beautiful woman for
Thank
sure.
you.
You know, she seemed like she got some intellect behind her, and we could have deep combos and expound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, is this a match?
I think so.
I think so too. There you go. Congratulations. We have a match. Chunk it.
Okay,
You two
let's
can go that
go.
way. There you go.
Very interesting. Well, now we go into the news. Strong winds threaten explosive fire growth. Looks like California is not out of the woods. Let's see what's going on. Let's watch this video first. New fire? New brush fire broke out at a river bottom in Ventura County. Wow. 56 acres overnight. It's like an adventure.
This news story was written by Rachel Panet, Andrew Jong, Vivian Ho, Gaia Gupta, Angie Orellana Hernandez, Maria Luisa Paul, Anumita Kaur, and Neha Masi. Strong winds threaten explosive fire growth. This live coverage has ended. For the latest updates, please go here. The threat of strong wind gusts remains high Tuesday evening as firefighters battle to contain the deadly blazes that have killed more than 20 people and churned through more than 40,000 acres. Resurgent winds could cause explosive fire growth, according to the National Weather Service, and authorities have issued particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties until Wednesday at 3 p.m. local time. The gusty Santa Ana winds are expected to subside Thursday into the weekend, but fire concerns will continue until the area gets significant rainfall, with each dry day further exacerbating the potential for peril. Firefighters are attempting to prevent the flames from reaching the city's Brentwood neighborhood, home to the Getty Center Museum and Interstate 405. The cause of the wildfires, forecast to be the costliest blaze in U.S. history, is unknown.
I'm Karina Knoll, a correspondent for the New York Times based in Los Angeles. When the fires broke out in Los Angeles last week, there was a lot of attention paid to the Palisades fire, in part because it's a scenic, beautiful location. There's a lot of celebrity homes, very rich mansions. But we wanted to also draw attention to the Eaton fire, where entire neighborhoods have also been ravaged. And there's one place that I was very interested in, this historic community of middle-class Black families who have been there for decades. Altadena is a small community just east of Los Angeles. It's in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, and it's kind of this rustic community where people kind of live a bit of a rural lifestyle. Many in the neighborhood were longtime homeowners who bought homes for like $75,000, and their homes were often passed down to each generation. You have people in their parents' home, their grandfather's home. When the Eaton fire came, it just ravaged these neighborhoods. There are entire streets that are just gone. It's just ash and rubble. So for the story I'm about to read, residents talked to me about this beautiful community, and I think there's a real concern about the history of that being forgotten and whether or not the descendants of the original homebuyers will even be able to afford coming back. As I record this now, it's Tuesday, and the fires are far from being contained. Here's my story. Scenic and charming and tucked into the foothills, Altadena seemed like a secret just outside the reaches of Los Angeles. I felt it was like back home, peaceful and calm and a little secluded, said Shirley Taylor, who was raised in North Carolina and arrived in 1979. The town also offered a striking element, a flourishing community of middle-class Black families. Ms. Taylor, a manager for the Social Security Administration, knew she and her 2 sons would fit right in. She purchased a 3-bedroom Craftsman on Las Flores Drive for about $75,000. It offered a view of the mountains from the master bedroom. Oh, it was beautiful, she said. I called it my little country home. Around them, a community thrived. Everyone was an auntie or uncle or cousin. Neighborhood barbecues were lively events. Children played in the streets and hurried home when someone rang a bell at sunset. A network of artists, county employees, blue-collar workers, and retirees bloomed. Now, the future of what was historically a Black enclave within Altadena is in peril after Ms. Taylor and many other residents lost homes in the blistering Eaton fire. Entire neighborhoods in the town of about 42,000 have become deserts of ash. The loss of homes is staggering. The loss of a unique haven, shattering. Nearly 21% of the residents directly affected by the Eaton fire are Black, a high proportion considering that Black residents account for only 8% of the overall population of Los Angeles County. Some of those who lost homes did not have fire insurance. Ms. Taylor, who is 75 years old, told me, "It's very painful because it feels like a family of people have been destroyed, and I don't know if that family will come together again with a property in California being as expensive as it is." Neighbors have been horrified to learn the names of the dead. Rodney Nickerson, 82, a retired aerospace engineer who loved to fish. Victor Shaw, 66, a former courier whose body was found in his front yard with a garden hose in his hand. Delise Curry, 95, a former actress known for the old blue Cadillac she had long vowed to restore. Erlene Kelly, 83, a retired pharmacy technician who doted on her grandchildren. They, along with other Black victims of the fire, lived west of Lake Avenue, where many early homeowners of color were pushed because of redlining, a discriminatory bank lending practice that effectively precluded them from buying in white neighborhoods. Even after redlining was outlawed, the practice continued informally through steering by real estate agents. The west side of Altadena became racially diverse, home to a small number of Asian Americans, a substantial Latino population, as well as Black residents. It had cheaper, more modest homes on smaller lots than the other side of town, east of Lake Avenue, a major street that bisects the community and runs from the San Gabriel Mountains south to the 210 freeway. Altadena was overwhelmingly white in the 1950s at the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement. When Black residents slowly began to appear, they were not embraced. Wanda Williams, who's 74, recalled that her father, who worked with the Union Pacific Railroad, was not allowed to buy a home in Los Angeles because of redlining. When the family settled in Altadena around 1953, they were one of 2 Black families in the whole neighborhood. Ms. Williams recalled how an older white woman would spray a garden hose at her when she rode by on her bike. Around that time, a neighborhood watch group known as Sench, each letter standing for a street name, was started by a Black resident in part to address a strained relationship with the sheriff's department. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act prohibited race-based discrimination against homebuyers and renters and helped to change the racial makeup of Altadena. Black families who were pushed out of urban housing in neighboring Pasadena made their way in, and the area became sought after by families from the South. About a decade later, the Black proportion of the Altadena population peaked at nearly 43%, according to census data. Michelle Zach, a local historian, wrote a book about Altadena, an unincorporated part of Los Angeles County that lacks a city council or mayor of its own. She said that with the surge in Black residents came additional scrutiny from the authorities, as well as white flight. Ms. Zach told me real estate agents actually scared a lot of white homeowners, especially those west of Lake Avenue, and said, "We can't be responsible for your property values falling, so get out now." They would get white owners in modest areas to sell their houses cheap and then bring in Black people and sell to them at higher prices, she said. So there was a lot of land that was exchanged in a panic mode. A considerable number of the first-time homebuyers from that period stayed in Altadena for good. These days, about a quarter of Black residents in Altadena are 65 or older. Many of Altadena's Black families passed their houses down from parents to children and hoped they would be the foundation of generational wealth. All of that made for a community where, if you didn't know someone directly, you probably knew someone related to them. Entire blocks operated like extended families anyway. Regina Major, who's 62, was a toddler when her parents purchased a home in the area. She told me, "My neighbor on one side, she taught me how to cheerlead, and then an older lady, Mrs. Cheatham, she'd babysit us. But if you were in trouble, she'd tell your parent." In that whole community, you took care of each other. Ms. Major's father was a minister who also ran a printing business. Her mother was a jury services supervisor for the Los Angeles County Superior Court and did hairdressing on the side. There'd always be someone over, Ms. Major said. She would press and curl their hair in the kitchen. She also baked a lot, so anybody that had a birthday, she made a cake for them. Ms. Major moved into a house around the corner from her father, who's now 101 years old. His home didn't burn, but hers did. The camaraderie among neighbors has meant that no matter who lost what in the fire, the devastation has been shared. Group chats have been never-ending, with messages of support and resources. Sometimes someone has a tragedy, and all of us get together to support that person, said Felita Keeling, who's 61. But in this case, she added, it's not one or two, it's thousands of people. You see Candace lost her house, or Kushan lost her house, and you know those people. You've been to their homes. You remember their furniture. You remember how they greeted you. Ms. Keeling has lived in Altadena for 3 decades. She and her husband were known for hosting a Christmas brunch where anyone could stop by for quiche, banana bread, and waffles. The couple and their 2 sons were also involved with the Altadena Baptist Church, which hosted an annual Black History celebration. Both their house and the church were destroyed. More than half of Black households in Altadena earn more than $100,000 a year, a tidy sum in many places, but firmly middle class in Southern California. I spoke with Wilberta Richardson, the president of the Altadena unit of the NAACP, which started in 1984. When you lose a middle-class Black community, she said, it's a loss of a culture, but it's also a loss for the next generation. Ms. Richardson, who's 75, has lived in town for nearly 4 decades. She pointed out that Black children who grew up in Altadena had the privilege of accessible role models. But many residents worry that the fires will and hasten gentrification. The proportion of Black residents in Altadena's population has fallen to around 18%. Altadena is now considered affluent, with an average household income of $100,000. The median sale price of a house in Altadena is now nearly $1.3 million, a figure that few longtime residents could afford. Long before the fires, many Black homeowners were capitalizing on their newfound equity by selling and moving away. Many of those who remained had planned to stay for good. Jervy Tervalan, a novelist who was born in New Orleans, has lived in Altadena for 20 years. Even though we were kind of cordoned off, he said, we made the best of it, and there's a real sense of genuine community that we particularly enjoy. Mr. Tervalan's own home burned, and he and his family have been staying at a nearby hotel. The fear of something to lose is real, he said. This article was written and read by me, Karina Knoll, and the audio was produced by Adrian Hurst. Thanks for listening.
Now, this is one of the sadder articles. This is about Elon Musk.
The SEC on Tuesday filed a suit against Elon Musk, alleging the billionaire violated securities law by acquiring Twitter shares at artificially low prices. Musk bought Twitter in 2022 for about $44 billion, later changing the name to X. The SEC filed a lawsuit against Elon Musk on Tuesday, alleging the billionaire committed securities fraud in 2022 by failing to disclose he had amassed an active stake in Twitter, a secrecy that allowed him to buy shares at artificially low prices. Musk, who is also CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, purchased Twitter for $44 billion in late 2022 and changed the name to X the following year. Prior to the acquisition, he'd built up a position in the company of greater than 5%, which would have required disclosing his holdings to the public within 10 calendar days of reaching that threshold. According to the SEC's civil complaint, filed in U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., Musk was more than 10 days late in reporting that material information, allowing him to underpay by at least $150 million for shares he purchased after his financial beneficial ownership report was due. Investors may have bid up the stock had they known about Musk's purchases and interest in the company. The SEC had been investigating whether Musk, or anyone else working with him, committed securities fraud in 2022 around the Twitter disclosures. Musk said in a post on X last month that the SEC issued a settlement demand, pressuring him to agree to a deal, including a fine within 48 hours or face charges on numerous counts regarding the purchase of shares. Musk's lawyer, Alex Spiro, said in an emailed statement on Tuesday that the SEC's action is an admission that they cannot bring an actual case. Spiro, a partner at Quinn Emanuel, added that Musk has done nothing wrong and called the suit a sham and the result of a multi-year campaign of harassment, culminating in a single-count ticky-tack complaint. Musk is just a week away from having unparalleled influence in the White House as President-elect Donald Trump's second term begins on January 20th. Musk, who was a major financial backer of Trump in the latter stages of the campaign, is poised to lead an advisory group that will focus in part on reducing regulations, including those that affect Musk's various companies. In July, Trump vowed to fire SEC Chairman Gary Gensler. After Trump's election victory, Gensler announced that he would be resigning from his post instead. Trump plans to nominate Paul Atkins as the next chair of the SEC. In a separate civil lawsuit concerning the Twitter deal, the Oklahoma firefighters' pension and retirement system sued Musk, accusing him of deliberately concealing his progressive investments in the social network and intent to buy the company. The pension fund's attorneys argued that Musk, by failing to clearly disclose his investments, had influenced other shareholders' decisions and put them at a disadvantage. That case, Rasella versus Musk, was filed in April 2022 in a federal court in the Southern District of New York. Unsuspecting public. The SEC said in Tuesday's complaint that Musk crossed the 5% ownership mark in his Twitter ownership in March 2022 and would have been required to disclose his holdings by March 24th. On April 4, 2022, 11 days after a report was due, Musk finally publicly disclosed his beneficial ownership in a report with the SEC, disclosing that he had acquired over 9% of Twitter's outstanding stock. The complaint says. That day, Twitter's stock price increased more than 27% over its previous day's closing price. The SEC alleges that Musk spent over $500 million purchasing more Twitter shares during the time between the required disclosure and the day of his actual filing. That enabled him to buy stock from the unsuspecting public at artificially low prices, the complaint says. He underpaid Twitter shareholders by over $150 million during that period, according to the SEC. In the complaint, the SEC said it's seeking a jury trial and asks that Musk be forced to pay disgorgement of his unjust enrichment, as well as a civil penalty. The suit is the latest chapter in an almost 3-year saga. For a brief period in April 2022, after Musk's ownership had been made public and it was known that he was the biggest shareholder, Musk was set to join Twitter's board. However, he quickly abandoned that plan, telling the board he would not take a seat. What followed was a 6-month drama that began with Musk submitting an unsolicited bid in mid-April that was opposed by the board. Twitter's board eventually accepted Musk's offer later that month. Soon thereafter, Musk tried to back out, alleging that Twitter was misstating the number of bots on its service. Musk ultimately closed the deal in October 2022, famously walking into the company's office in San Francisco with a sink in his hands. Entering Twitter HQ. Let that sink in. Musk wrote, attaching a video of his entrance. This story is developing.
Welcome to the oligarchy, folks. I'm guessing this goes away. Next, Michelle Obama does not want to see the inauguration of Donald Trump.
Michelle Obama will skip Trump's inauguration. This article is by Erica L. Green and Katie Rogers and read by an automated voice. Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, will not attend the inauguration of President-elect Donald J. Trump, her office said in a statement on Tuesday. Former President Barack Obama is confirmed to attend the 60th inaugural ceremonies, the statement said. Former First Lady Michelle Obama will not attend the upcoming inauguration. The statement did not provide an explanation for why Mrs. Obama was skipping the inauguration, which is traditionally attended by former presidents and their spouses, but it is the second high-profile event in the past 2 weeks that she has declined to take part in that would have brought her face-to-face with Mr. Trump. Mrs. Obama has expressed personal disdain for the president-elect, who pushed the lie that her husband was not a U.S. citizen and has a history of making racist and sexist statements. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us, she said during her speech at the Democratic National Convention in August. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black, she added. Mrs. Obama did not accompany her husband to the funeral of former President Jimmy Carter last week, which every other living former president and First Lady attended. Mrs. Obama's absence at Mr. Carter's funeral was attributed to a scheduling conflict, but it was notable that by protocol, she would have been seated next to Mr. Trump, who engaged Mr. Obama in a conversation during the ceremony. The Obamas, who served as surrogates for Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign trail, issued a statement shortly after the election congratulating Mr. Trump on his victory. This is obviously not the outcome we had hoped for, given our profound disagreements with the Republican ticket on a whole host of issues, the statement said. But living in a democracy is about recognizing that our point of view won't always win out, and being willing to accept the peaceful transfer of power. Mrs. Obama is not the first to buck the tradition of former First Families attending an inauguration. Mr. Trump and the former First Lady, Melania Trump, did not attend President Biden's inauguration in 2021 after Mr. Trump falsely claimed that the election was stolen from him.
The point of The Trumps not attending Biden's inauguration seems to have been lost on many people in this John Galt space. Basically, Trump can be an asshole and worship for it, but no one else can, especially if they're black. And let's see here. Gonna get this read by this artificial reader. Sorry about that, folks. I thought this article was playing. Oh, let's see. Technical difficulties. This is takeaways from Pete Hegseth's, the future Secretary of Defense, or nominee to be Secretary of Defense, and probably uh, Secretary of Defense. Let me refresh this. And again, Pete Hegseth, problematic but probable um, Secretary of Defense under Trump. Oh, my Lord. That is true. You know what? This reader is horrible. Bottom line is Pete Hegseth was on in the Senate today. His confirmation hearing started. Uh, Donald Trump has picked him to be Secretary of Defense. Democrats have a huge problem with it because the dude is a problematic pick. However, looks like the Republicans are kind of on board with this. So my guess is he'll, make it out of committee. He will be or voted on to be Secretary of State. I'm sorry, Secretary of Defense. And you know, Trump should get what he wants. He is going to be president, and it is his to screw up. They're going to have to govern now, as I keep repeating. Rubio is on deck tomorrow for first round of hearings for him to be Secretary of Defense. And let's get this article read.
Rubio is in spotlight on second big day of cabinet hearings. This article is by Michael Crowley and read by an automated voice. When President-elect Donald J. Trump's choice for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, appears before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations today, it may be easy for him to persuade senators that he can lead American diplomacy at a moment of unusual global turmoil. The harder task may be convincing them that he can credibly represent a president with whom he has a long history of personal and policy differences. As a third-term senator who holds generally mainstream foreign policy views, Mr. Rubio, 53, is expected to be confirmed with relative ease later this month after Mr. Trump, once inaugurated, officially nominates him to succeed Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken. Unlike several of Mr. Trump's other top cabinet picks, Mr. Rubio has decent relations with his fellow Senate Democrats, no scandalous allegations about his personal behavior, and relevant policy experience. He serves as vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee and is a member of the committee that will question him. Even senior Biden administration officials believe that Mr. Rubio can be a responsible leader of the State Department as the Trump administration confronts a roiling Middle East, the war in Ukraine, and looming threats from China. The bigger questions revolve around Mr. Rubio's relationship with the incoming president. The two battled for the 2016 Republican presidential nomination in a duel that began with policy differences and descended into mutual personal ridicule. Mr. Rubio declared Mr. Trump an unfit-for-office con artist, and even mocked his manhood, accusing his rival of having small hands. In response, Mr. Trump derided Mr. Rubio as a scripted establishment politician and taunted him as Little Marco. Mr. Rubio, a Miami native, law school graduate, and former Florida state legislator, has since worked his way into Mr. Trump's favor. The Floridian was reportedly among the finalists to serve as Mr. Trump's running mate last year. But some prominent Trump supporters remain distrustful of Mr. Rubio. They recall his vote to officially certify the 2020 election results, despite Mr. Trump's false claims of election fraud. And they consider Mr. Rubio's foreign policy record dangerously interventionist. The son of Cuban immigrants, Mr. Rubio has long been a hawkish voice on national security issues, often in ways that clash with Mr. Trump's views. Mr. Rubio opposed the American withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, which was set in motion by the Trump administration. He criticized Mr. Trump's effort to pull U.S. troops from northern Syria in 2019 and supported U.S. efforts to depose dictators in Syria and Libya, which Mr. Trump has called foolish. Mr. Rubio also condemned Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as a gangster for the 2018 killing of the Saudi dissident Jamal Khashoggi. Mr. Trump downplayed the episode. Mr. Rubio has also branded President Vladimir Putin of Russia, whom Mr. Trump openly admires, as a killer and a war criminal. Those differences, plus his 2016 battle with Mr. Trump, have raised questions about whether Mr. Rubio can persuade foreign officials that he truly speaks for his president, an essential credential for a top diplomat. Rex Tillerson, a former oil executive who served as Mr. Trump's first Secretary of State, was widely seen as ineffectual once it grew obvious that he lacked the president's trust. Mr. Trump fired Mr. Tillerson after less than 14 months. Democrats are likely to grill Mr. Rubio about his views on Mr. Trump's most divisive foreign policy positions, with potentially awkward results. One likely topic is Mr. Trump's longtime criticism of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, including his threats to withdraw from the military alliance. In 2023, Mr. Rubio co-sponsored a measure, clearly in response to Mr. Trump's commentary, requiring either the approval of 2/3 of the Senate or separate congressional legislation for that to happen. Then there is the third rail of Trump world, Mr. Putin. Mr. Rubio is a longtime Russia hawk who has insisted that the Russian leader be held accountable for crimes in Syria and Ukraine. Mr. Trump will brook no such talk. At Mr. Tillerson's Senate confirmation hearing in January 2017, Mr. Rubio, then a questioner, pushed Mr. Tillerson to declare Mr. Putin a war criminal for Russian military actions in Syria and the murder of Russian dissidents. When Mr. Tillerson demurred, Mr. Rubio called his response discouraging. Any impression abroad that America makes exceptions to its support for democracy and freedom, Mr. Rubio warned, demoralizes these people all over the world. A similar scene could play out on Wednesday if Mr. Rubio is pressed by Russia hawks on the committee. Like Mr. Tillerson, Mr. Rubio knows that Mr. Trump wants friendly dialogue with Mr. Putin and could wind up meeting with the Russian leader. On at least one major issue related to Mr. Putin and Russia, however, Mr. Rubio appears to have softened his views. After Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, Mr. Rubio accused Mr. Putin of war crimes and supported a huge U.S. aid package for Kyiv. More recently, Mr. Rubio has suggested, in line with Mr. Trump, that the war is stalemated and that peace talks should begin. Last April, with his name circulating as a possible Trump running mate, Mr. Rubio was one of 15 Republican senators who voted against a fresh aid package for Ukraine. It is unclear how central a role Mr. Rubio might play in any Ukraine talks. Mr. Trump has named a special White House envoy for the conflict, as well as ones for the Middle East and for vaguely defined special missions, raising questions about how much important work will be left for Mr. Rubio. On other major issues, little daylight exists between Mr. Rubio and Mr. Trump. Mr. Rubio calls for giving no quarter to the governments of Cuba and Venezuela, saying any promises of political reform they might make cannot be trusted. Mr. Trump has said much the same. Mr. Rubio is also a constant critic of Beijing's authoritarian government, declaring in a recent report, "Communist China is the most powerful adversary the United States has faced in living memory." Mr. Trump has used similar rhetoric and vows to confront China, although Mr. Trump also seemed to relish negotiating in his first term with China's President Xi Jinping.
Next is an article about Panama Canal. China is down there and actively involved in Panama. Mainly because of economic interest. Having the Panama Canal allows China to get to U.S. ports on the East Coast in the Caribbean. So let's read this article about China in Panama.
What China wants in Panama: more trade, projects, and influence. This article is by Vivian Wong and read by an automated voice. There was talk of a high-speed rail line that China would build in Panama, a new subway line in Panama City, a modern container port. China has been working to build ties and influence in Panama for years, part of its broader ambition to expand its footprint in Latin America. The effort has had some successes, but also plenty of setbacks. In 2017, China scored a major victory when Panama cut diplomatic ties with Taiwan, the self-governing island that China claims as its territory, and recognized Beijing instead. Panama had been one of the few countries worldwide to recognize Taiwan as a sovereign state. The following year, Panama became the first Latin American country to sign onto the Belt and Road Initiative, the Chinese leader Xi Jinping's signature global infrastructure program, which is aimed at enlarging China's geopolitical heft and countering American influence. Promises. A flurry of ambitious promises followed. China proposed to build a 250-mile high-speed rail line from Panama City, the capital, toward the western border with Costa Rica. It offered to help build a new subway line in Panama City. A consortium of Chinese companies, led by the conglomerate Landbridge, began developing a container port that was promised to be Panama's most modern one. A Chinese state-owned company also won a $1.4 billion contract to build a fourth bridge over the Panama Canal. Eventually, the two countries said they would negotiate a free trade agreement. Beijing made clear that it wanted to solidify its support in Panama City. In early 2018, a visiting Chinese official told then-President Juan Carlos Varela that the establishment of diplomatic relations with Panama was the most important diplomatic achievement for China during 2017, according to a Panamanian government news release. Later that year, Mr. Xi became the first Chinese leader to visit. China also stepped up its soft power efforts, opening a Confucius Institute to promote Chinese culture and language, and donating healthcare supplies during the COVID pandemic. Setbacks. But as China's influence grew, so did wariness among Panamanians, as well as pressure from the United States for Panama to distance itself from Beijing. After Mr. Varela left office, his successor, Laurentino Cortizo, suspended the proposed railway project. The trade negotiations have stalled. The Panamanian government revoked Landbridge's rights to the container port project in 2021 after an audit found that the company had violated the terms of its contract, investing less money and employing less local labor than had been promised. Still, China has also had some successes. The new Panamanian president, José Raúl Mulino, has revived the idea of the railway, and Chinese diplomats and companies have made clear that they want to participate. Construction has resumed on the fourth bridge over the Panama Canal after a pause. In 2021, the Hong Kong company CK Hutchison won a 25-year extension of its control over 2 ports at the canal's entrances. CK Hutchison is a publicly listed conglomerate whose largest owner is a family of Hong Kong billionaires. It is not a Chinese state-owned company, but Beijing has tightened its control over Hong Kong in recent years, and it has the power to compel private companies to comply with its demands in the name of national security. Panama has been the focus of special attention from China because of the canal and its previous ties to Taiwan, but China has also been working to expand its influence in Latin America more broadly. It has positioned itself as an alternative to the United States in global leadership, casting itself as a fellow developing country more attuned to such nations' needs. Beijing has also invested heavily in Peru, where it opened a new Chinese-funded port in a city 40 miles north of Lima in November. China is South America's top trading partner and the second biggest, after the United States, for Latin America as a whole. Going forward, in response to accusations from President-elect Donald J. Trump, Chinese officials have denied having any interest in infringing on Panama's sovereignty or bending it to its own interests against Washington. They have said that China would always respect the canal as a permanently neutral international waterway. Chinese scholars have denounced American concerns about Beijing's growing presence in Latin America as smear campaigns. Zhou Bo, a retired colonel in the People's Liberation Army of China, who is now a senior fellow at the Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University in Beijing, said Mr. Trump's recent remarks about a Chinese military presence in Panama were so absurd as to not deserve a specific reply from Beijing. China has many investments around the world. They're not limited by region or whether it's supposedly America's backyard, he said. Kui Shoujin, director of the Research Center for Latin American Studies at Renmin University in Beijing, expressed confidence that China's relations with Panama would keep growing despite American efforts to stymie them. Mr. Trump might even push Panama closer to Beijing, he added. You have an extremely domineering American president and a pragmatic Chinese partner, he said. Faced with that choice, he said, the answer is self-evident.
Well, let's see what's in these newspapers. There was, let's see. Let's see. SEC problems. My goodness. Slow news day. Well, damn it. We'll see what's in the Washington Post. Seems like there was another story on Elon Musk. Well, let's see. Let's read about Greenland. All right, well, let's see what's going on in Greenland.
This news story was written by William Booth. In Greenland, a cold shoulder for Trump, but curiosity about U.S. ties. No UK, Greenland. The people of Greenland, the Inuit, the people of the farthest north, are famously quiet. At church, you can barely hear them when they sing. In conversation, you have to lean in. This doesn't mean they are passive. They eat polar bears. Greenland is not for sale. That's the dominant refrain from the people in the sub-zero capital of the world's largest island. But might Greenland be for rent? Or amenable to a compact of free association? Just as the United States has in the Pacific with the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and Palau? Based on interviews here, President-elect Donald Trump would have his work cut out for him convincing people of the merits of his desire to make Greenland great again by acquiring it, somehow. I don't trust the guy, said Bilo Chemnitz, who drives a snowmobile at the local ski slope in the half-light of winter. I want Greenland to stay like it is. After Mass at the red-painted Nuuk Cathedral, Ida Abelson pointed her finger toward her mouth in the universal gesture of gag me, saying, I don't like the way he talks about Greenland, yet there are also some here who are Trump curious, who want to hear more about how their lives might improve with closer ties to the United States. Those lives today are not bad. Free healthcare, free education for all, and for the needy, subsidized housing. As a self-governing territory of distant Denmark, Greenland has limited self-rule but is also a welfare state. A third of the gross domestic product and half the state budget are supplied by Denmark, about $500 million a year. That's about what the U.S. government announced in military financing for the Philippines last year. So it's not hard to envision upping the bid for influence in Greenland. For an outsider, Greenland has a faraway, otherworldly feeling, especially in winter. In Nuuk, the sun rises around 10 a.m. and sets at 4 p.m. People suddenly appear in your headlights. It's got an Arctic noir vibe. It's also melting. Greenland is like an extreme Alaska, bigger, emptier, and more remote. Its vast, ice-capped open space covers more than 836,000 square miles. The weather is gnarly, and the population is minuscule. Greenland is home to 56,000 people, with 20,000 in the capital, the rest scattered in coastal hamlets. This is no hot-tubbing tourist hotspot like Iceland. There are few roads. People travel by boat or plane or not at all. We took a 2-hour boat ride from Nuuk up the fjord and landed on the rocky shore of Kornok. It was once a fishing village of a few hundred people, said Captain Georg Jonathansen, until it was emptied by the Danish government in the early 1970s. Today, the village is not quite a ghost town, but all the homes have been converted to summer cabins. No one was there during our visit. Some Trump backers in the United States imagine that acquiring Greenland could be one of the biggest real estate plays ever, such as buying Alaska in 1867, when America snapped it up for a cool $7.2 million from Russia. As the Arctic warms faster than the rest of the planet, a new great game competition is afoot among the superpowers: China, Russia, the United States. seeking to exploit resources and new commercial shipping and military sea routes through the ice-free summer seas. Already, Greenland is home to the northernmost installation of the U.S. Armed Forces. The sprawling Patuxent Space Base, formerly known as Thule Air Base, is tasked with operating a global network of early warning sensors to detect incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles. Greenland also offers potential riches, according to geologists, untapped reserves of rare earth minerals needed to make batteries for electric cars. People in Trump world, eyeing this strategically situated landmass, see the incoming president's desire to acquire, protect, control, whatever, Greenland as the kind of deal only Trump would float. His supporters describe Trump's Arctic vision as audacious, a return to a muscular, acquisitive, expansive presence. It makes America dream again, that we're not just this sad, low-testosterone beta male slouching in our chair, allowing the world to run over us, said conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who accompanied Trump's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., on a visit to Greenland last week. It is the resurrection of masculine American energy, Kirk said on his podcast. It is the return of manifest destiny. Whatever else the president-elect has done for Greenland, he has certainly raised its profile. The place has been crawling with journos doing TV stand-ups against a frozen, pitiless backdrop. This is a great opportunity for Greenland, said Kuno Fenker, a member of parliament and its Foreign Affairs Committee, from the dominant Siumut party. We know Donald Trump. He's a politician. He's a businessman. You shouldn't take him literally, but you should take him seriously. Danish officials have responded to Trump by emphasizing that Greenland will make its own decisions. Greenland belongs to the Greenlanders, Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen said. Danish King Frederik VI, who ascended the throne after his mother abdicated last year, recently increased the prominence of the Greenland polar bear and Faroe Islands ram in his design for the royal coat of arms. As usual, Trump has raised anxieties as well as attention, especially after he declined to say at his last news conference whether he would rule out using military or economic force to take control of Greenland or the Panama Canal. My mom was asking me seriously if I thought Trump was going to declare war against Greenland, said Paul Pedersen, a sociologist at Greenland University. Fenker, the lawmaker, stated that Trump's loose language left some here confused whether the president-elect was wooing or threatening. The U.S. military, he said, would never attack Greenland. Denmark is a NATO member. That we are even discussing this is distracting, he said. Would Trump apply economic and political pressure on Denmark to cede control? I think he is already doing that, Fenker said. Pedersen, the university lecturer, said Trump's interventions have tapped into simmering grievances over Denmark's treatment of Greenland during its long colonial history. He is already dividing people here, he said. The population of Greenland is almost 90% indigenous Inuit, descendants of people who arrived in the 13th century. Most of the rest, about 7%, are Danes. There are also guest workers in the service industry from the Philippines and Thailand. In the villages and towns, the grocery stores sell Danish imports, but people also eat polar bears, seals, whales, reindeer meat. They hunt and fish. Largest exports, fish and shrimp. But it is all traded through Denmark, which serves as the seafood broker. Daniel L. Johnson, a local nature tour guide, followed Donald Trump Jr.'s entourage around last week. The president-elect's son landed in Nuuk aboard his father's campaign 747 airplane. He billed it as a private trip. He spent 5 hours in the country. It was the most bizarre day, Johnson said. The younger Trump visited the National Museum and a statue of Hans Egede, the Danish-Norwegian Lutheran missionary who founded Nuuk. They gave hats to random people off the street, who agreed to wear the hats if they wanted some free food and free drinks. It was all just for show, said Johnson, who sold video clips of Trump's trip to the Danish news media. The president-elect posted on his Truth Social platform, Don Jr. and my reps landing in Greenland. The reception has been great. They and the free world need safety, security, strength, and peace. This is a deal that must happen. Make Greenland great again. Jørgen Boasen is a prominent and authentic Trump supporter in Nuuk. He is a former boxer and a bricklayer. The more the Danish media hated Trump during his first term, the more I liked him, he said. My friends were all laughing at me. Boasen was wearing a t-shirt that showed Trump with a raised fist, a gesture from after the shooting at his rally in Pennsylvania last summer, with the words, American Badass. As a prominent Trump supporter in Nuuk, with a prominent social media presence, Boasen's phone has been ringing off the hook. During the recent presidential campaign, he traveled to Pittsburgh to knock on doors for Trump, on a trip paid for by Trump donors. What would a future relationship with the United States look like? It depends how far Trump wants to take it, Boasen said. He said he assumed that first Greenland might need to declare full independence from Denmark. And then we can make our own deal, he said. As Trump turned his gaze toward the north, Greenland's Prime Minister, Mute Ejadi, said last week, "It is now time to take the next step for our country, to remove the obstacles to cooperation, which we can describe as the shackles of the colonial era, and move on," suggesting he might push for an independence referendum in an upcoming parliamentary election. The Prime Minister added in a news conference in Copenhagen on Monday that he wanted to work more closely with the United States on defense and mining exploration, and was open to conversations with the Trump administration. He emphasized that it is Greenland that will decide what agreement we should come to. Boasen said he doubted Greenland would become a 51st state. But close partners? Maybe, he said.
Hey, John.
What's up, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. Just
So you playing Aramy?
just
How do you pronounce his name? Aramy? Last name?
irony.
Aramy. Yeah.
Would you enjoy it?
Yeah. He has a kind of a mellow tone voice. I like listening to what he says though.
Yeah, well, he aligns with some things that MAGA does.
I
But
was surprised you're
the
black.
two videos that I showed,
Mm-hmm.
spot on about, but it's a it pretty much aligns. I'm unpleasantly surprised that Ramaswamy's right.
Hey, give me 1 second, Stanley. I'll be right back.
Okay. And let's see, in the meantime, we'll catch up with some fire news. Oops. Looks like a new fire started in California. I'm trying to find one that, well, we'll play this one. Oops.
No, really can't complain locally. A lot going on across the country with the big chill, and of course down south with the fires. We'll talk more about that fire forecast in a minute, but let's take a look at our beautiful conditions across the region. Temperatures right now in the 50s.
Well, let's hope
We
more
did get up
fire
into the
news.
60s for many spots for today. And you know what? Tomorrow is going to be a little warmer. So we continue this warming trend, but not for long. Changes on the horizon. Now,
Not
as we
enough
take a look at
fire
these
and
temperatures tonight,
brimstone
they are going
here.
to drop down. Still upper 50s though, 5 o'clock. That's pretty mild.
So winds in Southern California. Apparently the national news is getting bored with the fires. Huh. Talking more winds in the LA area. Well, let's try this again. Yeah, we'll do this.
Surrounding areas more susceptible to ignition. Panett and Neha Masih. This news story was written by Rachel Panett and Neha Masih. LA fires live updates. Strong winds bring threat of new blazes. More destruction to Los Angeles. More strong winds are forecast for the Los Angeles area overnight into Wednesday, bringing with them the threat of new or expanded blazes as firefighters battle to contain the conflagration that has already burned some 40,000 acres and killed more than 20 people. The National Weather Service issued a high-level, particularly dangerous situation warning from 3 a.m. through 3 p.m. local time Wednesday, and extended a red flag warning through Thursday for some areas to the north of the city. Please stay on guard for a fast-moving fire, it said. While cooler temperatures are expected over the weekend, weather officials say any reprieve will probably be brief, with Santa Ana windstorms that can fan flames and carry potentially dangerous embers predicted to return Sunday and continue through next week. The two largest wildfires, Palisades and Eaton, are only 18% and 35% contained, respectively, and the drying winds of the past week have made surrounding areas more susceptible to ignition. Several new fires ignited in dry brush and riverbeds on Tuesday.
Well, does not look like any total relief for the Los Angeles area. So let's see what do we have here. Huh. This is kind of a scary looking article talking about talking about pilots. Firefighting pilots face high pressure job. It gets a bit scary. People flying planes and tankers involved in dousing blazes face hot, sweaty, turbulent conditions and the risk that fire retardant won't land where it's needed. Let's have a look at this. Jesus. Well, there's a job. Ah, damn it. This looks fun. Gotta be one of the harder jobs.
Marciano, as firefighters are getting in the ready position, bracing for those high winds tonight.
We are taking an aggressive lean forward posture, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city.
With wind warnings now extended that could fan more flames, equipment and crews have surged to the battle lines of the Palisades fire. But they say they're ready.
This team is from Colorado. They just got an assignment to head a little bit farther north. They've been strategically placed here in a neighborhood near the Palisades that has not been burned. This has been the concern with these winds kicking up. If one of these hotspots flares up, they got to go snuff it out.
So far, firefighters have only been able to establish a perimeter around 17% of the fire to prevent it from spreading.
Our orders are to kind of get the area cleaned up here as best we can.
Greg Cates' unit from Oregon is tasked with creating a buffer zone, clearing dry brush away from homes that could be threatened by flare-ups.
Obviously, if we see any hot spots, make sure that they get cold and stay cold, and hopefully kind of get things prepped for people to come back in.
As the dry winds continue to blow, the army of firefighters remain at the ready.
We're still pushing forward until we don't have any threat.
And no rain in the forecast at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, no rain until further notice here at the command post. They're protected from the wind. They were happy to know that the forecast winds didn't quite reach that level, but indications are they just a little bit delayed. Matter of fact, the PDS red flag warning has now been extended through a good chunk of tomorrow, with some of those peak winds maybe coming tonight. Let's take a look at that. I think places across the valley, Simi Valley in particular, could very well reach 70 miles per hour for a gust tonight around 9 or 10 o'clock. And then in the morning down to Temecula, same sort of deal. And then even after that warning expires tomorrow afternoon, some indications with our models up to 50, 60 miles an hour. Now, the overall pattern, even after these winds diminish and we go onshore a little bit over the weekend, is keeps the rain away and then really resets potentially more Santa Ana winds coming the beginning of next week. Nora?
Everyone on alert. Rob Marciano, thank you.
Okay. What happened here?
Does not look like a fun job. Black Manta, why do you say that red wine is 12th man's favorite person? Something about red wine, the name? I almost missed 12th man last night, but not quite. This is interesting. Oh, this is A and M. A&M has a 12th man deal. Now I was looking at something here. I'm not sure. I'm guessing the Today Show will not will not approve of me showing this video, and too bad. John would love it, but oh well. It's like Andrew Johnson might be the last one left. Well, you know what? Let's just go and look at some a quick something that's just see if there's any degradation or anything like this we can look at. You know, this is a new dating show I'm thinking about. This is different.
Is Jade.
This is a new dating show that may start showing towards the end of this week or next week. It's basically a Christian dating show on YouTube. So this is I think this is the finale. It's only what, 16 and a half minutes. We'll preview it, see if it's worth watching. This is the couple that is hosting it.
Welcome back to Meant to Be Singles
I think
Retreat.
they're married.
The moment of truth has come. It's time for our singles to reflect on their experiences and decide if they've made a connection.
They'll write down the name of the person they believe they've matched with and put it in the matchbox. This will reveal if there's a spark. If both people match, we'll send them on a special date.
But if they don't find a match, that's okay too, because this weekend is also about the journey, not just the destination.
And who knows, maybe someone watching the show will see their perfect match right here.
So stay tuned as we reveal the results of the Matchbox and find out who's taking that next step towards love.
It's kind of difficult making a judgment on, the short time. And so you kind of got to rely on your spirit to move you in the direction that you got to go. So it's kind of like that's the position that I feel like I'm in right now. I'm hoping something can be said or done.
Let's see if Christians dating are just too boring.
But outside of that, all great women,
Red
all
wine,
beautiful.
you're religious.
And it's hard.
Let's see how you like it.
Right now, I feel very perplexed. I feel as if everyone I've gone on a date with,
I'm interested in your opinion, Red
their
Wine 65.
pros. They've all have shared a piece of me that I find that I cherish. It's very difficult right now. Hopefully by the end of the night, I can make a sound judgment. Hopefully the Holy Spirit can whisper something in my ear and I'll find who I'm meant to be.
Welcome, everyone. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. The reveal of who could be meant to be.
Over the past weekend, we've seen some incredible connections and some meaningful moments. But now it's time to see if those sparks will lead to something more.
Each of our singles will cast their votes in private, choosing the person they feel a special connection with.
Then we'll take the votes into a private room, tally the votes up, and see if there's a mutual connection.
And remember, the votes are private, so we won't be revealing who voted for who. We'll just be announcing the matches, if there are any.
First up to the matchbox is Rhonda. Please step to the box and cast your decision.
Hi, Rhonda. How do you feel about the decision you've made in your experience this weekend?
I feel very confident about the decision I've made, and I've had a wonderful weekend. I've made some wonderful connections, so I'm just glad that God brought me here and got me out of my comfort zone.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next up to the matchbox is Ladoris. Ladoris, may you please step forward? How do you feel about your decision today?
I feel pretty confident, but you just never know. So ultimately, I come out of this with great connections. I feel like I've made a sisterhood with a few of the ladies. So I'm really excited about that more than anything.
Awesome. We're excited for you. Please cast your vote.
Next up to the matchbox is Shakaya. Please step up and cast your vote.
Hi, Shakaya. How do you feel this evening? How do you feel about the vote you just casted?
I feel at peace about it. Ultimately, it's going to be God's best for me, so I'm looking forward to what he has in store.
Excited for you. Next up to the matchbox is Patrice. Step right up and cast your vote. So Patrice, how are you feeling this evening? How do you feel about your decision after looking over this weekend that is passed?
I feel great. I feel very confident.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next up to the matchbox is Keyshawn. Please step forward and cast your vote.
Hi, Keyshawn. How are you feeling this evening after this whole experience? How do you feel after casting your vote?
I feel like I made a lot of great connections while I was here, and I feel like I made the best decision for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up to the matchbox is Jade. Walk right up and cast your vote. Jade, how do you feel this evening after just this experience this weekend? How do you feel after casting your vote?
I feel pretty good, pretty optimistic about what God has in store.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Next up to the matchbox is Jay. Please step forward and cast your vote.
Why don't they just cast lots?
So Jay, how do you feel about your decision?
I felt like I made, based on the time frame that I've got to know these young ladies, wonderful young ladies, I think I made the best decision
How about you say good and
so I
march
feel pretty
on?
good about it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, to the matchbox is Dupree. Right up. Please cast your vote.
Dupree,
What's up,
how do you feel
Woody? How
about
you doing?
your decision?
It was difficult because I had the opportunity to meet 3 amazing women. And so when you get to a position where you have to choose, make one choice, it's kind of
difficult to do in a short period of time, but I just pray that God's will be done.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for. So thank you.
So
Now it's time to see
2004
if
women.
anyone is meant to be.
Interesting.
In just a moment, we will return with
Do-
the big reveal. In the meantime, like, subscribe, and share so that we can further our mission of building more godly relationships and kingdom marriages around the world.
Whether or not these singles have found love this weekend, they've taken a courageous step in their journey towards finding a godly relationship. We've tallied up the votes, and the results are in. But first, we want to take a moment to recognize how important this process has been for everyone.
That's right. Whether or not there's a match, this weekend has been about spiritual growth, community, and trusting God's timing.
Now, for the moment of truth. We do have a match. Go ahead, Kat.
Suspense.
I want you to do it.
Would Jay step forward? Okay. And would? I'm trying to make this suspenseful.
This soundtrack is much more for a cooking
And
show.
would Shakaya step forward?
In this envelope, we have a special gift for you, and we're sending you on a special date.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. So there has been a match, and this is the only match for this season of Meant to Be.
Oh, wow.
But let's pray over you guys and send you off with the best wishes we can.
Yes, that God would guide you with wisdom and love and strength in every single step you take along this journey. Can we all come and circle around them? Can we go over here? So y'all come in the middle. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we just thank you, God, for this community. We thank you for this time, this weekend. We thank you for this purpose, Lord God. There is a purpose of why you wanted each and every one of us here, even though it may have not looked the same, Lord God, on our journeys. I thank you, Lord God, that each and every person here is continuing to trust you in the season that you have them in, Lord God. Today we lift up Jay and Shakaya to you, Lord God, in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord God. I thank you for bringing them here at Meant to Be Singles Retreat for such a time as this, Lord God. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you would just continue to guide them in your truth, in your path, in your wisdom, in your love, Lord God. I pray, Heavenly Father, that if this is meant to be, Lord God, that you would be all up in it, Lord God, in the very center, Lord God. May you be glorified, Lord God, in them getting to know each other, Lord God. May it be glorifying to you. May it be honoring to you, Lord God. May you be lifted up in the center every single step of the way, Lord God. And we just thank you even just for Christ's love, Lord God. Even just his love, Lord God, it is a testament of marriage, Lord God. I thank you, Lord God, that they are walking in intention, Lord God, for
Really,
marriage, Lord
Woody?
God. We do not date as the world dates, Lord God, just to be a fling, just to gratify our flesh, Lord God. But I thank you that there is a greater purpose, Lord God. So I thank you, Lord God, for the work that you've been doing in them individually, Lord God. They've been serving, Lord God. You've been building them up. You've been placing vision inside of them in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord God. And I pray, Heavenly Father, that if this be your will, Lord God, that these two visions can merge into one in the mighty name of Jesus to accomplish your will in the name of Jesus, Lord God. I just pray your covering over them. I pray your protection over them. I pray for testimonies, Lord God. I pray, Lord God, what you put together, let no man separate in the the mighty name of Jesus, Lord God. And I just pray, Lord God,
Wait,
that their
don't go
relationship,
just yet,
Lord God,
Woody.
that
I'm
is blossoming,
just
that is
testing
blooming,
this
may it
out.
be a testimony of hope, Lord God. May this be an encouragement, Lord God, even to the onlookers, to the viewers that are watching, Lord God, in the name of Jesus, that they may not settle.
All right. Well, I was thinking about maybe showing this as adding this to the mix of all the Pop the Balloon and all those shows. What do y'all think? Um, I don't know that. I guess the only thing I'm thinking is, once a match is made and all this praying is done, can you just go pop the balloon and go, nope, never mind? So, Woody, looks like this isn't something you want to watch a lot of. This is the finale. There are 15 or so episodes that lead up to this one. So, I'm open to, if the majority wants to see this this heavenly dating show, just let me know. I'm more than willing to watch it. I'm kind of interested to see how we came to this moment, but I'm also willing to forego it if the majority rules. Up to y'all. Well, don't all rush with your answer. I am kind of disappointed that there's no resounding um, approval of this. What's up, HB?
Hey, morning, Stanley. How you
Well,
doing?
Woody, doing pretty good.
Yeah, that's good to hear, man. Oh wow, I literally just clicked on. You got a lot of looks like some big boned women here. I like that.
Well, there's a this is a godly dating show, and it's the season finale, and happened upon it. I haven't watched the whole thing. I just wanted to watch the finale, and
Yeah, yeah,
I was thinking, well, this would be a good balance to pop the balloon.
yeah. Because that pop the balloon is pretty much the opposite of godly. So
Well, I'll put it to you this way: Woody, who I always imagine is fairly devout, um, his response is, "This is too religious for me." so, I'll play the rest of it, but Woody's a balanced and he's a balanced guy.
I mean,
This is
his
not going to be very ratchet.
I mean, Stanley, his name is Woody Johnson. I wouldn't. I don't think he's that balanced, man. His name is
Oh, I
so
don't know.
two slang words for phalluses. I don't want to put too much stock in Woody. But yeah, let's see this. Let's see this.
Lord God, that they may wait on your best, Lord God, that they may be patient, Lord God. And I thank you that in due season you will send their other half, Lord God. So we just lift them up in the mighty name of Jesus. We lift up every single person here represented here, Lord God, even those who may not have found their match that was meant to be today. I thank you that you, Holy Spirit, are the perfect match along their journey, Lord God. I thank you that they will not settle. They will not compromise, Lord God. This was a powerful weekend where They had many opportunities to think of deep questions and think of what are they looking for in a spouse and what's important to them and what do they value. And I thank you, Lord God, that they are not going to change their values or their standards for anybody, Lord God. But I thank you, Lord God, that you give good gifts to your children. I thank you that your promises are yes and amen, Lord God. I thank you that they will not give up hope, Lord God, but I thank you that you have their right person waiting for them at the right time. So we just praise you, Lord God. We give you all the glory, Lord God. You are the one who has done it. You are the one who has put this production together. This is your production, Almighty God, Lord God. So may you be glorified in it in the mighty name of Jesus. And it's in Jesus' name we pray, God. Amen.
Yeah.
All of the praise and none of the pussy.
Yeah.
You know he's not getting none tonight.
Absolutely not.
Oh, God, I'm so excited to have this. Okay,
There's your
hugs,
happy couple.
hugs. Oh my God, to go. Yes, I just want to hug everyone. Thank you for us and this vision and for. How do you guys feel after matching on the Matchbox?
She
I
looks
feel great.
crazy.
It's just great to, have a match and just to kind of see that we had potential, in the compatibility on paper, but to like meet each other and just like talk with one another.
Right.
And so that was really great.
Okay.
For me, I'm excited
I
to start
cannot
something new,
think
to
of
see
a
where
better
this
way to
goes.
meet your woman.
This is. Yeah.
Well, it's a finale. We haven't watched, how they got here, but I can take a guess that it wasn't sexy.
Yeah, nah. I mean that hairline
See,
she's got.
no, look at that cleavage. She's got something.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
don't
I
know,
could, I think this guy, this is tough guy in about 5 years.
Yes, we match here, but we have a long road ahead, and just have to see what's in store for us.
And what are you guys about to do? Where are you going?
We're not gonna fuck.
It's really late right now.
Not yet.
So looked up a few places, and there's a Italian restaurant that's not too
She
far.
looks like
That
she's gonna cry.
we'll be having our, I guess, first
Yo, Stanley,
outing
for
date.
Yeah.
a woman of God, she sure
Awesome.
An advice I would give.
doesn't believe in bras, does she?
Oh, come on now. There's nothing wrong with God's gifts.
Yeah, he gave her 2 gifts right there.
Oh,
But
now
Jesus.
she's got a nice figure.
Someone
Okay,
like kind of
that
on the
makes up
fence
for the
about coming on the
face.
show would
All
be
right.
just be open.
Oh no. I don't want to have to pray over it though.
Yeah.
Take the risk, have
I
faith.
just want to
Just
partake.
let God be God.
I share her sentiments. You never know where life can take you. You never know who you'll meet. Life, we only have one life to live. It doesn't hurt to take a chance. And you never know what God wants to do in your life. So it's a retreat. You don't have to match with someone. If you do, maybe that's God telling you that's the path you should take.
Thank you guys so much. I hope you have fun on your day.
Thank you.
What an incredible weekend it's been. We've seen connections form, friendships blossom, and faith grow stronger. If you're single and looking for a faith-filled experience, apply to be on the next Meant to Be Singles Retreat. Who knows? Your perfect match could be waiting. Until next time, bye.
Maybe this is where you need to go, Stanley. Go to.
You know what? I hate to tell you this. I've already booked the flight.
Let's go.
I have booked my angel flight.
We gotta start that tweed jacket GoFundMe, man. I got
tweed is too racy.
Oh,
It's
nah. Nah, I actually like that tweed jacket. I've been looking at some. I'm like, God damn, these things are expensive, man.
they are, but I mean they're meant to last your
Your whole
lifetime.
life,
So,
yeah, yeah,
just don't put them in a closet full of moths.
yeah. It's just I'm at that age now where I don't know where my weight is going. I don't know if I'm gonna pick up weight, I'm gonna lose weight. I don't know, man. I don't. I get a jacket. I don't know that. Yeah. Well, at least they're trying. To
Well,
find
I mean, you know
somebody.
what? I'm just glad I ran into it. It's can't all be, pop the balloon. You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta balance it out with faith based. Oh, I'm sorry, faith based.
Yeah. 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 Now that is good. I always thought like because I am a pretty spiritual person. I believe in God and stuff, and I always thought that was kind of a cheat code in getting close to women. So I kind of like, for me it's more personal. You know, I'll bring it up if they ask. I'm not I'm not a godless atheist, but I don't know, man. It's just like.
I am. I will embrace it. I would love to go on there and flout my ungodliness just to see what happens. I bet I can other women.
Ah, Stanley, you seem like a really faith-based person though, man. It's
You know
kind of
what?
interesting.
It's funny. I was talking with well, not talking, probably more monologuing
Hmm.
with Red Wine 65 about, I'm always, I think that I've always had a thing for the divine comedy.
Yeah.
Um, you know, Dante talks in the Purgatorio, which is basically part of the people that are in purgatory are the virtuous pagans, which I think I read the Divine Comedy at like 14 or something, and
Yeah.
the virtuous pagans, people like Virgil and all the Greek and Roman philosophers.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
they were all pre-Christian, but they were good people. So God puts
Yeah.
them in purgatory until they can figure out how to get to heaven.
I could
So
see that. I
I,
could
I'm
definitely
a
see
I'm
that
a
with you.
I'm a virtuous pagan.
I would think though, just because you have like a science background, because that's really what like solidified it for me. The more I started researching and like astronomy and physics and just biology, the like deeper you get into it, it just kind of all leads to some sort of intelligent design. Like even our moon, it's like there's no
This is what turtles do.
what
Oh, you know
what
what? That could be tomorrow's. That could be the name of tomorrow's show. Woody's saying that he expects me to be there at this dating retreat by tomorrow
uh
morning, looking looking for a mate for the mating season. This is what turtles do.
yeah, I don't
Hopefully, it's not quite as sandy.
why do you like using the body cam background, Stanley? I thought you're anti
The
the
what?
body cam background. I changed it to the nighttime background, but the body cam background.
For
But
what?
no, never mind, never mind, never mind.
You know what? I just go in there. You mean for
Yeah, yeah, the StreamYard, yeah.
You know what? I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, yeah, this is the body cam background right here. I'm gonna put the stars, the nighttime background. It's still
Oh, you know what? I just put whatever I like. You know, the little police lights thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I just, you know, whatever strikes me for the day. I
Yeah.
didn't.
But like when you look at, and this is just off on a tangent, but like how the moon is with the sun and the earth, how like where it sits, it's like perfectly in line with the sun, where it can perfectly eclipse the sun. And in our whole universe, there's no other setup like that in the whole universe. There's no other star and a moon that perfectly eclipses in front of a planet.
Okay.
But I mean, Stanley, like the odds of that happening are so slim, man. I mean, it's like you can't even quantify it. Like in the pretty much our universe is damn near infinite. I mean, I'm sure it's finite at some point, but we haven't found the end of it. And
Well, at this rate, we're not going to.
Yeah, nah. I mean, unless Elon gets us in there. But
yeah, okay. Well, Elon is in trouble for whatever the SEC has him in trouble for. So
I did not tell you. I did not tell you he's gonna get in trouble soon, Stanley. I told you.
I guess you did.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's been brewing for a while, but the SEC is suing him.
I told you, man.
Something having to do with his purchase of Twitter.
I told you, man. He's gonna face some legal trouble soon. You know, he.
Yeah, well, Trump will get him out of it.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You think Trump will throw him under the bus?
No, I don't think he'll throw him under the bus, but Elon isn't an American. So, well, he is an American, but I think...
No, I think he's an American citizen now.
Yeah, he is. But I just think it's one of those things where Elon is talking too much right now, and he needs to kind of know his role and shut the fuck up. And I think his mouth is what's getting him into trouble right now. He's pushing too many buttons, man. And it's like, when you do that, you make yourself a target. You gotta humble yourself.
What the hell did he think they were? I mean, number one, what did Trump think he was gonna do? And number two, what did Elon think MAGA was gonna do? Did he think they were gonna exist in perfect harmony?
I think everybody kind of expected it.
I mean, it's a fucking bunch of populists, and he's the richest man in the world. Yeah. You know, that's not a natural fit.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, good morning, man. What's going on?
What up? I wanted to help Stanley with his getting his suit together for when he goes on that new Christian dating show.
Oh man, me too, man.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually thinking of just taking robes.
Come on. And when you go up there, you got to say something smooth. You got to go up to one of the ladies and be like, "Excuse me, miss, could you help me with my phone?" And then she's going to be like, "Sure, what is it?" And you flash her the contact screen and you say, "Well, it's missing your number."
I'm thinking they won't even allow phones.
Yeah,
maybe.
Hey, dickhead Woody, get up here. Quit typing in the chat, pussy. Get up here. You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say, retard? Put some bass in your voice before you come up here, too.
Well, this is some weird thing where African dad chooses a wife for his son.
Gary, and this is perfect, man.
Is this on Cruise? No. Yeah. I've seen this. I've seen this video.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Is it worth watching?
Yes.
I kind of. Oh, really?
Especially in the especially into the third segment, that one near the middle.
Now I like her. She's pretty nice and trim too.
The one on the end is kind of linebacker-ish.
Well, you know, there's
better than the one on the other end.
Yeah.
What, her?
The big girl.
No.
in the black and
No,
white.
he was talking about her.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, she
looks
like
I'm dark skinned and I'm thick. Yes, I'm a thicker body. Yes.
Thick body.
Yes.
Did you say thick body?
Yes, sir.
Here is Mr. Dolu. You might recognize him from one of our previous episodes. What's your taste? Guys. You know, I like women that have. On today's show, Mr. Dolu will be ranking potential partners for his son. The ladies will be ranked blindly, physically, and ultimately, they have to pass Daddy's vibe check. So in the house, for instance, how would you feel him that you will not be able to do with other people? You're just with one day.
Now, see, I'm thinking he's going to be checking their hymens.
Oh,
Stanley does not go that far. Unless he's a Muslim.
How do they do that, Gary?
I don't know. I don't have many Muslims in my family, so I wouldn't know.
They use a
hymen check.
Maybe they use a ruler or something. I don't know.
Use a flashlight.
Probably light a candle.
Having like intense conversations.
Not conversation now.
Mhm.
That you're moving around the house and you want to catch his attention. Hey. One day his son will place his fate in his dad's hands while he watches from another room. After which he will either accept or rearrange his dad's ranking to his taste. Does daddy really know one day's taste?
We are ready for today.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say something. I take this thing very
One
serious.
day.
No, I don't believe you say that. Oh, your taste is better than my own. When you are ranking them, and you fail,
How can I get to you know me now.
But you know my type.
Have I ever failed? If you say I have failed, if you say that I had failed before, then it probably means I have failed even bringing.
But you know my type.
One day I know your type.
What's my type?
I will not pick
What's my type?
I will not pick your type for you. Forget it.
You know, I will pick
the whole point of it. I will.
Now you want to marry them.
I will pick my type one day.
Then you will marry them.
I know what you want. You like them on that, but. Round 1. Mr. Dolu will have to rank the girls blindly just based off their introduction. Good afternoon again, ladies. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
So, what I want each one of you to do when you are called upon is to tell me about yourself in a manner in which I'll be able to picture you in my mind, even with my eyes closed.
Please feel like a military man.
All information is necessary, or as much as you can give.
When I saw him,
Stanley, the first question should be, tell me how much do you weigh? How many pounds do you have?
How many cows are you worth?
How many goats is your weight? That would be the first question.
Sound like something my uncle would say.
I didn't really think much about him until I heard him respond to our greetings. He seemed like a very stern and disciplined person.
Okay, so number 1, over to you.
My name is Nora Abaroji Amarachi. I'm 24 years old. I'm the only child of my parents. I just graduated from Federal University of Tweke. Currently, I'm into presenting. I am also a gospel minister. I love traveling. I love to meet new people. Yeah.
Are you light or dark?
I would say I'm in between.
In between.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
How tall are you?
She's kind of
5'10".
And your parents, are they still very much around?
Yes, please. They're together.
They're
Stay with
blessed.
them.
Wow. Wait, Stanley, you're muted. You're muted.
I like, you know what? It's just a turn off when he says, are you light or dark?
Yeah. Yeah. Her answer was a little off too. I would say she's dark.
Yeah, she's a little bit on the darker side.
This is going to be an anti-black mess.
To be fair, a lot of Africans do care whether or not how dark or light you are.
I didn't think they did that.
What brand? What brand of
We do a
skin?
lot.
What brand of skin lightener do you use?
Yeah, it's like if you're East African, it's not. I don't think it's too much of an issue unless you're like a Somali or something. But in West Africa, which I think this is where it's being located at, they really do care whether or not you're
either Nigerian or Kenyan.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Sometimes they ask the tribe you're from, and that also matters.
Oh, you seen this before, Fred? Oh, it's the first time I've seen it. I'm guessing this is going to be a colorism sort of a colorism kaleidoscope, whatever. I'm trying to think of something clever to say.
Number 2.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing?
My name is Omolabi Grace. I'm a fashion designer. I'm 5'10" tall. I'm dark in
What'd
complexion.
she say? She's 5'10".
She's 5'10", yeah.
Oh, no, she's not.
Twin, I'm Taiwo. I'm Yoruba. I love to laugh a lot. I hate movies. I love music. Thanks.
Oh, she's Nigerian.
Yes.
It's in the word hate. So how old are you?
I'm 25.
Number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra. I'm 22. I'm fair in complexion. I'm an estates manager. I love music. I love singing. I love movies. I'm a very quiet type of person.
She looks quiet.
And I love the fire.
Look at this guy silent.
And I'm friendly and also socialite.
I'm frisky.
How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10" as well.
What about 5'10"?
No.
Yeah, I will still see
These
you.
women
I know
have
what my
a
son
problem
likes,
with numbers.
so he doesn't get stuck with what he doesn't want.
Child was my parent. All these stories that I giving them. Next.
Thank you, Alexandra.
I was very confident because I trust myself. That was one thing I was sure about.
Okay, number 4.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Atebi Janet. I'm 21. I'm from Kwara State, but I'm based in Lagos. I just finished school recently, economics. Right now, I'm a makeup artist. I like crocheting. I'm an art lover in general. Don't take it too seriously.
Oh, wait.
How tall are you?
I would love to know if John considers economics to be a basket weaving sort of degree.
That would be interesting.
5'7".
What do you think, Stanley? Because I don't consider economics a basket weaving degree. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, what do you do with economics?
Future predictions for the economy.
As an undergraduate? Oh, hell no, you don't.
No, not as an undergraduate. I thought you meant like.
Okay, so like a history degree or any other one of those types of degrees, to do something serious with it, you have to do graduate work.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So basket weaving degree.
7, and I'm dark skinned.
Well, shit.
Screw it. I'll look it up.
Well, for that matter, a mathematics degree. Now, with math, you can go do like NASA or something. Believe it or not, what's his name? Damn it. Herman Cain was a math major. He worked for NASA. Did y'all know that?
I didn't know that.
He was actually smart.
Dark skinned, okay.
It must be calm.
I'm the youngest. Well, I don't feel any type of way. At first, I was like,
she's got a nice body. That's damn for
Number 5.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Jessica Onome. I'm 25 years old from Delta State. I'm a graduate of the University of Lagos. I studied theater arts. I'm an actor, content creator, social media manager, brand manager, and failed businesswoman.
So I have money.
Her major role is going to be the African Kool-Aid man. Oh, yeah.
But I plan to resuscitate my business.
Move her to the front.
My favorite color is purple.
I don't like the son.
My
They
favorite
ought to
food-
just marry the father.
As a proud Isoko girl, I like to say starch and banga soup.
Starch for clothes.
But Loki is actually a goosey and semo. So yeah, my fellow Isoko people, I'm sorry about that. I like to say I'm an ambivert. I've been here 5'10". I was told I'm 5'8".
Really?
So I'm quite confused. I'm dark skinned and I'm thick. Yes, I'm a thicker body. Yes.
Thick body.
Yes.
Did you say thick body?
Yes, sir. He wanted to have like an idea what we look like physically, asked about our complexion.
God dang, she looked bigger when
height.
she's sitting down.
Yes, I needed him to know like
She
she should
is
expect
bigger.
something big, Yeah.
How much? You have forgotten all your names.
I'm going
This
to rank you
motherfucker
now
is a fool.
based on what I have heard, your voice, your presentation, and what I have heard you say about yourselves and the manner in which you put them.
Hold on a bit. Before one day's dad ranks, if you want us to rank you high as our audience, you need to hit that subscribe button right now and like the video if you're enjoying it so far. Now, let's get back to the ranking.
Okay, so number 3.
Yes, sir. I was just feeling like maybe this guy's not open his eyes and see first. Maybe that's why he just ranked it. But if that's his decision, then let's go with it.
Number 1, number 2, that is 3, 1, 2.
Yo.
4 and 5. I think
we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
My bad.
Not most quiet, most calm. Based on what I've heard. Okay, and one day is not a very talkative person. Never mind what you see on videos. He's very reserved. And he's very shy.
Yeah,
he likes to put up a bold face. I'm a big guy now. What do you mean? But he's very shy.
It makes sense. It does make sense to be
fair. That father
my impression of one day
Wally.
is someone that is expressive. But when his dad said it's reserved,
okay.
I'm not too sure.
You think this is what Diwali's going to do for his sons?
Probably.
Nah. Diwali.
he might do it for his daughters.
Nah, Diwali's he's a liberal. He won't care, man.
Diwali's a liberal.
Yeah.
He's a Muslim out. It's far from a liberal.
Nah. He's a liberal Muslim, man. He only.
What does a liberal have to do with a dating show?
I think liberals would probably be a little bit less likely.
You have this weird thing on your brain. I've been noticing it the past couple of days. It's like, oh, he's a liberal.
Diwali is a liberal.
Well, no, you classify everybody as a liberal or a conservative, and I'm convinced you literally don't know what a conservative is.
Well, that's up for debate.
No, not in my mind, it's not. Luckily, I never get to debate within my brain.
Well, I consider you a conservative.
You know what? And I'm not sure you would be right about that.
I think I would be right. I think I would be very right. I think you're more conservative than me, Stanley, honestly.
Well, that's just an age thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so I just feel like that's why you ranked me 3, because though I was outspoken to a fault, but not really outspoken compared to the remaining 2.
His opinion was like valid because he was looking for someone a bit more calm, and I'm like kind of in between. So it kind of made sense that was number 2.
I was a little bit tense when we started because I've never actually met someone's father before. But as we got into it, I think I gained my ground.
I didn't particularly get what I was asking for.
Y'all are terrible.
Not to have asked questions that would appear like one was body shaming anyone. Because I also know what Wendy wants concerning that. Wendy likes them a little bit big on the lower side. So when
what?
Jessica
I
told
would
me
never. I'm thinking like me and my father in this game. I fucking would never consent to playing the game.
You wouldn't trust your dad?
No.
Really?
No.
Stanley, let me ask you this. Do you think your son could trust you? Because I think he could.
No.
Really?
Oh my God.
Really? I honestly.
Well, think about it. Would you really trust your father?
Absolutely.
Or any shit, and I definitely wouldn't trust my mother.
I wouldn't trust my mom, but I would trust my dad.
Yeah, no way. I would
you know what?
Mom,
I actually wouldn't, because I don't know what the fuck they would.
My mom has tried to hook me up with so many of her hairdresser lady friends.
You know what?
I'm like,
my parents, maybe when I was in high school, my parents have never tried to hook me up or fix me up with anyone. Believe that or not.
I've never had my mom do it, but I've had my grandma do it plenty of times.
I've never had any of my. I think they just like, you know what? He'd shame us.
Stanley, honestly, man, I think I would trust you. Honestly, I would trust my dad 100%, but I would definitely trust you in this situation too. My mom, hell no. Hell no.
There is one girl, because my son is like me. My parents never met. Like when I was in high school, of course they knew who I was dating, but post high school, they never met anyone I dated until my wife. So, but I did meet one of my son's high school friends, and at the graduation of all places, and I was like, "Holy fuck!"
Wait, you never.
What do I do to get grandkids from this girl?
You never told us what she looked like, though, man.
She was. I think she was mixed race, but even my father-in-law was like, he didn't. He's not like, who the fuck was that? But I could tell he's like, God damn. What? It was like all of a sudden he's a proud grandpa. This girl was stunning. I was shocked. And no, I seriously was impressed. And what impressed me is she came up to me and she said, "Well, how are you doing, Mr. Cross?" and shook my hand. I mean, there was no, and it wasn't like she was bold or anything. She was just a human being. It was like, God damn. I was hoping she was going to Georgia Tech. I'm like, I'll do every fucking thing in my power. You want to come home? You want to come home and fuck her in your room? Go ahead.
Hey, yo.
Whoa. Yeah.
Well, no,
yeah.
I'm kind of kidding about that, but I would consider it.
Yeah, I would definitely trust Stanley. He's
I'm
got
like,
the right.
Well, no, seriously. If I had been his age, I would have been like just like infatuated with. She was beautiful.
Speaking of
like
age,
ridiculously beautiful.
Speaking of
and
age,
tall too. She was kind of tall.
Wait, would you say Gary?
This man?
Oh, no, not the dad, the son. Did we get his age?
No, but I'm gonna guess he's around 30.
Yeah, because I think that's the whole reason they went on the show to begin with. That nigga need to get a wife.
Yeah, he's not. There's a reason he's not married. He just strikes me as goofy.
Yeah.
That's probably why his dad signed up for this stuff in the first place. He was like, you know what, son, you can't get a bitch. I want grandkids. I want someone to inherit the land.
On the big side, I feel okay. Maybe that's what Wendy wants. But honestly, I like Alexandria. She reminds me of my wife.
Round 2.
What?
Mr. Delu gets to see the ladies for the first time and now has to rank them just based off their physical appearance.
Sorry, it's going to be very bad. I forgot to. He doesn't know the difference. He can't see until he gets that. You see him squinting there like this.
Yeah, it's about to be easy as hell.
I don't think I'm mistaken.
You made a good choice. It's not bad.
So I'm supposed to pick, based on your looks. Amarachi, how really tall are you? How high are those tilts?
I can actually pull it off so you see.
Can you please do that if you don't mind?
Fine.
Thank you.
This guy is funny. How you tell her to remove her shoes? She said she's removing it. Oh.
Okay, no, everybody's balanced. You appear to be shorter.
Hey, Daddy, don't be mean. Do not be mean.
Do not like liars.
I think I like the way Amarachi looks. They're wearing makeup, no doubt. Alexandria, my daughter.
Hair.
My daughter, already.
You're not wearing makeup at all. I like what I see.
Why is this my baby? I like what I see.
Janet, youngest. Are you last born?
No, I'm the
Who is
fifth.
the only child here? Grace.
Morning, Virgo. Virgo!
Can you remove those slippers, please?
No, why are you telling you to remove that? Oh, she has white toes, though. Shit. White toes for the... I'm not going to complete it.
Okay. I think I also like what I see, except that I don't know what your hair looks like, even you. I can see her hair. At least she's also wearing some attachment. But as I can see the virgin hair.
You move her hair. Rest.
So I would have loved to see you
Which
without your
one of
wings,
these
but
women can you see here?
yes. As a matter of fact, no height is corresponding with what they mentioned. 5'10", 5'10", 5'10". One day is about 5'11".
Who is 5'10", 5'11"? This man doesn't even know my height. See, the only thing he knows is my surname. 5'10", 5'11". Since when? I'm literally 6'1.5". 5'10", 5'10", my foot.
All of you are average height, average Nigerian girl's height. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
you are even shorter.
I don't like this.
If I ask you to remove your stilts and you see that you are probably the shortest of the whole lot.
Ew.
I would also not ask you to remove your makeup so I can see what you actually look like. Hey, I want to know what my son will see when he wakes up in the morning.
Well,
because
the
truth of the matter is that you see a lot of beautiful looking women. By the time they get back home, all the Instagram photos that we see before and after, we'll call those ladies who call themselves makeup artists witches.
Trend is caution.
Janet, I also know wearing makeup.
Witches?
I'm wearing makeup. It's just light.
Not light.
I know you like this one, Stanley.
I'm a makeup artist. He said we were wizards and everything. Nice. We are not. You see, I could not tell until I said it. I'm not barefaced. I have a makeup on. That's when he knew that.
I don't know. If I had to choose, she would be near the top. Just I don't know. There's something svelte about her dress that I like.
But you are showing too much. I'm a very conservative parent. You actually all look good.
But
I'm also looking at your appearance because that's what they say I should look for. What my son should be seeing. What my son should be seeing is not what should be exposed for the whole world.
She covered that. Daddy, I like seeing that.
I'm a sharpshooter. Fast. I call forth. I know they look scared at all. And I was thinking, maybe I should have worn a jacket, so maybe this was too much. But I'm like, I don't want to be fake. This is how sometimes I dress, not all the time, though.
A confident big lady. When he likes them big. But what he likes big actually is, you know what I talked about. Sorry.
I mean, she does have it.
She's more than
so
big.
Let me just quickly rank you here now.
Daddy, if you fuck this up.
My first Alexandria, number one.
Oh, okay. You see, go there. He knows.
Alexandria appears to be the only one I can see clearly without makeup.
Normally, I don't like makeup. So I don't like applying makeup on my face. I like natural look.
Although she's wearing false lashes, not as big as Randy wants, but this is what I like. I don't care what Randy wants.
That's crazy.
So, number one.
That's crazy. Well, those are I might be because that's number one.
Yeah, this is much too complicated with me.
Fifth to the first. That's very nice and surprising.
Grace, although you're also showing,
let's see where it's putting Grace.
A tad too much. Your shoulder is too exposed.
Oh my days, bro. Do you want to wear booba for a shoot? Like, you're good, man. Grace, don't mind it. Have your back.
So I rank you second?
It's understandable. You might not like it. Apparently, like 60% of our parents won't like it, and I understand. I wish it has 2 sleeves. It's a good start. At least I can just move from second to first.
Janet,
pull your sleeves down. Trust me. You look good for me.
I hope if Wendy eventually chooses you, you would only reveal this when you're with him by himself.
Of course, sir.
Okay. Number 3. Jessica, Wendy likes them big, but I don't know how big. Or maybe it's this kind of big that he talks about. He talks about people, ladies most times when they walk past him. That's when he admires them and picks them.
You don't think I'm big, but you're a different type of big.
Stop.
It's given a case of the last shall become the first. Obviously, it doesn't feel good. I didn't feel good at all, but there's still hope. I'm not a quitter. I'll keep fighting to the very end. I'll be number 1 again. And if it was my dad.
Apparently, we have given Deacon Dave ideas.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm really not against that, Stanley, because I
we're gonna go ahead and apologize to your kids now, Dave.
Man, Stanley.
Because I know like 10, 15 years down the line, he's going to do this.
Stanley, I think you would pick an amazing girl for Stanley Jr., man.
You know what? Oddly enough, I wouldn't pick an African. I'd pick an American girl.
Well, obviously. I mean, we're Americans. Why the hell would you pick an African? What the hell? I wouldn't.
There are a few African girls, but not these.
Yeah, nah.
And my first choice would be American.
I think it's like, when John, I don't know if you saw it, but John went on Q Butter's channel and he was talking about, John's got two ladies. One is African and one is Black American. And, how he was describing the Black American woman, it was like cultural. And I feel like that's another thing where, like, I have to date an American woman. It doesn't really matter necessarily what her race is. I prefer Black, but she's got to be American country, because
it would make life easier.
Yeah, and just like, music and food and what would we talk about? I don't know I don't know the history of the Philippines or something. Like it's just kind of just seems like it's doomed to fail.
That position.
I've never met a Filipina that I considered that attractive.
Oh wow!
And I've known a few.
I'd want him to pick the very best for his son. So it's a matter of his best.
Man, I tend not to be that attracted to Asian women.
Basically, because your makeup is a bit heavy, so I can't really assess you.
Not really. I mean, there've been there've been like Lucy Liu or what's her name? There's a comedian that I like. I can't remember her name.
Lucy Liu is hot.
Yes, she's okay. She's not. She's not Halle Berry.
Nah. Come on. Not even close.
My ranking changed from the second place to the last place. At some point, I felt somehow, you're going this way. So, but all the same, it's still a fun experience. At the end of the day, we'll know what's up.
Amarachi being last is criminal. Let me tell you now, Daddy. Nah, Amarachi is either second or third.
But you're all very pretty. I must confess. If I had 5 children, I would have picked one for each of my children. For every round that we go through, there are new things that you see. And that's the way it is with human beings, because you cannot know a human being.
Oh, sorry.
All in just in one day. I still see a lot of playing to the gallery for acceptance. I want them to be very natural. I can see through people. Alexandra, on the outside, looks very quiet. But I know that when push comes to shove, she might not be as quiet as she looks.
Man,
Final round.
Mr.
Delu gets to meet the girls on a one-on-one basis, after which it will make his final ranking just based off their interactions.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
I like your dentition, actually.
Well, thank you so much.
I don't get it.
I like your dentition. Jesus.
Ask us your question and go. Calm down.
You know what? This is just reminding me of a slave auction. Seriously.
Open your mouth.
They're tense.
I don't know what you want to ask.
This is very serious business now. But we're going to look at it from a relaxed point of view. Wendy is very peculiar. Not peculiar in a bad way. He could very easily be driven into his shell. When he's upset, he doesn't talk. If Wendy is upset with you, sincerely tell me what you will do to calm him down.
Good question.
She might want me someone that when you get upset, she tells you her mind. So I believe you're someone I know that I am supposed to know my man very well, at least to an extent. That moment he's not talking. He needs that moment to calm down.
And how I can do his love language.
But I don't believe you know that love language. Anything.
Jesus Christ, it's made it over.
So I know that I love doing maybe his best food and
let's go.
Make him come around.
Love language.
I do this thing, I send text message because if I can't talk to you, then I should text you that. Okay, this is this. Send you funny videos to laugh. Send you myself. Just.
Oops.
Yeah. Honestly,
Stanley, send him a picture of me saying.
I hate that love language question with a passion at this point.
There's got to be a better like terminology for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're
I know,
just
but the
making
terminology
his
for
mood
love
light up.
language keeps changing.
Because
Yeah,
if I
this
begin
guy's a
to
jerk.
probably nag at that point, he might flare up.
Yeah, facts. She's smart then.
I think I'll allow him in that his safe space for a while. If he needs space, I'll give him space.
One can keep himself for up to 1 week or more.
I swear, for like 3 months, bro. It's bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't think I can be able to.
He will do all he's supposed to do, but he will just not be very receptive.
Okay, so it also depends who actually is the reason why he's
Let's imagine now that you are the reason.
When I make him upset, I'll sincerely apologize for what I did.
You might not know, I have been in a relationship for over 40 years, and I know the biggest flaw of women
is apologize.
They don't apologize.
Depends on what
So
I
don't
did.
tell me,
actually.
don't tell. No, seriously.
Facts. I mean, some of them do. What do you mean? Some of them do.
It's not like I'm trying to argue with you, but I know that women don't generally apologize.
I'll have to beg him, get him to talk. But if I know I'm the reason and I know I offended him, I would definitely have to apologize, because even if I am wrong or he's wrong and he's not talking to me, I cannot stay in that space.
Right. Facts. You shouldn't even.
So leaving him for too long will make it look as if I don't care.
My dad is to add, when I'm the one that gets someone mad, I apologize. I don't just keep quiet.
If one tells you that he doesn't like your hairstyle, what would you do?
Stanley, for saying something, you're muted.
Oh yeah, HB, Jabal needs your email. Expanding on the Jabal, can you let me drop the link for you. You got me curious. What on earth could you be expanding upon for the for the FBA stuff, if I may ask?
Honestly,
I wouldn't change my hair because he said he doesn't like it.
You won't? Okay.
Yeah.
And if he says he doesn't like you wearing false lashes?
Oh, of course, that one I would stop.
You stop. Why won't you change your hair? Because he doesn't like it?
I feel like it's a waste, especially if I'm the one that afforded it myself.
And so you would dump your relationship because of your hairstyle?
No.
I like your sincerity.
my love
I know you like good food. Right? So what are you best at making?
Jollof rice.
Served with what?
I'm a chicken person, chicken or Titus fish.
Dang, just jollof rice?
This man is hungry.
I'm very good in negosi. I'm very good in vegetable afang. And my mom used to do ewedu, so I used to see her do it. Yeah, but I've not tried it before.
The egusi one is a plus. Mad plus.
How good are you at making eggs?
Eggs.
That's up to me, Sha. Don't try me.
I can make different kinds of eggs.
Oh yeah, tell me what you can make.
Sunny side up, scrambled egg.
Tell me how to make scrambled eggs.
Nah, he cooks, so he wants to educate her. Watch. Just watch.
Depends on how he wants it.
No. Scrambled eggs is scrambled eggs.
So that's scrambled eggs now. You say you need to add milk, you need to add the rest. Scrambled eggs, scatter the egg and fry it.
Where I do mine.
Okay, how do you do yours?
Yeah, so I don't like too much oil. My eggs, 2 eggs at least. Then I like to put carrots, spring onions and stuff.
And scrambled eggs?
Yes.
I wanna...
Because we have to incorporate veggies in what we eat.
Well, you see, the truth of the matter, you're talking to a professional confectioner and cook. So be careful. You can add your veggies on the side.
Lecture, is that why we came here?
That's why I said the way I like it.
Okay. Wande loves to eat out a lot of the times. How do you get him to eat inside the house?
First of all, I need to know his best food.
Ask him what my best food is. I swear he doesn't know what it is.
In your relationship with Wande, if he chooses you, what would you bring to the table?
I think the very first thing I'll be bringing is peace of mind. I just like people to be happy.
See, that peace of mind is underrated. That's number one thing. Number one.
I'm not someone that likes to nag.
So, this is my wife. She doesn't like nagging.
Like I said, it's also a flaw because sometimes when you're doing things I don't like, I may not say it immediately and then it will pile up and then one day I'll explode and you're like, why are you angry that the cup broke? But that's not the reason why I'm angry.
I'm the kind of person that validates someone's feelings. I won't argue, but like I will ask you how you feel. I'm adventurous. If you're feeling down, I'm there to like cheer you up quickly. Not none of a well-meaning way, but still.
I'll be bringing my creativity as a thespian. I think that would help him in his content as well.
Suppose one day wants to watch soccer while you want to watch movie.
Yeah.
What happens?
Oh, I don't mind soccer. Can be a sporty person too as well.
Or suppose there is a particular program you want to watch on TV.
Yeah.
And both of you want to watch it in the living room.
Me, I'll leave, to be fair. I won't stay. If she wants to watch it, I'll leave. But I think he's just trying to test it. What if my head touched that day and I don't want to go? What will you do?
For the most part, I'll let him watch the TV. Like, it's more about the moments we are sharing, less about what I want to watch. I have my phone, so I can watch it anytime I want to as well.
That's so good. What do I do here? All of them are going to number one. Can't I carry 5? Who have 5 wives, 5 babes?
So in the house, for instance, how would you thrill him? What kind of things would you do? That is
not handle 5.
You're just with one day.
I like having intense conversations.
Not conversation now.
Mm-hmm.
That you're moving around the house and you want to catch his attention. What are the kind of things you would do?
Hey, Daddy. I don't ask this because why do you want to do that?
I'm playful. I can I'm a good dancer too as well.
You dance, yeah?
I'd like an indoor date with a movie.
That's my type.
Pizza or his favorite meal, and then we can just create a little. Yes, he doesn't like pizza.
I won't reveal that.
hey, Stanley,
we can just create a little setup in the parlor. Maybe put down a duvet and some pillows.
To Jabal, email. The email is in the description. That the PayPal email from Portia. Portia does all the communications. So you see that PayPal email where it says Portia@jghb.info. Email that email.
And just enjoy our time and enjoy a movie or music. I love music. I love Afrobeat. So yes, we can do that.
What's your profession?
I'm an estate manager and a personal assistant.
So suppose one day tells you that he doesn't want you to be a personal assistant to a male boss. How would you feel?
I would understand him.
And would you drop that job?
Yeah.
Even if he's unable to provide for all your needs?
I would just assist him by getting a new one.
Would you pick your job, your profession, your passion over
him?
Exactly.
No.
How you make your money?
Because the Bible says something. He said the moment you get married, your husband becomes your Lord. So that moment he becomes your Lord, whatever thing he says should stand. Even God understands that principle.
Yeah, she's going for the kill, Stanley. She's going for the kill.
He becomes your Lord. Yeah.
How could you say no to that? How can you say no to that?
A lot of African women are like that, Stanley. I'm just going to let you know.
It took 2 words. My Lord.
Yeah, he don't like the my Lord part.
Oh, I think it's awesome.
I was about to say, Gary, do you know who you're talking to? This Stanley Cross right here. That shit would work on him.
No, actually, it's kind of a turnoff.
My lord Stanley.
I prefer my liege.
I told you, Gary.
My liege.
My lord Stanley.
If you need to go for 5 days, go and make your money, man. Nobody's stopping you.
So if you were to write to yourself, for instance, the spirit of love, what would you write?
Spirit of love is caring. Love is patience. My love is...
Don't quote Bible for me.
No, I'm not quoting Bible though, for real. I'm being real, what I really think. Love is selfless to a certain extent. Not like you abandon yourself, because self-love first before you can be able to love someone accurately and like passionately and all that.
When you start having children, if one picks you, sincerely, who takes prime attention?
Still sincerely. One day. Me? Was like for a newborn and like in their formative years, I would say the kids.
Yes.
In marriage.
Because before that, we must have had like times to cut each other, get to know each other well, and very like comfortable and like sure in how much we love each other and how deeply we love each other.
So I won't ask you this question that came to my mind because of the TV, because of content, but one day we'll ask you that episode when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
She has been the best. Like she has answered the questions best in my opinion. Now it's time for Mr. Dulu to make his final ranking. Are you hungry, first of all? That's my question.
Why are you asking me that?
Most of the questions you're asking was about food.
Yes.
And you know, for the instant start asking, can you make omelette? I knew where you were going. You see, he wants to start proving points. No.
You can see this little motherfucker.
Yeah, this nigga yapping too much.
He is. Yeah, I was about to say, he's happy as a motherfucker.
I mean, one girl wanted to be his, called him Lord. I would be happy too.
Daddy, can you pick two?
Seriously. Oh yeah, he's absolutely. He kind of can.
He legit. Yeah, he said it earlier. He said he might get all of them. He said you can't have 5 wives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to know which one of them can
this nigga cannot handle 5
for you the way you like it.
We speak about scrambled eggs for the past, since the last episode.
Yes.
Let it go.
It won't let it go.
But you don't know me.
One day, you think I cannot choose
See, MJ, I only give credit to them. They answered well. I swear. They really, really answered well.
Why are you swearing? I want you not to swear. What do you mean I swear?
You know what I mean, bro.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh yeah, let it go. Your ranking, I see where you're coming from. I don't see where you're going to. You're making comments about you look like my wife. Bro, it's not for you. Do you get?
So you don't want someone that's like your mom?
No! She looks good, but she's not my type.
Whose type is she?
Your type. Like she's literally your type. Last chance you have, if you rank them the way I want, and I'll be very truthful, I'll give you.
You buy me a car. That's what I want.
You don't want anything, that's the problem.
And then don't
I'll
promise
give you
anything. No, don't promise anything.
See, first of all, I'm already closing my eyes. What's go down low? Where did you start from? See, every day. As I'm closing my eyes now, when I open my eyes, you better get it right.
What do you mean that? Have I never been right all along?
You have, clearly. Why are you not going again if you be right, bro? You better get it right. I'm being serious, bro.
Or else? So, Alexandra. I'm picking Alexandra as number 5 because I think beyond her looks, she's unable to make sacrifices. Nothing personal. He's not asking you to cut your hair, for instance, based on the question I asked you. He just says, I don't like that style. And I believe that whatever style of hair a woman makes is forced to please her husband. So that's why I'm picking you as number 5. Grace, from my questions, you don't seem to be the cooking type.
It's just eggs now. It's just eggs that you have to me.
Yeah, it's just eggs, but I mean, that's the basic. That's
basically my love language.
That's the simplest thing that any person can make. Jessica,
Stanley,
I like your spirit.
That even in like culinary school, I've dated a couple of girls that have been in culinary school. Cooking eggs is like one of the main things that they test them on, like how you cook eggs, and it's I think
roast chicken.
Right, and I think if you can cook a good egg, you can damn near cook anything. I think like cooking eggs is like the it's like the basics of cooking, efficiently. Like if you can't burn the eggs, especially you got to be able to cook all the different types of eggs too.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't know. To be honest, none of these girls are really that impressive. Though I do like the girl in the dark dress.
You don't give a damn about what anybody thinks about you.
Not
You're
her.
very confident. I still believe that one day might not. Even though, like I said, I know what he likes. Or I think I know what he likes. Number 2, Janet. You make good conversation. You look very good, but Andy is not a talking type. He might not enjoy too much conversation.
I know how to keep it on the low too as well now. I know when to.
Amarachi is very pretty. And I know very well that apart from those things that you said you can do, if you guys make babies together, you have very handsome and beautiful babies.
Thank you.
So
one day you can now take off your blindfold and AirPods to see your dad's ranking.
The AirPods first. What is why you remove the mask first? The AirPods first.
What's your own?
It's not in my hands.
Pay attention to instruction.
Whose ranking is it? Shall I tell you the truth? I expected him to rank exactly like this. I swear. Stop swearing. I'm for real. He tried. Yeah, but it's not what I would have done. I think I know why he put you here. Because she didn't agree with a lot of things you said, right? What you expected was that for her to say she would change because I don't like me. But see, I would not want her to change it. So I don't agree with her being last for that reason. What do you do, sorry? Jesus Christ.
Big money.
They're all very good looking now. Can I touch you? Don't mind them. This looks good.
Thank you.
I like her personality a lot too.
Yeah, I do too.
Jesus Christ is very, very good.
I love her personality, yes.
I feel like it'd be a loss for me too. You know why? Because I'm quiet. Like if I want to be quiet, she wants to make me talk. And then I'll be annoyed.
I don't think so though, because like I said earlier, I'm only like chatty with the people I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, you'll be comfortable with me at the end of the day.
True.
No, but see, let me tell you, I don't know if the camera was like you're my number one, if it's personality.
So if I'm your number one, put me there.
But you will be fighting me.
You won't fight, I promise you.
Yeah, come.
Thank you.
She call me baby. Yeah. Oh, and she smells good too.
I know why you picked her one day. It's not just because she's chatty. I know why you picked her.
What's the reason I picked her?
I won't talk about it on camera.
You will not. When have you guys go to the gym? What gym do you go to?
We're not here yet. I just came back to Lagos recently. Usually
I did Planet. So that's the old man. I think I like it like this. You guys are all very, very beautiful, to be honest.
Thank you.
This is my final ranking. I wish I could have put them in number one because to me, money is number one in my own life. They all have money, so
can the rest of the ladies kindly step out?
So your final ranking, she was what?
I was the third.
And now you are?
I'm the one. Yeah.
Tell me I picked the wrong person. Let me give you a boo.
You a boo? Me?
Yes, you.
Don't give your daddy. Yeah, baby, come back. Let's
baby. Oh,
let him come to me. Let him come to me.
Oh, what do you have to do?
Come to me.
She's
come to me. One move will just take off and run downstairs.
To where?
I don't disagree with your choice as long as you're happy.
Only.
So one day, I agree with your choice.
You have no choice.
I want to tell the other 4 ladies, honestly, all of you are gorgeous in your own rights. But you know, when you have a competition, so to speak, a choice must be made. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you richly.
Amen.
Yes. Thank you. You tried. See, I don't totally disagree with your ranking, to be fair. Like I get where you're coming from.
Thank you. Soon, by God's grace, you'll be my father-in-law.
Don't hug him.
No, actually hug him.
You see, one day you see how to be a gentleman.
Go back
you can see that I didn't offer her hand. Go back. You want to start your trouble again?
Just go back and stay there. Guys, we need 20K likes Thursday. Tell them, come here.
Are you talking to me like that?
Baby, come back.
Just come. I don't want to. Just come now.
Come, just come.
Is that why you're holding? Come, Byron. Come.
He's asking for 20K likes. First, they're asking for 30K likes.
The only way we can get that.
I'm still talking. And you guys should know that Cruz, these guys are just wonderful. It's my second time here, and I've fallen in love with all of them.
African hijinks. All right. Well, that was entertaining. There, HB?
Yeah. Wait. So he picked the one. Did he pick the one in the black? I'm like backing up right now.
He picked the big girl.
He picked the big girl?
Yes.
Ah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Well, he's not American. He's African.
Yeah, I guess he really wants some babies. He must know something about his son that we don't, I guess.
Well, I think all the women could have babies.
Yeah, but that big one, she got some big healthy babies. Some big baby's gonna be well fed. I would have picked the one in the black with the witch's dress on. I liked her.
Oh, I liked her too.
Yeah.
But again, we're raised under a different aesthetic.
Yeah. Wow. They really like the big girls over there, I guess.
Well, they do.
Man. You don't really see too many big African women over here, though. Maybe they just adapt in America or something. Oh,
I was about to say that, next time we watch this show or something like it, we ought to have Be Brave over here.
He hates this stuff, man. He hates, I think he just hates seeing people happy dating.
Well, I think it's black people he hates to see happy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, one of his shows, he's got a show coming up, and they come up in my algorithm. That's why I know this. It's called Jalen and somebody. Oh, here it is. We're all first, second, or third degree racists. Which degree are you? This motherfucker is just sloppy.
I mean, he's got to. I mean, I would.
First, second, or third degree racists.
Yeah, I mean, at least that was one of the things I was trying to tell him. Like, you have to accept that you're a racist, and
So he's trying to quantify racism.
Man. Yeah. I think he's still fighting against it, but I'm telling you, he's getting closer to it.
Every damn body thinks he's a racist except for him.
I know. No, well, there are people that try to, oh no, be brave. You're not a racist. You're just telling it like it is. There's people that gas him up. So I think he's still confused, but I think he's getting closer to accepting the reality that he just doesn't like black people. And, the closer he gets to the truth, I think he'll definitely flourish, especially in these YouTube streets.
I don't think it's a matter of like or dislike. It's disrespect.
Yeah. But I mean, I think, I think that's where it stems from.
He's basically a Joe Biden.
Yeah, he's getting closer to the truth, though. I'm actually proud of him. You should be proud too, Stanley. I feel like you kind of broke him, and now he's like,
he was broken before I ever met him.
No, not broken in a bad way though, but like you kind of put him through the fires, and now he's reborn as like a phoenix.
You know what? I didn't break him enough.
No, I think you broke him. I think you broke him.
No, HB, you don't know me very well. I want to fucking crush him.
Yeah, but I think he can't really take that.
Y'all think I'm some meek and mild motherfucker.
No, Stanley, I don't know why I don't know why you think we think that. That's not.
No, you don't know me. I will burn a bridge behind me and won't even piss to put it out.
Stanley, come on, man. I think well, maybe you don't think that I don't. I trust me. I know you will. You'll set a church on fire, Stanley, if it comes down to it.
if it pisses me off.
Yeah, you do not give a fuck. Yeah.
I'm not quite KKK.
Yeah, but trust me, I wouldn't put it past you, man. Like, I don't think you're some soft meat guy at all, man. Like, you're fucking bro. Yo, if you could, I think you'd burn this channel down if you could, man. You don't give a fuck.
I wouldn't burn it down, but I would put some electrocution devices, like, every time you piss me off, just give you a little zap.
I'm still not even convinced you didn't start those California fires, man. I'm not convinced.
No, I would never do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's your limit right there, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
Loss of life is bad.
Yeah. But you got to think about all the white people that lost their property.
Actually, did you see that one article I did? There was almost a historical, like, black neighborhood. This kind of broke my heart. I don't know enough about it to, totally be, I don't know enough to be that emotional about it. But let's see, where is it? Yeah, I want to play this again because it's actually kind of shattered in the fire, a historic black haven for black residents. Altadena represented something more than suburban living. It was a foothold in generational prosperity. Apparently, there was another neighborhood somewhere in the area that wasn't Baldwin Hills. Baldwin Hills is kind of famous.
Right.
This is like a different. I'm going to play this because it actually did kind of,
I'm Karina Knoll, a correspondent for the New York Times based in Los Angeles. When the fires broke out in Los Angeles last week, there was a lot of attention paid to the Palisades fire, in part because it's a scenic, beautiful location. There's a lot of celebrity homes, very rich mansions. But we wanted to also draw attention to the Eaton fire, where entire neighborhoods have also been ravaged. And there's one place that I was very interested in, this historic community of middle-class Black families who have been there for decades. Altadena is a small community just east of Los Angeles. It's in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, and it's kind of this rustic community where people kind of live a bit of a rural lifestyle. Many in the neighborhood were longtime homeowners who bought homes for like $75,000, and their homes were often passed down to each generation. You have people in their parents' home, their grandfather's home. When the Eaton fire came, it just ravaged these neighborhoods. There are entire streets that are just gone. It's just ash and rubble. So for the story I'm about to read, residents talked to me about this beautiful community, and I think there's a real concern about the history of that being forgotten and whether or not the descendants of the original homebuyers will even be able to afford coming back. As I record this now, it's Tuesday, and the fires are far from being contained. Here's my story. Scenic and charming and tucked into the foothills, Altadena seemed like a secret just outside the reaches of Los Angeles. I felt it was like back home, peaceful and calm and a little secluded, said Shirley Taylor, who was raised in North Carolina and arrived in 1979. The town also offered a striking element, a flourishing community of middle-class Black families. Ms. Taylor, a manager for the Social Security Administration, knew she and her 2 sons would fit right in. She purchased a 3-bedroom Craftsman on Las Flores Drive for about $75,000. It offered a view of the mountains from the master bedroom. Oh, it was beautiful, she said. I called it my little country home. Around them, a community thrived. Everyone was an auntie or uncle or cousin. Neighborhood barbecues were lively events. Children played in the streets and hurried home when someone rang a bell at sunset. A network of artists, county employees, blue-collar workers, and retirees bloomed. Now, the future of what was historically a Black enclave within Altadena is in peril after Ms. Taylor and many other residents lost homes in the blistering Eaton fire. Entire neighborhoods in the town of about 42,000 have become deserts of ash. The loss of homes is staggering. The loss of a unique haven, shattering. Nearly 21% of the residents directly affected by the Eaton fire are Black, a high proportion considering that Black residents account for only 8% of the overall population of Los Angeles County. Some of those who lost homes did not have fire insurance. Ms. Taylor, who is 75 years old, told me, "It's very painful because it feels like a family of people have been destroyed, and I don't know if that family will come together again with a property in California being as expensive as it is." Neighbors have been horrified to learn the names of the dead. Rodney Nickerson, 82, a retired aerospace engineer who loved to fish. Victor Shaw, 66, a former courier whose body was found in his front yard with a garden hose in his hand.
Oh, my Lord.
Delise Curry, 95, a former actress known for the old blue Cadillac she had long vowed to restore. Erlene Kelly, 83, a retired pharmacy technician who doted on her grandchildren. They, along with other Black victims of the fire, lived west of Lake Avenue, where many early homeowners of color were pushed because of redlining, a discriminatory bank lending practice that effectively precluded them from buying in white neighborhoods. Even after redlining was outlawed, the practice continued informally through steering by real estate agents. The west side of Altadena became racially diverse, home to a small number of Asian Americans, a substantial Latino population, as well as Black residents. It had cheaper, more modest homes on smaller lots than the other side of town, east of Lake Avenue, a major street that bisects the community and runs from the San Gabriel Mountains south to the 210 freeway. Altadena was overwhelmingly white in the 1950s at the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement. When Black residents slowly began to appear, they were not embraced. Wanda Williams, who's 74, recalled that her father, who worked with the Union Pacific Railroad, was not allowed to buy a home in Los Angeles because of redlining. When the family settled in Altadena around 1953, they were one of 2 Black families in the whole neighborhood. Ms. Williams recalled how an older white woman would spray a garden hose at her when she rode by on her bike. Around that time, a neighborhood watch group known as Sench, each letter standing for a street name, was started by a Black resident in part to address a strained relationship with the sheriff's department. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act prohibited race-based discrimination against homebuyers and renters and helped to change the racial makeup of Altadena. Black families who were pushed out of urban housing in neighboring Pasadena made their way in, and the area became sought after by families from the South. About a decade later, the Black proportion of the Altadena population peaked at nearly 43%, according to census data. Michelle Zach, a local historian, wrote a book about Altadena, an unincorporated part of Los Angeles County that lacks a city council or mayor of its own. She said that with the surge in Black residents came additional scrutiny from the authorities, as well as white flight. Ms. Zach told me real estate agents actually scared a lot of white homeowners, especially those west of Lake Avenue, and said, "We can't be responsible for your property values falling, so get out now." They would get white owners in modest areas to sell their houses cheap and then bring in Black people and sell to them at higher prices, she said. So there was a lot of land that was exchanged in a panic mode. A considerable number of the first-time homebuyers from that period stayed in Altadena for good. These days, about a quarter of Black residents in Altadena are 65 or older. Many of Altadena's Black families passed their houses down from parents to children and hoped they would be the foundation of generational wealth. All of that made for a community where, if you didn't know someone directly, you probably knew someone related to them. Entire blocks operated like extended families anyway. Regina Major, who's 62, was a toddler when her parents purchased a home in the area. She told me, my neighbor on one side, she taught me how to cheerlead, and then an older lady, Mrs. Cheatham, she'd babysit us. But if you were in trouble, she'd tell your parent. In that whole community, you took care of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Major's father was a minister who also ran a printing business. Her mother was a jury services supervisor for the Los Angeles County Superior Court and did hairdressing on the side. There'd always be someone over, Ms. Major said. She would press and curl their hair in the kitchen. She also baked a lot, so anybody that had a birthday, she made a cake for them. Ms. Major moved into a house around the corner from her father, who's now 101 years old. His home didn't burn, but hers did. The camaraderie among neighbors has meant that no matter who lost what in the fire, the devastation has been shared. Group chats have been never-ending, with messages of support and resources. Sometimes someone has a tragedy, and all of us get together to support that person, said Felita Keeling, who's 61. But in this case, she added, it's not one or two, it's thousands of people. You see Candace lost her house, or Kushan lost her house, and you know those people. You've been to their homes. You remember their furniture. You remember how they greeted you. Ms. Keeling has lived in Altadena for 3 decades. She and her husband were known for hosting a Christmas brunch where anyone could stop by for quiche, banana bread, and waffles. The couple and their 2 sons were also involved with the Altadena Baptist Church, which hosted an annual Black History celebration. Both their house and the church were destroyed. More than half of Black households in Altadena earn more than $100,000 a year, a tidy sum in many places, but firmly middle class in Southern California. I spoke with Wilberta Richardson, the president of the Altadena unit of the NAACP, which started in 1984. When you lose a middle-class Black community, she said, it's a loss of a culture, but it's also a loss for the next generation.
Yep.
Ms. Richardson, who is 75, has lived in town for nearly 4 decades. She pointed out that Black children who grew up in Altadena had the privilege of accessible role models. But many residents worry that the fires will scatter neighbors and hasten gentrification. The proportion of Black residents in Altadena's population has fallen to around 18%. Altadena is now considered affluent, with an average household income of $190,000. The median sale price of a house in Altadena is now nearly $1.3 million, a figure that few longtime residents could afford. Long before the fires, many Black homeowners were capitalizing on their newfound equity by selling and moving away. Many of those who remained had planned to stay for good. Jervy Tervalan, a novelist who was born in New Orleans, has lived in Altadena for 20 years. Even though we were kind of cordoned off, he said, we made the best of it, and there's a real sense of genuine community that we particularly enjoy. Mr. Tervalan's own home burned, and he and his family have been staying at a nearby hotel. The fear of something to lose is real, he said.
Pretty depressing.
This article was written and read by me, Karina Knoll, and the audio was produced by Adrian Hurst. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, that is brutal, man, to have that history, to go through all that they had to go through, and to lose it and not have fire insurance. It's really a shame, man, you know. And I think she really pointed out something that, you know, I feel like you know, it's so much harder for Black people to preserve culture, especially in this day and age. There's so many things that, you know, try to pull away at that, you know. So many people, they just hate that. Not hate, but I just feel like there's forces that want to make sure Black people don't preserve their culture in America, you know.
Well, I want to point out, you know, one of the things that struck me is a Black middle class neighborhood that, you know, where kids had access to role models.
Yeah.
So I motherfucking want to hear what a Be Brave would make of this. he probably makes some comment about 70%. But I'm well, now that I think about it, I'm glad he's not, because I'd fucking go off on him.
Yeah. And I think that's why it's so important to preserve that type of thing. And
well, I mean, you're not going to do anything about a natural disaster. It's not
no,
like
you can't. But
I'm
it's
not
just
gonna, tragedy that it is, you can't get wrapped around the axle.
No,
However,
you can't. But
you
it's
can mourn the loss.
Right, but it's what makes it worse is that these are the people that they struggled, they suffered,
Oh
but
hell yeah! Oh yeah!
they still succeeded, and for it to all be taken away, it's just
Well,
like,
but I mean,
man.
you can't. I know what you're saying, but I'm a little bit more. What the fuck can you do?
No, you
besides
can't.
help them recoup it. But
Yeah.
I think the biggest, I think it's the kids, the descendants.
Yeah.
It's probably a big loss, to, and the black community in California. I thought it was 5%, but it's 6.5%.
Yeah, and probably with these fires, it's gonna get smaller and smaller now.
Yeah, but I mean, life goes on.
Yeah, you gotta.
But I my bigger thing is I need motherfuckers like Be Brave to know that, these little middle class neighborhoods exist. And you know what? They aren't encouraging, or ignoring crime. They just don't have to live with it.
Yeah.
But, and, the implicit in his thing is, black people have to be their brother's keeper. And he doesn't have those same expectations in the white community. No. And y'all don't know how toxic I think he is.
That I guess that's why.
I mean,
I don't really.
And people like him are why America's failing.
Yeah. But that's why I don't really, I don't really take it personally.
And I hope he's listening.
But that, Stanley, that's why I really don't take it personal, because I know so many examples of people like this. They're all in my family, and people that really struggled during those times and were still able to make something out of it. So when I hear somebody like Be Brave, it doesn't affect me negatively, because I know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something that really just sounds rah-rah. Motherfucker, I fought for this goddamn country, and to hear someone like that be so toxic, it goes deeper than me just being Stanley and an asshole. Motherfucker, I put on this country's uniform, and I get to hear someone like that venerated.
Yeah.
It grates.
So many black people did, though, and it's like, just to focus on the negative, it's really disrespectful. And but I think that is still remnants of what those black people had to go through: the redlining, the Jim Crow, that racial hatred that really doesn't, it doesn't really come from anything. It's like,
well, I'm going to tell you, my father-in-law is probably 15 years older than Be Brave. He's nothing like that.
Yeah, and that's why, I can't be like that, like have a blanket hatred for a race of people. It's individuals. You gotta, if you're gonna point out the individuals, point out the individuals. But
yeah, you got a point.
Don't make it it's a cultural thing. I don't think every white person is like Ted Bundy.
Oh no, it is cultural. But, much like the black culture, I mean, there are tons of different, not all white people are alike. Not all what we would call white culture is alike. So, no. I mean, I do know that.
Yeah. And it's the same with black culture, man. Like,
exactly.
I come across way more good black.
But see, he doesn't seem to understand that. Just like there are many white cultures, there are many black cultures. But anyway, I don't want to belabor the point because I'll brood on it for a while.
Yeah,
we can move on.
No, but I Stanley, I totally understand, man. Especially when you see stuff like this, man. It really drives the point home, man. That even coming from all of that, man, there's still people that don't want to accept that there are a lot of just good black folks. But part of it is the propaganda, man. And we, that's why when we were watching that How to Sell to Black People, it really pissed me off because I've done the research, Stanley. Like the propaganda goes back so far that it's almost like the blacks that embrace that propaganda, they've like that the blacks that kind of resemble that propaganda that they pushed. It pisses me off because it's like something that's been inherent in this country where they have these stereotypes and they push it and they push it and they glorify it so much that so many black people fall into it that it really makes me sick, man. It really makes me sick that they don't see that there's a machine behind this. It's a deep hatred, and
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of the opposite. Even though I talk a lot about systems and racism as a system, it's not like it's an overwhelming force, and you have to be that way.
Well,
just like black people, shouldn't use it and really can't use racism as like the reason they can't succeed in this country.
No,
it works the other way as well.
No, you can't. And I learned that early, but at the same time, I do think there is propaganda that that kind of pushes a lot of blacks towards that. And
you mean towards feeling they can't succeed?
No, towards feeling that they have to embody those negative black stereotypes.
Okay,
like
well, see, that part is totally lost. You have to be like what the stereotype is. I mean, that is dark.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's why even when Biden said what he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's, to me, it was such a slap in the face to black people, to me, because that to me is like promoting the propaganda. Like whether you vote left or right, you're still black. Like that.
Well, no, I agree with that point. And as a matter of fact, I meant to play it last night. I did a show that I'd actually forgotten about. I talked about that book called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. Me and the same guy I did the interview about Reconstruction with, we did a little bit more than an hour show on that particular book. And I don't know, I may play it tonight, overnight. I don't particularly like the video because I look, it was in my bedroom, and I guess I do look kind of fat, but well,
you just need some more lighting, Stanley. That's all. You just
well, no, I mean, I've been, I got a little bit of a belly, but
those cookies, those cookies.
It is lighting, and I'm sitting on the edge of my bed. If I'd been sitting in a chair, it would have been better.
You don't have like a desk or something?
Oh, I have a desk. I never use it.
Oh man,
I need to start though.
Yeah, we got to get you a setup, man. You gotta.
Well, no, I can always go and use my son's desk in his room. I'm just too lazy to do it. But Yeah, I'll start doing that. But I don't know. What I'm saying is that people need to know the politics, but they don't necessarily have to embody it. And there's nothing wrong with being a Black Republican as long as you're not a CT.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some things that I hear in these conservative spaces that just like it just totally like I'm not even sure how people can think like, some of this stuff.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not gonna get too deep into it. I should lighten up, I guess.
It is part of it is entertainment too. Some people do
Yeah, but
find it
see, I
entertainment.
don't necessarily. Sometimes it's hard to separate the entertainment. There are plenty of people who actually think some of this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. They don't know that they're, being played and that it is all just entertainment. It's nothing to
Oh,
be taken seriously.
I just thought of something. Someone sent me an invite to Lolo's Discord. Oh, I'm not doing that. Why would I be that crazy?
Hey.
But there is a lunch with Lolo on her channel happening tomorrow.
Okay. Are you gonna pull up for the lunch with Lolo? You guys are supposed to do that.
No, I'm not invited, and I probably wouldn't do it. She's moved off into her own little channel, and I don't need to. I need to follow the Prime directive.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here's order your own custom blanket.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of someone who has some words. Makes me laugh every time I hear about the blankets.
I need to get one of those blankets.
Why?
I mean, Universal seems to like it. He keeps it on his over his fireplace. It's
You know
mounted
what? I
above it.
won't even go there. I'm not going to even take that bait.
He's got it mounted over his fireplace.
Oh shoot! I didn't share that. Hold on one sec. I'm on Lolo's.
Wow. Is that Universal's? I think that's Universal's.
Might be.
Yeah. Yeah, I know he sleeps like a baby wrapped in that that blanket. Get the best sleep of your life in the Lolo's blanket, man. And make sure you guys support Lolo. Her channel is taking off.
There's Universal. He's lurking.
Yeah. Yeah, make sure you guys support Lolo. She is taking off, doing big things,
Yeah, I got an invite to her Discord by someone. They're Universal.
Yeah.
Now, who's doing the lunch with Lolo? Is it Garion or you, Universal?
Probably Universal.
Now, I think Garion was kind of like the preferred lunch partner.
Yeah. They're like too much alike, though.
No, they're similar in age.
Yeah. Garion just seems like the worst date to go on with.
Why?
I don't know. He's like a robot.
No, he's not.
It's like, come on, Garion. How do you like the sauce?
Now, he may be counting the tines of the fork.
Yeah.
It's 5 versus 4. But
Universal says she's doing it solo. Nice.
Interesting.
A little solo action. Okay. All right. All right. Won't mind watching that. Yeah. Lunch with Lolo. Yeah, Universal, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
Let's see, did she put the restaurant? No, but I don't know. I think it's actually, she could do something like this locally.
Mm-hmm.
She could probably get this put on like a TV station or something.
Yeah. I think Lolo has she has very high upside, I'm sure Universal knows what she needs to do. Universal, if you ever wanna I used to do social media management, for a lot of companies. I definitely have some if you ever want to chat about what Lolo should be doing, man, I already know. We could definitely chat about it. I could give you some pointers on how to get her brand moving, she's got very high upside, man. You could make a lot of money if you
No, you don't want to interfere with Universal's Ike Turner.
Yeah, but you
didn't get that joke, did you?
I know I got the joke, but I don't think Universal's Ike Turner. He's more like the Jackson dad.
Well, shit, that's even worse.
I know. He just doesn't know it yet. He's the what's his Jackson? What's his name? Damn, I can't think of the Jackson dad's name. But
Joe Jackson.
Joe Jackson, yeah, he's Joe Jackson. He just doesn't know it yet. Wait, did you see the Lord Jamar Flat Earth thing? Speaking of Lolo, did you see the Lord Jamar Flat Earth?
Someone wanted me to watch it, and as a matter of fact, someone wanted me to watch it last night.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and I was just like, "Fuck that!"
Oh man,
we can watch it now, but
yeah.
I wasn't going to watch it alone.
Yeah.
There's someone here to go, "Hey, Stanley, you need to calm down."
Yeah, I watched some of it. It was brutal, man. It was brutal. I think at this point, if you are a flat earther, you should probably just
Interesting.
keep it to yourself.
This is a dude that was is supposedly like a sane conservative, a sane black conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Shermichael Singleton. Fred, Fred and I got to talking about, Condoleezza Rice, that type of black conservative who is, not toxic.
Yeah, with a name like Shermichael.
So he's a Republican strategist that has worked on 3 presidential election campaigns.
Hey, Stanley, with a name like Shermichael, and he's a Republican, yeah, you take that brother serious. He came a long way. Shermichael, yeah, he's overcome all the obstacles with a name like Shermichael. That brother, yeah, he got a YouTube page. I want to follow him. Shermichael, god damn, that brother. He fought to where he got, man.
Yeah, well, you can laugh all you want, but the dude apparently is working on presidential campaigns. So
I bet he is.
He didn't just overcome. It wasn't "we shall overcome." We have.
Yeah, nah. He took it. He took it to the next level. Nah, you know, I'm one of those people that I do believe when you name a kid, especially black kids, when you name them like you know, kind of ethnic names, it kind of it does hold them back a little bit. You know, there's been so many.
Oh wait, Portia, do you know this guy?
Okay.
Well, no, she said she'll send you his Insta.
Yeah. Like, you know,
he's a Republican strategist. She might actually know him.
Yeah, she probably does. She probably does know him. But I think when you name black kids very ethnic names, it makes it a lot harder for them. You know, they've done countless studies with, you know, they'll send in the same resumes.
Well, America's a racist country, so you know. To be honest with you, I think that the country needs to adjust to the names, not the other way around.
I agree. I agree. But I also agree though too that
well, I mean, you have to know reality, but you know, bottom line is you know, if you want to talk, see, this is the weird thing. Idiots on the right will go, well, give me an example of systemic racism. Well, you just did.
Yeah, no. No, I know there's systemic racism, Stanley. I'm not one of those people that you know tries to act like it doesn't exist. But I think
oh shit, well, Portia, you need to get him, see if he'll do an interview with me.
Ooh.
I would love to talk to him. And I promise I wouldn't abuse him. You know, he seems to be doing well. Shit, you know, a Republican operative. I actually have always wanted to run a political campaign, so it'd be really cool. I don't know that he'd want to do, you know, YouTube. You know, there's not a lot of upside for him, but you know, who knows?
Yeah. Stanley, you want to know how that interview would go?
Tell me, HB.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
He probably the dude is a professional. I'm just an amateur. He probably knows more than I do.
Oh, well, we'll hopefully.
I mean, I do know my place. Believe it or not,
this will be the test. If we get this interview,
all I have to say is I know my betters, and I don't have a problem acquiescing to my betters.
Yeah,
it's the ones who don't know they're not my betters that'll have the problem.
Yeah. Stock makes a big difference, man. You know.
Well, motherfucker's a professional politico.
Yeah. But I mean, you're no chopped liver either, though. Stanley.
Yeah, but he probably went to school for it. He does it for a living.
I mean, you fought for the country, though, man. Come on.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what he does.
You're an American hero, Stanley. Come on, man.
Okay, come on, HB. I know my place. See, that's the other thing. Everyone needs to know their place in the pecking order.
Yeah, but on my pecking order, I kind of hold American heroes to a higher standard. You know, I do hold them to a higher standard. You guys.
Portia says he's wildly professional.
Yeah,
so that basically means, oh hell no, I'm not letting your yokel local yokel ass.
I don't think that's what she's saying, Stanley. She's saying, Stanley, be on your best behavior if I go out and get this guy.
I would be on my best behavior.
You might have to pull the iron up that blazer. You know, you'd have to definitely be on your best
all I'm
behavior.
saying, when I say I know my place, I actually do know my place. No, I was in the Navy. I didn't talk shit to the captain.
Yeah, I hope not.
No, I did talk to I did talk shit to my boss once, and it was actually a hoot.
You like
No, he was an idiot, and I let him know what I thought in front of everybody, no less.
Portia, what are you? Portia, what's going on? Are you working today? They cancel
Yes,
classes?
yes, she's working today.
Oh man. You know, down in Texas, if it gets 20 degrees, they just cancel classes down there. they don't. We're gonna shut the city down. they don't play down there.
So anyway, let me go back to. I was gonna look at that flat Earth bullshit.
Oh man, that was brutal.
And actually, I'm about to hand the keys over to you because I'm getting tired.
Okay. Ha.
Virgo said, Portia, if you haven't, if there's a Gone Trucking, you should probably switch over at some point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Virgo said, I'm 48 with no dark circles, skin not perfect, but I'm hating on a 23-year-old that looks like a sleep-deprived raccoon, please. Wow. A sleep-deprived raccoon. Wow. Wow, Virgo, tell us how you really feel. Jeez.
Well, Portia, if it's not the right move, I don't have to do it. I mean, he would have to be a tad lighthearted. If he's, super serious, yeah, it doesn't have to happen. If he is a peer, you're the actual political person. I'm not. I just kind of do it for a lark.
Yeah. Maybe we can try to get maybe Candace Owens maybe more on your level. Maybe let's get her.
No. I would never interview Candace Owens.
Oh, really?
No, wouldn't even. I would have to be in the audience. I would never do it because I don't take her seriously, and I don't even trust myself.
Oh man, that would be very entertaining though.
I mean, if I had to interview her, of course I would be polite and succinct, and I wouldn't pull any do the trick questions or gotcha questions, but I just don't. I don't have the desire to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think of a black female like Condoleezza Rice. Now I would be afraid to interview her because I'd probably make passes at her.
Ooh.
Even at her age.
Really?
Oh shit, man! When she was young, she wasn't like a supermodel or anything, but she was definitely attractive. And what she didn't have in attraction, I mean, she obviously made up in brains.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm looking at some old pictures of her. Oh yeah.
I'd have been a Stedman to her Oprah.
I see what you're, man. She's yeah.
I never found her like Halle Berry, level.
Oh no, come on.
However, with her brains, yeah, I'd be okay.
Yeah, she's all right. I'm pulling up a picture.
The only
of her right
problem
now.
is I'm afraid she would be smarter than me. So it would be like I would be her house husband.
Hey, with a woman like that is no.
No, I mean I have my pride.
You see this picture of her, Stanley?
Yeah, I see her.
Yeah, man.
She was pretty nice looking.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was all right. A little Condi. Oh yeah.
Condi. Oh, Condi.
Virgo, you can't help but say something about the girl. Let her live and figure shit out. Ah, man.
Oh, fuck that. Virgo, keep it up. I'll help you out. We'll roast her together.
Ah, come on, you guys.
Motherfucker, you don't tell Virgo what to do.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
That's just totally disrespectful. You're telling an adult woman what to do?
Oh, man. Universal. Universal, come defend your prize.
Do that and see what happens.
Look at Gary. Y'all roasting low for no reason. Dave showed up.
Well, you know what? I was on to other topics till I saw that.
Yeah, the thing with Virgo is I think Virgo may be behind on the stream a little bit.
You know what? Fuck that. Virgo can say what she wants to say. That is annoying. Yeah. she and I will lock horns, but you know what? Overall, I find her entertaining.
Yeah, Virgo is wildly entertaining. Thanks, Portia, for using wildly today.
The little typing she does, I find hugely entertaining.
Yeah. Virgo says, I actually didn't say anything. Y'all bring her up. It's an open panel.
Oh, no. Hey, Virgo, I have zero problems with what you're saying. Like I said, it's entertaining me.
Wow.
I'm just waiting for the next thing she's gonna bedazzle.
Stanley, you acting like you wouldn't.
Is she gonna bedazzle her trike?
You know good and well you wanna.
She's gonna bedazzle her big wheel.
Stanley, stop it. You want one of those.
She's gonna bedazzle her wagon.
Okay. All right, Stanley. Stanley's on one, you guys. All right.
She's gonna bedazzle her Barbie dollhouse.
Yeah, Gary, and Stanley wanted a bedazzled sports jacket, and Lolo couldn't make one for him. That's what this is about, man. He wanted one, man.
Well, no, like I said, I was okay until Virgo got picked on. Yeah, I said it. Stop picking on Virgo.
Wow! Look how times have changed.
Hey, I pick on Virgo too, but she picks on me.
Yeah. Wow, this is crazy. I don't know, man.
I want a bedazzled blanket. See, can we get Sir to fart some glitter on a blanket?
Oh, come on.
I'm the one that farted on your blanket before she mailed it off.
That guy, sir, is crazy. Thank you for your service, though, sir. Thank you for your service.
Black Manta, that's pretty funny, actually.
That would be really.
I'm gonna have to use bedazzle in my next show title.
I think that would be pretty cool if she bedazzled
Stanley bedazzles the world.
Ooh. Yeah, don't do that, Stanley. That might be taken the wrong way.
I don't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck? I want it to be taken the wrong way.
Virgo said bedazzled Christians for locals. Man. See, I feel like she's trying to. I think she's trying to.
That makes me think of the Magic Christian. You remember the movie from way back in the 70s?
No, Stanley, I don't watch too many 70s movies. Oh man. Virgo, I thought she was trying to save the locales. I thought that's what her message is, you know?
Bedazzled Christians.
Virgo, maybe she can bedazzle your new tweed jacket. That would be pretty.
See, Virgo is hitting evil mode, and I'm all for that.
Virgo, I
bedazzle me this.
Hope you're having a good morning, Virgo. She is on.
Yeah, she's not a happy camper, but
no.
her cattiness is just sheer joy.
Yeah, she's a catty girl, that Virgo.
I'm not. Yeah. Sure, I'm gonna let her near my tweed jacket so she can fuck it up like those blankets. I'm not gonna let her fucking ruin a decent garment.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Jesus
oh, fuck
Christ.
That.
Come on, man.
No, Universal. Fuck it. All she's doing is taking a fucking pair of scissors to a blanket.
Ah, come on.
This isn't craft work.
It's very, very, very high craftsmanship.
Do better and use a straight razor.
Come on, man. Yeah. Very, very high quality craftsman works. Lolo's Customs. You guys go purchase your blankets today.
Fuck Lolo's Customs.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Custom what?
Come on, Stanley.
Okay, now you have to tell me what's custom about shredding a goddamn blanket.
Jesus Christ, Stanley. It's she gets the materials from the Alps in Nicaragua.
she customizes alpaca blankets, right?
Yeah. Gets the finest quality tweed.
The finest Southern Eastern. What the fuck is the Southern Eastern?
Come on, Stanley. You know where the Southern.
Oh, I'm gonna go hard now. See, I'm tired. I'm a little cranky, and I was actually thinking, well, you know, it's probably getting around time to switch shows and, you know, kind of take a nap or something. But now I'm thinking better of it. I could probably go another hour.
Jeez. You want to watch this flat Earth video?
Is it gonna be as entertaining?
It's pretty entertaining, man. This guy pretty much he shredded Lord Jamal.
Look at Virgo. Well, you pick a time. We'll just, you know what? You just come up here. We'll just shit on Lolo for an hour.
Okay. All right. You guys don't need to do that.
Come on up around 11 tonight. We'll just fucking do nothing but.
Yeah. Come on.
Who the fuck is going to stop me?
Come on. She doesn't even sew. My 2-year-old nephew can do it, but brings in the Simps. I think she can. She can sew. It's hand sewn, Virgo. It's hand sewn. She doesn't use a sewing machine. It's hand sewn. I'm glad to be your cup of coffee.
That. It's hand sewn.
Yeah, it's hand sewn. It's
dude,
custom.
You know what? When I fucking want to put a button on a shirt that came off, I hand sew it.
Yeah, it's hand sewn. It takes.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not a seamstress and I can sew a button on.
Takes very high dexterity, a lot of focus, you know.
Hey, Universal, I'm not even drinking coffee. This is stone cold sober shitting.
Stone cold Stanley. Oh God.
Shit, you know what? Fuck it. I might put on I might put on some clothes and go get beer and come back and get drunk and shit on Lolo.
Well, all right, Stanley.
Now, wouldn't that be entertaining?
I don't know. Can you buy beer this early in the morning?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
I think a lot of people work third shift. So you can buy, I think you can start buying beer at 6 a.m. or something.
Oh, come on, man. Come
on. It's generally, I think it's sold till like midnight or something. Georgia's weird, but you can get drunk if you want.
Universal, can you come defend your lady?
Yeah, come on up.
Can you defend your lady?
But if you're gonna come up, I'm going to get beer. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it and have just a fucking make a day of it.
Come on, man. Ah, boy.
Goddamn right. Cheers.
Oh, she does other things at work. Oh, come, Virgo.
Now I don't know. Now Virgo, Virgo. I don't want to go all there. I'm just gonna stick to her crafts.
Yeah, she's a Christian woman, Virgo. How could you say something like that?
Well, she probably means pray. She's gonna bedazzle her hymnal.
Oh well, okay. That's what you mean, Virgo. Come on. That's what you mean. All right.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
All right. Hopefully that's what Virgo means.
Well, Virgo's a Christian woman. What else could she mean?
No, Virgo worships voodoo.
She does. I think Virgo's fairly religious.
Yeah, she's a voodoo
a voodoo priestess.
Yeah, she is religious. Oh man.
Okay, well we have to watch the Bedazzler. Now I got to show this again.
That is high quality. That is high quality.
Oh man.
High quality material. Flown in from the.
Is that even a full size blanket? That's like.
Yeah, Universal can wrap his whole body around that blanket twice.
Oh yeah, sure.
And you know he's in Minnesota. It gets freezing out there, man.
That's gonna keep you. That's gonna keep you warm.
Yeah, that thing keeps him cozy at night, man. Come on, man.
Well, you go to what is it? What's the name of the? What's the name of the cloth store? Joe something or another.
Joanne's Fabric.
Yeah, that's right. You go to Joanne Fabrics and get that shit off a bolt of. That's like a bolt of cloth.
Ah, man, come on, man. She gets it flown in custom from the Alps and the high mountains.
The Alps.
It is sewn by the most exotic. I don't know. It's high quality, Stanley. That's all I'm saying here. All right, custom made, high quality.
Man, I worked for a textile company for a couple years. This shit comes from Lyman, South Carolina.
Come on, Stanley. This is very.
It's like Lyman, South Carolina. You fucking get that and get it off a whole bolt of cloth and cut it off with a scissors, pair of shears.
She sheared it right off her alpaca herself. This is high quality. I like seeing young people have.
The fuck does this mean? Stanley Crosser, leave low alone and grab sputs. The fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
Mr. White John Galt, you don't want none of this. You want to stay to stick with your markets and puts and whatever financial stuff you're doing, you don't want none of this, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but yeah, man.
I think he means puts.
Yeah,
like he's been doing a bunch of like he's been doing his Wolf of Wall Street imitation.
Oh yeah, I don't really find it entertaining, but yeah, let's get into this video.
All right, well I'll soothe the savage beasts.
Yeah.
And watch this.
You got Virgo turned up at the job right now.
You
Stanley.
know what? I encourage, as a matter of fact, if she texts me or something and says, "Motherfucker, let's go back and roast Lo some more," I'm gonna stop this shit and go roast.
You know what you guys should do? You and Virgo.
What's that?
You and Virgo should review Lolo's content, like just you two, just review it, and then you guys can get it all out. You can put it all on the table.
Okay, whoa. You're acting like this is like some beef. I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the sheer entertainment value.
No. Listen. Part of I think oh wow, this guy's got a fucking this trucker I'm looking at right now, he's got a Amish lady in his passenger seat.
Oh really?
What the? Yeah, she's got like the hat on and everything. Jesus Christ.
She an Amish hoe?
She might be an Amish lot lizard. I didn't even where they got them at. I wanna see that.
Well, you know they'll be clean.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I don't think they shave much. So.
Well, no. I mean, venereal diseases.
Oh yeah.
The only thing they might get would be from a farm animal.
Yeah. They do have sex with farm animals. That is true. Might get cat AIDS or something.
Virgo saying you don't want to burn in the fire.
Oh man. Oh, you guys, you kids and your but yeah. I think that would just for your
you come and churn my butter, bitch.
Just for your guys' entertainment, you and Virgo should review.
Tell you right now, she's gonna drink her wine and I'm gonna get my beer. We're gonna burn that motherfucker down. Two things are gonna happen. Either we're gonna be in tears or they're gonna be in tears.
Oh man, I can't wait to see.
Somebody's gonna cry.
Yo, the chat is gonna hate you guys, man. It's gonna get dark.
The chat.
Oh my god.
No, what we need to do is do it like overnight on Friday going into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah.
Just get a bunch of motherfuckers up here doing it.
Oh man. Now I think you and
if you're gonna be hated, go big.
I think you and Virgo would be perfect, man. You guys would be like tag team.
Yeah, the problem is we probably drank ourselves to sleep.
Yeah. Well, that would be part of the entertainment, you know.
Okay, well let's listen to this weird guy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he's like the professor or something.
Right.
Yeah, this is just gonna bore me to tears.
It's muted. I can't hear it.
Well, I know who Godfrey is.
Yeah. It's Stanley, it's muted. Can you Stanley, I can't hear it.
Wonder why.
Maybe leave out and come or
well, let me try it one more time. If this doesn't do it, then I will have to come out and come back in.
Well, no. Exit out of the video and then bring it back up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, that is acting really weird.
Virgo, nobody thinks that you are the cat's meow, Virgo. You're the cat's meow.
That's right. They don't waste anything.
You're the only cat's meow, Virgo. Don't worry about it.
They eat everything but the meow.
Jeez.
Let's see, can you hear it now?
Saw my recent reaction.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. Yep.
Where I drank whiskey while laughing at a rapping flat earther named Lord Jamar, who was proudly demonstrating his unparalleled stupidity on the podcast of a comedian named Godfrey. Well, that reaction video set off a chain of events that I'm very excited to share with you today. So grab some popcorn and enjoy. If you recall, Godfrey was the host, Lord Jamar was a guest, and then there was this third fellow. His name is Dante Nero, and after I posted my reaction video, he reached out to me by email. He told me that he's a big fan of the channel and that the episode I reacted to was frustrating for him because he knew that Jamar had no idea what he was talking about, but he didn't have the tools necessary to combat his script in real time. He expressed interest in having me on Godfrey's show via Zoom to have a conversation with Lord Jamar. Now, upon hearing this request, I was immediately aware that if I agreed to do that, it would be a total shit show. I am intimately familiar with people like Lord Jamar. He's a delusional narcissist and complete douchebag whose entire identity revolves around his perceived intellectual superiority over the rest of humanity, despite being a willfully ignorant, clueless asshat. Basically, he's a flat earther.
Like me.
He is 100% impervious to even the most basic facts and logic, and he will not listen to a word I have to say, no matter how obviously correct I am. But when has that ever stopped me before? So I agreed to go on the show. Now, I will say that I went into this with the intention of remaining relatively cordial as long as possible, but Jamar began insulting me before I was even introduced, so I decided to just lace into him from the first moment. Even though my volume was dramatically lower than theirs, even though he was talking over me constantly, even though there was barely any attempt by Godfrey to moderate him so that I could get equal speaking time, I still took a big steamy dump all over him and made him look dumber than rocks in front of his own audience.
Hey, Ross.
So much so, in fact, that after less than 20 minutes of interacting, Jamar threatened to leave the studio if I wasn't cut out of the feed. And then, mere minutes after the live stream was posted to Godfrey's channel, it was pulled. Undoubtedly because Jamar told Godfrey to pull it, since he knew how unbelievably stupid he looked. But my friends, you'd better believe I anticipated exactly this, so I recorded the Zoom session from my end. I knew that this exchange was going to be absolute gold, and I was not disappointed. With that context covered, enjoy this brief interaction with one of the dumbest people alive.
There's not fire in a vacuum of space.
I want to say
like,
something.
go ahead. It's ridiculous.
Like, before we bring Professor Dave, here's my thing. Man, let me fuck Professor Dave. Before he even get here. You know why? When it comes to hip hop, right? There's questions I have to ask because he spent his life studying being part of hip hop. To take the people that have spent their lifetime understanding physics, science, all kinds of things.
Don't matter.
It is absurd. It would be the equivalency if I took an internet dude.
That does not matter.
Let me finish. If I took an internet dude who got a couple of tracks and asked him about the history of hip hop, it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's one person.
But what about, you say scientists, right, that have been studying for a long time, but there are people that in these professions that have there to lie, just like medical apartheid against African Americans. There are trained doctors.
When you follow the
lied
money,
to black people about health,
they're gonna say whatever the money tells them to
nobody
say.
Is saying that didn't
no scientist is getting funded if they do not say what the money wants them to say, sir.
Okay, that's conspiracy.
Science, no, it's not. It's
fact.
real. It's a fucking fact.
You don't get to
science
say
is
that
a religion now. Science is a religion. It is not. What you think it is. Oh, yes, it is. And people worship at the altar of science. And these people are your new fucking deacons and bishops, and you believe that they have they're closer to God than anybody else. No. Hang on a second. My whole disclaimer, before we even start this bullshit, okay, is that, hang on, I issued a challenge, Godfrey, to even come here to talk to Mr. Whoever, scientist man, that if he can present me a working model of a ball that water sticks to the outside of it. Yes, as it rotates, I'll gladly sit down and have a talk with him. He hasn't showed me such model. I can give you a model right now as we sit here.
Oh, is Dave around? Is he there?
He's on.
Can he hear us?
A model right now.
I can hear you guys.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. Hi, Dave. It's Godfrey. How are you? I don't see you.
Good.
You're doing good.
Can you guys see me?
Hey,
what up, Dave?
Dave, are you Dave the scientist?
I'm the one that contacted you, Dave.
Are you Dave the scientist?
Yeah, he's the one that
science
contacted.
communicator.
Science communicator. Well, hey, how you doing? First
What
time
does that
meeting
mean?
you.
Different.
I'm
Science
doing good.
communicator.
Science communicator. Okay. Well, here you are. You do not believe in the flat Earth theories, and you are. I've been taught that the Earth has been round for a long time. And when the flat Earth thing came around, I said, okay, what's this about? And then I listened to some of the flat Earth stuff. And you know what? Some of the stuff made sense. I was like, that kind of makes sense. And then, when you hear about what you've always been learning about, well, that kind of makes sense. And then when I talked to, actually, Dave, when I talked to a fighter pilot, and then they go like 50,000 feet, way higher than commercial jet. I say, have you seen curvature? He goes, yeah, we see the curvature of the Earth. That's what he said. I was like, I see.
Wait, this just reminded me. Isn't Lolo into a flat earther?
Yeah, she is a flat earther.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is just going to give me more fuel.
Yeah, Lolo is a flat earther.
Seen multiple videos where they say no.
You talk about we're supposed to take care of your video over a pilot who has thousands of hours.
We've seen multiple pilots say that it's
so Dave. So who's going to go first? Tell us, Dave, why you are against what he believes. How about that?
Yeah, flat Earth is the dumbest hoax in human history. Jamar just watched some videos by Eric Dubé, who just spews a bunch of bullshit, memorized what he says, and repeats it and pretends to be intelligent. Instead, everything you say is so insanely stupid and can be disproven with like middle school level physics.
Really?
So yeah, we can go ahead and you can rattle off.
Do you have a working model of a ball that has water sticking to the outside of it? Can you show me a working model of that?
A tennis ball.
But, yes, wet. And that, but no. That's not water sticking to a ball. That's saturation of water on the ball.
So
I want you to show me where water sticks to the outside of a ball as it spins. It doesn't go to the equator of the ball and spin off.
I heard what you said.
Show me a working model. Hang on.
You said something very
Show me a working model.
Okay. The reason that things stick to the Earth is because the Earth is extremely massive, so it generates a very large gravitational field. When water falls off of a ball, whatever ball you're talking about, to the Earth, it's because of the large gravitational field exerted by the Earth. So when you're talking about water sticking to a ball, your desired demonstration of gravity fails because gravity exists. Things fall to the ground.
There is density and buoyancy, sir. Gravity is not some magical thing that makes things drop to the ground. It depends the medium that it is in. If I drop something in this water, depending on how heavy it is, it's going to sink or float.
Wait, I want you all to talk. But
density
I want to hear both.
First of all, this guy came out real disrespectful, talk about the stupidest shit. Like if he was in this room, I'd be smacking the shit out of him right now.
First of all,
okay,
it's all bullshit.
Right, sir? You know that, right?
What you say to the
you know that, right?
The entire body of scientific knowledge. Let me respond to the insanely stupid thing you said.
I want you to respond to my. Let him talk. Okay, we're gonna talk about what pseudoscience.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
Density is not a force. It requires a force to produce an acceleration. Things accelerate towards the Earth. Density is a scalar. It's not a force. It can't make things move. Buoyancy, there's a buoyant force, but it has gravity. in the equation.
It
Buoyancy
has
only exists
gravity.
when gravity exists.
When gravity, the
So,
secret sauce.
here's the problem with your
gravity.
density bullshit. You think that things fall down because the air is less dense. The air is less dense above the object too. So why the fuck don't things fall up? Can
Things
you explain
do
that to
fall
me?
up, you fucking asshole.
What
Bubbles,
fall up?
bubbles
Nothing
go
falls
up, you stupid fuck.
What goes
Fucking
up?
evaporation goes up, you dickhead. Like,
That's
what the
not
fuck are you
falling.
talking about?
That's
Like-
not a. That's because there's wind.
Because it's lighter than the fucking density it's in.
Doesn't
Why?
a bubble-
How can
doesn't
a
a-
fly
doesn't a
defy
bubble
gravity?
fall? Doesn't a-
How can a fucking tadpole defy gravity? You fucking
A
shithead.
tadpole defy gravity? What the fuck
Yes.
are you talking
How does anything swim through? If gravity is holding down oceans that are tons of fucking
Yeah.
of fucking force, how does anything swim through the ocean? How do you fucking lift your legs off the fucking ground?
So things can
You
exert
fucking
force.
cockbag.
One organism
you.
has
Okay.
muscles.
Oh,
Birds have wings, right? You can exert
They have
force,
wings?
which allows you to accelerate. Right? Doesn't
Yeah.
that make sense? If you jump or if you throw a ball, you're exerting force and you are counteracting gravity until that momentum runs out. You throw a ball, it goes up, and then it falls back down. Why do things fall down?
Speaking of momentum, do things
No.
need
Not
Why do
speaking
things-
of
why do
you
things
changing
fall
the
down?
Subject, why don't things fall
Why
up?
do- why
Why
do-
do things only fall down?
Why do they?
You said, why do
air is
things
less dense
fall
above
up?
the
No.
ball.
Why do things fall down only? Why don't they fall up? This is what he said.
Again, light things will rise.
Only with wind,
Dense.
which is a
No,
force.
it's not only with wind.
Things don't float. Nothing
Why
floats.
doesn't a ball fall up? The air above
Because
the ball
it is
less
dense.
than the ball.
Because
You know,
it is dense.
Stanley.
The
This is
ball
why,
is dense.
you know,
Don't even make sense. That's not even what
the ball.
Stanley,
is dense.
this is
If it's
this is one of
regular
those
air, it
things
will
where
fall to the ground. If it was in
wait, Stanley, can you hear me?
say a gel, if it was
Yeah, Stanley, this is, you know, I just don't think black people can afford to be stupid like this. You know, white people, they can do it. They can afford to be stupid, you know. But I just really don't think black people, and it's not even stupidity, it's more so just sheer ignorance. And I just think, man, we really can't be this this ignorant. And when he said that this is like middle school science, it really is, man.
Well, was it Ptolemy figured this out like thousands of years ago.
Man, pretty much every ancient society figured this shit out, Stanley. That's what's so weird about it. The thing about it is they just couldn't prove it, but they all eventually figured it out.
Right.
They just didn't have spaceships to prove this shit. But it's like, man, black folks cannot be this dense. Like you can't be this stupid, man.
This isn't necessarily a black folks thing.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, like, when white people are stupid too, they have a little bit more grace to do it. We can't afford to be this stupid, because now Lord Jamar, his ignorance is so, it's like you can't take
it's epic.
It's so epic. You can't take anything he says serious now. Nothing. You know, you can kind of, you know, white guys, they believe in flat earth and Bigfoot and the Chupacabra and Loch Ness monster. They have a little grace, you know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, they.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, you know, when I'm driving across these here Americas, I see a lot of Bigfoot propaganda, a whole lot of it.
I didn't even think about Bigfoot.
Yeah, I see a lot of Bigfoot propaganda. Hey, good morning, Portia. How are you?
Hey, Portia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You know, after this is done, we probably should end the show, because I'm actually getting tired.
Yeah, no, I got you, Stanley.
Yeah, that shitting on Lolo, you know, that'll wear you out.
Yeah, I bet it will. I bet it will.
Save your energy, though, Save your energy, Virgo. Fridays are coming.
How's your morning been, Portia?
It's been okay. It's been a little hectic. We have testing, and the headphones that the kids use, a lot of them are breaking and they're not working. And then, not that they, emailed us or told us this, but they changed every single student here on this campus. They changed all of their logins, their usernames, emails, and passwords today.
Oh boy!
And we got a message. We didn't even get an email. We got a message.
That's a Lolo level fuck up.
Oh, come on,
we got a message at 8:02. So class starts. First period is at 8 a.m. And we got a message at 8:02 from the tech person saying, "Good morning, all. I will be coming around with labels to give to your scholars with their new logins and passwords within the next 20 minutes. I told you guys, we have elementary, middle school, and high school here. Thousands of kids, okay? You're just one person.
Yeah.
Send an email out. Because during my first period class, we couldn't do our test, and we have a deadline, which is Friday. And you just want to go ahead and decide to change all of their things that they need, because obviously 2025 is a lot of tech involved. But no, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just stuff like that. I just don't understand it, and that's why I stay in my dungeon and I don't go out and fraternize with the folks, because it's stuff like this that just totally throws off your day. But beyond that, I'm okay. So that was my vent. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Stanley, aren't you glad all you had back in your day was an abacus? Aren't you glad?
Well, I told you about my chemistry, my high school chemistry teacher, right? She was a nun, and Sister Johanna would not let us use calculators.
Yeah.
She was like, fuck you all. She didn't say that, but it's like, nope, you're not using calculators in my class. You're going to have to do all the math in your head. And she said, well, and if you're good, I'll let you use a slide rule. So I had to learn how to use a slide rule.
I mean, you got 10. God gave you 10 fingers for a reason.
Hey, let me tell you something. Sister Johanna was a bear.
Oh man. Yeah.
Next time I go to Savannah, I'm gonna have to seek and I find her. I actually ran into her about 10 years after high school. She kind of retired, and she decided to. She worked in like a retirement home for nuns, taking care of the old nuns. Yeah. She was a good woman.
Wow. Yeah, that's a very, very deep commitment to be a nun.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, we Catholics can go overboard with that stuff.
Yeah. I found out nuns and priests, they actually have businesses too, a lot of them outside of just the church.
Well, yeah. I mean, monasteries, sell wine and honey.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I know it was like wine stepped on by a nun is grapes stepped on by a nun is big business.
That's like farting on a blanket.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah, Lolo is kind of like that.
Hey, Jay Boogie, thank you, man. Sister Johanna she would actually be thrilled. Believe it or not, I don't know how, because I was governor's honors in chemistry, so she apparently was one of her favorite students. Years later, I found out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, little black old Stanley, governor's honors in chemistry.
I could definitely see that. Little teacher's pet Stanley.
No. Oh, I tell you what. One day we were taking a test, and I had a cold. And this is predictable. So I didn't want to be the odd man out and ask to go and blow my nose. So I'm kind of sniffing and sniffing and sniffing, and so the room is dead silent. So finally she gets annoyed and goes, "Cross, go blow your nose." And it sounds innocuous, but the whole fucking class just busts out laughing. I was so embarrassed. It's like, you idiot. How about go blow your nose?
Yeah, sounds like a nice lady.
Well, hey, all boys Catholic schools are tough. They're cruel. It's cruel.
I can imagine.
Cruel system.
I guess I didn't realize that at all boys' schools they had female teachers.
Oh yeah, we did.
So like it would be like, since it's all boys, it would be all boys.
Like most of the teachers were priests, but yeah, we had like my economics teacher was a female, my chemistry teacher, obviously.
Yeah, and plus they're nuns, for sure. I mean, I'm sure some perverted boys were probably.
Well, I can tell you right now, we weren't chasing the nuns.
Yeah. I don't think they had anything
They
to worry
didn't
about.
pick the Sally Field looking nuns.
Yeah,
there were no flying nuns.
That's one story I haven't seen yet. A nun slept with a student. I haven't seen that one yet.
I haven't seen that one either. But like here, we have in the former district that I worked in, we have a all boys academy and an all girls academy. Mm-hmm. And at the boys' school, it's only males. There's no, like, not even in the cafeteria, it's all men. And it's the same thing at the girls' school. It's just girls only. Literally every piece of staff is a woman.
Right.
So, but I just didn't think about that until you said that. So
now I have to tell you, my 8th grade teacher, she was a brick church. Oh, she was.
A nun?
And oh my God, even to this day, and I was maybe 12 or 13 in 8th grade, so I knew she was good looking, but you don't quite know how to react, and she is a nun.
Yeah.
But when I mean, seriously, I wonder to this day, what the hell? What a waste. I mean, she was stunning.
Yeah,
even in a habit. I mean, they wore, the veil and all that stuff, the habit. Mm-hmm. But even in her habit, she was just, my goodness. Yeah, Sister Terentia.
She must have been a smoke show, man.
Oh, no, she was a smoke show. And she and Father Patterson, that's God. I pray that they just, like, after I left, because I never saw her again, because she moved like to Boston after I left 8th grade. Mm-hmm. But I kind of hope she and the priest just like broke their vows and produced children. No, seriously, man, it was like these two, you could put them in a magazine and they were just two good looking people.
Wow.
They were both Irish.
Praise God, man. Praise God.
God works in mysterious ways, and it should have been a sin to even let them take vows. It's like, you need to go. Y'all need to go forth and multiply.
Jeez. Yeah, she must have been. You still thinking about her?
I'm telling you right now. I mean, I don't even like to think about it. It's just blasphemous.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh man, hold on. I'll be right back, you guys. Give me 1 second.
All right. Sinful Stanley.
So what is this video that we're watching?
It's a video Fred put up earlier. He put in the back. It's something about flat Earth. And I don't even know why. We were talking about something or another, and he put it up. It's like this guy did some flat earth stuff and some science communicator came in and they had a back and forth about it. Godfrey's like an internet. He's an actual comedian who has a YouTube show. And I guess
you talking about Godfrey, the Nigerian dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's his show.
Oh, okay. Because honestly, I don't even know anything about the whole flat Earth theory.
You don't need to know. It's just silliness.
I don't even know.
What was I about to say? Actually, you know what we ought to do? The only object of lust in the Trump administration is having her confirmation hearing right now. We need to have a look at that.
Jesus.
Miss Bondi.
Oh, I'm leaving at exactly what time?
Than Pam Bondi for Attorney General.
Let's see.
She is undoubtedly qualified, brilliant, and committed to defending and protecting the laws of this nation, and has a track record to prove it. It is no secret that the DOJ is facing a public trust crisis after Democrats spent years weaponizing the justice system and the entire federal government. They become an agency that attacks the American people instead of defending and protecting them. That will change under Pam Bondi. Under her leadership, the DOJ will actually fairly enforce the law, protect the rights of the American people, to keep our nation safe, and crack down on violent crimes. And
you lust after him, don't you?
And the American people will trust her to do
No,
so.
only lust after one man.
I know that well because I worked alongside Pam Bondi for 8 years.
Come on now, you can have your secret crush.
And she was Florida's elected Attorney General.
It wouldn't be
working
Rick
to
Scott,
improve the lives
Stanley.
of Floridians to make Florida the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Pam was an incredible partner.
Stanley, did you watch the hearings yesterday?
I watched a little bit of them. I didn't watch as much as I wanted to.
Oh God!
But it was pretty contentious, I hear.
Oh my God!
That one of his top priorities is to reverse the rising rates of crime, and specifically violent crime, that have plagued
It was
our
like a
communities over the
UK
past 4 years.
United
Oh,
Kingdom.
really?
Yeah.
like
It was like
Prime
that.
Minister's questions.
Because she has
And like how everybody's fighting. Oh my God! And cussing and acting a fool. I have never seen that sort of behavior before in the House.
Yeah, well, for all that, I think he's going to it's going to pass the committee. It'll get voted on. But he is a little bit of a spectacle. That is it's going to be interesting to see what kind of job he does. So I don't think he's particularly qualified, but he's not unqualified either. At least he's been in the military.
Right. And I think what happened and on my show tonight, or even with HB this morning, if he's interested, I'm gonna play some clips from yesterday. But if it were just the men, I think that it would have been
yeah,
better.
Duckworth. I hear Tammy Duckworth was
because the women, Stanley.
Yeah, I saw what's her name from New York too.
They acted a fool. And it was just like, yo, what is going where are the men at? Telling these women to like just stop.
Well, they're senators. They can't tell them to stop.
I know they can't, but like I'm just thinking like it would be so nice if they could, because it was just it just wasn't a good look. And like even the male Democrats in the Senate, they weren't even like the women. They were going off, and like yelling, screaming, cussing, finger wagging, standing up, and it's just like, hey, ladies,
calm down,
ladies.
You're downright frenetic.
You can chastise them, and you can do all of these things, but
well, I did watch a little bit of what's her name from New York. She
AOC?
No. Well, no, AOC's a congresswoman. What's her name? Is it Gillibrand. Yeah, that's her last name, Senator Gillibrand. I can't remember her first name. She used to be drop dead gorgeous. I don't know whether she's been sick or what. She looks kind of haggard. Kristen Gillibrand.
Is it Kirsten?
Kirsten or Kristen or something like that. Yeah, but it's Gillibrand. Anyway, yeah, she sounded pretty shrill going after him. I did watch her try and go after him, and she was trying hard to land punches and really didn't do any damage in my opinion.
Yeah, I felt like that with every single woman that I heard.
But I don't know. I just think that unless you really have a chance of derailing that nomination, I don't think you do yourself any favors, going that far, trying to go after him, because he's gonna get approved.
Right. It's just, I was just disappointed because it's just like, okay, like you said, if you have a sound argument, like one thing for me that I'll say, and I think
Well, I think they have sound arguments. I just don't think it's gonna do any good.
Well, I guess so. I just felt like, like, okay, so a good example would be, oh, you weren't here for it yesterday. Okay, so you know how we were reviewing the Q butter, and
Yeah.
John kicked off? So at the end of the video from Q Butters, he went completely insane. It was almost like,
Oh my God, that woman is gorgeous.
like
I'm
he was
sorry.
schizophrenic or something, and he just lost all of his marbles at the end of
Yeah.
that, cussing him out and everything. But then he actually called into the show yesterday, and whenever
Oh,
he was
really?
talking, he called in.
Oh,
And
really? How did that go?
it actually went very good. It was his voice sounded different, his whole demeanor, everything was
Well,
completely
maybe you've
different.
been
So,
drinking.
well, or yeah, that could be true. But it was just whatever message that he was trying to portray. Whenever John was on his panel, I'm not going to be able to receive it. But whenever he called into the show, it was like, oh, this is a very nice, pleasant conversation. I don't really agree with a lot of his opinion, but this is pleasant. This is nice. And so I think that for, what the senators did yesterday, and then even with the Congress folks, what they did yesterday with the whole transgender thing, it's just like, y'all, your message will come across so much more clear if you just toned it down a bit, just a bit,
Right.
so I can hear you and understand you, because all I'm hearing is anger and vitriol. And I, Pete Hegseth, yes, critique him because he has many reasons to be critiqued. And it was one senator, I can't remember who it was.
This is what Black Manta has to say.
Oh, let me go back to the screen. Oop,
No, he was away from the other hood ninjas.
Oh yeah. Is that why Black Manta is, because he wasn't with his audience?
That could very well be.
Yeah, it could because sometimes you, Stanley, are you familiar with a song called "Nuck If You Buck"?
No.
Okay. Well, there's a song called "Nuck If You Buck," and typically whenever you get a group of Negroes together and that song comes on, it's like it's very reactive and people get really involved, and it kind of makes you want to, turn up. And so
Right.
I'm assuming that, with his crew, they kind of, they turn him up, and that's what happened.
Well, that's understandable. I
Yeah,
mean,
with his people, when he's with his folks. But there was one senator, because this is my critique of Pete Hegseth, his past, and not to say that, people can't overcome a mistake and they're not worthy of forgiveness, but what he did at work, okay, and cheated on his wife with his new wife, and that whole
you know what? I
affair.
didn't even realize he was remarried.
Oh yeah, yeah. He married one of the ladies that he worked with at Fox. Like both
Really?
of them were married at the time, and they had a huge affair. It was like
Oh,
big news
wow.
back then. The affair was so egregious, and
Well,
overwhelming.
it's funny. There was a liberal couple for ABC or one of the other networks who,
The black guy and
yeah.
yeah, they're still they're still together too.
Well, you know what? I have to say though, he didn't do bad. I don't know what his wife looked like, and that's obviously, egregious and shouldn't have happened, but at least it wasn't.
I wish I could think of
Actually,
his
I
name.
saw Hexet's wife his present wife isn't ugly.
Oh yeah, no, she's not, and his former wasn't either. It was just the way that he did it,
Right.
or the way that both of them did it. And it was like, oh my gosh, this is, and of course, in the eyes of a conservative, it's just like, no,
Right.
this ain't it.
Well,
This ain't it.
MAGA's not conservative.
Right. In that room, yes. That's the only thing. But she was actually drilling him about that, and so she was still yelling and screaming and acting a fool. But I was like, okay, well, I can, I agreed with her essentially. So that's what I'm getting
Damn,
at.
I have to say, this woman, I'm not really into bleach blondes that much, but she's 59. I cannot believe she's like close to 60.
Yeah.
This is just a sin.
She looks great. You can unmute it and we can listen. I'm done running my mouth. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, I don't have to hear it. I actually don't want to hear her voice. It'll just turn on my lust.
Well, what if she what if she has like a good, let me
Ought to
see.
know and still keep in touch with many victims
Probably has a southern
and their
accent.
families
Damn it.
from when
That's
I
what I was
was
saying. She might be a sweet Southern
on
belle.
becoming Attorney General in 2011. I proudly served for 2 terms. I was term limited. I would probably still be there right now had I not been kicked out of office by term limits. I loved being Attorney General. I did my best to keep Florida safe, to continue to stand up for victims of crime, and to fight the opioid crisis and the drug crisis that was not only facing Florida,
They're not going to
but
be
this
able to mess with
entire
her.
country. Out of the top 100, this is one of the things I'm the most proud of. Oxycodone dispensers in the entire country, I believe it was 98 of them, 90 or 98 of them lived in Florida. We fought for tough legislation. Kids were dropping dead every day. We fought for tough legislation, and after that legislation, none of those opioid dealers.
And the reason they're not going to be able to mess with her is she prosecuted George Floyd. Not George Floyd, George Zimmerman.
And prevention
or attempted to.
Parents and talking to children.
Oh yeah.
Provided critical resources, including safe houses that my state was lacking. On the civil side, we worked to protect consumers. We tackled everything, including off-label prescription marketing, which affects, as you know, many, many people who can't afford prescriptions as well. We partnered with state attorneys general from
really?
both parties,
really,
federal
Virgo?
agencies across administrations. We went after price gougers during hurricanes. If my overriding objective will be to return
Virgo.
of justice.
Too bad you're married.
Mission, keeping Americans safe.
We could make beautiful catty jokes together.
And that includes getting
She
back
does
to
look good
basics.
for 60, man.
Gangs,
Oh my God, I
drugs,
cannot
terrorists,
believe it.
I can't believe it
our
either.
border and our foreign adversaries.
She must be taking adrenochrome or
That
something.
is what the American people expect, and that is what they deserve from the Department of Justice.
Now I've seen a close-up picture. She does look 60.
In my power,
close up.
Still, I could deal with that 60.
to make
Oh yeah,
America
me
safe
too.
again.
Especially since
Making
I am
America
60.
safe again
Yeah.
also
You don't have
requires
much room
reducing
to
recidivism.
complain, but
Oh
We
hell,
have to
dude,
fix
I would
the
jump for
Bureau
joy.
of Prisons, and I am looking on both sides of the aisle.
it'd be like
The Bureau
I
has
would
suffered for
always
years
be
of
on camera.
mismanagement, lack
She
of
and I
funding, and low morale.
be like I would never
I
appear
was
on
proud
a
to support
YouTube
President
show unless
Trump's
she was
First
there
Step
with
Act.
me.
I think more can be implemented and more
Even
can
though
be
she's a
done
Republican.
I don't give a flip.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
leadership
going to
on
even
criminal justice
curse.
reform has demonstrated what is possible
No,
when a
you
president
know what?
is unafraid
She
to
goes
do
beyond
things
politics.
that have been deemed
Wow.
to be too
Wow.
difficult. We have
Dude,
to
I don't
reach
have a problem
across the
marrying a
aisle
Republican
and
woman.
get solutions for all of these problems.
If nothing else, it'll be
Like the
conversation.
president, I believe we are on the cusp
Yeah.
of a new golden
That won't
age
stop.
where the Department of Justice
Hey, if Mary
can
Matlin
and
and
will do
James
better
Carville
if
can
I am
do it.
confirmed. Lastly, and most importantly, if confirmed, I will fight every day to restore confidence and integrity to the Department of Justice and each of its components.
No, you won't.
The partisanship, the weaponization
I wonder if she'd be able
will
to stand.
be gone.
I bet she would be
America
able to
will have
stand up to
one
Trump.
tier of justice
Oh,
She,
for all.
she just does not strike me as
In all this work, I'll collaborate closely
puppet.
with this committee. I will work with all of you, as I've committed to do when I met with almost all of you. And I will partner not only with the federal agencies, but with the state and local officials.
Well, I hope not. I
throughout
hope
our great
Lowe
country.
won't be white and
I look
bleach
forward
blonde.
to answering your questions today and working together for this country and our
Oh,
Constitution.
God damn it.
Thank you, Senator.
Did you hear how she said this country?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look me deep in my eyes, Attorney
Stanley,
General
would
Bondi.
you vote for her as president?
I will cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, I was about to say, the fact that you're even thinking about it, that says a lot about her. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's just pure looks. I'm not even
okay.
examining. I'm not. Come on, I am a man. I can lust.
Binder that I put up here. It gets to a key factor of each senator's role in oversight.
He needs to take off that old man sweater.
It contains 144 oversight letters that I sent to the Biden-Harris Justice Department and its component agencies, with many of those letters in there to the FBI. Adding letters to the Inspector General, that would be about 165 letters. So I've sent more letters since you've been in my office before Christmas. Should you be confirmed, 144 letters will be your responsibility. The responses I have received so far fall in two categories. First, they weren't answered at all. Second, I received a response, but it didn't fully respond. Said another way, the Justice Department merely sent me words on a piece of paper. So, should you be confirmed, you'll have an obligation to respond even to the minority and consider a letter from them, even if my signature's not on it.
Well, homo presidents, I'm not particularly attracted to Asian women. I mean, I'm not, there's a Lucy-Lou standard, but that's about it.
Will personally review the letters and do everything we can to respond to
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't date an Asian woman. I've just,
your tenure as Florida Attorney General was impressive.
I would have to do a one-on-one situational thing.
Backlog of rape test kits in state labs. You fought against organized retail theft, and you were known to stand for law and order. With such achievements, it's easy to see why the people
They need to retire these dudes.
2014, and why President
He just sounds old.
You to serve as the nation's chief law enforcement officer. So this gives you a chance to tell us on this committee and the people of this country what you're proud of is your record as Attorney General of Florida.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I was truly honored to serve the people of the state of Florida for 8 years, but it was a team effort. I had great people around me, many of whom are in this room today.
Let's go, Virgo.
And we did a lot. We did a lot to fight crime, and I've been reminiscing a lot since I was asked to take this nomination. Opioids, as I talked about, were a top priority right when I took office. When I was running for office, I went through the entire state of Florida. Parents were walking up to me, handing me pictures of their children who were deceased.
She's not an Asian beauty standard.
That was hilarious.
And I framed them in my
Never
office.
said anything about Asian beauty standards.
Stopping that fight, which I talked about in my opening statement. And if U.S. Attorney General, I'll bring those pictures back.
I'll be honest, she has her own beauty standard,
on the further
attached to that age.
Throughout this country.
It's been a while since I've seen a 60-year-old look this.
Were having babies.
This together.
It doesn't even look like she's had work done.
Neonatal abstinence syndrome.
Yeah, but she's got makeup on.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a magazine picture. She does look,
getting started. I actually
she's got wrinkles, in the corner of the eyes and all that. But I mean, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even without makeup, and she looks, even without makeup, I just thought she was, really. She took good care of herself.
Human trafficking became
or
a
it's
top
just good
priority
genes.
for me as Attorney
What's up,
General.
Black Knight?
I had the opportunity
probably a little
on
bit
a
of both.
bipartisan trip to go to Mexico. And the one thing I found out there, they were doing better than we were. They had safe houses. I saw things I never dreamed I would see. And all of these things in my past have formed the person I am right now, sitting here before you. I came back to Florida. We started a human trafficking council, and we partnered with others, and we expanded and added safe houses in the state of Florida. I don't know how many are in this country right now, but I would like to partner with both sides, if confirmed, to continue those efforts.
I'd like to interrupt you
Yes, sir.
and go to another question. And I'll have another.
Wonder if I
round
start
to
roasting.
finish on that point.
If I start roasting
I'd like to
Lola,
ask
will
you
it
about
smoke
something
out
that's
Universal?
central to
Come on.
fighting
Hey, Black
government
Knight, good morning, man.
fraud,
Good morning.
the False Claims Act.
I didn't even know he was in the
want you
chat.
to know that Attorney General Garland calls me once a year. He called me
Universal, man.
yesterday to
Keep
tell
doing
me
keep doing what
success
you're
of the
doing,
False Claims
Universal.
Act
Yeah,
since
keep it up.
1986, when I got it passed and President Reagan signed it. It's brought in $78 billion as of yesterday, his report. $2.9 billion for the year of
You know
2024.
what? I have an
Most of
invitation to
that's
join
because of
Lolo's
patriotic whistleblowers
Discord.
found
You
the
should
fraud
join.
and brought the cases
No,
forward
I'm not
at their
doing
own
that.
risk.
I
The
don't
Supreme
want to
Court has
be,
long
that
upheld
kind
the
of
law's constitutionality,
mean.
but I want you
Well, I
to
just
know
got a message that
your
said
view.
no Michelle
Is
at
the
the
False Claims
inauguration.
Act
Barack
constitutional?
Oh
left
yeah,
to ride.
well
Answer
that's a
was
story.
one time in the
Oh
1990s.
man.
And you
Yeah, I
know
was
what?
gonna
I
bring it up for you
congratulate
today.
her.
The Attorney General
I
said it wasn't
congratulate her. It's like
constitutional,
she's
but
not going
that
to
same
lower,
person by the name of Barr,
her
back
standards. Apparently,
5
if
years
she
ago,
had
the Attorney General, he said it was
protocol, would have
constitutional.
had her sitting
So
next
if
to Trump,
confirmed, will you commit?
and she
Well,
just wasn't
to
having
answer
it.
that first question,
Yeah.
do you think it's
Man,
constitutional?
but
Would
just
you
man,
defend it?
No,
Would you
I'm
defend
sorry.
it?
I totally support her.
defend the
I get
Constitution.
Stanley. I definitely see your point, but man, it just makes Obama look like a punk.
You know what? This as a matter of fact, Obama, kind of has to go because he's a former president.
Yeah.
If anybody looks bad, it's Obama.
I know.
No.
I know.
Not because of Michelle, but because he's even, that cordial with Trump. Trump literally for years went after his birth certificate and called him all kinds of caused all kinds of trouble, called him all kinds of names. Yeah. And Michelle, some of the cartoons that were going, around, I wouldn't go either. in that you and John et al. Would go and pull this bullshit about supporting your man, I don't think very highly of you. You want to talk. You specifically want to talk conspiracy theories and black people. This and people are. You know what? A black woman basically drawing the line and not doing something that she doesn't have to do and saying fuck it. I totally support that.
Stanley, I just think you do have to come to some compromise. I think
you know what, and I don't even argue the point.
No,
because I don't. I think I literally think if I had a chance, I would pull your black card. That's how seriously. That's how I think you are simping for the man.
No. What I'm saying is this makes him just look like such a punk.
Who gives a fuck? Obviously, she doesn't.
Obviously, she doesn't. Like if I were him, I wouldn't even show up.
He has to. He's a former president.
He doesn't have to. It's
you kind of have to.
I mean, no, he doesn't have a gun to his head.
I don't know, but maybe he should fake a cold or something.
something. Like,
but
bro.
watch it. You know what? I think he is supporting his woman.
Oh man.
And that's something. That's something all you single black men should learn. You support your woman, and if she doesn't want to go, and I'm sure they probably argued about it, but in the end, she said, "Hell no, Barack. You can have anything else. I have done a lot for you. You're gonna do this for me," and she prevailed.
She probably socked them out with her.
Whatever she did. I support her. Hands. I support her decision and her diss of Trump 101%.
It's more of a diss of Obama, though, Stanley.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Especially with this news report out, where it's obvious why she's not going. This isn't even on Obama now.
What news report?
She is openly snubbing both Melania and Trump. You know what? It speaks well of her. Totally support what she's done. And for those who think it's a reflection on Obama, that's just red pill bullshit.
What news report are you talking about?
It was in the papers yesterday. I did a story on it last night.
I missed it.
HB, during your show, we're going to talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, I missed it. I'm kind of.
It was in the New York Times.
Yeah, New York Times Post.
What's the headline?
Michelle Obama is not attending the inauguration.
Oh wow!
One sec, I'll pull it up.
So everybody's noticing now. Okay. Wow.
Everybody knows that she's thumbing her nose at Melania, and
wow. Wow. This is just.
Well, I think we can save it until since we're about to switch streams anyway.
Yeah. Whenever you want to pull the plug, go ahead, because I do need to get a nap.
Okay. All right.
And then I'll take a nap, then I'll go get beer, then I'll come and crash your show.
All right, nice. I'll be on for a while, so yeah, I'll be on for a while. I'll just end this one and I'll start the next one.
You've got the story, right? You've got a story. It's all over the news.
Yeah, I have it.
Wow, man, they are really trying to.
What's up, Kimmy?
They're trying to. Good morning, Kimmy. They're really trying to get them to divorce each other, man. This is brutal.
What are you talking about, HB?
I just think, for the New York Times to report on it, I think it's kind of
okay. I don't know what I understand that you want to be all traditional and stuff, and I'm kind of traditional, But I think she is, I love Michelle Obama. She did what she did her wifely duty. Okay. It is well known that she didn't want Barack Obama even in politics.
Yeah.
She put up with it for years and years and years. And now, you know what? It really doesn't matter whether she goes or doesn't go. Yeah. And for the John Galts and the HBs who think, in this very red pill misogynistic, if you ask me, a woman, a Princeton fucking graduate and a Harvard Law graduate who has done her time in a White House that everybody knows she didn't want to do. I think she has honored her man beyond the call of duty. And you know what? She's over 60 and she's like, this is my line in the sand. Okay. They're both past 60. The kids are out of the house, etc. She doesn't have to fucking honor her man. She's done her time.
Yeah.
And when you get 60, you'll understand what I'm talking about. I mean, how much shit do I put up with? Like, you know what? I go home and I don't know, I can't think of anything specific, but even with my father, who is 81, you know what? If I don't fucking want to do something, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
20 years ago, I would have said, well, he is my father, but I'm good and goddamn grown up. Dude, I'm 60 years old. If I don't want to do something, Dad, I'm not going to do it. And I understand, the parental honor and all that stuff, but damn it, dude, I'm not 40, I'm 60. I'm not going to do anything I don't want to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
My hair is as gray as yours, old man.
Wow. Trust me, Stanley. I hear where you're coming from, man.
I know you don't agree with me, but
no.
I think right now that and HB, I feel for her.
And that's Stanley. This is why, and I think we do agree on this. This is less of an indictment on her as it is on Obama.
I know you want. Man, I wish I could convey how wrong I think you are with this. I mean, I really think that you don't understand old Black people who are accomplished. Her kids have gone to the University of Michigan and Harvard. She has done her womanly duty. Okay, she went to the White House, brought her mother with her to help babysit the kids. The woman has done her wifely duty. She does not owe the marriage vows and the submissive. Dude, she's a Princeton graduate. She's a Harvard graduate. She went through the trenches. I don't know. I mean, the cartoons and the Michael. The motherfuckers still call her Michael.
Yeah, they do.
She put up with some motherfucking shit, and I'm gonna curse up a storm here. She did her time, HB, and I think it's almost insulting that this is a reflection on Obama. Fuck Obama.
Yeah.
It's her time now. No, I'm dead. And I'm not usually so adamant on women's issues. I don't see this as a feminism issue. She did her time.
Yeah. Oh man. Stanley, you do make a good point, man. You do make a good point.
And the funny thing is, I know, just in my little world, like having. And I love my wife's family, but I don't fucking want to go to, your grandmother's, every year they did a family reunion, and it's not like they ever treated me, got treated just fine. Enjoyed going sometimes.
Stanley, have you seen this picture right here?
And I think they did her so wrong. I think she's good looking. You know, she's not traditionally pretty. She's not Halle Berry, but you know what? I would have had no problems. I think she's good enough. I think she's good looking.
You could get it up for Michelle. That's what you're saying.
I could get it up for Michelle back in the day. With all due respect to the former first lady, I will not disrespect her. But you know, had I been a young Barack Obama, I would have probably, you know, been, you know, all over her too. Yeah, well, you know what? Sorry, I have lower standards than you do.
Yeah.
I don't get to date, you know, the level of women that you get to date. I'm a nerd.
Well, that is true. I do.
I'm sorry. I know, like I said, I know my place, and I've had to meet my expectations where I have had to meet Stanley's sex appeal where it is.
You had to meet them. You had to meet them where they are, Stanley.
That's right. I had to meet myself in the mirror. I took a good hard look, and I had to meet my ugly ass reflection where it was.
Who do you think got more criticism, Michelle or Hillary?
Hillary, because Michelle had good enough sense not to run for president.
Yeah.
I mean, but Hillary, you know, you may not be old enough to remember. I was in the Navy when she tried to do that healthcare stuff. And I had a friend in Rhode Island, because I was living in Rhode Island at the time, Ira Magaziner, who was like her lead person on the healthcare stuff she tried to do. I had a friend in Rhode Island who knew Ira Magaziner. I never got to meet him. But, I mean, Hillary was hated ever since she took the lead on healthcare.
Yeah.
So she's been hated since like 1992. And so, you know, she knows what it's all about, and she decided to run for president.
Virgo, that's why I brought this picture up. I brought it up for you, Virgo. I know you're at work right now.
Say,
huh?
The Chewbacca just have me uncontrollably laughing. These people think I'm nuts. Yeah, Virgo. You didn't say he shouldn't have put it up though, now did you?
I put it up for you, Virgo. I know getting back in the work field it's tough those couple months. So.
I wish I had married Michelle Obama just to dare Virgo to say this shit to my face.
Nah. Yeah, I don't think Virgo would disrespect you.
Oh, I think she would. I think Virgo would do it in front of Michelle Obama.
Maybe if you married
Virgo would say it to her face.
Maybe if you married Lolo, she might say something. But
oh my God, I couldn't imagine. You know, I'd go to sleep early every night.
Oh yeah, all right.
just from the sheer boredom. You know, I can only sex her up so much.
Okay, Stanley. All right. All right.
I hope Universal's in the audience so he can hear this.
All right. Portia, are you still there?
You know, when I start falling asleep during the act, because I'm so bored.
Yes, I am. I'm
all right.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm not gonna be praying in coitus.
Portia, we gotta end this live. Stanley's talking about sexing up Lolo. We gotta end this live, Portia.
Oh, and I wanna emphasize that I'm stone cold sober. I am stone cold sober.
That's a problem.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Oh, Portia, I'm sorry. I'm glad you weren't listening.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Stanley's.
She doesn't want to hear this.
Stanley's talking about sexing up Lolo, Portia. So.
Oh no! And falling asleep while I'm doing it.
Yeah. There's Universal. There he is. All right.
Oh, I know how to smoke him out of the chat. Don't. I'll do that in that little elf outfit she wore for Halloween.
Oh my god!
Was it an elf outfit? I forget.
No, she was Katana from Mortal Kombat, Stanley.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Crack, do you hear this?
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing over here?
You hear this slander?
Is it slander or libel?
No, I mean,
yeah. Good point, Stanley. Yeah, I think it's a libel. Yeah.
We need to figure this out so I can do more of it.
Get Quan up here.
Virgo said, "I'm sure she's boring in bed too, just bedazzling."
Yeah, well, that's slander. I think that's slander.
That's slander. That's slander.
The other one was libel.
Bedazzled night.
Oh my god, you guys, this has gotta stop. This is.
I wish Virgo were up on the panel. We be going hog wild up here.
Oh my god. Crack, I think we're gonna do a Virgo and Stanley watches Lolo's live. I think we're gonna add that.
Tonight.
So tonight they have the first episode of Lol Angels with Ruby.
Okay.
Tonight. I don't know what time, but you'll see it.
Man, and I plan on getting up in a little while and going to get beer. Oh shit.
Yeah, you might have a lot of stuff to react to.
No, honestly, I'm not going to do that.
They have a hardcore liberal coming up as a guest, so you might have some. Yeah.
Anybody?
I don't know. Apparently, they are popular that Process knows about. So it must be some debate, bro. Who knows? Yeah.
What are they gonna debate him?
No. I think they're just gonna interview him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say now I will show up for that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give him hell in the audience. That would be too far even for me.
So I put the link in the main chat. I'll put in the back chat for you, Stanley. Okay. So you can go over there, subscribe, and get the notification.
Oh, I'm subscribed to her channel. As a matter of fact, I was telling HB I've got an invitation for her Discord.
Oh no, this is a different channel. This is with Ruby and Lo. So they already have their own network forming.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this is another. I don't know if you got this one, Lol Angels.
Now, see, I'm thinking about dating Ruby.
Oh my god. Yeah, good luck, man. Good luck, dude. You're gonna fucking have fun.
I think if I asked her out, she would go.
She would.
Have you seen some of her adult themes?
No, HB. Oh my god.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, no, I think you would enjoy
I think she plays the drums, so she was in a grunge band. So really? That's why she's very musically inclined. Like, so she, she's probably the best like freestyle rapper in their sector right now, right? She can be, and that is so pathetic. Like, Darius, that blackish, half black, half white dude that like got with Grace and whatever. Oh my gosh, she blew him out of the water. It was like so pathetic.
Really?
Yeah, Ruby. Yeah, she has imagination. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw her Halloween costume. I kind of thought she went overboard with it, but it was definitely creative.
Yeah. She's got that going for her.
I liked hers the most because it was so creative.
Yeah.
You know, I thought about going on OnlyFans, but you know what?
Oh man.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Oh
You like feet? You like feet, Stanley?
I don't do like I've never done Playboy or any. It's just too unseemly for me. So
I don't know what's happening right now.
Yeah, I'm completely
poor
lost right now
Portia.
too.
She's seeing a side of me that I can be jocular.
Jocular.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
But whatever it is
Emphasis
y'all
on the
are
jock.
talking about, y'all would be. I guess if y'all are doing this tonight, y'all would be starting a different stream, and I won't do politicking tonight
Well,
because
we're not being that bad, Portia.
no, I was just saying because I'm not covering that on politicking with Portia.
Oh no! I'm not. No, ma'am. I'm not. I'm not doing that.
Stanley, I'm just gonna make sure Stanley rewatches the live. He doesn't have to watch it
Yeah,
live.
he can rewatch it. Yeah, he can rewatch it.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm not.
Because you'll have something overnight. You have something overnight to watch.
Yeah, I'm not going to mess with Lolo's show. That would be beyond the pale.
Okay. I'm barely. I'm catching bits and parts of what you guys are saying.
No, I will roast her. I will roast her when she's on our chat, but I'm not going to ruin her business.
Okay, I see.
That would that'd be horrible.
No, yeah, with the guests they have, it might be interesting. So I don't know. You can rewatch it overnight. You might be
I would seriously talk politics or something like that, but I would only roast her if it was appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Process will be there too. So it must be very serious. It must be a lot more serious. Yeah, once Process is there, it must be something more serious.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, you guys are saying that this is going to be like a segment that Stanley does on his show with Virgo, reviewing.
I don't know if that was serious. Was that serious, Stanley?
I might look at it. I don't expect it'll be anything I would want to. I mean, I don't see Lolo as like seriously like into politics.
Yeah, she isn't. But Ruby might, yeah, and definitely Process. Yeah,
Ruby's into politics.
Her old content was like that. Yes.
Really?
So she's had multiple iterations. That's why she's accumulated so many haters. She can't even get monetized anymore because she flips from one sphere to another sphere to another sphere. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I don't know that there'll be anything there, but sure. I'm interested.
Could be. I'll see it. Yeah, I'll see it first live, and I'll tell you later tonight, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if it's actually like good political content to think about, yeah, sure, I'll do it.
All right. Good.
I'd even treat it seriously. God forbid she's good at politics. That would be seriously like, holy shit, the woman's good at politics. How much would I really nice? You know what? I would not pay for that at all. I don't even want to see it. If I'm not in it, I don't need to see it.
Oh wow, Stanley, you were just really cutting up, huh?
I thought she was good looking when she was young.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's mentioning the video, and you said you're not watching it unless you're in it.
Oh yeah, he's joking. Like Willie and Kamala back in the day when Kamala was like really like young and voluptuous. Yeah, I'd be in a sex tape with her.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh, Stanley, I don't know what's got into you,
motherfucker.
Hey, come on now.
What's in those cookies, man? What's in those cookies, man? What the hell is this shit?
Just pure chocolate chips, Toll House chocolate.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it might be something else in those cookies. Put some Viagra in them or something.
Come on now, she's 60. So, I mean, we're talking, what, 20, 30 years?
Did you eat like King TL's like ED medicine? he got the placebo. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, King TL is gonna start some trouble, I think, between Lo and Grace eventually.
He's gonna do what?
Because dude, he always goes and tries to. Man, on Sunday stream, he was trying to like simp for Empress Janet. He always wants to simp. He has to simp. So he always gets these new girls, and he's going back and forth between Grace and Ruby's. Grace. Once Lolo gets bigger, it's gonna cause a war between Grace and Lolo. Eventually,
Why?
I see it coming. I see it coming.
You know what?
I know where it goes. I know where this shit goes.
Lolo should act like Grace doesn't even exist.
She'll try, but Ruby's the problem, and that's gonna because Ruby can't control herself.
Yeah, I think Lolo would probably strike
Ruby, how old is Ruby?
Man, 34,
She's like 30.
something.
Yeah. Ruby can't control herself.
Well, her brain's kind of like Swiss cheese, man. So, yeah. Don't do drug, kids. Don't do drugs, kids. Or if you do it, just do it quick and get it over with. Don't be lingering and keep doing drugs for 10 years straight or something.
Because I've seen some of Ruby's videos. She's yeah, she definitely can't control herself. She's
what's wrong with you, HB? There's more than one video. Videos plural. You got them all, huh?
Well, somebody sent them to me.
Oh yeah, someone sent them to you. Just like Garion sent the dick pics to everyone.
Yeah.
Sure. I get it. Yeah.
That's Garion's background on his phone.
Ben's dick.
Ben Thorpe's dick. Oh man, that is a sad case of a wiener right there.
Wait, I was reading something. You have seen like OnlyFans pictures of
Ben?
Of what's her name? Of
Yes.
Ruby. Yeah.
Yes, Stanley.
She had a point in her life where she was doing adult content.
How long ago?
It's
probably a couple
be
years. Yeah, a couple years.
Well, I guess what? Hey, look, Stanley. Look at the.
I can't imagine that she would be that.
Okay.
Compelling.
Well,
I'll say compelling.
Because
Stanley,
that sounds more interesting than what y'all are talking about to me.
Stanley,
I saw it. I'm. You know what? What am I gonna say? Be brave. I'm pretty much convinced that he doesn't get where I'm going with this stuff, so probably not even worth me dealing with.
Yeah, you and Be Brave still going at it? Great. Amazing
Well,
times.
I think Be Brave is going at it more than I am.
Yeah. It's I don't know, Stanley. I definitely support you, but it is kind of like a little bit beneath you, honestly. Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of interested in his take on it, but the last time I listened for 5 minutes and he was getting it so wrong that, like when I talked about the Asian, the Asian standard, he thought I meant India should take over America, something ridiculous like that.
That's the thing. He doesn't really argue your points.
Right.
And it's like you can't really have a conversation with somebody like that.
Right.
When they just have an agenda, it's kind of pointless. You're literally just wasting your time. But, we support you, Stanley. You want to pull it up. It's up to you.
Oh, sure. What you talked me into it. What could he? Because I looked at what his shows were going to be. It didn't look like anything that I was talking about. Oh, it was something about racist, like the 3 levels of racism.
Yeah.
3 levels. 3 levels of racism.
Tell you, he's getting closer to understanding himself.
The 48 laws of power.
Oh man.
Oh, here it is. Oh shoot, I did. Oh, he came up with a new subject. Let's have a response to Stanley Morning. Oh, that's a great name for a show.
Jalen won't anymore, probably.
Oh shoot, I didn't even realize.
Hey, Kimmy said this. I spoke to my husband last night about the whole FBA thing, and he's on the FBA side. His perspective was quite interesting.
Wow. I wonder, Kimmy, we're gonna have to talk about that. That would be very interesting to talk about.
Does it have something to do with last night with that Pan-African guy? Because I was just watching bits and pieces of that. I was like, so what was the conclusion?
Well, I don't think he was actually a lot more informative than I thought.
Well, he's actually doing something, right? It looked like he had a school. He was doing stuff. I guess your issue was like the way he ran his panel or whatever, which is I mean, people run panels, and that's just how it goes, right? You just want drama to get the views, don't you?
Yeah. And I guess that was just kind of the disconnect where he kind of understands how YouTube is, but in real life he's much more
right. I mean, that's just how it is on this game here. I mean, you see it, right? Drama brings in the views. And but the thing was, it seems like I don't really have any criticism of what was the criticism essentially, like that he didn't want like white people on his panel, or
no,
that
wasn't a criticism from me. Basically, just how he treated John on the panel.
Did he kick him off? Because you guys didn't go through the whole video though, right? When did
he ended up kicking him off at the end. He basically told John to get the fuck out of here. So yeah. But he actually came up yesterday, and
I saw that.
Yeah, he was a lot more professional.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Farrakhan type stuff, man. You gotta do that Farrakhan. I see nothing wrong. Yeah. And I mean, there's Chinese only schools, right? There's Jewish only schools. I don't see a problem with it.
I don't either.
And I think like if white people want to have their own schools, fine. It's not gonna be a Klan meeting necessarily, right? I think all this stuff gets like twisted out of proportion. I guess, Portia did have like that criticism, like, well, how would they interact in the real world where you have to interact with? Okay, that's something, but like, man, I don't know. This is hard. I think there's a hard problem because it's very good that you see black people doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. That's why I couldn't really criticize it. Really.
Oh damn! I must have really pissed Be Brave off.
What? Why?
Oh my god!
All right.
Oh wait! Play it, Stanley. I can't hear anything.
Mr. Brighter than everybody else. Let's do this.
Oh boy!
I'm Mr. Brighter.
Yeah, I can hear it now.
Oh. Hold on, folks. God damn it. Oh! God damn it. Oh shit! Son of a bitch! That's what anybody near him would be saying. God damn, what's going on? Look at him. Nobody.
Okay, we're gonna wait until that. I can only let a few seconds of that go.
Are you playing it? Are you playing his video? Or is okay?
Oh, if I'm going into warfare, I'm pulling my drawers up and tightening my belt. It's just what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
All right, can't have.
Oh man.
Yep. Yeah, Be Brave is really he's that corporate world
You
order.
remember Yosemite Sam? You know, when he used to get mad and he would shoot both his pistols at the ground and it would lift him off the ground?
Yeah, I do. He drank that sarsaparilla too before I do that shit. I gotta drink some sarsaparilla, bitch.
You know, one
Be
thing.
Brave is reminding me of Yosemite Sam. He's just getting so pissed off.
One thing I'd like to point out between a good shot and a bad shot.
He's rootin' tootin' mad.
all of those shots that you just heard ring out, there's a vehicle sitting right there, and not a one bullet coming from both sides hit the glass, broke glass, hit the car tires. I don't know what they were shooting at.
Be Brave is the rootinest.
And whoever they were trying to go for it, they didn't break glass on the car either. I don't. These kids. I don't. These
You
kids
saying they're bad shots?
The first thing you would do,
good thing you didn't train him, Portia.
And you were going to try to kill somebody else.
I don't want them to hit anything real.
Up before you did it. This motherfuckers, and there's a couple of them sagging.
If you're not hitting anything real crack, then what's the point? You know,
this is firecrackers at this point. Yeah, that's what they are.
Detriment of their lives. That puts you at a distinct disadvantage to have your draws down like that.
Oh,
telling you these
Christ.
folks.
So they're shooting, and
this isn't socioeconomic. This is low IQ. This is a large number of low IQ people ripping the shit out of the
Bill Cosby said like 20 years ago.
There's a large percentage.
Bill Cosby.
This is not high IQ fucking revolutionary speech. Bill Cosby said it 20 years ago, Brave. This is
never fight with a Dusty Dan.
This is pathetic, man. I honestly, man, Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm glad to know that I caught his attention. I didn't.
Yeah.
I wonder what I said that caught his attention, other than, I did say some racy stuff about him this morning.
Yeah.
But it was in a different context.
But no, I find it's amazing to me. So yeah, all I did, folks. Shootout, caught on camera, bam.
And that has to do
people
with
think I'm making shit up. No, that's why I say in the future I need to know. And and like I said, in there, goddamn. Looks like the street, the looks like the goddamn the link is still up there, black fellas. Ain't there one of you that are sitting out there calling me stupid and crazy?
Black fellas?
Come on up.
Black fellas?
Just one of
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you pause it for a second? I wanted to clarify something
They
right
won't.
quick.
You're not going to deal with me one-on-one.
I've seen this shootout before. This is the one where one of the pimps was actually crossing to another pimp's turf, and they weren't shooting at cars because all of the people that they were shooting at were outside. There's another video of this shootout that has a much wider angle, and it shows all the people that are coming out of their cars lining up to shoot each other. I don't know. It's on YouTube. I'm surprised they didn't get the better one because this one kind of sucks.
You called in for that, Gary?
Yes.
I need wider shot, man. Michael Bay is like disappointed.
You know what? Thank you for that insight. I'm just giving you a hard time.
It's Gary.
Lord.
It's Gary and ladies and
Never
gentlemen.
roast anybody.
Gary and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Gary.
That's like literally the first time I've ever heard her roast somebody like that.
It's Gary and ladies and gentlemen.
He got himself out of here.
Yeah.
Gary, you didn't have to leave, but I thought you were about to say something about Brave. I was just joking when I said that, but thank you for calling in and giving me that clarity, Gary.
The Turing test strikes again.
I'm gonna die, man. Hey, HB, you know that Sam Altman from OpenAI, he says within a year they're gonna have general AI, general intelligence, like fully intelligent AI. You believe that, HB?
I don't.
Let's see, man. 1 year, man. Let's see.
Maybe we'll be able to replace Be Brave.
You know, I have it on my iPhone now, where they have like.
Will we be able to train it to be racist?
I have like the
we'll just replace Be Brave.
They have it on iPhone now, where like everything is integrated with AI now. It's kind of cool a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
because that updated Siri, right? Like,
yeah.
Because Apple gave up on their own AI. They were like, oh, we can't do it. So then they just took OpenAI. Yeah.
Yep.
How you doing, John? I didn't know you were up here.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, John, man. Good morning.
You know, we're just listening to Brave.
What's going on?
Talk about
what's made.
And what's up with your mic, John? It doesn't sound as good today. What's going on? Did you
Really?
fuck up?
I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. It sounds bad.
It's crackling.
No,
really? I don't know.
Okay, I lowered your volume. That's it. That was the problem.
I lowered my volume when you lowered it.
Oh, I lowered the volume. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Then it's always something.
Yeah, man, you gotta set up your mixers right, this and that right. See, this is why people don't get it, man. Running a stream is like annoying as fuck. You gotta set this thing, that thing. I'm like, what the fuck?
You constantly fine tuning.
Yeah, I'm don't got time for this, man.
Well,
you need to put tape on all your levels.
That's the old school way, Stanley. They don't do that. Everything is software. You can't put any stickies on your software, right?
Okay, all right. Sorry.
Even though I made him look silly, going off in his tangents about his make-believe world or trying to make excuses about what's going on in the inner cities as far as crime. Shut the fuck up. He jumps to the DA and the prosecutors. We got to blame those liberals. Ryan doesn't even understand when he says that he's actually soft bigotry of low expectations. Ryan doesn't even realize he's insulting blacks by saying they can't be adults and think for themselves. He's got to blame it on liberals.
Be Brave, the defender.
Oh, we're just helpless children, Ryan? Well, we're getting somewhere. If he's thinking that, at least we're getting somewhere, because 70% of blacks do not think properly. Do they need help thinking?
Oh,
but just shit like that, Ryan tried. So it's like,
You know what? I need to go
folks,
over into his
let me
chat.
say this. Let me make this for the record. When you see me up here running my fucking mouth and that link is dropped, it ain't because I'm up here talking stupid and I ain't worth confronting. It's impossible to confront me. For anybody that disagrees with me. Because I'm not doing anything other than just talking the fucking real shit. Now, on other issues, there's a way to maybe we can talk about this and disagree here a little bit, but not on this issue. Blacks are tearing up the inner cities. They're fucking sucking the life out of goddamn this American culture. And again, Stanley misquotes me early this morning. He says I guess he thinks that I'm saying blacks are the only thing destroying American culture.
Yeah,
I've never said that, folks. I've always said there's a lot of things that are knocking the fuck out of the American culture, but the very most number one problem that we're facing right now is blacks shooting them.
Okay, so blacks are taking down America. This dude is.
I thought he was gonna say something about small hats or something. No,
Brave,
never mind.
I guess Brave thinks blacks killing each other is the worst thing happening in America. That's interesting.
Dude is limited.
Yeah, honestly,
now let me do this. Let me go over in his chat and tell him that stolen valor whites are bringing down America.
This is crazy. John,
I'm going to say stolen valor whitey.
John, you think blacks killing each other is the worst thing in America? Is bringing down America?
Not the killing.
Yeah.
Killing. I mean, it should just be a one-off event. You know, it's just a one-off event and it's over. You know what I'm saying? You kill somebody, maybe you had good reason to kill someone. But I think, you know, there is an element of some of the behavior you see in the streets. It's just like, damn, like you're fucking it up for everybody. Like my mother called me just yesterday. The drugstore closest to her home is being closed down. You know, they've been closing them all over the country, you know. And they never say why. You know, you know why they're closing them, but the stores won't say. They say, we doing this, doing that. And that very well could be the case in that in response to crime, they've been adopted technology to replace the physical store. Maybe they do deliveries or whatever, but the inconvenience to all of the elderly people that lives in my mother's senior citizen building, because crime and violence, I mean, you can't measure it. You can't really point a finger and nobody really calls it out. It just happens and the store closes and no one says, why did this store close? You know, and I think that needs to be addressed. And there is a group of people that's causing that problem. You know, we got to be honest about that.
Yeah, definitely. That's why, you know, I can't even really be mad at Ryan for feeling how he feels, because a lot of it, I mean, it could literally be stopped, but it's almost like they just want it to happen in a lot of these major cities.
Can you turn up the volume here? I just planted a little
We're facing this American culture. It's oppression this, oppression that. Those Klan members stick to themselves and say, "Stay the hell away from us, and we'll all be okay." No, blacks attack. It's the blacks that are the racist. Oh, look who's over here! Stanley, be brave. Stolen valor, Whitey is the number uno problem facing America. We need Asian replacements. Hey, Stanley. Now who's over here? Now who's over here? Stanley, you want to come up? Hell no, we don't. Because we'll be on the timer. It'll be me and you.
Put that over there just
and when I ask you a question, you're going to answer. We're going to be timed. And I expect an answer. You want to stay in the chat and fucking insult like a child? Stolen valor, Whitey. Like that, father.
Stolen valor, Whitey is the numero uno problem.
Do I strike you people as trying to make claims of my magnificence? All I'm saying is I'm a white man in the white culture. Even the low-class whites, the white trash, act in a civil manner. That's not trying to steal any valor from Thomas Jefferson. Stanley's hung on that. That's all he's got. It's a shame.
Hey, it's all
valor, Whitey is the number uno problem facing okay, hold on. Okay, let me read this properly. Be brave. Stolen valor.
He is ready to go.
You should have put that in parentheses, Stanley, not in quotation marks. That would have been proper to put that in parentheses. If it's not part of the statement, but it's pertinent to the statement, you need to put it in parentheses, not quotation marks. Sorry to have to educate on that. So let me read this how he wrote it. Be brave is the number uno problem facing America. We need Asian replacements. Yeah, the stolen valor Whitey would have been in parentheses, Stanley. Look up your grammar skills. Tighten up your writing skills.
Yeah. Sure, be brave. It's written correctly.
You see Stanley over here, anybody? His motherfucker was running his mouth awful rough and tough this morning when I wasn't around. You see HB over here? Both of them were talking some plain first-rate grade A shit. Neither one of them are up on this stream. And it ain't going to be no arguing match. We're going to do it real polite. You can say anything you want. Hell, you can say you want to shit on me again. But you're going to do it politely, Stanley. Stanley can't do that, folks. He's not capable of it. Nor does HB.
Absolutely.
HB, if he's capable of speaking politely, he don't want to come up here because he knows I'm going to, with a few quick questions, I'm going to get it back to where I have every right to talk about the black culture as a cancer upon this nation. Stanley says, people like me are the number one problem facing America. It has nothing to say about this shit every day that goes on. Some old dude in a old shack looking out over his back fucking yard is the number one problem facing America. People that people that are like me but don't have the real desire to speak publicly about it, but they think it, they're a problem. Never mind that what they're thinking is true. Oh, they don't have the nerve to say it. But never mind that what they're thinking is true, and they're thinking, I don't want to live where blacks live. You know, never mind that many blacks don't want to live where blacks live. Nah, never mind that. I'm the number one problem. It's amazing. Stanley hangs on to an insult, and that's all he's got. Stanley, it's shameful. And again, look up the proper use of parentheses as far as and the proper use of quotation marks, fella. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't I hit the fucking link on your show? Are you kidding me? Go over and look 3 days ago. Go look at this title, folks. Black coward won't let old rough and tough white man speak. Go look at that fucking stream. Fast forward to it and get to where I'm playing mine and Stanley's interaction. Stanley and my interaction. Stanley and my interaction on that stream. Go look at it. I couldn't say a fucking thing. HB wanted to discuss something with me. Wasn't allowed. Stanley told both of us to shut up. And then went on proceeding to talk about shitting all over me. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Stanley. I'm going to come up on your stream for that again. I'm right here, motherfucker. You don't have your stream to holler at. You don't have your stream to play on, Stanley. Folks, I'm right here. Stanley ain't here. Motherfucker, you know I'm a badass. But you got to give it to this old white man. These black people have to be protected before they confront me. I'm telling you, I've got a timer right here. God damn it, nobody's over talking to anybody. You can get as insulting as you fucking want to get. Hell, you can even talk queer shit and I won't throw you off today. Wow. You want to call me a fucking queer? I won't even throw you off. Wow. I'm out after some motherfuckers proving they can get up on this goddamn stream with their big ass fucking words and confront some goddamn logic.
Damn. Stanley,
in fact, let's do this.
You gotta stop using those big words, Stanley.
Stop using a priori, motherfucker.
You're right, Richard. I mean, you've seen it with your own eyes. And when I was trying to talk, and I said, "Fuck it, I'll get loud and holler," they turned me down. So I didn't even get to holler. Let me do this in case, just to rub it in. There's that, and that, and that.
Stanley derangement syndrome. That's pretty funny, Universal.
There's that. This. That.
That violin music is hilarious.
Yeah,
look at there. There's the link.
I had to use it. I had to use it for this shit.
Instead of what?
Need a tiny violin for this.
He says he did not overtalk anything worth hearing. Next time I will shit on his talking points. See? he's right here, and he's out there calling me names. That's black. That's 70%ers. Stanley, thank you for coming over, buddy. God damn, did you? I got to go get a drink of water on this. Stanley, thank you for proving my point. You people are looking at a fucking coward, at a black fucking coward that when he's got control and can overtalk, then he's a badass. There's no control here, and he's got a promise of
like I wouldn't go on his
polite
show
interaction. He can't come up here.
Stanley,
Woo! Let me get his drink. Oh my God!
And you really good,
Stanley.
Jesus Christ!
That's why folks I kick ass. When you think, when I look in the mirror, that's why I say, "Damn, you one bad old motherfucker."
What the fuck?
Stanley right in the chat won't come the fuck up, and I promised him we'd have a timer. No over talking. Oh,
that's bad, man.
Woo!
God damn. Oh hey, reminding black issues. You know, Geo is up like 5%. So, Geo, private prisons, man, private prisons.
Yeah.
Might as well make money off of it. I don't know what Be Brave is doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, He's definitely getting it out of his system.
You folks thought I was kidding you earlier when I said Sir Lee Clinton.
Oh my God.
Linwood, HB. You thought I was kidding you when I said they're all a bunch of chicken shits to come up here, didn't you? Does this prove it? This son of a bitch was talking about me for a total of, I know it was 15 minutes in two different sessions for a total of 15 minutes this morning. He won't come up on my stream.
He's about to say who
won't come up on my fucking stream. He wonders why I didn't come up on his. I've got proof why. Go look at the stream 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Why am I going to come up there for that?
Almost there. He's almost there.
Here's how this goes, Stanley. Okay, folks, you're hearing this, okay? Got this on record? HB2, same fucking thing. Put me on a timer. And don't interrupt me. And I'll come the fuck over on your show, Stanley. I'll kick your damn ass. You and HB. You and HB, I'll take you both on. Promise me a fucking timer and no overtalk, Stanley. Sit there acting like I won't come on your show. Why would a person? You have way too big of huevos for me.
Wait, what did you say? Huevos?
What's huevos? Is he talking queer shit?
I wrote, you have way too big huevos for me to
he says he's too scared to challenge me.
Challenge you.
See what he's doing
Did
now?
he get that vernacular from his daughter?
Stanley, you're a smart guy. Do you think this kind of reverse shit psychology works, Stanley?
Yes.
Now he's saying he's just too scared of me as to mock me. No, really, he is. Whoa. No, he is. He needs to say it like he's mocking me. No, the motherfucker ain't up here, is he? As I said, folks, promise me uninterrupted fucking put me on a timer and him on a timer. Promise me uninterrupted responses. I'll go over on his stream. I'll kick his goddamn ass. Look at Stanley says, you have way too big of huevos for me.
Hey, Craig, is that the private prison?
I am too scared to challenge you.
Yeah, it is.
Like people
see
fall for
Geo.
that shit. He thinks everybody, black people in general, folks, not just Stanley. Black people in general think everybody's everybody's too stupid for them. All they got to do is throw out the racist claim, and all of a sudden, the blacks think they won an argument. You're a racist. Never mind, I won that. Never mind the 3,000 pieces of footage like this when we're talking about blacks tearing up being the #1 problem in America. Nope, never mind about that.
Aren't those two thugs killing each other?
You're a
Is that a
racist.
good thing?
Boy, I won that argument. Blacks are fucking pathetic. I'm telling you. I don't think Stanley's intelligent. But I'm telling you, a lot of this has to do with something gone wrong in the fucking head. They're trying to defend the indefensible. What is wrong with them? Hell, I don't even blame them for not wanting to talk about it. I could understand that.
Talk about it every day.
But to sit here and act like there's some kind of debate that people are afraid to take part in?
We literally talk about it.
You make a whole stream based on one guy.
But not this old white man. So you heard it, folks. All I got to do is have a guarantee of fucking uninterrupted responses. And I won't even and I'll keep the responses to under a minute. Guaranteed uninterrupted response. I'm over on Stanley's show. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to fucking happen. Actually, what would happen is that for the views, they would probably say it. And then when I get over there, mock me and make fun of me. And then, of course, I would leave. We just wanted to get him over here to make fun of him. People think everybody's stupid but them.
Damn it. There goes my
Damn, Stanley, you're gonna have to figure out something else.
My stream is open to any goddamn black man. You the
that's
man,
bullshit. He banned me
no
for
Negro intellectual in America can stand the heat you bring. Not if they're disagreeing about this, Stanley. Not on this subject. Sorry, Stan. See how he's trying that? Oh, look, if I just admit Brave thinks he's the smartest motherfucker, everybody else will understand he's really just stupid and bragging. No, Stanley. I know there's a lot of black intellectuals that if I disagree with them, they would make very good points that I would have to consider. Hell, with it, folks, you got to give me credit here. Joe Cool and Jalen call me racist. HB said we're all racist. I said, you know what? Okay, hold it. We all are racist. So see, I listened to those three and HB's point. I listened to him, Stanley. I consider what somebody says. Now I come up with a perfect goddamn fucking problem solved, like, oh yeah, with my creative self, because now they don't have the racist word to run behind. They're going to have to accuse me of a degree. And then at that point, they look fucking stupid. But you see how that's done, Stanley? I rock no matter what I'm in. If you disagree with me, you better have your fucking ducks in a row.
Now, this motherfucker.
Oh, I know whoever's his eggs or testicles, Dave. I know. Yeah.
I have to fucking.
The only reason I didn't throw him off for that because he's going to talk queer and he knows it fucking pisses me off and he ain't going to get out that easy. No, Stanley. Mavin, I even said Stanley could talk queer shit up here on my stream and I wouldn't throw him off.
Once he accepts that he's a racist, I think he'll.
All the blacks in America combined can't outthink your challenge. You're made up statistics. I don't make up statistics. I make up observations. There's a big difference, Stanley. It's called very accurate observation.
He makes up
with which to prove. Where do you think when I can say Google shootout? What was it? A shootout at in public. This comes up with black people in it. Yeah, Stanley has a queer pass, Richard, for now. Yeah, because I'm telling you, come on, Stanley, insult me any way you want. And just come up here where you don't get to overtalk me. I'll rip your fucking head off, sir. The stupid shit you say is nonsense. Trying to talk about I don't want to live around middle-class people because middle-class blacks live there. No, I don't want to live around middle-class blacks, Stanley. I'd love to live around middle-class whites if it was all whites. Actually, I do. There's probably more middle-class whites living around me than white trash, folks. I say I use the white trash because I want to shut people up. Our white trash is more civil and keeps the society and keeps the streets safer than even middle-class blacks do.
Yeah, CKJ, this is
it's an unprecedented day. It is, Mavid.
It's deep.
It is. Stanley, he's over there talking his shit. He ain't up on this stream, is he? I'll keep this stream open as long as he's in the chat, folks. As long as he's in the chat. Stanley, you got an open invite here. I guarantee you there's no overtalking.
Jesus.
You ain't Sean the hell ain't gonna overtalk.
I'm about to go get a 12-pack.
We're gonna talk real polite. Hell, you can call me a fucking queer if you want, Stanley.
I might go get some
You ain't
liquor.
No. I don't care. HB's
go
called
for
me
it,
a
go
queer in
for
the
it,
past.
man.
He can come
I'm
over
gonna
here.
do-
Call
I'm
me a
gonna
queer,
do a
HB
John
again. I don't
Galt.
give a fuck.
I'm gonna do a John Galt
For this
move.
particular reason, come on. Bring it the fuck on, dude.
Really wants us to call
Now,
Be brave.
after I prove my point, they're not
brave.
gonna come back up here. But
that
to
nigga.
prove my point, got an open pass.
I'm that
Where's
nigga.
HB,
He's
folks?
keeping it
He
warm
was
for you,
running his
Stanley. You
fucking
gotta go
mouth,
up there.
talking about
No.
he wasn't actually calling any names, but he was calling a racist as if I was very confused in life.
World's panel.
Oh, I'm an old man. I'm
Santa
just
wanting the kid
confused
to
about
sit on his
things.
lap.
Well,
You're gonna
come on
take
up
it.
here, HB. So, folks,
Nah,
you gotta
I-
understand
you know
something.
what? I really don't.
Somebody
even feel
invites
like
me up,
dealing with him.
and they're gonna tell me that I'm gonna be able to respond. You think I'm running from them motherfuckers? Put me on K Butters. Put me on Q Butters panel, where they say they don't want any whites. Put me to hell. I should go over there to prove my point. Let a whitey up, motherfuckers. You got enough to. Oh, I think I will. Your fake, made-up observation outweigh facts because they come from the mouth of a white man. Well, whites, we do have a lot of power in this country, Stanley. You are correct on that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie about it. So far we still do. Hey folks, you know what I'm gonna do sometime? Put a 1 if you think I should go try to get up on K Butters panel when they said no whites allowed.
Oh my
And
god!
what I want that done is prove that they can talk cash shit about whiteys, but they won't talk cash shit to a whitey's face. I'm gonna do that. You guys, then I'm gonna have the footage of them refusing me. I'll be in the back room. I'll hit the link. Oh, motherfucker, you ain't coming up here. Even though I let K Butter on my platform and he said whites are the problem and ran off. Oh, Richard says one. You got that right, Richard. I'm going to do it. Oh, Jay, is it? How you doing? Hey. Okay, no, he won't. No, K Butter won't come here. I'm going to go to his stream, and I'm going to prove that they can talk cash shit about Whitey and won't do it to a white man's face. It's real easy, not talking shit behind Whitey. When no Whitey are up there.
Nobody's going to stop him.
Wait, hold on. Did he say that black people won't talk to white people's faces about talking shit? Yeah, Q Butter went on his stream to say the same thing.
No, if y'all can hear me or not. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're a little muffled though.
Okay, let me turn it up.
Come on, be brave. Read my next comment.
Or what? So for those of you that missed it yesterday, Brave keeps saying K Butter, but it's Q Butter, and Q Butter doesn't allow white people on his panel at all. So he can't even go up there. I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that no white people are allowed over there in any capacity. He'll kick you out the chat, and you can't even get on the panel. So no whites allowed.
You guys,
come on, read it.
I'm telling you. No, I don't know why. I guess I could stream it. I don't know.
Read what I wrote. Be brave.
I'd have to fit. Yeah, I guess I could, couldn't I?
Well, just so you know,
just put this stream up, get it running, and then go over there and try to get on their stream.
I wrote, you don't have enough
white says, do it, motherfucker.
My panel, let alone K Butter or Q Butter.
Look what Stanley says here. I don't have enough courage because I'm not talking.
Oh no, I said white balls.
I don't have enough courage to go up on Stanley's panel, let alone Q Butter. What the fuck is he talking about? I'm telling you, I'm going to go over there and try to get up on the panel. What do you mean I don't have the courage to do it? They're not going to let me up. Stanley, you won't let me talk. Stanley, here's how this goes. Stanley, guarantee me that I'll have uninterrupted 1-minute responses. I'll come up on your panel.
Look at Brian.
I deserve to come up on these panels. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, T, this is live.
Be brave for the W.
Oh, I will, Richard. I think I can pull that off when I do it.
I said white balls.
Is K Butter live right now? I wonder. Is K Butter live right now? Somebody go look. Is K Butter live right now?
When I typed in brave,
he's live right now.
Balls. Nothing. I didn't say anything about courage.
They should let Brave on.
But Hey Butter, they won't. They said no whites are allowed. I'll be in the chat saying, motherfucker, let a white man up here if you're so goddamn courageous with your black bullshit. And I guarantee you what's going to happen.
He was pretty nice.
I will not be allowed.
I thought he was a nice guy.
3 seconds of uninterrupted speaking. And that's when I'm going to go, get the fuck out of here. And then they're going to accuse me of running. Nobody lets me talk. Nobody lets me make a point. And after about 10 attempts, but I'll have it on record that they wouldn't let me talk. Just like I got Stanley on record. Not letting me talk. So I'll have it on record. And even if I don't stream it, Richard, you got my promise. I'm going to do it, and then I'll stream it because he's not going to take it down. He leaves his streams up for the public to view, I think. I'm going to use it, and I will be using it in this stream.
To go there with blackface.
No, he definitely should. Yeah.
No, Stanley, you got a thing about talking queer shit.
I want to see him
go. Do you think Stanley's a queer?
I want to see him.
Do you think men that want to talk about queer shit? I'm gonna do.
And he's not going to get anything. He's not going to get anywhere with him anyway, so he might as well go up there and fuck around.
7-7 Black Thoughts. You had fucking Uncle Tom. HB was in on it. Imperial.
He should. You know what he should do? He should change his name and his avatar, and you
you can't even prove it. You got AI now. You can just put a blackface AI mask over, like shit.
Or just on some random picture of a black.
Nah, be brave. Don't know how to do that, man.
I mean, he knows how to get on StreamYard and stream a show. I'm sure he could do that.
Talk about the AI thing.
No, I'm saying he could just find any random picture on the internet and then go up there. It doesn't matter what his voice sounds like because some black people sound like that. So
that could work.
He could really troll.
Once Q Butter figures it out, he probably gonna drop him though.
Yeah, but still, at least
Something that idea himself though.
You know what? I'm gonna make that suggestion in his chat.
Universal Universal says he can call himself B Blatt.
I think Q Butter should let white people up there though. That's my opinion. You know.
Be Blatt and think.
I think he should let him up there. It'd be interesting.
Poor.
Serious? Up here. Put on a black face and go to K Butter. No. I'm putting on my white face. I'm white, motherfucker. Actually, I'll be fucking. My face is red in my old age. They'll jump on that with both feet. Hell, I might wear my fucking mask up there to hide my red face. I say, yeah, I'm white. I'm up here. Yeah, motherfucker. What do you got to say, fellas?
Nothing.
Spit it the fuck out.
You're not.
What's Whitey done to you, motherfuckers? That you're also and thinking Whitey's your problem. I need to know. God damn, that's going to be fun. They're not going to let me up, folks.
Yeah. So what are you talking about?
Okay, as long as the link's in the chat. Tell me when the link disappears out of the chat. Till I put it in again. I ain't going over there and trying to change tabs. I'll blow the shit out of something. I go changing tabs. It's on for me. I'll liable to fuck it up for show.
Oh man. Oh.
Yeah, be brave.
Man.
Come on.
There you go. Stanley, there you go, Stanley. Link's up again for you.
Oh, he dropped a link for you, Stanley.
That's right. Be stolen, valor, brave, and fake. Do you folks feel as sorry for Stanley as I do right now? That's what he's resorting to?
Actually, I know.
Stanley, I can tell you got brains, man.
Right now, what the hell?
What are you doing? Is there something? Have I spoken with such truth that I've driven you crazy?
Oh, Stanley's crazy. All right.
What do y'all think about Tyrone's suggestion? He says John should go to Q Butter and ask them to bring Brave up.
I think Brave needs to do it on his own.
Nah, you know what? John doesn't need to do that.
Brave got all this white power. He should be able to do it himself.
Yeah. John's got enough going on.
He's the great white flake.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. Plus, the way you and Q were talking yesterday, you guys might be able to actually do some work together, man.
Yeah, he seemed like a decent guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't sully that. Would be brave, you know.
You're saying be brave really worth it?
Nah, I don't think so. Nah, John could actually help out some black youth, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it either. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, nah.
You think Q Butter is live? I don't know what he's talking about right now.
He's live. Yeah, he's live. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's talking about that Lord Jamar stuff.
Oh, it's still?
Yeah.
I don't. Background. What is? It's so loud.
Oh, that's I think that's correct.
Yeah, Crack's he's serving menthols right now.
Yeah, he was talking about Lord Jamar yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you want me to turn that on and turn Brave off?
No, I just.
No.
He's been. This is his third.
Whenever you want to turn Be Brave off, I've pretty much toyed with him as much as unless somebody else has
No.
I think we're out of pranks.
It would. I kind of
I was hoping he would read my very last post though.
You know, I got Brave to admit that he is a racist, and now he's trying to, he's trying to come up with different degrees of his racism. And that's really all I wanted, man. You know, I can't change how people view the world or what they think or their disposition. I just, you know, I just think he was struggling a little bit to just admit it. He's admitted it. I've done what I had to do. There's no point in arguing it.
Hey, Portia, I just took a look at Q-Butter's stream. What they're talking about is kind of interesting. You know, he's very unique. What I was
yeah. Pull up Q-Butter's stream.
To see what they're talking about right now is kind of interesting.
Ask y'all if y'all wanted me to pull it up.
Yeah.
Y'all said no, and now y'all saying yes. Make up your mind.
Yeah. Oh, Portia. Oh, Portia.
Jesus Christ.
You got charts up right now. What the fuck?
Yeah, hold on, tell me, right?
I see it. About math.
They're a long way away from Lord Jamar.
And FC centrifugal force.
I typed into B
the
brace
equation. These are the two vectors. Remember we were talking about vectors earlier. It has to have a direct.
Oh my Lord, what are they trying to put something in orbit?
Okay, let me guess. Flat Earth. Something about flat Earth, maybe?
You think that's what it is? Oh shit, I didn't think about it.
Flat Earth.
Okay.
No, they're trying to put something in orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Look, equator's linear spin.
Yeah, gravitational pull, gravitational
Holy
constant.
shit, what are they doing? They're going to put a racist in orbit.
This is how niggas are going to get to space?
Gravitational force is 290 times larger than the centrifugal force at the equator. Fuck.
The fuck are these niggas talking about? You know what?
Like orbital mechanics.
I will once you guys finish.
Could you
acceleration towards the center of the Earth is centrifugal. Is that
centrifugal?
Oh, centripetal. I keep screwing those up. I apologize. Centripetal force is it's going down. That's the gravitational pull. And I did the comparison: how much weight is being pulled on you towards the Earth versus how much the Earth is trying to spin you off. The Earth is trying to spin you off with a net force of 3 newtons, but the gravitational pull on you is almost 290 times larger than that. That's why we don't get flung off the Earth, because it's moving.
Nice.
The assumption is that we should get flung off, and that's incorrect based on the math. Now, I only did this because someone asked, and I didn't want to come with someone else's information. I did the numbers.
Nice.
So if you want to comment on it, I'm willing to take suggestions, criticism, anything.
Okay, yeah, I got something. Yeah, for the mass radio.
Stanley, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Have you ever thought of working for NASA?
Yeah, at one point in my life, yes. I wanted to be an astronaut at one point.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the Air Force and everything, and you know,
Navy would have been better.
Still stayed with science, but I just went a different route. But yeah, I did at one point want to work for NASA. Oh gosh, sorry. Give me 1 second. This stupid computer.
Ground control.
Yeah, so the R value that you got right there, we usually, when they get the distance between the center of the Earth to the center, the surface of the Earth to the center of mass of the Earth, they do not use meters. They actually use kilometers. They always use kilometers. So it would be 6,371,000. That number wouldn't be 6,371,000. It would actually only be 6,371 because they use kilometers. They always use kilometers. There was a brother, well, not a brother. He's not a brother. There was this guy named MC Toon who tried to do the same thing with the. He tried to be slick with the number and tried to convert the kilometers with the meters. If you look at any equation that talk about the distance between the R value from the surface of the earth to the center of the earth, they don't use meters, they use kilometers, which is 6,371 kilometers, which means you will have to multiply everything times 1,000. Everything that you got right there, you will have to actually multiply it times 1,000. That's what you will have to actually do. What you did was you divided it by 1,000 by converting kilometers to meters when they don't usually put it in meters, they put them in kilometers. That's what they do.
I love it.
Hey, Miz, I followed your rule perfectly, bro. I let him rock out, even though I disagreed with him from the start. I feel proud about myself. I just actually listened to the rules, bro.
Doesn't it feel like an accomplishment? That was dope. That was dope. I definitely want to hear your response.
These rocket
scientists. So kilometers and meters are easily converted to one another. It's just a unit of mass, distance. I'm sorry, of distance. A meter and a kilometer. Kilometers, some people pronounce it. Kilometers.
Damn, now I
same
want to
thing.
go over there.
I shout out to the Ziax kids. We just talked about base units versus converted units. This is an example. Somebody that doesn't understand that you can easily go from meters to kilometers or kilometers, depending on how you pronounce it, just by a multiple of 1,000. Yes, you can do that. But I used base units here.
Hold up, Savior. Let him finish.
I used base units here because it's being multiplied with other values that has meters in it. So what you have to do is unitize the units, lack of a better word. When you start cross-canceling to get these numbers, your units have to match before you start multiplying numbers. Your units have to match. Some of those equations had meters in it. So I used meters, which can easily be converted to kilometers. That question right there, the comment that you had tells me you don't understand that conversion is not a mistake. It's actually extremely common when using mathematics and using equations of physical phenomena. You're going to have to pay close attention to the units. You cannot multiply or cross-cancel a kilometer and a meter unless you first know that the kilometer can't cancel a meter unless you have 1,000 meters. That's a 1-to-1. That's a mathematical thing. I don't know if you've done that math, bro, but that is not a mistake. McToon is perfectly fine converting from meters to kilometers. No problem at all in doing that. That does not change the answer if you know how to use it.
Can I ask you one question? Identity.
Yeah,
hold on to Corey. I got one quick question. Did you say shout out to the Ziax kids?
Shout out to the Ziax kids, bro. These are topics that we work with the kids.
And what grade is that?
I've only experienced a certain grade level. I don't know. I think it's 8 through 12, 7 through 12 that I talk to. But I know Q's been doing stuff with them for years. 12? This is just making sure that they understand if we're going to move forward. We all have to have a foundation of understanding. We can't go further unless we understand the foundation. These are foundational things. Knowing meter and kilometer can be easily converted. That's a foundational skill. You have to have that. Otherwise, do not start talking about distances if you don't know that conversion. You can make a 1-to-1 with it and move forward. So
listen,
if you have another question, I'm
their ages. That was their ages or their grade.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much information out there about the kids, but this is just one of the topics that we cover to make sure that it's understood when we start doing conversions and moving from unit to unit. Don't use acceleration when you mean force. Don't use scalar when you mean vector. If you're going to use a vector, these are things that you have to make sure you say or present to your audience so they know and they're not confused. I know Taz isn't interested in all the whole math side of this stuff, but if I were talking to Taz, I would personally want to make sure if I said something and it's wrong, tell me, because I might be repeating this somewhere else. I want to make sure if you go back and listen to this, then hearing it for the science of it, it's still valid. It's
right.
still
you can learn
valid.
Something from it. That's
yes.
Because even what you just said about the transfer of kilometers and whatnot, I even know that. You know what I'm saying? I do know that much. So
there we go.
It does start to relate.
There we go. So again, now Taz, I ask you, Taz, if someone were to tell you that you made a mistake in using meters versus kilometers, what would go through your mind? Like if someone's asking you that,
just to make the transfer. I mean, if because like for example, it's maybe 3,000 miles to Miami. If somebody says that's I don't know, that they name it in kilometers, and that would be just simply up to me to convert it into miles. It's a conversion.
Yes.
I mean, it's
yes.
That's it. I at least got that part. Yeah,
they use
kilometers.
Like yeah, they use kilometers in Mexico though. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
You got to know the understanding of that can be interchanged and whatnot. It's not even a problem to interchange it back.
Yes, yes. It's like going somewhere with a different currency. If you know the conversion, then you know the one-to-one value. Like, okay, I have to scale this, you know. And this is why I actually use. If you look at my table, I have constant, then I have a column for value, and then a column for the units, because the units are critical. The number's okay, but the units is what tells you more so what that number means. I think the number needs the units. You have to have the units. But you have to understand, look at the equation for gravitational constant, 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 Newton meters squared per kilogram squared. If I use that equation and I multiply something by that constant, I have to convert my number to meters in order to start canceling mathematically. I can't go in there and start canceling kilometers all willy-nilly with the numbers. I have to know. Convert that to meters. Now I can start multiplying using this constant. These are just basic conversions.
All right.
You know, so.
Yeah, can I say, okay, here's the thing. First of all, I never said that. I never said you couldn't convert them. I never said they couldn't be converted. I literally, before you even said that, I literally converted 6,371 kilometers to 6,371,000 kilometers. So what do you?
Have y'all ever seen a panel full of black people arguing about math conversions?
What's interesting about this portrait, as I'm listening to it, it seems that if they knew like what the prefixes meant, it would be a lot easier to go back and forth. That's just my initial take from it. You know, if you know like what a kilo is, then you kind of understand what a kilometer is. And
oh my God, what did I come back to? I came back to this. I just came back. I was like, what the fuck are we doing? I'm going back to high school, man. Shit.
Yeah, it seems like they should just focus on what the fundamentals of a meter, what a key, like the prefix is kilo. You know.
Well, they haven't got the SI units yet. They're not going to learn that yet. Like they're just busy trying to figure out. Like, man, we could go back to the way the UK used to do currencies when they didn't actually have a base by 100 cents. You know, it used to be like what 4 shillings to 20 pence to you know what I mean? Their money was all messed up. They actually had to have these special little tools to give out your change. Yeah, when you would do place bets. Yeah, when you went out, like you had to get your correct change back when you gave them the money. Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, like giga.
That's all. Yeah, that's all. They have to learn SI units. They gotta.
Right.
They gotta
you understand that. You know, the conversions. You know, you become a little bit more intuitive, I think.
Yeah, between the metric system though, they're just worried about like, okay, I got an ounce. What's grams? Right? They're not even going to like kilograms or milligrams. No, they're not even there yet.
Well, I thought they were talking about kilograms or kilometers. That's what they were.
I thought they were just going between the metric and imperial.
Oh,
what started this whole thing off again? Like,
are they talking about the world is flat? I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. They got this whole like thing about okay, we got gravity. Yeah, we got the gravity. That's correct.
Well, ultimately, what I was getting at by asking that question is that you have a panel filled with black men, and where they could be talking about women, racism, street names, signs, you know, shooting up the block like the video that Brave showed us, and all of these other things, but they're arguing over math conversions.
Yeah, no, that's why
I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, that's why I suggested bringing it up, Portia. When I saw that, I was like, damn, that's interesting that they're talking about that.
And the way that they're arguing their points, and of course, kilometers, kilometers, meters, convert, whatever the case may be, it's just like y'all are really arguing about this right now.
It's fairly
good.
simple.
That's good. No, that's good. At least it's better than something else.
Equations, real time, like y'all really get this. I just think that's just like wow. And then of course, in contrast to what we were listening to prior with Be Brave, talking about black people, all they're doing is destroying and ruining America and shooting the blocks up and stuff like that. But then to transition into this, I don't know. I think that this is wildly impressive and interesting. Was Garion trying to say something?
I said I never heard Be Brave talk about math.
He ain't gonna talk about math, man. You guys already had a whole about chemistry. Didn't you guys have a morning stream, like one of those weekend morning streams? You guys were arguing about chemistry.
Me and Stanley were talking about chemistry. Be Brave said they're putting chemicals that are supposed to be like hurting people's lungs and stuff like that, and we were proving them that's not how they work.
I think it was about seed oils or something like that, right?
It was about seed oils and essential oils, and me and Stanley were trying to show him that's not how they really work, and he was like, "No, I'm right." That was the whole argument. Up like 5 different sources.
HB, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Portia.
No,
I was asking HB what he thought. I was trying to see if he was up here.
Yeah, no. I mean, this isn't. I guess on YouTube, this is a little odd to see, just especially with the space that we're in. But it's kind of regular, Like I mean,
I don't know. I think this is great. This is great.
Yeah, I think
Isn't it that? Yeah, I thought this was a theme of his channel. Teach people math or something. No, it's not that.
Well, I think
teach people science.
Jamar, and that's why I think sometimes these really dumbass, 1 × 1 = 2. Sometimes that actually, the Earth is flat. It actually does bring out some really good discussions in people, because there's people that actually know what they're talking about, and then there's people that feel like they know what they're talking about.
No, I said he was subscribed, but he's not black. I wonder, does he have any white subscribers?
Probably.
Probably. Why not?
More than he thinks. He probably delete his channel if he knew how many white people follow him.
So how many people have were viewing this simultaneously while this was going on? There's a lot of on panel, so obviously there's a lot of viewers watching people discuss how to convert units and.
It's over 100.
Yeah,
like 130.
Yeah. See, man, we're not. This is the content people want.
Yeah, you got over 100 niggas talking about math. God dang.
Ain't bad.
It's 150 people watching right now.
That's good.
Oh, and it just went up.
I think this is great. This is good content.
I would love to see Be Brave go over there.
Oh my God!
How would he say this?
Speaking of, some guy in the chat told him not to come up here because they're not talking about race.
Yeah, they're not. This is not his wheelhouse, Stanley. He doesn't care about this, man. That's his whole. That's why I wanted him to just admit that he's racist. I don't mind. I don't mind that him talking about the issues because they are real. But at least have some. At least try to have some balance, at least a little bit. I feel like we all talk about the things that are wrong, but we also talk about the things that are right too, and focus on that. And that's the difference. Be right back.
Nah, I just keep wanting to just emphasize to him that he's riding he's riding the wave that he has not even contributed to. That's the thing that amazes me about folks like that. He has contributed not one thing to Western culture.
Engineer is greater than any engineer you'll find at BMW, Mercedes, and anyone you'll find at DARPA. So can you tell us your equations for braking forces? Like, what did you come up with? Because this is crazy how y'all think y'all can just remove 150 years of proven science for some YouTube perspective. What did you bring into this? This is crazy. Respectfully, what do you have on the table for science? This is crazy. Like, I can get in my car and know exactly how far it will brake based off of gravity and the braking and G-force. Like, where do you people
Q, would it be disrespectful if we had one of the kids come up and explain this to them, man? Because I don't know where to go with that. Like, this is a foundational issue, bro.
Yo, bring up a kid. Get a child from the class to explain.
I don't want to get involved kids. You don't want to involve kids, but you know, because it sounds disrespectful, right? But at the same time, this is a foundational issue. If we can't get past the fact that I can use meters or kilometers, we got a problem.
Yeah, I can hold you. That was crazy, bro.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
My argument did not understand that basic metric of math, and I'm not even a mathematician. That kilometers.
Okay, if you're not a mathematician, then that's cool. But here's the thing: I'm not saying he couldn't use them. I'm not saying that he couldn't use them. It's mathematician, bro, not mathematician. But here's the thing.
You're not anything in mathematics.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You mad because I'm going against the white man?
What are you replacing these equations with? How is
you what about
torque? What is your equation for torque, gravitation?
First of all, this is what we call appealing to authority, because you're saying, oh, you acting like these folks is 100%.
Bro, this is my channel. I'm just asking you a question on science.
Appealing to authority.
Oh, I didn't know that was Q Butter speaking.
We could just remove you.
Q Butter, I didn't know that was you speaking. Oh, I didn't know that was you speaking. I thought that was somebody else. Your voice is completely different than when it was on Sarnetta. It's like a little bit deeper. I didn't know that was you speaking. But here's the thing.
Yeah, I was kind of confused. I'm like, where does this? I'm intrigued. I'm like, so we're saying, because y'all keep saying gravity's wrong and throw it out. I just want to know, what are y'all using?
We're actually using your science.
You can't use our stuff. Like, how do you determine barometric pressure? Like, how do you determine air pressure? Does that even exist in your world?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
No, I just asked you a question.
Hold up, Corey. I had to mute you. That's what we're not going to do. He asked you a specific question and you responded with, let me ask you a question. If you don't know the answer, you might want to say that before you respond to that. And you got background. That's the only reason I'm muting you. So I don't want you with your microphone off mute while you're listening, because that is distorting a lot of the conversation, because you got a lot of background going on. So he asked you a specific question. If you're not going to answer it, at least tell him that, and then you move on from that point. But he asked you a specific question. Q, you want to repeat the question again?
Yeah, share my screen while you're doing that, miss, please.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I just want to know, what are they using? Because I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do what Taz is or anybody else. F the globe Earth, F the white man stuff. What are you using to determine torque in your car? What are you using to determine braking force? What are you using to build a submarine? What are you using to launch satellites?
Wait a minute, Q. That's too many.
No, it's just what science are they using? Because this is the foundation of our world. So what are they using?
All right,
and what are they proposing
to use? Mute to Corey, and you heard the question. I'm gonna let you off mute. Go ahead.
Let me address that. First of all, you're not launching based off your model, you're not launching anything in the sky, because according to your science, there are over 7,000 meteoroids that go across the sky in a second, moving past bullet speed at 11 kilometers to 72 kilometers per second, which is.
Hold on one sec.
I don't even like this layout right here. I mean,
Ooh, what the fuck? Wow. That layout. That layout is bad.
John's trying to get in the.
Oh, the algorithm.
Yeah,
he's trying to make shorts or something. That's only good in shorts though. Like
no, live stream verticals. That's what he's trying to do. Wait, is this a vertical though?
Yeah, this is a vertical.
No, I mean, is it on the YouTube? Is it vertical? That's the question.
Just killed his stream, I think.
I did. I was going to say in YouTube, yeah, since we're seeing it from Stanley's or Porsche's perspective, yeah.
Because it could just be formatted as vertical, but it's not like live streaming as a vertical. I don't know. That's the question.
You can live stream a vertical.
No, I mean YouTube has to recognize that to put you in the algorithm. That's the question I'm asking.
Do you think it was just the way his camera was angled?
I mean, I have one or two friends that do it.
Yeah, because it could just be Streamlabs. They just put two bars on and then they just crop it. You know what I mean? That's not going to work. You got to be putting it on YouTube as a vertical.
Actually, I don't think it was on a vertical due to the extra amount of white spaces on the side.
That's what I thought. That's what I'm saying, because I think John doesn't get that. He thinks like he's doing vertical, but he's not really, because YouTube. What happens is when Ruby does it, she actually goes on YouTube and then streams directly from YouTube, not using any software.
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah, so that means if John were to do a widescreen shot, but yet on Streamlabs and then on YouTube he would do a side screen shot, it would come out as a side screen, right? Or a vertical.
I have no idea. That's the question I'm asking. Yeah, I don't know idea how that works.
I'm assuming that it's based on YouTube only, and it doesn't have to you don't have to do any inputs on whatever streaming platform that you're using, and that it would just register as not a side profile, but
I don't know. That's what that's. I think I'd ask someone with more streaming expertise.
All right,
let's ask Lolo.
I don't think she got to that level. You got to ask Process.
By the way, Crack, Lo wanted to make you a mod last night because she got spammed in chat.
Man, I gotta do more work. Damn, I'm not getting paid for this.
She made me a mod and I got rid of him. That guy had 12. That guy had like 12 accounts I had to ban last night, man.
What the heck? She already got spammers. Damn,
yeah.
That's
what I told her. I said, "Hey, you're moving up now. You're gonna need more mods."
Yeah. Oh shit, it's getting bad.
Universal wasn't there?
No, he wasn't. It was Doge, me, and some new guy she promoted. It was me. She had Doge, but she had two guys. She had two new guys. Me and some other guy named Splunk or whatever.
Splunk.
I don't know if that was her name or not, but I think it was like Splick or Splunk or some shit like that.
That's her actual boyfriend.
I told her that if she's gonna be streaming more often, she needs to have at least 2 mods in rotation whenever she's streaming.
Oh my god, yeah.
She got a Microsoft Surface.
I mean, Streamlabs, they got an article like how to multi-stream vertical and horizontal mode. Yeah, Streamlabs does have the capability. It depends on if John figured that out.
Yeah, he might. Yeah. I don't know. He might have. The last time he figured out he was figuring out the roadcast just by fooling with it. So.
John.
Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to fool around with a lot of stuff. Fuck. There's tons of settings in there. Holy shoot.
I mean, at least he's not using OBS like Lolo is.
I think it's better that way, though.
Does he buy OBS?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't know. Buy? I thought it was free. OBS is free.
They have a free version and a paid version. That's the thing.
Oh man, she doesn't need the paid version, does she?
I'm assuming, I don't know, honestly. I just know that it's like the last time I checked, it was like 100 something for a year, but that could have changed.
That's all.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, but OBS does have a learning curve to it. That's the only real downside.
I mean, for that, For that amount of money, that's a pretty
No,
good.
it's worth it, but the problem is you can't do panels really easily, and the thing is,
it sucks.
so that's why if you do the OBS way, you have to tell everyone to use Discord to log on here to get into the panel. That's how Keemstar does it.
Heck, that's
right?
how Universal Jones had to tell Lo to do that the last time she streamed. She was trying to get one of her mods up there, and she said, "Hey, just call in through Discord and have him come up there instead."
Right.
Goofy
I think
they didn't even have him have a separate avatar. Their audio overlap, so they kept talking over one another.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Then that'll be the easiest. But then everybody has to learn how to use Discord if they don't.
Not to mention the audio overlaps. That's the biggest problem, in my opinion. Two people talking, it comes out funny, and if they're both logged into YouTube, then it might cause an echo.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Crap. Yeah, that would be way cheaper if we can do it that way. Because if John's wasting his time with Streamlabs, this might as well. Yeah.
Get OBS.
Yeah.
I wonder why he just doesn't come over here and do it. John, just come over here, John.
No, he wants to test all the features. He might as well learn. Yeah. Because we might have to migrate one day. Yeah. But then everybody will have to learn Discord. Everybody like, okay, go to Discord. I mean, I played with Discord years ago, but after a while, it's just like, what the heck? These people are freaks, man.
I'm just gonna say this now. I don't think anybody could manage a 10 panel full of people through Discord.
Man, dude, the Thorpes love doing it. They got 20 people yelling, screaming. They're not even there. They just let them let all the spurgs and simps yell at each other for hours on end in the Discord.
That's the point, bro. That's terrible. How the heck are we supposed to how sports are supposed to give the news or John talk about business when everybody just
right.
Comes out of nowhere and starts yelling about pimping and shit, and then it causes an echo.
Pimping.
Hey man, I'd rather hear this discussion about millimeters and kilometers and all this.
I'd rather hear Q Butter talk about gravitational mass.
I'm damn impressed.
Wait, what you say, Stanley?
Said I'm damn impressed.
You are?
Why not?
I don't know. I think if you go to the backwaters of YouTube, you can find it. What I'm impressed is 150 people are actually watching that.
Yeah.
Well,
that is usually not the high content.
I'm actually kind of heartened.
Yeah, I am too. I have some hope.
Stanley's gonna have Q Butter and his gang be his personal tutor for his son.
Well, no, I actually want to be brave to go over there so I could fucking rub it in his face.
Oh, he ain't gonna go up there, Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley.
Motherfucker, the next time I hear you call somebody low IQ, I'm going to have them come over to your channel and quiz you.
You know what? We should
have them give you a pop quiz.
I'm gonna clip that part of us streaming talking about Q Butter and his good old gravitational mass. So the next time
he literally called them low IQ.
Yeah, while they're talking about equations and shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, I'm like, dude, you are just horrible.
Yeah,
No,
we gotta keep this in the back. We gotta keep this in the back pocket, Stanley.
Brave isn't a bad. He's not a bad guy. He's just a staunch racist. That's all.
No. You know what, HB? I'm tired of fucking people making excuses. Okay, if you support a racist, you are a racist.
I'm not supporting him.
If you are like
you ain't never seen Stanley. You ain't never seen me on this panel.
Be brave. I'm not talking about you specifically.
Oh, okay.
If you are the type of person who can literally call black people low IQ while they're fucking talking orbital mechanics, you're a horrible person.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. You know what?
Be brave and go up to a nigga with a calculator in his hand, smack it out of it, and be like, "Shut up, nigga."
What you trying to do, man? Wakanda? Get the fuck out of here!
What you trying to do, bro? What you trying to do? You trying to measure weed or something? That shit
Stanley, I guess the thing is, I'm
really horrible.
I guess I've already known this about Be Brave. You know, that's why I say the stock matters. You know, and
you got Negroes over here playing the stock market, and he's calling people idiots.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got people in charting the course, talking talking charts, and I'm like, dude, you have the nerve to call people low IQ. Dude, that's just a bad show. That's a bad look.
Yeah. I'm up about 1,200 today, Stanley. So yeah, I mean, I mean,
Yeah, but you know what? Niggers are killing America. Fucking idiot.
Hey, I'm not even trying to. Don't even want to argue it, man, because you know.
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing with Righteous Muffin, right? It's just like, you know, you give the game, and it's just like, oh man, it's rigged or this and that. Yeah, I know it's rigged, but you got to know how it's rigged, then you play it. Otherwise, you're gonna keep complaining about Jews, small hats, whatever, and shit left and right.
Once you learn everybody's cheating, it becomes a different game. Yeah, come on, man.
It's really just terrible.
It's like the race stuff. A lot of times, it's really just low IQ conversations. Honestly.
Yeah, it is, because it's like, okay, if you know it, then beat them at the game. It's just like, otherwise, what are you gonna do?
Exactly. You think explaining the obvious is high IQ? No.
Yeah, right. I mean, I know the Jews run the market. So what? I mean, the Jew taught me the markets. That's how I knew about it. It's just like, what the hell's going on?
Why don't you get a Jew to be your financial advisor, bro? If they run the market so damn much.
It's just like weird, man. I don't get it.
His truck and drink beer and wine about it.
Oh god damn, man! What the fuck?
Well, the funny thing was, like, the last time we saw it was just like, I think he was on that dating show with Grace, right, and trying to troll that whole panel with the Xerxes on there and shit. That was the last time I really, that was funny. He cammed up for that one.
I'm like, hey, dummy, you know the cops can fucking like pull up in your driveway, and you're not supposed to be in a vehicle with an open container.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. Yeah. It probably won't happen, but you know what? He's got a kid in that house. Okay, and why even take the chance?
Well, because of White History Month. That's why. CT said every white person must cam up, and he did it. Even Imperius didn't fall for that. He didn't go for that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that was funny. That was a funny trick.
When is White History Month? June?
July. I think it's July.
It just feels white. Quoting CT.
Well, no, to be fair, he got that from Jesse Lee Peterson.
Right. Yeah. Jesse Lee Peterson started. That's right.
He started it like 10 years ago.
Is there a single original racist thought in the modern day? Because
no. At this point, no.
It's all been done. It's all been done.
I was going to say.
That's why I love looking at stuff from like the early 1900s. That propaganda, like, bro, this same narrative has been happening for like 150 years, man. It's nothing new at all. It's honestly pretty sad that people like think it's anything other than entertainment. You know, it's like, bro.
Yeah, racism is funny at this point. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
It's a meme.
It's just funny. Yeah, it's just funny, right at this point. And
it's just hilarious. Bro.
I think racism only means something in the third world, because that's when they get shit done. If you're real racist, they kill you over there.
But like people like
well, yeah,
it's like thought provoking or something. It's like, bro, no, this shit is just comedy now. People only listen to you because you're funny, man. It's not. They don't think you're actually smart, bro. Man, you gotta like. You look at the old black propaganda. Now that shit was hilarious, you know, like the gator bait and stuff. Like
gator bait. Wait,
what's that?
You don't know what gator bait?
Yeah, what's a gator bait?
I've never heard of that.
Is that when they feed a moon cricket to a gator? What is going on?
Yeah.
What they are? What?
They use black people as like bait for animals.
So the history of gator bait, there's actually a gator bait. That's honestly the Florida Gators. That's where it derived from.
Oh man, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So gator bait back during slavery, they would take the down in Florida, they would take the slave babies, the babies after they were born.
Oh my
and
God! Really?
They would
What?
They would literally use the babies to attract gators, and then
Oh no way!
Hold on,
This is crazy.
The white man did this? That's some African shit right there. That's evil as hell.
Wait, and then afterwards, there was a whole market of gator bait paraphernalia. You could get stamps, and it would be wait, listen,
Whoa!
Don't make me pull this shit up. Just Google it, gator bait.
I will. You're blowing my mind. This crap is hilarious. This crap is
And
insane.
then they used to do postcards, stamps, little dolls and stuff, and it was a huge thing. It was a huge thing, gator bait. And this is why, like, this propaganda towards black people, it's nothing new, man. Nothing new. It's bro, right after they freed the slaves, they started the propaganda. Hold on, let me bring up a picture of gator bait for you guys. Give me a second.
Yo, these pics are insane. Yeah, I found some.
Yeah, pull it up, Gary. Pull it up if you can.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second.
And
this was like a straight up tradition, man. The baby was born,
oh, this is some. Oh man, this has got to be some wives' tale shit. This is crazy. Come on.
No, crack.
All right.
Shit that used to go on.
Yeah, look at this shit, man.
Gator bait.
Look at this shit. This really happened.
Oh my god! Look at that one.
Look at the little baby. Look at the little baby.
No, this is wrong. Come on.
Crack. If the baby was born a little underweight, man, he'd be gator bait, man. And that's where the Florida Gators. That's where.
God damn.
Their mascot and shit.
Alligator bait novelties.
Yep.
God damn.
You know, that's why they say even to this day, alligators still have a taste for human blood.
Yeah. Oh. I might as well believe in flat Earth at this point. This is crazy.
Yo, crack. Look at all this. Look at all the pictures, though. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I see them.
This was a straight up tradition. This is not like
oh man.
brave. This ain't kid stuff, man. Let me quote Be Brave. This ain't kid stuff, man. This really happened.
Man, was that the band chapter of Huckleberry Finn? Holy fuck, man.
It might have been.
It got deleted. That chapter got deleted. Gator bait.
You know, ironically,
Marco should have been got out of Florida.
Which is kind of funny. Not Oprah, but Whoopi Goldberg. She has a huge post-slavery black propaganda collection.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. She has a huge collection, which is kind of ironic because she only dates white guys. But
and she stole like the last name of a Jew, I guess.
Yeah. I think it just humbles her a little bit or something. But she has a huge collection. She showed it before, and it's like she's got stuff from like 1800s, early 1900s. It's insane.
Look at the way they draw this black baby, man.
She was like, "Hey, HB, can you come over? I got something."
Absolutely not. I'm not about to get in. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I don't know.
Yo, HB.
Boy, that was pretty good. Whoopi Goldberg impression, man. That was really good, man. Jesus.
Yeah, good job, Stanley.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was really good. So
I don't know that I could do it again.
None of this stuff is new, and that those depictions, you know, they were actually extremely hilarious to white people, and I think that's why inherently a lot of them are attracted to certain content creators that like to disparage black people and focus on the negative and stuff. I know it's entertainment because, I kind of know the history of it, but a lot of people don't really get it. They really think it's, something poignant or thought-provoking. It's like, bro, there's people who have been made millions off of propaganda towards black people. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Gary, man, you get you a little gator bait doll, man.
Yeah, I'll see if I get me a poster. Put it up in the living room.
I'm sure they have them on eBay.
They definitely got to have something on. Yeah, they definitely got to have something like that on eBay, man. A mug, something.
Yeah.
Tell your girlfriend you can't wait to have a couple little pickaninnies.
Hey, I got a gift for you.
I know I've told y'all before about the Swedish girlfriend I had back in my 20s.
Oh yeah.
Kept telling me, I can't wait to have a little brown baby.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She didn't understand.
Clip that.
A lot of Europeans don't understand race in America. She said that once in front of a bunch of black officer friends. I was horrified.
Wow.
Sometimes you gotta.
She was adorable, though. When she said it, everybody just kind of chuckled. She was sincere.
Oh no, I 100% believe her. Sometimes you gotta keep your fetishes to yourself, though. Makes you look like a weirdo.
They knew she was Swedish. They knew she didn't quite get it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she's probably saying that to be all innocent and serious. Ain't nobody realize what she.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Nobody realized what that actually meant.
They used to come over to lust after her.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure she was really hot.
Oh, she was really hot.
Look at Virgo.
She was a specimen.
Look at Virgo.
Virgo, that's not what she meant. She don't even know what BBC stands for. She thinks it's she thinks it's the news station. That's what she thinks.
Is that the British broadcast?
The British Broadcasting Channel, yes.
Virgo's talking about a different BBC.
Yeah, but the Swedish girl, she don't know what that means.
She actually loved me for other things too.
Oh.
All right, Stanley. All right.
Hey. Don't get lasagna back up here, man. Otherwise, that's his calling card. You put the bat signal out.
Have you seen lasagna lately? Is he all right?
Well, I haven't been looking for him.
Well, Jay Riddle came on here one time with Portia and me, and then he explained Lasagna Killer actually goes around a lot of panels, and he told me when he goes to other panels, he talks about other stuff, and I was like, dude, every time he comes up here, it's just like BBC, fucking dating, red pill, black pill shit, and he's like, nope, he's not like that in other panels. If he's on another panel, he'll talk politics or some other shit. I'm like, what?
Maybe he just when he's around black people, he wants to talk about.
Yeah, so he was saying. So Jay Rillo was thinking this is the new way people interact now. They will interact with whatever the panel is and adjust accordingly and talk about that. Yeah.
Well, what makes him want to come up here and talk about that stuff?
Yeah,
probably
no idea, man.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure
that's he better off talking with that with Horrormaxer, but apparently he got booted off of that, as we saw.
But yeah, because Horrormaxer saw him as a weakling.
Yeah.
As he should. But I just worry about him because
why?
It's just because of his lifestyle.
Fuck
I think
him.
it's only a matter of time.
Stanley,
I think it'll be a matter. Yeah, I'm with HB on this one. It's a matter of time until you see that guy on a New York subway with a spoon in his hand.
Hey, you know what? I have no problem with that.
Damn, what did he do to you, Stanley? What did he say?
Dude,
he said Stanley doesn't get no bitches and he should go dating again.
Dude, I don't have sympathy for white people. I'm just going to be blunt about it.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He's a young, college-educated white male. It is his life to fuck up.
Yeah.
It's not like he grew up with any disadvantages or in the hood or anything like that.
Yeah,
So I'm simply not going to have sympathy for white mediocrity.
You know, Universal's actually seen him before.
Yeah, on Discord, apparently.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Apparently he revealed himself to
Mhm.
Lolo.
Yeah, well, of course everyone wants a piece of Lolo at this point. Yeah, no wonder.
Is he fat?
She got freaking what's his face? MC Nemesis to like fucking camp.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
All
That
I
was
have to
insane.
say is white mediocrity.
It was hilarious. Like he was trying to get under her skin.
All the way around.
Man, she wasn't biting any of his baits, and it was just like hilarious. He got so pissed at the end. I think that's the thing about Lolo. Like that's a good counterpoint with Ruby, right? Ruby will get triggered immediately.
Yeah.
And then you see Lolo is just like whatever. Like,
Well, to be fair, Lolo is high half the time, so she really don't be giving a fuck, man.
she's high half the time. Come on.
No, she is though. She smokes on all
She-
over the street.
Oh, you got.
But that's a benefit to her though, because I think in the future, her and Grace are eventually gonna butt heads since they're in.
That's
the
what
same
I
field.
said on this stream. I said King TL is gonna, because King TL is gonna instigate it. King TL is on Rubies, and when Grace starts streaming, he jumped right to Grace, and like it was like, wait a minute, you go on Ruby's stream and you claim that Grace dumped you, and then whenever Grace streams, you run right back and go. It's like you are not her boyfriend. Like what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's what I
This
was
is
thinking,
so pathetic.
Yeah, they got the same. They're in the same sphere. Grace is burning bridges left and right, and Lowe's coming up out
Right.
of nowhere and scooping up all her sims.
Lolo is going to make a problem with her.
that is
eventually.
going to lead to a
It's
conflict
gonna
eventually.
because there's going to be a battle. Because I saw on yesterday's stream, there were a ton of simps going like, "Lolo looks better. Lolo looks better. Lolo." On Grace's chat,
This
like
is
there's going to be a war of simps in the future coming.
Gone wild.
Yeah. Well, Stanley,
So
it's not
what
just
the fuck are they simping for?
it's not just
Dude.
it's not just white guys though, Stanley. It's all races.
Okay,
It's-
well, what I'm saying is Lolo is no great shakes.
The thing, dude, you don't get the internet, man, Stanley. That's why I warned you about like Friend Simulator, dude. There's Girlfriend Simulator. That's the next level. Like you, if you really want to mess with people, yeah, you could be like the Friend Simulator on a panel, like doing your own streams.
Stanley,
No.
Dude.
Stanley, you don't get how these young guys are only attracted to women physically.
I'm trying to figure out why they're attracted to her physically.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Wow,
Stanley.
wow, Stanley ain't pulling no punches here. Whoa.
Is about as mediocre as you get.
I mean, to be fair,
Oh!
whites and blacks like a red bone. So
Okay, well they just like a red bone just because they like red bones.
yes, exactly.
You don't think she's attractive, Stanley?
Hell no.
Oh wow.
She is mediocre.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I said it.
Keep drinking, Stanley. Keep drinking. We're gonna get some good stuff tonight. We're gonna get some good content tonight.
Where's Universal at?
You think I'm drinking?
No, I'm just joking, man. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I'm about to
I think you should drink though. Let the whole real Stanley out.
You know, this is the real Stanley. I mean, now
I think you can get realer. You can get real.
She's ugly. She's by no means ugly, but I mean, I would not go out of my way. You know, it
wouldn't send her nothing.
I sure as shit wouldn't simp.
You know,
King TL is a king simp, man. King TL is a king simp. He basically Ruby claimed that he was paying her like hundreds of dollars every. I was like, what the?
Well, King TL is no prize.
And that's the thing. Like he's like the leader, So he's kind of the trend setter, right, of the whole thing. If he follows, wow,
Where's
there's gonna be a war.
Why isn't Dan simping?
Dan's in the background. He's definitely in the background. I
Probably
just don't
waiting.
know because I'm not in the Discord. I don't know what's going on in the background. I'm just guessing, right?
Okay.
Yeah, King TL is more in the foreground compared to Dan, but yeah, Dan's definitely in the back doing shit. I'm sure.
He's king simp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these. You know, Stanley. I think part of it is we just come from a different generation. You know,
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
most of you know, crack, me, you,
Right.
we. It's just you know, for us, it's just you know, simping is just not manly. You know.
I
You
mean, it
gotta
doesn't
you
matter to me. I mean, you can do it that way. It works. It does work. But it's kind of like you gotta do it right. And the problem is these people are doing it online, which would likely fail, right? The probability of that working is way lower. Way lower.
All I have to say, if
honestly,
I was
it's
going to
just
lose sleep, it would on an internet woman. It would have
Yeah.
to be like Kimmy Cake's level.
yeah. And you know, it just for me, I just wouldn't want any girl that I would have to simp for anyway. You know, like I feel like I'm the prize. You know, I'm not.
Right.
Well,
like,
I mean, I'm no angel when it comes to that, but all I have to say is young men, they do way better just like going out the front door and getting like an actual woman.
Even that doesn't work anymore, Stanley, because like I've seen it. I've seen crazy shit. Like so, me and my friend, I had to go see him down like Central Coast, California, in the middle of nowhere, because like I was getting a pick up a ride from him to go to the airport, and I stayed basically at his friend's place. Like she was like the grad student over there at that point. And I just stayed there because like she had Netflix. So I was like, I need to watch some more Breaking Bad. So I was like, I'm gonna stay at your friend's place instead of you, okay? Because I gotta catch up on the Breaking Bad episodes. I go over there, and dude, she had simps. Like all her roommates were men. And they were all catering to her and shit. I just ran in there. I'm like, I'm sitting on the couch. I'm taking over the TV. I don't give a fuck. And it's just like I'm just me doing that. She just got attracted to me because like my friend was saying like, hey, dude, look.
You were different.
It was like, dude, look at her. Like she's just doing all these signals because he read this book like The Game. Right? Okay, HB, you remember that game? This was before the red pill shit. And she was like, she's doing all the signals with me. And I'm like, dude, I just want to fucking watch like Breaking Bad. I don't give a fuck about her. But yeah, it was just weird. Like, dude, there's 3 dudes in her house, all catering to her.
I would have done it right on the couch with her in front of the guys.
They probably got off on it. I'll be like, no, I ain't playing this. This is dumb as fuck. But it was just like, what the hell is going on? So this was like maybe like 10, 12, 15 years ago, I guess, at this point. But it was already starting then. So I could see why now it's just so common now because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
You bring to the table.
I'm glad I don't have to be young.
Portia, let me, because Portia's punching on me right now in the chat. Let me rephrase what I'm saying.
Okay.
If I'm gonna sip,
let me look in the chat. What did she say?
Hold on a second. If I'm gonna simp, she's gonna have to
HB
be.
is Kevin Samuels now.
Hold on a second, Stanley. Listen, if I'm gonna simp, she has to be a very exceptional woman. Very exceptional. Very, like extremely exceptional. Like first woman president exceptional. If I'm gonna simp for her.
Michelle Obama exceptional.
Oh my god.
Hopefully that clears things up, Portia. Hopefully that. Hopefully that clears things up for you.
You're gonna get Solid Snake up here talking about how he's the prize.
Oh my god.
But no. When I say I'm the prize, I don't mean it like literally. Like any woman would be lucky to have me or anything. It's just that I don't think you have to demean yourself to get a woman. You know,
Yeah.
I do think
I mean,
kind of
man.
demeaning yourself.
I mean,
There's
the thing
nothing.
is, like, right now, everything's so black and white. Like, what
Yeah.
does simping really mean at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
people.
even
I mean, when people talk about it, it means like showing any type of affection.
Right. So that's why.
No,
that's not what it means. I'm saying that's how people use it nowadays.
Right,
What
right.
Right. That's not how I think telling a girl that she's pretty or that you like her. I don't think that's simping at all. But I think
Yeah.
once
So there's
once you
different
start-
levels.
Once you
Yeah.
start sending her money and stuff just to get closer to her, I think that is simping a little bit, you know. But to be fair, some women it works on. Some women you can buy.
Yeah,
you know?
it's just a strategy. It definitely can work. I mean, I've done it before too, and it's just like it depends on the girl and it depends on situation. You can't just do it online, like on a distance, right? That's where it's just like no. Yeah,
Yeah. I you know, sometimes I forget Portia's listening, so yeah, that tends to happen. I have to retract some of my statements a little bit.
Yeah.
You gotta update them. Yeah. Oh boy.
Maybe Be Brave wasn't sipping enough. That's why he lost his girl or something. I don't know. I don't know. Shit, man.
Yeah, but the way people use it online, basically anything simping. Asking a girl out is considered simping. Giving a girl a gift is simping. Holding hands with a chick is simping, according to some people online.
Holding a door is simping. Yeah, right.
Yeah, open a door for a woman is simping.
HP, I got something I want to show you, man.
Okay, go ahead, John.
You want to see this?
Oh man, is this not your? Oh, John, this
What are you
better not be what
doing?
I think it is, John.
What are you showing?
This
What are
better
you gonna
not be what I
show,
think
man?
it is. What are you about to show me, John? Oh man.
Let's see if I got it, HB. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Yeah,
I got a message last night, HB. Oh shit! I got a call too. Hold on. Damn, HB. Hold on. Damn, they hung up. Well, I'm gonna show you this message. Then we're gonna call this person back. I got a message last night. Someone had a request. You know, only someone like me, Junk, ought would get a request like this. And he says, "Can you see that, HB? Can someone read that? I don't even want to read that shit no more. Read it again."
Gary, can you read it?
Yeah. This is perfect for you, Gary. Read this.
What?
He said it's perfect for you.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a crazy. Just finished my day now. Still in the room. Yes, I'm not from DC. No disrespect. Do you know a guy who can eat dick? No, not reading the rest of that. Hell no. What? Not reading the rest of that? Nope.
Yo, eat dick.
Go eat that dick.
50 what? 50 kilometers?
Yeah, 50 miles. Was it?
50 miles? Wait, what is this?
You want a room Friday to Saturday? No disrespect.
Yo, man, John, do you think these people come at you like this because they know you're black?
Man, yeah, well, you remember he asked me, "Am I black?"
Yeah.
Look.
God damn! Come on, man.
Look, see. Remember you remember this guy, right?
Yeah, definitely.
No, John, you gotta hide the phone number though, dude.
Yeah,
you can't just show it like this. Can you hide that somehow?
Right now. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's too late. Oh my god, dude! You're lucky. You're lucky nobody's watching this right now.
It's an 8675309.
He said, "Look, I like freak." He said, "I like do freak shit. Need somebody to give me some dick."
Oh man, yeah, he wants some dick. All right.
I gotta go get on Craigslist, man. Make a personal ad.
So I take it you're giving him a common bathroom.
Give him a room that shares a bathroom. He'll find somebody.
Fuck.
You should put him in the house with the with the
Oh,
fans.
oh my God! Yeah, just make a social experiment, John. Just make it a social experiment. You can write some papers on
John's
it.
gonna use Matthew. John's gonna play
Universal
Matthew.
Jones can be the first author. Help him get his PhD.
Nigga just called me, man. Look, he just called me.
Oh my God! All right.
Go ahead. Call him back.
Go.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, sorry for the message. I was confused. Is everything okay?
Yeah. I was saying you still need the room.
Yeah. I was confused about. I was like, what is this message here? I was confused. I didn't know what the message was saying.
What message are you talking about?
Oh, I just received a voicemail.
Oh, I don't know.
You left a voicemail?
Oh shit! It probably was, just pocket dialing or something.
Oh, okay. Because I was confused. Okay, then I'll call you when I'm done at work.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was him right there.
God damn it, Stanley! You almost blew his cover.
You know what? I'm not even at my computer.
Oh man.
Say,
yeah, John, you gotta make sure you hang up, John.
You didn't ask him what he. I'm surprised you didn't ask him what he was doing. He said when he's done.
Y'all need to quit for real. This is insane. See what he's done.
Curious minds want to know.
Every day, man. Every day. Oh,
Hey, Gary, did you watch Fish Tank? Do you watch that thing with the Sam Hyde stuff?
No, I haven't. I've heard about it, but I've never seen it.
So I've seen the clips, and the recent winner of season 4, like this black dude, like he is blowing up now on YouTube.
What's his name?
Like Bert. I forgot.
Bert?
Like he basically, like he's bisexual. And he basically does like the bull roll for like the cucks and whatever. Like he goes into detail of like, oh my God, it's crazy. He's blowing up like, yeah. Bert Brox.
What is Fish Tank?
It's like a reality show that Sam Hyde did with like kind of like a Big Brother type deal. Yeah. Yeah, this is the link.
You think it's one of them social experiment shows?
Yeah, social experiment type shows. Yeah, and he's like, dude, he's getting $1,000 views like in his streams right off the bat, man. And I told Process he should hook up with him, like collab.
Oh,
well, not hook up like not like. Oh yeah, he's not get his like.
Gary to hook up with.
Gary? Why don't you give him to one of your wives, John?
But it's like, damn, dude. If Process wants to move up the YouTube ladder, yeah, he's gotta do something.
Yeah. You know, Process kind of has that kind of androgynous sort of
androgynous.
You know, he could kind of go either way, man. So
yo, is this his girlfriend? This white girl on his Instagram?
He has a lot of girls, but he's really into dudes, so he's bi. Yeah.
Process is bi.
No, we're talking about this other guy, this Bert Brox guy.
Yeah, I keep seeing this one white girl on his Instagram. I was thinking it was his girlfriend or something.
But anyway, yeah, his live streams are crazy. So, John, like he basically like learned like Streamlabs, StreamYards, all that shit in like few seconds because like a lot of people are helping him out. Mm-hmm. After he won like the whole Fish Tank thing, he's just capitalizing on it.
Yo, he's a tether. He's from Ghana.
Yes, he's a tether. Yep, he's a tether.
Oh, man, John, on the next stream, I wanted to talk to you about that too because you know, I know you think a lot of these a lot of tethers they kind of have the wind behind their sail.
Yeah.
But you know, the thing about America is people, you know, a lot of people do eventually they kind of become more American And I'm starting to notice that with a lot
Mm-hmm.
of these Africans, man. They don't really you know, like hold their own culture to a higher standard than the Western culture. They kind of
No, that's how it is normally, HB. I think once you got the immigrants, and that's how America works. That's why you
yeah.
get the immigrants. They work hard at the beginning, and then after a couple generations, it just dies out. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's just
Because
how
it's
it
like
is.
a bisexual person from Uganda. That doesn't even make
No,
sense. That's
Ghana.
Ghana,
It's
Ghana,
Ghana. It's
Ghana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he wouldn't last 2 seconds over
I mean,
up in
Yeah.
his normal country.
HB, you know, it's interesting. You know, someone sent us an email. I forget his name about this to cover the topic. He may have sent it to Portia too. I know he sent it to me. I think, but he referenced Portia, so he may have sent it to Portia as well. You know, I was looking at the big, you know, the big black streamers, academics, Jamaican, Kaizenat. He's something, right?
Yeah.
I don't know about that Speed guy, but you know,
Speed's American, I think.
Yeah, he's American. He's black.
You know, 2 out of those 3, you know, that I know of, there's pretty big guys. I mean, those guys, you know, Jamaican and whatever Kaizenat is, and you know, that's a lot of, you know, that's they're kind of American. You know, academics is definitely very American. You know what I'm saying? And somehow, you know, he's been able to talk about, you know, a topic that, you know, a lot of Black Americans hold very dear. And he may be one of the most successful ones talking about it. One of the most successful ones. You know.
Apparently, Kaizenat is Jamaican, or his parents are anyway. He's an immigrant. He's the first generation.
You know, I think that's one thing.
Kaizenat, John. He's his parents are Jamaican. He was born in the United States, but his parents are immigrants.
You know, I think, John, with that, you know, I do think, even though they may kind of you know, migrate more towards the Western culture, that work ethic that's kind of instilled in them, I don't think that really you know, I don't think that really changes a lot of times. You know, usually whether they're bisexuals or whatever, you know, that work ethic that they come with from their culture, that does kind of overshadow everything else. So, you know,
it may dull out, you know, once you made it, you know, you're gonna slow down, you know, you're gonna be grinding as hard as you know, once you make it, whatever make it being relative. But I mean, they come here running, and you know, once they slow down to a jog, they've done pretty damn well for themselves.
Yeah, and then the next generation is the worst because they grow up in comfort and that they're not having that same like I gotta get the fuck out of here type of mentality. That's the problem. It's over. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, no, those first generations, I mean, you know, just like what you and Stanley both say, you know, John, you say you need to live like the migrants, and Stanley says it all the time. You know, you need to have a Asian standard, and I agree. You know, I agree with both of you. But you guys are both saying the same thing, just in different kind of ways. You know,
You take what works, you know, whatever works from some other group.
Yep. I think that's the whole beauty of America. It's a melting pot. That was the whole point. You know, got to be against everybody.
You ever heard of smoke signal, HB?
Like the Native Americans.
Well, I
Is it fucking is Angel coming back? Oh. You got so pissed at that.
There's a channel called Smoke Signal, right? And I think they talk about that they are like Aboriginal Indians or something to that. Anyone ever heard of Smoke Signal?
Is that like blacks and Native American? Is that one of those blacks and Native American movements or something?
Dick and Dave is he said Smoke Signal is my channel. And so they were talking about, you know, all the, Pan-African, all that kind of stuff. And so one guy, he surprisingly, man, he's like 50-something years old. And he kept talking about how important sports are. Right. And I was like, man, like 50, like still talking about like sports and how important it is to the culture and all the things. I just think I don't know sports. For young people, you wearing a jersey on your back. I don't really judge you, but you get to be a 50-year-old man with like some young player's name on your back. It looks kind of weird.
They do that though. They do that. I've seen it.
Yeah, that one nigga who that one rapper got arrested. Be like, make sure you get my jerseys, man. Make sure you get my jerseys.
Oh, Benzino.
Yeah, Benzino. That was hilarious.
Benzino has the jersey. He played rap.
He has a jersey collection.
Yeah. Okay. He wasn't paying his. We were watching the video one day of him getting arrested. Apparently, he wasn't paying his rent, and he got kicked out. But he was only thing he really cared about was his jersey collection.
Yeah, he was like, make sure you get my jerseys. Man. Make sure you get my jerseys.
What the?
if I can put the link in the chat. I think I still got
it. Wow, no, I don't need to see this. This is pathetic.
No, it was
it was.
This sounds pathetic, man.
Hey, Dick and Dave, do you think you're like an Indian? Do you subscribe to the whole Indian thing? I was just curious. Nas 415 said we should check out the debate between Cameron and Elliot Wilson about old versus new media. Have you heard about that, HB?
No, I haven't. We can definitely watch that on the next stream because this one's about to end.
Yeah.
Over Cameron.
Jerseys. What?
Make sure you get my jerseys, man.
You gonna do it in this jersey.
you know the thing about the Native American thing, John. I think when you really start to look at how a lot of these cities and stuff were founded, you start to notice that a lot of these cities were founded by Black people for some reason. Like Haitians, Haitian people, I guess, but like a lot of major cities were founded by Black people, but I think a lot of there's like some overlap where I think maybe there were some Black people already in America, and then there were Black people that came over during the transatlantic slave trade, and there were probably some Black looking Native Americans, and I think it all kind of got jumbled up. But I don't think Black people are like just every single Black person is a Native American. I used to date a girl that I thought she was straight up a Black girl, and then she told me she was Native American, full-blooded, and I didn't really, you know how Black people. I got Cherokee in me. I didn't really believe her until I saw her grandma, and her grandma was like a fucking, some type of chiefess or something, like some shaman or something. I don't know what the hell, but she was like a real ass Native American. They go to powwows and all that shit. Like it was really, but just looking at her, you wouldn't even think like she had Black girl hair. It was long, but it was still. Wasn't like Angel, Angel looks like a Mexican to me. So,
yeah, he does.
Yeah, so I think there is some truth to it, John, but I think a lot of times Black people kind of conflate a lot of different things,
Yeah, I never really thought much about it, to be honest with you. I never really given it a lot of thought. Yeah.
I mean, it's not really.
Didn't they find a fossil where it's just like, oh man, this is a white dude in North America or some shit? I think you gotta really go back and this is going back to the Robert Seffer type stuff. Did you read that book, HB?
Yeah, I did.
So there is something. There is something. There was some connection at one point.
At one point,
right?
Some people thought it was the Romans.
Yeah. It's there. I'm even when they dig up those Egyptians, those ancient Egyptians, man, they say in their system they had cocaine and weed in their system.
Oh yeah. No, the Egyptians like traded a lot. They went around trying to get all the shit when they were like very powerful, they were like, we got to get everything from around the world. We got to have trade networks. Never know, man. Never know.
Yeah,
And the thing is, like, that's why I always say, like, people like really wonder, is like, oh man, how could we have all this stuff before? Dude, we had international trade long ago. So many eons. It's not a recent phenomenon. People just think like you're a lazy motherfucker. You can't get up the couch. You can't imagine yourself like going traveling 100 miles. People traveled hundreds of miles, thousands of miles just to get what they wanted.
Yeah,
they did it.
Yeah.
Like in a way, they're doing it now. People walking up from other countries to go to Europe and shit for that whole immigration business.
And it was like worse back then. They didn't know the language. They took the chance.
Yeah, they just
like
did it.
They just did it. People weren't pussies back then. That's why people can't believe. That's why we got the flat Earth and all this stuff. Is because people can't imagine. People had balls, to do stuff. People had balls, man.
I think the only real revolutionary thing that we've had in a couple of in the past 400 to 500 years was the internet.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end. Yeah, I mean, even the internet pales compared to like finding out electricity, right? Like Benjamin Franklin doing that. Come on.
Close the show out for me.
Yeah. We can do that, man. We can do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
See you, Stanley.
No, I'm gonna be back. I just need to run and do something right quick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No problem.
You going to beer run, Sammy?
I think you need it for tonight, man. We're gonna get some more shit tonight.
You get ready for low stream? Oh, shit on it, man.
Stanley. Yeah, man, we got you, Stanley. We got you. But yeah, we could definitely cover that. I know Portia's. She's probably working though, but I know she's got a couple stories too. She wanted us to cover. It's one that really. There's one story that really surprised me, man. It's about an African guy, man. It was really surprising.
An African guy.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. Is Portia in the back? Let me see. No. But yeah, it's pretty interesting, man.
Have y'all talked about what's the lady named Jasmine?
Crockett.
Oh, the new Jasmine Crockett drama. Yeah, I've heard about it. I think Portia covered a lot of it last night. I don't know if she's gonna do it again.
Yeah, no, I didn't. What'd she end up doing?
There was some sort of not a court case or some sort of meeting or something where her and the rest of the women just started acting a fool.
Yeah.
It was long, but it was hilarious.
Got the white woman up there acting like a black woman.
Yeah, she was going off. Her fucking IQ went down when she was talking to that man.
Shit. Do we have to buy more Geo stock? Gotta put more people in prison, baby. Pump that stock.
Bleach blonde number 2. Bleach blonde bad bitch.
You heard me, HB? They said we could take it outside. You want to?
Yeah, they would rather scrap.
Oh, damn.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did, bro.
You can take it outside.
Yeah, the white woman wanted to fight her, bro. She pulled a bad baby.
Yeah, that's a bad sign when a white woman.
She pulled a bad baby.
Oh well, here we go.
So you said we take it outside, man.
I forgot what started the conversation though. I think I don't know. It could have been some sort of personal attack like what happened last time.
I'm outside.
I think she called a woman child or something.
Child. Oh.
And the white woman like, I ain't no child. She didn't understand like ooh child. She got saying that.
Wait, so she mistook ooh child as an insult? Oh, that's funny.
You say child,
she was like child listen listen podcast. Damn. Yeah. Well,
HB Portia said she's planning on covering it again.
Yeah. John, can you shut this one down in 60 seconds? I'm gonna start the next one.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You guys just migrate over to the next one. I'm gonna start it now.
She what? You gotta wait. Oh, never mind.
I'll wait for a few minutes. Meanwhile, by the way, shout out to everyone supporting the channel. People that support Get Cracked, KyleeCTCross, HB2N, I want to play other to Portia J, and me, John Galt. I appreciate all the support, all the people in the chat every day, watching the videos. What's up, Gary? I'm here by myself, waiting on HB to get started. No problem. But yeah, so special shout out N8 Ways, Black Knight, Chris Reed, so many names. So if I leave someone off, don't feel offended. And I'm just speaking just from one point of view. I'm sure Stanley and everyone else has people they would like to shout out and support. So just want to thank you guys for all of that. Dane Nixon, you're always in the audience. I always appreciate your comments there. Anyway, guys, we're gonna roll over to Going Trucking in the Morning, and I'll be up on the panel at some point. Hopefully, we have some calls. People want to rent some rooms today. All right, talk to you later.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.